Lin Yuan also placed all hopes on evolving Endless Summer to Creation Breed before the Guard Yi Banquet on the Law Crystal Trades with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. He licked his lips when he looked at the laws carved all over the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. The depiction of the world on the skirt was formed from many different laws and willpowers. It was absolutely breathtaking. When Lin Yuan shut himself off, he would sometimes come out of the spirit lock spatial zone to stretch his legs. Since the lava dragon lizard's roots were injured, it had not gone to the listening heron chamber of commerce to help. Instead, it had remained in the mansion to heal. When Lin Yuan took breaks, Zhou Luo would ride the dark snake spiny dragon that had been evolved to pinnacle platinum/fantasy I and battle with Lin Yuan. When the dark snake dragon lizard had been evolved to bronze/legend, its dragon species bloodline had subtly entered the transformation phase. Later, when Master Hongshin had evolved the dark snake dragon lizard, its dragon species bloodline was completely unlocked and became the terrifying dragon species dark snake spiny dragon with pure bloodline. The dark snake spiny dragon excelled at controlling dark-type elements to curse and cause damage to targets. When Lin Yuan fought against the Platinum X/Fantasy I dark snake spiny dragon, he did not hide his powers because Zhou Luo was basically family. It was also a good opportunity for Lin Yuan to test Blackie's spirit essence explosion. Lin Yuan realized that his body was highly resistant to the dark snake spiny dragon's dark-type energy during the fights. Although he could not completely disregard the dark snake spiny dragon's abilities, Lin Yuan felt that he could well withstand the dark-type element that was thrown at him. Given this situation, Lin Yuan immediately came up with a reason for this scenario. When Lin Yuan activated the Myth 3 Dark Death Law and Dead Dream Law on the sacred sword-wielding queen skirt, he realized that he could perfectly defend against the dark-type elemental damage from the dark snake spiny dragon. He was astounded by this discovery and decided that he would devote more time to nurturing the world on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. As more types of laws appeared on the sacred sword-wielding skirt, the stronger the laws became. As the sacred sword-wielding queen's contractor, Lin Yuan would be able to sustain various types of damage. This was high-level protection for Lin Yuan. As such, Lin Yuan would be able to remain fearless even in the face of solo battles against experts. Lin Yuan gave the sacred sword-wielding queen all the law source crystals that he had so that it could absorb them. The sacred sword-wielding queen grinned blissfully and said, "Lin Yuan, there are a total of 317 law source crystals here. It'll take me more than a day to absorb them all." Lin Yuan nodded. As he looked at the sacred sword-wielding queen's obvious displays of joy, he could not help but say, "We'll have another 780 law source crystals coming in tomorrow. You can eat to your heart's content." He had initially thought that it would take 7 or 8 days for his deals with Long Tao and Li Xian to go through. Now that he had Brocade Zither to independently nurture Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls for him, Lin Yuan would be able to prepare all the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls for Long Tao and Li Xian by tomorrow. Lin Yuan's words made the sacred source-wielding queen feel that it was the luckiest sacred source life form in the world. It was dressed up prettily in laws and willpowers every day. All it had to do was concentrate on eating. But when it thought of the deadline that Lin Yuan had in mind, the sacred sword-wielding queen said, "Lin Yuan, even 1,000 law source crystals won't be enough to transform the Dark Death Law into Dark Death World. It'll require more law source crystals." Lin Yuan did not seem to be surprised by this. If it was that easy to use law power to create a world of laws, there would not be so many Fays that were stuck at Pinnacle Myth 3. There would also not be so few creation breed Fays. "Leave the worrying about law source crystals to me. You just focus on absorbing the energy inside the law source crystals," exclaimed Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen suddenly felt as though its master had become slightly more handsome. While the sacred sword-wielding queen was absorbing the law source crystals, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone and logged into Star Web for the first time in a long while. When you had been managing the private faction territory while Listen managed the purchase with No Law Store fan club. With them in charge of the nitty-gritty tasks, Lin Yuan could set his mind at ease. Lin Yuan did not go to the purchase with No Law Store, nor did he check its fan club this time because it was almost time for the astronomical parliament. when you would be able to hold the second meeting of the Astronomical Parliament tomorrow. Lin Yuan had a simple reason to log into Star Web this time, which was to prepare a suitable Fei for Bei Su. He was preparing a Fei for Bei Su even though he was not sure if Bei Su was going to attend the parliamentary meeting because Bei Su was just too weak in that underground world. He would die at any time without a Fei by his side. Lin Yuan was not even sure if Bei Su was still alive. If Bei Su had survived the 7 days and regained his seat on one of the north-south constellation seats, Lin Yuan would send a Fei to Bei Su through Star Spirit seat even if Bei Su did not request for one. As the system, Lin Yuan could not watch one of the MCs die because he was too weak. Lin Yuan had seen Bei Su and Yin Lin's lives through their willpowers, as though he had been watching a movie. There had been no ups in Bei Su's life. He had remained in the pits from the moment he was born. Compared to the MCs that Lin Yuan had read about in novels, Bei Su was the most tragic one. He was so tragic that Lin Yuan was obliged to give him a helping hand. After finding out about the terrible conditions that Bei Su had to suffer through in the Grotto continent, Lin Yuan had spent the last 6 days thinking about what kind of Fei he should nurture for Bei Su. The Fei that Bei Su contracted had to fulfill 3 conditions. The first was that the Fei had to be compatible with the willpower that Bei Su had comprehended. The second condition was that it had to have powerful attacking power and be able to heal Bei Su to a certain extent. In a place where danger was everywhere, Bei Su needed to have access to healing as well. In the Grotto continent, where only the factions had access to Feis, it was impossible for Bei Su to find a healing-type spirit chi professional. The third condition was that the Fei had to be able to act as a light source. Otherwise, even if Bei Su had acclimatized to the darkness underground, his actions would be largely limited without a Fei that could exude light. Although these 3 conditions seemed stringent, there was one Fei that could satisfy all 3. However, the method to nurture this Fei was complicated and difficult. But to someone like Lin Yuan, who had impressive abilities and pure spirit chi, he was not bothered by the complexity and difficulty. The Fei that Lin Yuan had in mind for Bei Su was called the Blade Bat, a very normal Fei that could easily mutate and evolve. Many bat species Feis with high-class bloodlines evolved from blade bats. However, it was not easy to nurture the blade bat using one's own willpower. Bei Su was affiliated with attacking-type toothed Feis. As a bat species Fei, the blade bat was technically a toothed Fei. It had sharp teeth, which made it fit the category of toothed Fei. Bei Su's willpower rune had indicated that it was a willpower with hidden sharpness. This kind of willpower was extremely suited to the blade bat's attacking style. In fact, it fitted perfectly. As for the second condition, Lin Yuan needed to search through the rare lifeform pavilion on StarWeb. All of the blade bat's normal abilities were winged blades because it was the species' fundamental ability. When the blade bat evolved to elite, its impressive transformation abilities would be displayed. The elite blade bat had many types of abilities. However, there was one particular ability that was rare: bat's teeth sucking. Bat's teeth sucking allowed the blade bat to suck the target's blood after it was killed. The blade bat would use the blood to recover the damage it sustained during the battle, and it would also be able to circulate the blood energy to its contractor to heal its contractor. Bat's teeth sucking was extremely rare, but not many people in the Radiance Federation would choose it because it was not of much help during a battle. However, this ability would be of great use to Bei Su. Although Bat's teeth sucking's healing properties could not compare to that of a healing-type spirit chi professional, it could help Bei Su survive in the perilous underground environment. The ability to light up was one of the blade bat's innate abilities because it had a fusiform-shaped horn on its head. Its main function was to help the blade bat with echolocation. In an underground world full of rocks and obstacles, the blade bat's echolocation ability would be much more useful than a pair of eyes. When there was too much vitality in the blade bat, the fusiform-shaped horn would be filled with energy and glow dark red. This would solve the issue of light to a certain extent. Could be said that the blade bat was made for Bei Su. The blade bat was not an expensive Fei in the Radiance Federation. It was of a similar price to Chu Si's sharp iron horn bull. Normally, spirit chi professionals who ventured into subterranean dimensional rifts would contract the blade bat. Hence, there was a supply of blade bats on the market, and most of the low-class blade bats that were recorded on Rare Lifeform Pavilion had rare elite abilities. After browsing, Lin Yuan soon found the blade bat with bat teeth sucking and bought it at a price of 80 radiance dollars. It was easy to buy the blade bat, but Lin Yuan would need to invest a fair amount of resources and effort into nurturing it. Since the blade bat mutated easily, it had to set a good foundation when it was bronze grade. The blade bat was a metal and dark type Fey. Bei Su's hidden sharpness willpower leaned toward dark type. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to try his best to trigger the blade bat's dark type bloodline so that it would mutate in the direction of dark type. The blade bat's specialty was that it could consume Fey's blood to evolve itself. Lin Yuan did possess some essence blood that had come from Nightmare 6 on the deserted island. The dream-eating bat had mutated from the blade bat. Lin Yuan decided to allow the blade bat to consume a drop of the dream-eating bat's essence blood when he was nurturing the blade bat. The drop of dream-eating bat's essence blood should be enough to trigger the dark type in the blade bat's body and suppress the metal type. This would allow Bei Su to bring out the best effects when he combined his willpower rune with the blade bat. Lin Yuan left Star Web after he bought the blade bat. He was not ignoring Lin. Lin had been blind since birth, and the world that he sensed through her was one that only the blind could understand. The world was messy and only had touch, sounds, and imagination. However, Lin Yuan could not be certain of Lin's location from this world he sensed. Hence, he could not prepare a Fey for her. But according to the limited senses that he gathered from Lin's willpower, he was sure that she was no commoner. After all, Lin had an accurate sense of taste, and the things she ate were of gold ingredients. The blade bat that Lin Yuan had bought on Star Web was about to arrive. When it arrived, Lin Yuan started to evolve the blade bat. After Lin Yuan evolved the blade bat to elite, he took out the bottle of dream-eating bat's essence blood. The crystal bottle was filled with about 20 drops of dream-eating bat's essence blood. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before he fed a drop of the essence blood to the evolving blade bat. The blade bat's grayish-black body glowed black tendrils of blood aura after it consumed the drop of essence blood. The black tendrils of blood aura seeped out of the blade bat's body and shattered the spots on the blade bat's wings. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he had been too careless. Although the blade bat could consume the essence blood of Feys to evolve its powers, the dream-eating bat was a suzerain/pinnacle myth 2 Fey. Using true data, Lin Yuan discovered that this blade bat was about to die. Just when he thought that he would have to go back to Star Web to find another blade bat with bat teeth sucking, he suddenly realized that this blade bat seemed to have started to absorb the dream-eating bat's essence blood. The energy from the dream-eating bat's essence blood filled up the blade bat and healed the blade bat's broken wings. This turned the hair on the blade bat from grayish-black to inky black. Under the influence of the dream-eating bat's essence blood, the blade bat successfully evolved. While it was evolving, the bloodline mutated several times in succession. It transformed from the blade bat to the sharp blade bat to the shadow blade bat and finally sharp shadow bat. The transformation to the sharp shadow bat occurred when Elite/Epic evolved to bronze grade. Hence, 3 exclusive skills appeared after the evolution to sharp shadow bat was completed. Shattered sharp shadow. During an attack, the bladed wings will shatter while cutting their target and increase the size of the wound inflicted. Bat's Fangs Bloodseed. The venom in the sharp shadow bat's fangs will be injected into the target and turn the target into a blood zombie. Bat's Burial. Set the blood in the body alight and use its own power to abruptly break through its limits. After the blood is burnt through, the body will enter a near-death state due to the lack of blood. After seeing the 3 exclusive skills information, Lin Yuan chose Bat's Fangs Bloodseed without hesitation. Shattered Sharp Shadow depended on the attacking power of the sharp shadow bat's wings, and increased the damage dealt from 1 slash to a small blast. It would even explode a hole in the target's body and cause the organs inside to fall out through the hole. Although Shattered Sharp Shadow could increase the sharp shadow bat's damage power, it was centered on the sharp shadow bat's original attacking power. It would be slightly useful during a battle but would not make much of a difference. After all, its effectiveness depended on whether the wings could break through the target's defense. Bat's Burial was a suicidal technique that set fire to the blood. If Bei Su used this ability, the sharp shadow bat would become useless in the battle. In a near-death state, the sharp shadow bat could not recover itself through Bat's teeth sucking. Thus, Lin Yuan saw Bat's Fangs Bloodseed as the only choice. Bat's Fang's Bloodseed was truly impressive. It allowed Bei Su to be able to control other spirit chi professionals in the lonesome underground world of the Grotto continent. Bei Su sorely needed this ability. Blood and betrayal were rampant in the underground world. Bei Su's lackeys could be killed the moment he blinked. Bat's Fang's Bloodseed alleviated Bei Su's worries about always having to look over his own shoulder. Bat's Fang's Bloodseed allowed the sharp shadow bat to have complete control over the blood zombies. When injured during battle, the blood zombies' vitality could even be extracted for self-healing. Even if Bei Su's power to create blood zombies was not strong, it was enough to act as a moving healing source. This was enough to make Bat's Fang's Bloodseed worth it. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the bronze sharp shadow bat. He realized that the sharp shadow bat's normal and elite abilities had also evolved. Fey name: Sharp Shadow Bat, Fey species. Toothed Bat species / Horseshoe Bat species. Spirit Lifeform grade: Bronze, 1/10. Fey type: Dark, Fey quality. Normal abilities: Winged Shadow Blade. Flap the wings to create the image of the bladed wings. Bat Colony Sucking. Summon a colony of bats made from shadows to suck the target. Exclusive skill: Bat's Fang's Bloodseed. The venom in the sharp shadow bat's fangs will be injected into the target and turn the target into a blood zombie. Now that the blade bat had evolved into the sharp shadow bat, the close combat Fey could fight from a distance using shadows. Winged Blade had transformed into Winged Shadow Blade. It would definitely be more flexible during battle. Fighting from a distance would also reduce the likelihood of the sharp shadow bat sustaining damage. Bat's Teeth Sucking had evolved into Bat Colony Sucking, which delighted Lin Yuan. Although Bat's Teeth Sucking would not be of much use during battle because it needed the blade bat to be close enough to the target to suck its blood, the target did not need to be dead to use Bat's Teeth Sucking. It was just that the blade bat needed to attach itself to the target to suck its blood. The blade bat could not move around easily when it was sucking the target's blood and would be injured easily. It was safer to suck the target's blood after killing it. But Bat Colony Sucking avoided this issue and could be used during battle. Bat Colony Sucking would be able to summon a large number of shadow bats, which would use their sharp fangs to attack the target and suck the target's blood to heal the sharp shadow bat. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the sharp shadow bat he had nurtured. He also could not help but be amazed by the improvement in abilities that came from the evolution of a Fey's bloodline. Lin Yuan called Genius down from the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree again and instructed it to concoct a spirit fluid that could evolve the sharp shadow bat. He also started to evolve the bronze / normal sharp shadow bat and prepared to spend the rest of the day evolving it until it reached legend quality. Lin Yuan was willing to break the bank for Bei Su because he had seen a resemblance in Bei Su's will for survival with that of Chu Xiai. Both did not shy away from hard work and maintained hope despite being in unfavorable environments. Moreover, Lin Yuan also had great ambition to expand Sky City to other continents. It was just that his current abilities prevented him from acting on his ambition at the moment. Bei Su would become one of Lin Yuan's arms and help Lin Yuan spread the seed of Sky City to other continents. These two reasons made it worth it for Lin Yuan to use a resource like the essence blood of the Pinnacle Myth 2 Dream-Eating Bat on Bei Su. Genius concocted spirit fluids while Lin Yuan nurtured the sharp shadow bat. Chimey continued to livestream on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chimey looked at the screen and softly interacted with the live stream's audience. Ever since Chimey could talk, it felt that live streaming became much more interesting. It did not need to seek help from Genius to type out replies like it did in the past. In spite of Chimey's unparalleled singing abilities and intelligence, it was not skilled at learning how to manipulate the functions that came with the live streaming room. While Chimey was replying to questions, a request asking it to compete with other hosts on Star Web caught its eye. Chimey could not help but be curious about if it would be fun to compete with other live streamers. Bai Hao was a regular at Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room. Ever since he had stumbled on Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess livestream, he had basically taken up a permanent spot. Every once in a while, he would be pushed down to the second place position. Nonetheless, he would immediately throw presents in and quickly regain his position at the top of the list. The last few days had been the happiest in By How's life because Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had been live streaming basically every day. She had also started talking and interacting with the chat. A person's singing voice was different from their speaking voice. By How placed a lot of importance on the quality of one's voice, and he had fallen for Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess singing voice the moment he heard it. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess singing voice seemed magical as By How had been turned off by everyone else's singing voice from the moment he heard Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. But after he heard Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess speaking voice, By How fell even deeper and harder for her. Compared to her ethereal singing voice, By How liked how Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess speaking voice was more grounded and lively. Now, he preferred to hear her talk more than sing on her live streams. Hence, he started to actively post messages in the chat in the hope of hearing her responses. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence and a guild club that participated in the All-Star match, By How's every move was scrutinized by the public. The reporters that followed him were extremely upset that he used his original celebrity account to become a fan of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. They had contacted him to ask him to sever his ties with Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Instead of doing that, By How had publicly announced that he was her fan. This had made his dedicated reporters even busier than ever. By How sent out a chain of messages once Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was done singing her new song. Lord Ranger By How, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, you should compete with other hosts on Star Web. With me around, you can't lose. With the previous requests to compete combined with By How's current one, Chimey promised itself that it would not lose and said, "Okay, I shall do it. But how do I compete?" Chimey had always had difficulty understanding the functions that came with the live streaming room, and it did not know how it should go about competing either. When they heard Chimey's murmurs, the live stream audience was stunned. The goddess with the voice of an angel was too adorable when she was confused. Chimey read through a chain of messages before it finally figured out where the button to compete was. Pressed the button resolutely. The moment it pressed the button, a thought struck Chimey. It remembered Genius saying that the moment it left its live streaming room, the GIF on its face would disappear. In order for the audiences of both live streaming rooms to watch the live stream of the competition, both live streaming rooms were combined into a new live streaming room. With this thought in mind, Chimey left its Star Web account. It patted its chest with its wing and thought to itself, "That was a close one. Thank God for my quick reflexes, or else I would have been exposed." However, Chimey did not know that a competition could not be stopped halfway once it started. Even if one side left or was disconnected, it would be stuck on the withdrawal page. When Chimey had entered the competition, it was in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Its background was the hundreds of phoenix perching Chinese parasol leaves. The golden leaves mixed with the hundreds of different colored fires looked like rainbows were bursting out of the sun. Now, at the corner of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' beautiful set background was a moving sparrow. Chimey had been absorbing the energy from the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree when it was live streaming and had not put on its usual camouflage. This scene shocked the people in the live streaming room, and the chat exploded with messages. At first, the messages all came from the audience of the other live streaming room. The lost man of integrity. What's going on? What's the other host doing? Is it stuck? Or did she get disconnected? Half person, half ghost. Damn. What's going on with Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess? Why is it stuck? Why can't I see Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess? Amber button. Just a small question. Can it be that that bird is the one that's live streaming? Shadow Black. Are you dumb? The Fae with the best voice is the songstress bird. But how can Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess songs compare to that of the songstress bird? Amethyst. I have a guess, but I don't know if I should say it. Hidden Shadow. Oh my God. Let me say something. Don't you think that that bird looks familiar? Blue Wind Rain. Oh my God. I didn't realize it until you said it. Isn't that bird the one that appeared when Black was fighting at the Celestial Stairway? 3 small cucumbers. Many people were guessing why Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess paid attention to Black out of all the people on Star Web. Now I know why. Do Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess and Black know each other? Why else would Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess ignore the first position even after all the money that he had thrown in? Although Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess was offline, the competition was still ongoing. The scene was becoming even messier. Soon, many star web reporters and spectators joined the live streaming room to participate in the excitement. The most mysterious host that appeared on StarWeb was Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess. After the end of the All-Star match, Chu Ci and Lin Yuan's performance were the centers of attention. With Lin Yuan's power and mysterious background, he was a top young expert that had materialized out of nowhere. Lin Yuan looked around 18 years old and was of a similar age to people's guesses about Black. Hence, many people compared Black and Lin Yuan. Moreover, Black had been keeping a low profile other than the occasional fights on Celestial Stairway. Black's dedicated reporter Tian Ningning also only wrote a few articles about Black's fights on Celestial Stairway. She did not report on anything else. This caused Black's popularity to fall and the curiosity from his fans to increase. Now, the exposure about the bird fae in the live streaming room caused the low-profile Black and popular Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess to be linked together. This piece of news took StarWeb by storm overnight. Not even the news about the S-Tournament's events could overwhelm the news about Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess and Black. The most conflicted person in the live streaming room was Bai Hao. He was conflicted about the relationship between Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess and Black because Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess had essentially become his emotional pillar in the last 6 months. When he could not watch Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess live streams, he could not focus on anything else. Although Bai Hao was single, he understood emotions and knew that he was only feeling this way because he missed Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess voice. In spite of his uncertainty about Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess relationship with Black, Black had to be close with Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess for his fae to appear by her side. This upset Bai Hao greatly. He was also excited because Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess' willingness to compete with other hosts meant that she was not opposed to showing her face in a live stream. The beauty host community was the most cutthroat. Since Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess was a beauty host and was not against showing her face, it had to mean that her looks were above average. The Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess could participate in a competition again soon, which would give him a chance to see how she really looked like. Bai Hao felt that Sparrow-voiced lowly goddess connection with Black gave him a chance to get to know her offline. He had heard that Black was going to participate in this year's Radiance 100 sequence exam. Given Black's performance of his power at the Celestial Stairway, it was almost guaranteed that he would be able to join the Radiance 100 sequence. At that time, both he and Black would be members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Bai Hao felt that Black would not reject his request to connect him offline with his idol. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was nurturing the sharp shadow bat. Chimey flew over and silently landed on his earlobe. This seemed strange to Lin Yuan. He moved Chimey to his wrist and noticed that Chimey's eyes kept darting in another direction instead of meeting his gaze. He seemed to be ashamed about something. This confused Lin Yuan, and he did not know what had happened to Chimey. However, he did not dwell on it. Lin Yuan did not know that Tian Ningning had caught him and that she was currently sending Black a continuous chain of messages on StarWeb. It was as dark as night in the Grotto continent. It was only at noon that a sliver of light would penetrate the underground world. The few hours where sunlight entered the underground world was a reward to the creatures that lived in the Grotto continent. The middle of the afternoon was the warmest time in the Grotto continent. At that moment, there was a young man huddled amongst a pile of rocks. The young man had a resolute look on his face, but his scraped-up face that had sand sticking to it made him look rather sorry. He was holding a stone awl and staring at a large armored insect chewing at small weeds on the ground nearby. With one hand on the stone awl, Bei Su placed his other hand on his abdomen and pressed down tightly. This was to prevent his stomach from growling, as it would attract the attention of the large brown armored insect. Bei Su could not help but think, "Today is my lucky day. I can't believe a rock hermit insect wandered near my rock pile. Looks like I don't have to go hungry today. I was really afraid that I was about to die of starvation soon and miss my chance to enter the astronomical parliament through my dreams." The astronomical parliament was the only light at the end of the tunnel in Bei Su's life. Over the last few days, Bei Su's mind had been filled with thoughts about that godlike man that was wrapped in laws and willpowers. He was looking forward to meeting the man again. As he watched the rock hermit insect's belly grow larger as it ate, Bei Su lunged forward from his pile of rocks. But after Bei Su charged out of the rock pile, the pain from his injury caused him to tighten his jaw. There was a wound about 20 centimeters long on his calf. Although he had stitched it up to the best of his ability, his sudden movement strained the injury and caused dark red blood to flow out, quickly wetting the makeshift stitches. He could not be bothered with the injury as he leaped over to the rock hermit insect. He raised the rock awl and smashed down on the rock hermit insect's weak, outstretched neck. However, the stone awl did not pierce through the rock hermit insect's neck. It was just embedded halfway in the neck. Still, Bei Su did not panic because he had not hoped the stone awl would penetrate through the rock hermit insect's neck. The current situation was what he had expected. After the single strike, Bei Su immediately turned and dashed back to his hiding spot amongst the pile of rocks. He picked up the slab of rock he had prepared in advance and held it against the entrance of his hiding position. Suddenly, the rock hermit insect opened its back armor and started flapping its wings. When he heard the sound of the rock hermit insect's wings, Bei Su felt a sense of relief. The rock hermit insect opened its back armor and wrapped it around his head. The structure of its body was designed to protect the rock hermit insect's head from being injured during flight. But this also allowed Bei Su to push the stone awl deeper into the rock hermit insect's neck. Since the rock hermit insect had just eaten a large number of weeds, it had gained weight and prevented it from flying quickly. After the rock hermit insect lifted itself off the ground, the stone awl broke through the neck and got stuck in the armor. Although the rock hermit insect's reaction was slow, it had gotten a good look at Bei Su when he attacked it. It charged at Bei Su's hiding spot like a small bomb. The rock hermit insect crashed against the stone slab, and Bei Su felt his organs shake, his limbs go numb, and a bittersweet taste rise up in his throat. However, he did not release his grip on the stone slab. The insect cried out, and the sound of impact was covered along with Bei Su's grunt. Half an hour later, the impact against the stone slab weakened significantly. Yet Bei Su still refused to let up. After some more silence, Bei Su picked up a sharpened stone and walked out of his hiding spot. It was already after the middle of the afternoon, and the sunlight was weakening. It was difficult for the light to reach the underground world, and it slowly darkened. Bei Su shook his trembling hands. He immediately started to clean up the dead rock hermit insect. First, he used the sharpened rock to cut out the rock hermit insect's eyes and plucked out 2 bean-sized soft bones. These 2 soft bones were extremely special and could emit faint light to illuminate the dark world he lived in. Bei Su cradled the 2 soft bones like they were treasures and started to carefully separate the rock hermit insect's armor. After he was done separating the armor, he cut out the white wings that were almost 2 meters long. Bei Su proceeded to cut out the insect fat below and cut out 2 shining pieces of flesh from within. Now he tossed the rock hermit insect aside. Bei Su had finished separating out all the usable parts of the rock hermit insect and would reach its organs if he cut any deeper. The rock hermit insect could digest the hard weeds that grew underground because its digestive fluids were extremely corrosive. This was its greatest weapon. Even if Bei Su did not touch the digestive fluids himself, the sharpened rock would also be corroded away. Bei Su had spent 3 days sharpening the rock and could not allow it to be ruined so easily. He carefully placed the parts of the rock hermit insect that he had separated out in his hiding spot except for the insect oil. Next, he carefully set up the slab of rock again. Bei Su cut open his stitches and wiped them over with the insect oil. He sighed to himself. With this insect oil, I won't have to worry about infection even though it'll still take a while for my leg to heal. He forcefully wrapped the injury up again and dragged the insect carcass to the river that was a kilometer away. Bei Su pushed the carcass into the river. As he looked around at his pitch-black surroundings, Bei Su felt his way back to his hiding spot. Bei Su did not feel at ease and pushed a second slab of rock against the entrance before he lay down the wings and sat down on top. With the faint light from the soft bone, Bei Su cut a few pieces of the flesh using the sharpened rock. He did not scarf down the flesh and stopped once he had eaten the bare minimum. Bae-su cut the flesh thinly and laid it on the rocks to dry so they could be stored and consumed later. Under the dim light, the exhausted Bae-su forced himself to stay awake for a few more hours before he lay down and fell into a deep sleep on his new bed. The sleeping Bae-su smiled slowly as though he was looking forward to dreaming about something. In the Azure Federation, Lin gently lifted her head and looked at her colorful world. In the last 6 days, Lin had thrown away her beloved books and taken in as much of this world that she had spent her whole life imagining as she could. Although she could not see clearly, she still could not get enough of it. At that moment, Lin saw a human figure approach her. She sniffed and asked, "Mom, why are you back so early today? It's not even tea time yet." Next to Lin was an elegant middle-aged woman dressed in a long azure skirt. She reached out and gently caressed Lin's face like she was stroking treasure. Shortly after, she waved, and 2 furry creatures appeared in her arms. The 2 creatures were very energetic and looked around curiously. They also let out high-pitched sounds every once in a while. The middle-aged woman asked, Lin, have your eyes been okay during the last few days?" A wide and beautiful smile spread across Lin's calm face. She seemed happy to be able to see the world. "Mom, I'm still only able to see colors, light, and shapes. But I should be able to see everything after tomorrow." The middle-aged woman shot a look of pained affection at Lin and assumed Lin was only saying so to comfort her. The middle-aged woman was already content that Lin could see light, colors, and shapes. She also started to blame herself again. "If only I had been more careful, I wouldn't have fallen for the trap and caused Lin to be born blind. Lin, one of these is the spirit white lion that is passed down by your father's family, and the other is the azure cloud leopard that is passed down by my family. Both are compatible with your willpower runes. Why don't you form contracts with them? This way, you'll have 2 more friends to accompany you aside from me, Dad, the butler, and Cece." Lin did not immediately reach out to receive the spirit white lion and azure cloud leopard. Instead, she asked in shock, "Aren't the spirit white lion and azure cloud leopard?" Before Lin could finish her question, her mother said, "When you couldn't see anything, your father had decided to create a simple and peaceful environment for you. Thus, we never told you about anything that happened at home. But now that you can see a blurry version of this world, it's best that you have these 2 fays by your side to protect you." Lin's clear head was suddenly slightly dizzy. She had just heard that her father's family passed down the spirit white lion while her mother's family passed down the azure cloud leopard. These were 2 fays that she had read about many times in the history books about the Azure Federation. As one of the 3 main federations, the Azure Federation was vast and prosperous. The major families in the Azure Federation all had iconic fays that they passed down the generations. The families had strict rankings like creation masters. The spirit white lion was the iconic fae of the Class 4 family. The azure cloud leopard was the iconic fae of the Class 5 Guan family. There were only 8 Class 5 families in the Azure continent, and their iconic fays were considered the pride of the Federation. Lin had always known that her father's surname was while her mother's surname was Guan. However, she never expected that her status would be so prominent. The middle-aged woman saw Lin's look of disbelief and gently lowered her head to place a kind kiss on Lin's forehead. "Listen to me and form a contract with these fays first. We'll take you to see Grandma and Grandpa after you form contracts with them so that Grandma can evolve them." The middle-aged woman made a silent prayer. She had found many high-class spirit chi professionals and creation masters to try to help heal Lin's eyes. However, all of them had said that Lin's genetic model could not function properly because she had been injured in the womb. It was an injury that could not be healed. But now that Lin's eyes had recovered partially, the middle-aged woman felt that it was a miracle sent from heaven. But at the same time, she could not help but hope that this miracle would carry on and bless her daughter by healing her eyes even further. She hoped that Lin would be able to lead a life as crystal clear as any other regular girl. Lin felt that she needed some time to digest what her mother had just said, but she still calmly reached out her hand and replied, "Mom, I will form contracts with the spirit white lion and azure cloud leopard now. Give me 1 day to properly digest everything, and I'll go with you to see the rest of the family in 2 days. The middle-aged immediately placed the spirit white lion and azure cloud leopard in Lin's hands. Lin circulated her spiritual energy and formed contracts with the two fays. After she was done forming contracts, Lin immediately sensed 2 little lives connected with hers. She hugged the spirit white lion and azure cloud leopard tightly and thought, "Contracting these 2 fays has given me strength, and I'll be able to see clearly tomorrow." Lin had not forgotten about her promise to use everything she had to exchange for clear sight. With this strength, she was ready to enter the astronomical parliament to earn the promise she had made. After Lin Yuan evolved the sharp shadow bat, he stretched. Even with Lin Yuan's abilities, it had not been easy for him to evolve a fae for 24 hours straight. Once he evolved the sharp shadow bat to legend quality, he received 2 spirit fluids from Genius and left the spirit lock spatial zone. He did not notice that Chimey was anxiously flying around the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. When he walked out of the room, he saw that Wen Yu was waiting outside. When you noticed Lin Yuan, she immediately asked, "Young master, it's almost time for the astronomical parliament. When do you think would be the best time to conduct it?" "I need half an hour to prepare the ritual beforehand." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "You should go to the training room to prepare. We'll conduct the parliamentary meeting in half an hour." He assumed that Wen Yu would immediately head off to the training room to prepare. Yet, she stood motionless as though she had something to say. Clearly, she had something to say to him but did not know how to say it. As such, Lin Yuan asked, "What's wrong? You can say anything to me." Wen Yu quickly shook her head. Instead of speaking, she took out a stack of information and placed it in Lin Yuan's hand before turning to walk toward the training room. Lin Yuan was slightly confused by Wen Yu's response. After he looked at the information that Wen Yu had handed him, he suddenly felt like his body was about to be split apart. At the same time, some of his long-held questions had been answered. The first time he had gone for training and met Zhang Xiaobai and the rest, the song Zhang Xiaobai had been singing should not exist in the world. Lin Yuan had asked Zhang Xiaobai and found out that the song Zhang Xiaobai sang was sung by a host called Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. He had originally been interested in this, but after the battle at Millstone Town, the thought had fallen to the back of his head. Later, Lin Yuan would often see news about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess on Star Web, but he had never listened to her sing on a live stream. After reading the information about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, Lin Yuan had been meaning to meet her and learn how she sang such songs. However, he never imagined that the most popular host on Star Web would be his Chimey. Moreover, Chimey was not a singing host but a beauty host. As he read through the timings of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess that Wen Yu had compiled, he realized that Chimey had started secretly live streaming ever since they were in the Spirit Lifeform store. When he read the part about the time Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess started to speak and reply to messages, it coincided with the time that Chimey had evolved to Clear Voice Luan Sparrow and gained the ability to speak. No wonder Chimey always sought him out to learn new songs. Lin Yuan felt that he should have a talk with Chimey. Just when Lin Yuan was about to return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to talk to Chimey, Lin Yuan's phone started to ring. He saw that the call was coming from Li Xian, and his eyes narrowed. When Lin Yuan answered the call, Li Xian's carefree but slightly solemn voice said, "Brother, I need to ask a favor from you." Lin Yuan immediately knew why Li Xian was calling. He had actually been waiting for Li Xian to seek him out. Lin Yuan admired the way that Li Xian got right to the point. Hence, Lin Yuan also spoke straightforwardly. "Just shoot. Big brother. If I can help, I'll definitely do my best." Lin Yuan's words and his addressing of Li Xian as Big Brother allowed Li Xian to sense Lin Yuan's sincerity. Li Xian had already formed a good impression of Lin Yuan back at the Royal Capital's Fae Observer Association. At the House of Enviable Fragrance, he had wanted to form a relationship with Lin Yuan even more after getting to know him better. "Brother, I'm calling on behalf of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to ask you for some law crystals. We will definitely offer a satisfactory price. Given the magnitude of this transaction, my elders want to meet you." Lin Yuan checked the time and replied, "No problem. Why don't you come to my mansion to talk?" Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "I'll send you my address soon, but you might have to wait for half an hour when you're here. I have something to attend to first." On the other end of the call, Li Xian clenched his fist in excitement and said, "I'll head over with my elders now." "Brother, you're really doing me a big favor." Lin Yuan smiled brightly and replied, "I'm sure you'll return the favor when I need help in the future." After the call ended, Lin Yuan checked the time and decided not to go to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to talk to Chimey. Instead, he walked toward the training room on the 3rd floor and prepared to enter the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan revealed the location of the return from faraway mansion to Li Xian and told him to bring his elders from Dark Cloud's bird shrine because he had a special motive in mind. His identity as the Moon Empress disciple would be revealed at the Guard Yi banquet that was going to take place a week later. All of the elite factions would be searching for information about him. Dark Cloud's bird shrine was going to be Lin Yuan's messenger to the other top factions. The other top factions would discover where Lin Yuan lived by asking Dark Cloud's bird shrine for information. Lin Yuan wanted all the top factions to know where his territory was. Given his identity as the disciple of the Moon Empress, no one from the royal capital would dare to start trouble at the return from faraway mansion. Moreover, the return from faraway mansion was not just home to the Moon Empress disciple. Before the floating island whale hatched, the return from faraway mansion was also Sky City's main base. If Sky City really ended up clashing up with the Zheng family and Miao family in the future, the Miao family would be able to discover the return from faraway mansion after collecting some clues. He decided to brand the return from faraway mansion with his title as the Moon Empress disciple so that even if the Miao family and Zheng family discovered any clues from the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, they would not suspect that the return from faraway mansion was connected to Sky City. This was the best way to keep Sky City a secret. It would also ensure that no one would dare to venture in even if the basement under the mansion was discovered. By the time Lin Yuan arrived at the training room, Wen Yu was already done with the astronomical parliament's ritual. Lin Yuan sat down on a chair and fell asleep as he returned to the vast starlit sky with Wen Yu. But this time was different from the past because Lin Yuan had already formed a contract with the Leo throne. This time, Lin Yuan instantly appeared on the Leo throne. The enormous Leo constellation hung in the sky above Lin Yuan. When the Leo constellation lit up, the Libra constellation also lit up. Wen Yu, who was seated on the Libra throne, said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, I only called for the Andromeda and Perseus north-south constellation seats. If nothing happens in 15 minutes, I'll start allowing the other north-south constellation seats to choose targets." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He knew that Wen Yu's spiritual energy would only be able to sustain the astronomical parliament for half an hour. Hence, waiting for 15 minutes was already pushing the limit. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan felt that they would not need to wait 15 minutes to start the parliamentary meeting. As long as nothing had happened to Bei Su and Lin Yuan was confident that the Andromeda and Perseus seats would be able to attract their willpowers and souls. Bei Su and Lin would appear in their respective north-south constellation seats. The cat's eye stone on Wen Yu's forehead shone, and Bei Su and Lin were immediately pulled into the astronomical parliament. When Bei Su and Lin finally laid eyes on the vast starlit sky that they had been looking forward to for the last week, they let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after the breath of relief, the two of them dazedly turned to look at the shining Leo constellation and Libra constellation. Since Bei Su lived in the Grotto continent, he had never walked above ground. The last time he had entered the astronomical parliament was the first time that he had seen a sky full of constellations. He had thought of his last coincidental visit as a beautiful dream that had manifested when he was close to death. When he had woken up after the astronomical parliament, Bei Su only believed that his experience had been real after realizing that his injury had been healed. Thus, he was completely dumbfounded when he returned to this patch of starlit sky for a second time. Lin was the same as Bei Su. Although she had been sure that the astronomical parliament was real, this was only her second time looking at this world clearly. When she gathered her senses again, Lin immediately focused her attention on Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu met Lin's gaze. Lin Yuan was shocked. The last time he had checked on Lin through her willpower and soul, he could guess that she came from the Azure continent. Most of the information in Lin was about the Azure Federation. Since the various federations closed each other off, it was difficult for people outside the Azure Federation to access its history books. Other than the information in the books, Lin Yuan had sensed that Lin only had her strange imagination, her sense of taste, and her sense of touch. But from what she ate, Lin Yuan felt sure that Lin came from an extremely wealthy family. The second time Lin came to the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan was surprised. Now, other than being sure that she came from Azure Federation, Lin Yuan also found out her prominent status. Both the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation were part of the three major federations. It was clear how strong the Azure Federation was. If someone like Lin existed in the Radiance Federation, she would probably be from a top faction like Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Frankly, Lin's status exceeded that of Li Xian. There were only about 50 top factions in the Radiance Federation, and there were only 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation. If Lin could form a contract with a North-South constellation seat, Lin Yuan would have added someone with elite status as one of his main characters. As long as there was a use for it, Lin Yuan would gain a huge benefit. The Grotto continent, where Bei Su lived, was very far from the Radiance Federation. It was a remote and desolate continent. If Lin Yuan did not use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, Lin Yuan couldn't reach the Grotto continent. But the Azure Federation was different. Although the Azure Federation was also far from the Radiance Federation, the Radiance Azure Waterway connected them. A mature island whale took 3 months to make a return trip along the Radiance Azure Waterway. Using a strategic class resource like the island whale, there was occasional transportation of resources between the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. Lin Yuan tapped the armrest of the Golden Throne, and the imprint of the lion on his wrist that signified his authority in the astronomical parliament radiated with a powerful aura. When he saw both Lin and Bei Su looking at him, Lin Yuan said, "If you've made a decision about what I told you to go back and think about, place your hand on the seat in front of you and inject your willpower into it." When you could only sustain the astronomical parliament for half an hour. Thus, Lin Yuan did not say much else to Lin and Bei Su. If Lin and Bei Su both chose to form contracts with the North-South constellation seats, they would officially become members of the astronomical parliament. He would have plenty of time to talk to them after they became members. Although trust was important between people, a binding contract was always safer. Lin Yuan needed to pay the price of laws and willpower to help Lin and Bei Su through the Star Spirit seat. If Lin Yuan could not be certain of Lin and Bei Su's loyalty, he would be a fool to invest a large number of resources. Neither Lin nor Bei Su hesitated, as they had both made their decision early on in the 7-day window. Lin and Bei Su placed their hands on the Andromeda seat and Perseus seat, respectively. As they injected their willpowers in, 2 clouds in the sky in the astronomical parliament lit up. One of the clouds formed a crown carrying Andromeda, while the other formed a sword brandishing Perseus. These 2 clouds were not as radiant as the Leo throne or Libra throne, and they glowed silver instead of gold. However, the 2 clouds still made the sky in the astronomical parliament more beautiful. The Andromeda and Perseus clouds moved above Lin and Bei Su, respectively. A simple image of their constellation appeared on Lin's neck and Bei Su's hand. When the images of the constellations appeared, Bei Su and Lin were delighted. They felt the magical properties that came with the image. It was as though the images could communicate with the respective North-South constellation seats and act as a siren that called the contractors to the astronomical parliament. When you looked at Lin and Bei Su and said, "Next time, I'll call you to the astronomical parliament through the images on your bodies. When you feel that mark grow hot, go to a place where you won't be disturbed and combine your willpower and soul with the constellation image. This way, you'll be able to come to the astronomical parliament without sleeping and dreaming to be called by the constellations." Bei Su and Lin touched their constellation images and felt a sense of calm settle over their hearts. It was too difficult for them to have to be asleep every time they entered the astronomical parliament. After all, anxiousness could lead to insomnia. Even if they did not have any problems falling asleep, there were other external factors to consider. There were even anatomical limitations, such as having to wake up to pee, which could cause one to miss the chance to enter the astronomical parliament. It would be too much of a headache. When Lin and Bei Su formed contracts with the Andromeda seat and Perseus seat, they had essentially sworn on their willpower runes. Lin Yuan coughed lightly and stood up from the Leo throne. He first asked Bei Su, "Since you've formed the contract, why don't you tell me what you want?" Bei Su bowed to Lin Yuan and replied, "Brother Celestial, I want a Fae to form a contract with." At that moment, it was as though a thought suddenly struck him as he said with slight embarrassment, "Can I make an additional request?" Lin Yuan was astonished by the way Bei Su addressed him. Is Bei Su an idiot? Who calls someone Brother Celestial? Is he going to call when you Sister Celestial too? Lin Yuan hastily replied, "Since you're a member of the Astronomical Parliament, you can call me by my code name. In the Astronomical Parliament, I'll also call you Perseus." While Lin Yuan was speaking, he noticed the hopeful look of yearning in Bei Su's eyes. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and wondered what request Bei Su wanted to make. Lin Yuan felt that the sharp shadow bat that he had prepared for Bei Su would be extremely suitable to Bei Su's life in the Grotto continent. However, every spirit chi professional had the right to have specifications about the Fae that they formed a contract with. Hence, Lin Yuan respectfully agreed to Bei Su's wishes. "If you have a request, just tell me," Bei Su said with a hint of hopefulness. "I want to contract a Fae that can fight." Bei Su automatically added, "As long as it's not one as lousy as the rock hermit insect." Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard Bei Su's request. What kind of request was this? Lin Yuan sensed the way that Bei Su had lived for the past week through Bei Su's willpower. Each and every day had been a struggle with death itself. No one in the Radiance Federation was willing to contract the rock hermit insect that Bei Su had mentioned. Bei Su had made such a request because he was going to offer his everything. Yet, he was so hopeful when he was making such a less than basic request. Evidently, his life had been torturous. Lin Yuan's heart ached for Bei Su due to his similar yearning for survival that Lin Yuan had when he was taking care of Chu Ci. On top of it, Bei Su's life was hundreds of times more terrible than Lin Yuan's had been. "Of course, I can fulfill your request. You can actually have higher expectations for the phase you want to contract from now on." Lin Yuan circulated his law power and chose a portion from one of inferior quality that he had more than one of. When you activated the Astronomical Parliament Star Spirit Seat, Lin Yuan used these laws that he had chosen to exchange for the spirit fluid genius had concocted, the sharp shadow bat, and a diamond Fae storage box. Lin Yuan handed these items to Bei Su. Lin Yuan struggled with his pain over losing the laws and said to Bei Su, "When this parliamentary meeting is over and you return to reality, I hope you'll be pleasantly surprised by the Fae you see. I also prepared a small present for you." Bei Su looked delighted. The last time Lin Yuan had mentioned a small present, Bei Su had basically come back from life. Bei Su extremely looked forward to this new small present. Now, Lin Yuan turned his attention to Lin and asked, "Perseus wants to contract a Fae. What would you like?" Lin resolutely laid out the conditions that she had thought of long ago. "Leo, I want to be able to see the world as clearly as a normal person." Lin Yuan did not find Lin's request to be unexpected, and he agreed immediately. He activated the will powers in his body and used a portion that he had already set aside to exchange for Star Spirit Seat to instruct the Jasmine Lily to release vitality through severed limbs growth to Lin's body. Lin Yuan did not know how much vitality was needed to heal Lin, and he could not accurately sense the situation in Lin's body through her willpower. Lin Yuan used more willpower and only stopped the Jasmine Lily from injecting vitality into Lin once the amount it injected had exceeded the amount of vitality in Lin's body. Now that he had fulfilled both Bei Su and Lin's requests, Lin Yuan felt that their promises had been sealed. As the system, Lin Yuan prepared to issue tasks to Lin and Bei Su. It had been 27 minutes since the second Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had started, when Yu's face had started to lose color. Hence, Lin Yuan did not plan to issue complicated tasks. "Both of you go and establish a faction in the worlds that you're from. You can decide for yourselves what the faction does and its roles." When Bei Su and Lin heard Lin Yuan's task, a strange look came over their faces. Lin looked at Lin Yuan like she was staring at a god. She looked at this man who had just given her sight with gratitude. To someone like Lin, who spent her life blind and confined to a wheelchair, she was extremely intrigued by Lin Yuan's mission to start a faction. After a moment's contemplation, Lin asked Lin Yuan, "Leo, if you want us to start factions, we need to give the factions the same name." Lin Yuan had not planned on telling Lin and Bei Su about Sky City. But since she had asked, Lin Yuan replied, "You can choose the name. But one day, when your factions have developed enough to leave the land where you come from, you can add Sky City to the front of your faction's name. Before that happens, you can just keep the name Sky City in your hearts." Lin made sure that Lin Yuan's words were etched in her brain. The name Sky City also had a sort of magical quality to it that was imprinted in the depths of Lin's soul. Now that Lin had a new lease on life, she found the first goal in her life. Bei Su's expression was extremely sour, and his face was devoid of color. He stammered and said, Leo, there's been a curse on my waist from the moment I was born. The curse is a stone insect. I might not be able to start a faction." Bei Su's face looked ashen as he spoke. He did not expect that the first mission Lin Yuan gave out would be one that Bei Su would not be able to accomplish. Bei Su had been imbued with courage and hopes ever since Lin Yuan had pulled him back from death's door. The last thing he wanted was to disappoint Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan heard about the curse and stone insect, he thought back to the experiences in Bei Su's life and knew what Bei Su was talking about. Although the Grotto continent was a poor and remote place, it was crueler than anyone could imagine. Those who were cursed from birth had to live their lives according to the curse. The curse that was carved on them was like an icon of their status in the Grotto continent. The stone insect curse on Bei Su's body meant that he would have to dedicate his life to working in the mines. However, Lin Yuan found that this method of setting a person's status was ridiculous. The Grotto continent's curse was just a lame trick. The curse was formed by smearing the juices from an underground plant on the skin, which would then turn the skin black. Finally, a caterpillar species Fey called imprint worm would gnaw on the stained skin, forming an imprint on the skin. The purplish-black imprint would remain on the body forever. The imprint worm also vomited into the skin while it was gnawing to increase the effectiveness of the mark. This caused the purplish-black curse to sink into the flesh until it reached the bone. If the area with the cursed skin was cut open, as long as the cut was deep enough to reach the bone, the cursed flesh could be removed. However, the people with curses in the Grotto continent were mostly normal people who were not spirit chi professionals that had Fays. The spirit chi professionals that formed contracts with Fays were always of high status in the Grotto continent. In the horrible environment in the Grotto continent, normal people without Fays would not be able to survive once they cut out a chunk of their flesh from the waist. Even if they did somehow manage to survive, a large scar would be left behind without the healing from a healing-type spirit chi professional. It was taboo to have a scar on the waist in the Grotto continent. No matter what the reason was, one would be punished if discovered. As a citizen of the Grotto continent, Bei Su was well aware of this. This was why he felt the way he was feeling. Lin Yuan did not need to use a lot of resources to solve Bei Su's concerns. Once Bei Su gained the sharp shadow bat, it could use bat colony sucking to heal the portion of his waist that was cut out. With bat colony sucking to replenish Bei Su's vitality, his flesh would regrow quickly without leaving a scar. However, Bei Su would have to experience some struggles in the process. The sharp shadow bat had been evolved to legend quality, so Bei Su would not have to worry about evolving it. Genius Spirit Fluids would solve the issue of evolving the sharp shadow bat's grade. In order to increase the sharpness of the sharp shadow bat's wings, it needed to consume a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients and hard minerals. Most of the dimensional rifts that opened in the Grotto continent were subterranean dimensional rifts. Hence, there was no lack of rocks and metal-type spiritual ingredients. After Bei Su increased the sharp shadow bat's grade after it evolved to fantasy breed, he would be able to rely on the sharp shadow bat's power to explore Class 1 subterranean dimensional rifts. If Bei Su could find source-type lifeforms in the Class 1 subterranean dimensional rift and use the sharp shadow bat's Batsfang's blood seed, he would be able to form a faction. When Yu's face had completely drained of color, and the cat's eye stone had also become dim, When Lin Yuan noticed Wen Yu's expression, he did not explain further to Bei Su. All he said was, "You can do it." Lin Yuan exchanged a look with Wen Yu. With Lin Yuan's agreement, Wen Yu disbanded the Second Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. Soon, Lin Yuan woke up on the chair in the training room. He immediately took out a few pieces of the angelfish of bliss fish coat that had been roasted by Lu Jie and gave it to the pale Wen Yu. When he handed her the roasted fish coat, he said, "Eat some of this fish coat, and you should feel better. You should also go to sleep and replenish your spiritual energy." When you received the roasted fish coat from Lin Yuan with a smile and took a bite as she replied, "Young master, these angelfish of bliss fish coats that Big Brother Lu roasted with maple syrup are really yummy. Even if my spiritual energy wasn't depleted, I wouldn't be able to hold back from eating some." Lin Yuan immediately thought back to Genius eating the angelfish of bliss fish coats. The angelfish of bliss fish coats had changed color after being roasted with a coating of maple syrup. With some of Lu Jie's other marinades, the fish coats tasted like jerky. Genius had also liked eating it, and it always tried its best to find some even though its spiritual energy was never depleted like when Yu's was. But ever since Genius knew that it was eating fish coats, it started to scorn it because it had always disliked eating fish. Every time it needed to replenish its spiritual energy using fish coats after concocting spirit fluids, it scrunched up its face and put on a pained expression. However, it still gobbled down the fish coats. Lin Yuan felt that amongst all the fays he had contracted, Genius was the biggest troublemaker. Wen Yu stretched as she munched on the fish coats. "Young master, I really need to sleep. Otherwise, I won't be able to focus. If I try to do anything now, my efficiency will be low." When you used Star Spirit Seat to send items to Bei Su, the Astronomical Parliament absorbed the laws you sacrificed and grew 30 times of when it absorbed willpowers. Lin Yuan felt a lot better after he heard what Wen Yu said. Although Lin Yuan's sacred sword-wielding queen could rely on its skirt to easily extract willpowers and laws from the law crystals of dead fantasy breed phase, willpowers and laws were still too precious. The use of willpowers and laws in this manner was like a rich man throwing money away. Anyone would feel reluctant to spend their resources this way, especially the rich and powerful Lin Yuan. Since Wen Yu's astronomical parliament could evolve using the laws and willpowers that Lin Yuan spent, Lin Yuan did not feel as bad about sacrificing them. When Yu went down from the training room on the 3rd floor to her room on the 2nd floor to rest. Just as Lin Yuan was about to step out of the training room door, his phone started to ring. When Lin Yuan picked up his phone, his eyes lit up, and he saw that the person calling was Long Tao. Lin Yuan had guessed that when he showed the law crystals, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, and Coiling Dragon's Valley would soon approach him. The walls of Lin Yuan's mansion had a thick layer of soundproof rock embedded into them. Hence, there was perfect soundproofing even between adjacent rooms. But judging from the time, Li Xian should be arriving soon. Lin Yuan felt that if Long Tao also wanted to talk face-to-face, he should ask Long Tao to come too. Lin Yuan's schedule was packed in the time before the Guard Yi banquet, and it would take up a lot of Lin Yuan's time if Long Tao and Li Xian came at 2 different times. The voice at the other end of the call said, "Lin Yuan, your law crystal really helped my father. When my father found out that I got it from you, he told me to contact you to express my gratitude." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he started to think. He had not asked Wen Yu to investigate the Long family's Coiling Dragon's Valley and its experts, so he was not familiar with the Long family's situation. However, that small piece of law crystal was not enough for a suzerain/myth 3 Fae to evolve to creation breed. However, it could allow a pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 Fae to evolve to myth 3. From Long Tao's words, it seemed that his father was the one who wanted to meet Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and Long Tao were friends with similar characters. Lin Yuan also planned on keeping Connected Beast Park under check by supplying Coiling Dragon's Valley with golden lotus brocade pearls. Thus, Lin Yuan was not opposed to meeting Long Tao's father. Lin Yuan had told Li Xian to bring his elders to the Return from Faraway Mansion because he wanted to send a message to the other factions about what kind of a place Return from Faraway Mansion was. But since Long Tao wanted to bring his father to express his thanks to Lin Yuan, they would demonstrate Coiling Dragon's Valley's power to its maximum. The reason for the Long family's visit would differ from the Li family's. The Long family's faction would attract the attention of the other elite factions in the royal capital. This would be able to better fulfill Lin Yuan's goal of branding the return from faraway mansion with his title as the Moon Empress disciple. Lin Yuan immediately said, "Big brother Long, you're too kind. Li Xian is coming to my place. If you come too, we can go to the house of enviable fragrance together." Long Tao chuckled and replied, "Okay, I'll reserve a table at the house of enviable fragrance and head over with my father." Lin Yuan remembered brocade zither, which he had spent an entire day nurturing in the spirit lock spatial zone, and said, "I've prepared the golden lotus brocade pearls that we agreed on. You can take them back with you this time." A look of delight spread across Long Tao's face. The law crystal had helped his father greatly. In a way, Lin Yuan had saved the Long family. The golden lotus brocade pearls would benefit the Coiling Dragons Valley's expansion as it increased their elite creation master resources by 10%. Long Tao knew that his father had asked to see Lin Yuan to express his thanks, but also to establish a deeper partnership with Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan could produce 17 golden lotus brocade pearls so quickly, it meant that Lin Yuan had a decent store of golden lotus brocade pearls on hand. Coiling Dragons Valley still had the chance to trade for more golden lotus brocade pearls with Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan hung up the call with Long Tao, he went downstairs to the lobby to see the mother of Bloodbath sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa entertaining Li Xian and a white-haired elderly man with exceptionally bright eyes. The mother of Bloodbath stood up when it saw Lin Yuan. The elderly man next to Li Xian stood up, and Lin Yuan rushed to hand a gold fey storage box to the mother of Bloodbath. Inside the gold fey storage box were some of the blood brew grapevine's slightly withered old leaves. The process of withering could not be reversed. Even if these old leaves were left on the blood brew grapevine, they would still end up withering. Hence, Lin Yuan had pruned the old leaves. The mother of Bloodbath could absorb the blood energy from these old leaves to increase its power. Lin Yuan shot Li Xian a radiant smile and said, "Big brother Li, I'm done with my tasks. Sorry to have made you wait." The way Lin Yuan addressed Li Xian made the white-haired elderly man's nostrils contract. The way that the elderly man looked at Li Xian changed. Although Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had been an elite faction for over 40 years, their fundamentals were not as strong as the other veteran elite factions. But in terms of manpower, most top factions could not compete with the Li family. Ascending Dragon City's Coiling Dragons Valley and Wind Mist City's Gao family only had one direct descendant, while the ruined Condensed Fairy Orchard only had two. Connected Beast Park did have more disciples than other top factions, but they only had about 10 young direct descendants. However, there were 23 young direct descendants in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. As the oldest direct descendant in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, Li Xian was always respected in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. But in recent years, the young direct descendants in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine were growing up, and Li Xian felt increasing pressure. However, now that the Moon Empress disciple had called Li Xian Big Brother, it meant that they had a very good relationship. Although the Radiance Federation seemed to be thriving with other 50 top factions, only the top 20 candidates who had learned from over a century of top faction skills had the right to interact with the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch. Although Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had been rising rapidly, they still did not have the right to interact with the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch. Thus, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had yet to gain a law source crystal with pure law power. Yet, Li Xian had done what none of his elders could have done. Li Xian had formed a connection with the Moon Empress. This was enough for the elderly man to reevaluate Li Xian's position in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. After Lin Yuan and Li Xian greeted each other, Lin Yuan turned to the white-haired elderly man next to Li Xian and noticed the change in the way that the elderly man looked at Li Xian. Lin Yuan immediately understood what was going on. He smiled slightly and nodded at the elderly man before turning to say to Li Xian, "Big brother Li, why don't we all take a seat? Long Tao will be here soon." "Big brother Li, if you have time later on, why don't we go to the House of Enviable Fragrance again?" Li Xian looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. He had brought his elder to see Lin Yuan to prove that he had a plan for his personal networks. Hence, Li Xian had intentionally invited the first elder in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Now that the first elder saw Li Xian's relationship with Lin Yuan, Li Xian's position in Dark Cloud's bird shrine would be significantly elevated. At that moment, Li Xian noticed Lin Yuan wink at him. Lin Yuan picked up the Daihua porcelain teapot and poured 3 treasures tea for the mother of bloodbath, the Dark Cloud's bird shrine's first elder, Li Xian, and himself. As the fragrance of the tea permeated into the air around them, Lin Yuan said to the Dark Cloud's bird shrine's first elder, "Senior, please have some 3 treasures tea." The pine plum flowers and pine cones were harvested from Leaning Moon Mountain. There's also some Buddha's hand citrus added in. It tastes pretty good. The Dark Cloud's bird shrine's first elder quivered when he heard Lin Yuan's introduction of the 3 treasures tea. Pine needles, plum flowers, and pine cones were ordinary ingredients that could be obtained from anywhere. However, these ingredients in particular were priceless because they came from Leaning Moon Mountain. The soil from Leaning Moon Mountain could not be bought without permission from the Moon Empress. The Dark Cloud's bird shrine's first elder had also noted Lin Yuan's respectful nature when he saw the order in which Lin Yuan poured the tea. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have poured the tea for himself last. At first, Li Xian did not understand why Lin Yuan had blinked at him. Now that he heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. Warmth flooded Li Xian's heart. Although Li Xian had not known Lin Yuan for long, Li Xian had sensed Lin Yuan's truly sincere preference to keep himself under the radar. Ever since Lin Yuan had met Li Xian, he never even breathed a word about his status. When Lin Yuan mentioned that the ingredients had come from Leaning Moon Mountain, he was covertly declaring his status to Li Xian's first elder. Lin Yuan had done that to help Li Xian. Moreover, Lin Yuan had shown Li Xian respect through the order in which he poured the tea. At that moment, Li Xian did not know how to thank Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had done that because he had noticed the change in the way that the first elder was looking at Li Xian. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to help Li Xian even further. Lin Yuan, who had come to this new world, understood interpersonal ties well. He immediately understood the meaning behind the first elder's gaze. If by helping Li Xian he could enable him to earn a higher authority in Dark Cloud's bird shrine, his relationship with Li Xian would become even better. The better friends Lin Yuan and Li Xian became, the more authority Li Xian had in the Li family. When Lin Yuan needed Dark Cloud's bird shrine's help, he would be able to receive as much help as he needed. Most top factions had set up luxurious mansions in the royal capital. The mansions were empty most of the time and were only used to house the direct descendants of the top factions when they came to the royal capital on business. In the Coiling Dragon's Valley's mansion, a ferociously mighty dragon's roar sounded out as 9 twisting golden soaring dragons about 200 meters long each soared through the sky. However, these 9 golden soaring dragons were different from normal flood dragon species Fae. They had the bone shield skin that only ferocious dragon species Faes had. These 9 golden soaring dragons also did not glide through the sky like flood dragon species Faes. Instead, it was filled with sturdy power. The golden soaring dragons' heads also greatly resembled that of ferocious dragon species Faes, and tens of razor-sharp teeth protruded from their heads. There was no soft fur on their neck. Instead, bony spines jutted out. These 9 flood dragon species Faes that looked like ferocious dragon species Faes were the special golden soaring dragons that Coiling Dragon's Valley nurtured. Since ancient times, pure flood dragon species Faes and ferocious dragon species Faes could transform into main dragon species Faes. Due to the clashing bloodlines in impure flood dragon species Faes and ferocious dragon species Faes, it was difficult to evolve their bloodlines. However, the Long family had evolved the golden soaring dragon by accident. The golden soaring dragon had both the viciousness of the ferocious dragon species Fae's bloodline and the liveliness of the flood dragon species Fae's bloodline. It was a dragon species Fae with an impure bloodline but also the potential to evolve to the main dragon species Fae. 3 of the 9 soaring golden dragons were more beautiful and stocky than the rest. They had already moved toward the transformation to the main dragon species bloodline. The 9 golden soaring dragons were attached to a magnificent pavilion. There were numerous golden carvings of dragons on the magnificent metal pavilion. The metal pavilion galloped forward as the 9 golden soaring dragons pulled it. This was the famous Long family's soaring dragon palace carriage. Usually, it was only used when the Long family visited prominent individuals. The number of golden soaring dragons that pulled the soaring dragon palace carriage represented the courtesy of the Long family. When the Long family visited the Moon Empress Radiant Moon Palace, Chef Supreme's House of Fragrant Chefs, and Bamboo Monarch's Purple Bamboo Garden, the carriage was pulled by 10 golden soaring dragons. When the Long family visited top factions that they were unfamiliar with, they used 7 golden soaring dragons. The Long family only used 8 golden soaring dragons when they were visiting top factions that they were close with or in-laws. Although 9 golden soaring dragons were just one less than 10, it was still the first time that Coiling Dragons Valley used that number of golden soaring dragons. The Long family's soaring dragon palace carriage had displayed their prowess and attracted the attention of many top factions that had come to the royal capital to attend the Gargi banquet. These top factions were not only astonished that the Long family was using 9 dragons but also curious about who the Long family was visiting. At that moment, Lin Yuan was chatting with Li Xian and the First Elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Li Xian and the Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's First Elder were not in a hurry to reveal their purpose for coming. They felt that the Long family would definitely be discussing collaboration and trading. They could also bring up their proposal then. Soon, the roars of 9 dragons could be heard outside Lin Yuan's mansion. The Mother of Bloodbath immediately flashed itself to the entrance of the mansion. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw the 9 golden soaring dragons and the carriage and sensed the overwhelming blood energy inside the 9 golden soaring dragons, it felt that those 9 sausages looked delicious. The Mother of Bloodbath led Long Tao and Long Tao's father in. The moment Long Tu saw Lin Yuan, he immediately strode over to Lin Yuan, reached out his hand, and said, "Young friend, thank you for giving my son the law crystal. It not only helped me greatly, but it also solved an issue I had been grappling with for years." Long Tao had walked in with a smile, but when he heard what his father said to Lin Yuan, his expression immediately changed to one of embarrassment. It had always been sons that made use of their fathers. Since when did fathers start making use of their sons? His father had called Lin Yuan young friend. Didn't it mean that he would have to call Lin Yuan uncle now? Long Tao played with the thought of calling Lin Yuan uncle, and almost felt himself collapse. Lin Yuan had also been stunned by the way Long Tu addressed him. He quickly led Long Tu to the sofa and said, "Uncle Long, I'm glad that I was able to help you." Lin Yuan shot a look at Long Tao. Long Tao hurriedly sat down next to his father and pulled back his outstretched hand as he said with slight vexation, "Dad, did you call Lin Yuan young friend because you feel that you're too old? Do you want to be brothers with me?" Long Tu immediately snatched his hand out of Long Tao's grip and rolled his eyes as he said, "Old? As if, not even your mother finds me old." Lin Yuan poured 3 treasures tea for Long Tu and Long Tao. Li Xian watched Long Tao and Long Tu with envy. Although Long Tao had clearly spoken out of turn, Long Tu was not insulted at all. It was clear how much Long Tu loved Long Tao. Meanwhile, he might be the oldest direct descendant in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and had his mother's love, but Li Xian could not remember one time in his life where he experienced paternal affection. As of that moment, everyone had arrived. Since Coiling Dragons Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine were well acquainted, Long Tu knew the Li family's first elder well. Everyone was talking freely and happily. After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned 26 golden lotus brocade pearls onto the jade-textured old pearwood table. Brocade Zither had only finished nurturing the last golden lotus brocade pearl less than an hour ago. It was very coincidental. The 26 golden lotus brocade pearls had small round pearls growing on them. The small and slightly pink golden lotus brocade pearls looked extremely cute. Lin Yuan said to Long Tao and Li Xian, "This is the 26 golden lotus brocade pearls that we agreed on. There are 17 for Long Tao and 9 for Li Xian. You can take them." Li Xian, Long Tao, Long Tu, and the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine did not react any differently when they saw the decoration in the mansion. They knew that Lin Yuan was the disciple of the Moon Empress. Hence, they were not shocked by the luxurious interior of the mansion. But they now had so many golden lotus brocade pearls in front of them. Coiling Dragons Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had a few pinnacle Class 4 creation masters and tens of Class 4 creation masters. Every golden lotus brocade pearl could increase the homogeneity of the spiritual ingredients in the concoction of spirit fluids by 10%, essentially increasing the effectiveness of the spirit fluid by 10%. This meant that every 10 golden lotus brocade pearls could match up to one Class 4 creation master. These 4 people felt that what was in front of them was not 26 golden lotus brocade pearls but 2.5 living Class 4 creation masters. This feeling was too exciting. As the main members of the Long family and Li family, Long Tao, Long Tu, Li Xian, and the first elder of Dark Cloud's bird shrine knew better than anyone how precious creation master resources were. Although top factions needed to be supported by strong combat power, only a group like the 5 the Arch Soldiers that had 5 Thearch class experts standing guard could have the influence of a top faction with 3 pinnacle Class 4 creation master. Not even Coiling Dragon's Valley could compete with the number of experts that 5 the Arch Soldiers had. However, in terms of influence, the only top faction that could suppress that of the 5 the Arch Soldiers was Coiling Dragon's Valley. In fact, with the 5 the Arch Soldiers' high number of high-class spirit chi professionals, they needed creation master resources even more badly. They even needed to secretly establish connections with top factions that had a large amount of high-class creation master resources. By this analogy, the 26 golden lotus brocade pearls were not just 2.5 Class 4 creation masters but also a way to curry favor with Thearch class experts. Long Tu could not help but sigh in amazement as he stared at the 26 golden lotus brocade pearls on the table. I can't believe that the Moon Empress nurtured such a precious item that can help creation masters. If there were slightly more of these, it would be able to completely change the style of factions that use creation masters as their role. Long Tu's words made the mother of Bloodbath, which was sipping on tea, frown. She shot a look of disdain at Long Tu. The mother of Bloodbath had become Lin Yuan's path protector because it wanted to repay the Moon Empress for saving its life. Before meeting Lin Yuan, its gratitude to the Moon Empress was enough for the mother of Bloodbath to sacrifice its freedom and treat the Moon Empress with gratitude and respect. After following Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath also felt that all of Lin Yuan's achievements had come from the Moon Empress. But as time passed, the mother of Bloodbath had discovered that Lin Yuan was someone who could always create miracles. The mother of Bloodbath would often follow Lin Yuan to Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress would always need to find an excuse even to give Lin Yuan the smallest gift. It was clear that Lin Yuan's vast reservoir of creation master resources did not all come from the Moon Empress. This made the mother of Bloodbath doubtful. But after Lin Yuan had used his flimsy body to stand ground at the world cleansing and summoned White Sand to save the mother of Bloodbath, the latter realized that it owed Lin Yuan a debt of gratitude larger than what it owed to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress had only helped it out of convenience, like how she had given it the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet that could suppress the trial of world creation. However, Lin Yuan had a boundless future as the disciple of the Moon Empress, yet he had been willing to risk his life to save the mother of Bloodbath. As a wild fae that was born from blood, the mother of Bloodbath had never felt any warmth like that. Afterward, the mother of Bloodbath did not try to find out how Lin Yuan could create miracles. Instead, it did its best to protect Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had clearly created the golden lotus brocade pearls on his own. However, Long Tu had said that it was the Moon Empress who had nurtured them. This annoyed the mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan's smile became broader after he heard what Long Tu said. Lin Yuan felt that he would not have been able to nurture a resource that could affect the fundamentals of creation master resources like golden lotus brocade pearls if he was not the Moon Empress disciple. It was true that he was friends with Long Tao and Li Xian. But if he did not have a high enough status, Coiling Dragon's Valley leader and the first elder of Dark Cloud's bird shrine would not be sitting in front of him so calmly. Although they would not force him to trade the golden lotus brocade pearls, he would become the center of attraction once news of the golden lotus brocade pearls spread. Every faction would close in on him. Lin Yuan had come from another world and was willing to believe in the innate goodness of people. But he also knew that the opposite end of the spectrum was innate evil. Goodness and evil manifested together. As warm as goodness was, evil was cold. Lin Yuan was willing to announce his identity as the Moon Empress disciple at the Guard Yi banquet, because he did not want to disappoint the Moon Empress, but also because his past 8 months of growth had allowed him to change completely from the weak youth that would pant. While restocking a few shelves, he had used every breath in him and every minute and second of the past 8 months to improve. As one of the younger generation, especially one that had felt the audience's eyes on stage at the All-Star match, Lin Yuan wanted to climb to the highest peaks and take Sky City along with him. Although violence was not in Lin Yuan's nature, his ambition was undeniably strong. Normally, the simplest ambition was to protect one's loved ones. Before Lin Yuan became the Moon Empress disciple, his loved ones only included Chu Xiai and maybe Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang, who took care of him. But after becoming the Moon Empress disciple, the entire Radiant Moon Palace had become his family. Now that Chu Xiai had become Cold Moon's disciple, Lin Yuan's family ties were closely connected with the Radiant Moon Palace. As for the return from Faraway Mansion, they were friends that had gone through thick and thin with Lin Yuan. The private faction Sky City had also come from the return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan wanted to protect the people that he cared about. No one felt more pressure to do this than Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan felt that his improvement over the last 8 months was nothing to toot his own horn about. He still had a long way to go. Lin Yuan understood war even better after experiencing the evolving Waterworld dimensional rift and fighting against the Zheng family. He saw the entire Divine Wood Federation as wood to stoke his fire of life experience. Moreover, the Astronomical Parliament's continent strategy had been put into motion. Although he had kept himself hidden as the City Lord of Sky City, one of his other identities needed to continue growing. In another few months, when the floating island whale hatched, Sky City would be able to float into the sky. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to collect resources as quickly as possible to increase Sky City's combat power. After Lin Yuan had learned about Tower Cannon's 100-year, the Sleeper's revival plan, his mind was immediately on high alert. This was why Lin Yuan had spent so much effort researching the soldier ration radish with the goal of nurturing it. Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine were clearly determined to work with him. Hence, Lin Yuan quipped, "Uncle Long, you're right. There are quite a lot of golden lotus brocade pearls. A fair number should change the style of factions that have Creation Master as their main roles." Lin Yuan's words made Long Tu's eyes gleam. If anyone else had talked to Long Tu that way, he would have treated it as a joke. The style of factions only changed after hundreds of years. How could someone talk about changing it so easily? But since it was Lin Yuan who had said it, Long Tu took the words seriously because they were most likely to be true. Since Lin Yuan only wanted the useless law source crystals in exchange for the golden lotus brocade pearls, Long Tu became overwhelmed with emotion. Is it possible that the Moon Empress is able to extract laws from law source crystals? The level of Class 5 Creation Masters was too mysterious. It was a level that all Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters spent a lifetime chasing but failed to attain. People initially defined a Creation Masters class. Given how rare Class 5 Creation Masters were, no one knew what kind of level existed beyond that. Thus, the term Class 6 Creation Master had never been used. If the Moon Empress could do what the other Class 5 Creation Masters could not, she could stand above them and be called the first true Class 6 Creation Master in the Radiance Federation. At the thought of this, Long Tu jerked his head up to anxiously say something to Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan beat him to it and said nonchalantly, "I'm good friends with Big Brother Long. No other faction has had access to golden lotus brocade pearls. As of now, you're the only one. Since you said that the golden lotus brocade pearls can change the style of factions with the Creation Master role, why don't you lead Coiling Dragon's Valley as a pioneer?" Lin Yuan's words immediately caused Long Tu, Long Tao, Li Xian, and the first elder of the Li family's breathing to quicken. The four of them had immediately started thinking of ways to convince Lin Yuan to trade for more golden lotus brocade pearls the moment they saw the golden lotus brocade pearls. However, they did not expect Lin Yuan to initiate the topic. Since Lin Yuan did not seem ready to allow the golden lotus brocade pearls to fall into the hands of other factions, but wanted the two families to use the golden lotus brocade pearls to expand themselves, this situation was an enormous blessing for Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. This blessing did not need to be sustained for long. 1 month was enough for them to gain a much more solid foundation than other factions that had Creation Master roles. The way Lin Yuan had said Big Brother Long made Long Tao look at Lin Yuan with increasing affection. As the only direct descendant of Coiling Dragon's Valley's young generation, Long Tao had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. His life had been nothing but smooth sailing. Besides Li Xian, with who he had become friends when he was young and innocent, Long Tao could not be bothered with any other disciple from top factions. The only possible ones would be his combat teammates from the Dragon Gate Guild Club. But now, Long Tao regarded Lin Yuan as a good brother. Long Tao was not alone with this sentiment. Li Xian had been won over when Lin Yuan called him Big Brother Li. Lin Yuan had purposely mentioned Li Xian when he was offering Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine this good opportunity. It was like Lin Yuan was only offering Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine this chance on account of Li Xian. It was fair to say that Lin Yuan's words were enough to secure Li Xian's position in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Li Xian no longer needed to constantly be on guard against his siblings. When Lin Yuan had been speaking to Long Tu, his fist had clenched tightly. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt like he was holding a hefty power, one that had transformed Creation Master resources. He could use his own ideas and decisions to direct the style of Creation Master resources. Lin Yuan had taken the initiative to voice a collaboration instead of waiting for Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to make offers so he could negotiate the price. His status and the value of the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls allowed him to be confident of controlling the price even though he was the one who had taken the initiative. Since Lin Yuan wanted to form relationships with Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and Coiling Dragon's Valley, he might as well go all the way. The first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine said with a slight tremor in his voice, "How many Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls will Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine be able to borrow from you?" When Long Tu heard the first elder's question, his eyes also quickly shot toward Lin Yuan. It was clear that Long Tu was after the answer to the same question. Lin Yuan tapped his finger on the table as he pondered for a moment before saying, "If I can provide both families with 600 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls per month, will you be able to handle it?" The first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine could not help but inhale sharply. 600 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls in 1 month is an unimaginably huge load. But worry quickly set in. According to the price set for the trade of Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, it was 30 Law Source Crystals for 1 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl. With 600 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, and Coiling Dragon's Valley would have to produce 18,000 Law Source Crystals together. Although Law Source Crystals were useless to them, it was not easy to kill Class 7-dimensional lifeforms. When Lin Yuan had said that he had 600 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls for the two families to share, Coiling Dragon's Valley would receive a larger share because they had more Creation Master resources. Hence, Coiling Dragon's Valley would need to expend a significant amount of effort to produce so many Law Source Crystals. But soon, the first elder felt that he had just been slapped by Long Tu because Long Tu said, "According to the trade of 30 Law Source Crystals for 1 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl, the Long family can handle the 600 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls. Haha! We need the flesh of a mountain of high-class dimensional lifeforms to nurture the Extreme Day Explosive Dragon. Hence, we made a deal with the 5 the Archsoldiers and have gained control over 8 Class 4-dimensional rifts for many years. We always need to clean out Law Source Crystals annually and have accumulated a large store of Law Source Crystals over the last century." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as the first elder wrinkled his nose and said, "Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine can take a smaller share of the 600 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, but we'll take 200 at the very least. We should be able to produce 6,000 Law Source Crystals." While he was speaking, the first elder had already decided that he would teach the other 4 elders who managed Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine storage a good lesson when he went back. If they had not deemed the Law Source Crystals useless and thrown away a large amount to trade for the money to build a breeding base for Avian-type phase, the Li family could have taken 300 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls. However, the first elder also knew that taking 200 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls was Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's limit. It was not that Dark Cloud's bird shrine could not obtain more law source crystals from external sources because they could have exchanged for more with other factions by trading rare resources. However, Dark Cloud's bird shrine had always been relying on the Long family. They had relied on the Long family's help to advance to a top faction in the last 40 years. Thus, whether it was for emotional, logical, or power-related reasons, Dark Cloud's bird shrine had to take a smaller share. When Long Tu heard what the first elder said, he chuckled and said, "Of course, 200 golden lotus brocade pearls are no problem. If you don't have enough law source crystals, we can lend you some." As Lin Yuan watched the way that the first elder and Long Tu managed business, he gained a better understanding of the perspectives of Dark Cloud's bird shrine and Coiling Dragon's Valley. Lin Yuan had said that he would provide 600 golden lotus brocade pearls for both factions to share because he wanted to see the way they managed business. What he saw was one compromising party and a party that was willing to provide compensation. Although Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple protected him in every deal that he made with factions so that he would not have to worry about being taken advantage of, this push and pull collaboration was definitely much more comfortable. Lin Yuan knew how much brocade zither could produce. Brocade zither could produce 24 to 25 golden lotus brocade pearls per day. 1 month of hard work would produce about 750 golden lotus brocade pearls, which exceeded the amount that Lin Yuan was offering Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's bird shrine. From the way Long Tu spoke, he would be happy to take all golden lotus brocade pearls that Lin Yuan could offer. During the transaction a month later, where he would gain 18,000 law source crystals, Lin Yuan would be able to gain more worlds that were formed from laws, and his sacred source-wielding queen stars would also increase. It would definitely increase to 2 stars, even to 3 stars, and gain new abilities. After this trade, it would be impossible for Connected Beast Park to sleep soundly. After the Long family gained a large number of golden lotus brocade pearls, Connected Beast Park's role would be viciously suppressed by Coiling Dragon's Valley. This would shake Connected Beast Park's roots and influence to their cores. Moreover, there was no way that Connected Beast Park could devour Condensed Fairy Orchard. At that point, Connected Beast Park would be stuck between Condensed Fairy Orchard and Coiling Dragon's Valley, causing them to come after Sky City. With 18,000 law source crystals per month, Sky City's combat power would change drastically. Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath's evolution to creation breed would no longer be uncertain. There would also be a large number of law crystals that the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer would be able to use to charge toward the second trial or even the third trial. Even though they were done talking about the golden lotus brocade pearls, neither Long Tu nor the first elder made any indication that they were leaving. Lin Yuan knew that they were waiting for each other to mention the law crystals with pure law power. This was different from the golden lotus brocade pearls, and Lin Yuan had no intention of initiating this topic. This golden lotus brocade pearls deal had enabled Lin Yuan to gain an unprecedented reward. As long as the golden lotus brocade pearls were constantly improved, Lin Yuan's money and resources would never dry up. Hence, Lin Yuan no longer needed to rely on law crystals to gain rewards. Lin Yuan had already decided to keep more law crystals for internal use for those he was really close to. There would definitely be many leftover law crystals after Endless Summer, and the Mother of Bloodbath evolved to creation breed. But as he, Chu Ci Lu Jie, Wen Yu, Duan He, Master Hong Shen, and Hu Quan's powers increased, there would never be enough law crystals. The Myth 3 phase of his that could use the law crystals were Genius, Chimey, Red Thorn, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, the Ethereal Jellyfish, the Source Sand, the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, Gray Silver Corona, Brocade Zither, and the Floating Island Whale that had yet to hatch. This amounted to over 20 life forms. As Morbius evolved, Lin Yuan would be able to lock even more phase. As of now, his spiritual energy could still form a contract with one Fae. After the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia ripened, Lin Yuan could increase his spiritual energy by eating its fruits and be able to form contracts with even more Faes. This meant that Lin Yuan's usage of law crystals would be a huge problem for him. The first elder of Dark Cloud's bird shrine and Long Tu both wanted to trade for law crystals. After they exchanged looks, the first elder tried to please Lin Yuan by saying, "My lord, "Can Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine have some of your law crystals? You can have your pick from our treasure collection." The First Elder's words shocked both Lin Yuan and Long Tuesday. Long Tu did not expect the First Elder to be willing to make such a serious offer. By opening up the treasure collection, Lin Yuan would have access to all of the Li family's precious resources. The treasure collection of a top faction hid their secrets. Yet the First Elder of the Li family was willing to give Lin Yuan access to their secrets in exchange for law crystals. This was a huge sacrifice. Long Tu was momentarily too taken aback to pick up after the First Elder. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection might not have any important secrets after only having been a top faction for 40 years, but the family's treasure collection was different. Before this century of the Spirit Chi awakening, there had been 5 years of Spirit Chi vacuum. Before the 5 years of Spirit Chi vacuum, there were almost 5,000 years of Spirit Chi thinning. This century of Spirit Chi awakening had allowed humans to form contracts with Fays and become Spirit Chi professionals. However, the Long family's ancestors had already started using Spirit Chi to collect treasures since the Spirit Chi thinning period and established a solid foundation for coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Tu would be extremely pained if any of these items were taken away. Hence, Long Tu planned on observing first. If Lin Yuan agreed to work with Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, Long Tu would decide whether or not to make his advancement based on what Lin Yuan picked from Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection. Long Tu had already gained 1 law crystal and healed his Fae, whose roots had been injured. The Fae was no longer stuck at Myth 3. However, no faction would complain that they had too many law crystals. The Long family was in great need of law crystals. Most Pinnacle Emperor-class experts had the potential to become Thearch-class experts. However, without law crystals, they would be stuck at the Pinnacle Emperor class. Lin Yuan did not expect the First Elder to offer to open their treasure collection to him. This gesture moved Lin Yuan immensely. But even so, Lin Yuan did not plan on giving up too many law crystals. With a wave of his hand, 3 crystal fragments appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. After Lin Yuan shook the fragments in his hand, he said to the First Elder, "I only have 3 law crystal fragments. Since the Li family is so sincere, I'm willing to allow the Li family to have 2. Lin Yuan's words made Long Tu unable to continue to sit silently. However, even as the head of the family, he could not decide to open Coiling Dragon's Valley's treasure collection on his own. Since Lin Yuan was only willing to allow Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to have 2 law crystal fragments, Long Tu could have the last one. Long Tu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I'm willing to use 1 suzerain/Myth 3 poison-type law crystal to exchange for 1 law crystal with pure law power. Is that okay?" Long Tu had only said this after deep contemplation. 1 poison-type Myth 3 law crystal could enable much more evolution than a fingernail-sized law crystal. However, poison-type laws were too unorthodox, and Coiling Dragon's Valley did not have use for them. Although a Myth 3 poison-type law crystal could benefit a poison-type Fae 50 times more than a fingernail-sized law crystal, it could not help a Fae that was stuck at Pinnacle Myth 2 evolve to Myth 3. It was worth it to use 1 Myth 3 poison-type law crystal that was just collecting dust in storage to exchange for a suzerain/Myth 3 Fae. But this was as far as Long Tu could go. Lin Yuan was delighted to hear this. But once happiness bloomed in Lin Yuan, he curbed it before it burst out of control, and none of it emerged through his expression. Lin Yuan had trained this emotionless facade over the course of the past 8 months. There were very few poison-type laws. The sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed many law crystal fragments, but it had never absorbed a poison-type law. The rarity of poison-type phase in the Radiance Federation caused an awkward position for poison-type law crystals amongst all law crystals. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan felt that poison-type laws would be of great use to him. The willpowers and laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt could be applied to Lin Yuan. When fighting against Zhou Luo, Lin Yuan had accidentally discovered that the laws carved on the skirt could strengthen his immunity against laws. As a weak Spirit Chi professional that only had a fleshy body, he was most afraid of being poisoned rather than injured by physical or elemental attacks. Although the Jasmine Lily could fix genetic models and regrow limbs, it was helpless against strong poisons. If Lin Yuan was poisoned during an actual life-and-death battle, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to amputate the poisoned area. Then, he would use the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth to regrow the amputated area. This method would only be effective against phase that used slow-acting poison. The ethereal jellyfish's spatial shift could transport elemental energy, and poison was not pure elemental energy. Thus, spatial shift would not be very effective against poison. Lin Yuan had never had a good solution to counter poison. Although some spiritual ingredients could increase a spirit chi professional's defense against poison, these spiritual ingredients were always poison themselves. While they increased the body's susceptibility to poison, it would also cause enormous pain and even result in disfigurement from the decaying of skin. Lin Yuan might not place much value on his own looks, but he did not want to be disfigured just to increase his defense against poison. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think, if I can use one law crystal to exchange for a suzerain/myth 3 poison-type law and allow the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb it, my resistance to poison should increase dramatically. I can't get this increase from the spiritual ingredients that improve resistance. There would be many plant and insect species phase in the Divine Wood Federation where Lin Yuan was going to go soon. These phase occupied more than 90% of all the phase in the Divine Wood Federation. Most of these phase were capable of producing poison. With the myth 3 law crystal, Lin Yuan would be even safer during his training in the Divine Wood Federation. When the sacred sword-wielding queen evolved the myth 3 poison-type law to a world of poison, normal poisons would have no effect on Lin Yuan. At that point, Lin Yuan could even say that he was impervious to poison. After Long Tu revealed the best terms he could offer, he kept his gaze locked on Lin Yuan's eyes. He noticed a moment later that Lin Yuan's gaze had not changed at all after he heard about the myth 3 poison-type law crystal. Long Tu's breathing froze, but he did not plan on offering anything else. As the head of Coiling Dragon's Valley, he could not budge on the limit he had set. Although there was no room for negotiation of more, the Long family had many other items that he could offer in place of the suzerain/myth 3 poison-type law crystal. Instead of the myth 3 poison-type law crystal, I also have a pinnacle myth 2 dark-type law crystal and a water-type law crystal. The pinnacle myth 2 dark-type law crystal has the gray shadow law, while the water-type law crystal has the fast flow law. Frankly, the myth 3 poison-type law is pretty good. It is the vicious poison law which is common amongst poison-type laws. As long as the poison attack does not use spiritual energy, most poison-type phase should be able to absorb it, said Long Tu. Suddenly, Long Tu felt that he was being stupid. As the Moon Empress disciple who also had the ability to easily produce 3 law crystals, even if Lin Yuan had a poison-type Fey, he would use his own law crystals instead of the myth 3 vicious poison law crystal. Moreover, as much as the vicious poison law was well liked by poison-type Feys, it did not change the fact that poison-type laws had a small community that used them. When Lin Yuan heard Long Tu say that the myth 3 poison-type law crystal had the vicious poison law, he lost control of the delight he had been fighting down, and his lips curled upward. Lin Yuan had been slightly stunned when he first heard Long Tu mention the myth 3 poison-type law crystal. The acid poison law, blood poison law, and decay poison laws were useful to Lin Yuan, but they could not enable the sacred sword-wielding queen to evolve because these laws only strengthened a specific type of poison when they were evolved. They were unable to raise Lin Yuan's overall resistance to poison. But the vicious poison law was different because it encompassed most of the different types of poison. If Lin Yuan evolved the vicious poison law, he would gain immunity from acid poison, blood poison, decay poison, and more. Although it would not be as effective as the specific poison laws, it was good enough for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could not care less about the pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 dark-type gray shadow law and pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 water-type fast flow law. He currently had the murderous and manipulative dark-type dark death law. Thus, he did not want the inferior gray shadow law. Lin Yuan felt that the 2 dark-type law runes that he had were enough. The sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt also had no lack of water-type laws because Duan he had swept a nest of Chiu horn gray whales. Lin Yuan had immediately absorbed the 3 piles of law crystal fragments that came from different Chiu horn gray whales. Although the Chiu horn gray whale's law crystals were incomplete and Lin Yuan could not evolve them, the water-type fast flow law was also not worth Lin Yuan evolving it. Although the fast flow law seemed to be water-type, it was actually the speed of water. As long as Lin Yuan did not flee to the ocean or try to chase an enemy into the ocean, this law crystal would never be of use. Thus, Lin Yuan disregarded it firmly. "I'll choose the suzerain/myth 3 vicious poison law crystal," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gave one of the law crystals to Long Tu. Long Tu received the law crystal and peered closely at it before saying seriously, "I'll immediately send someone to retrieve the poison-type law crystal and the law source crystals for the 17 golden lotus brocade pearls. In a month, we'll trade for 400 golden lotus brocade pearls with 12,000 law source crystals." The Long family already has 12,000 law source crystals on hand, and someone will deliver them in a few days. With the successful trade of the law crystal, Long Tu decided to do even more to establish a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Although Long Tu did not know why Lin Yuan needed so many law source crystals, he did not need to cheat Coiling Dragon's Valley for law source crystals when he was the Moon Empress disciple. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to meet Long Tu's eyes. A second later, Lin Yuan beamed brightly and said softly, "Uncle Long, the golden lotus brocade pearls are just the beginning. I hope to work with you more in the future." Lin Yuan's words made Long Tu look over the moon and excited at the same time. It would only benefit Coiling Dragon's Valley to work with Lin Yuan more. If Lin Yuan brought anything else similar to the golden lotus brocade pearls to the Long family first in the future, the Long family strategy would be able to surpass that of the other factions by leaps and bounds. The first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine was looking angrily at Long Tu, and he could not help but scold Long Tu inwardly. Long Tu had been afraid to say a word, but after the first elder said that he would open Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection, Long Tu immediately exchanged for one of Lin Yuan's law crystals with a suzerain/myth 3 law crystal. Coiling Dragon's Valley was a huge organization. The Long family had the main role of Creation Master and used their endless stream of Creation Master resources to rapidly accumulate even more resources. However, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine was different. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had to constantly expand and grow to become a top faction over the last 40 years because of their dominance of the avian-type Fey market. Every move that Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine made in the market required large spending. Due to their continuous expansion, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection no longer had anything as precious as a suzerain/myth 3 law crystal. Regardless, the past 40 years of major resource development had allowed Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to completely grab hold of the avian-type Fey market. They could now sit back and accumulate resources just like the Long family. The first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine was really afraid that Lin Yuan would refuse to trade for the 2 law crystals after he saw what was in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection. Hence, the first elder's hand could not stop twitching. He gave Lin Yuan a catalog containing many different Feys, spiritual ingredients, and some source-type lifeforms. "My lord, this catalog lists everything that is in Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection now. We've been focusing on expanding, which resulted in our treasure collection becoming a bit sparse," said the first elder. Lin Yuan flipped through the catalog. The first elder had not said that a large portion of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's treasure collection had gone toward expanding the faction to be humble. Otherwise, the first elder would not have to talk down about Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine during the trade because it would not have benefited Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. But even so, Lin Yuan spent 5 minutes flipping through just the elite source-type items. It was clear that top factions really had a mountain of resources. While Lin Yuan was reading through the catalog, his attention had been caught by several items. There were many items that Lin Yuan felt could be of use. However, he did not plan on using law crystals to exchange for them. He would exchange these items for the improved golden lotus brocade pearls once Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine ran out of law source crystals. Thus, Lin Yuan's gaze mostly went back to items that he would not be able to trade for using the improved golden lotus brocade pearls. This method of reading through the catalog allowed Lin Yuan to go through it quickly. Lin Yuan did not pay much attention to Myth 2 law crystals. The Myth 2 law crystals were good, but Lin Yuan would need to use a large amount of law source crystals to nurture law crystals that were below pinnacle Myth 2. Including the Myth 3 vicious poison law, Lin Yuan already had 4 laws that he needed to nurture. After laws became able to increase Lin Yuan's resistance to elements, The cold flames law became an advantage because of its unorthodox nature of having both ice and fire characteristics. This gave Lin Yuan resistance to both ice and fire. He had already evolved the cold flames law and intended on putting effort into nurturing it. The first elder felt more anxious the faster that Lin Yuan flipped through the catalog. Lin Yuan had almost flipped to the end of the catalog. If he really could not find anything inside that caught his fancy, the Li family would essentially have lost two Myth 3 phase. Besides Thearch class experts, Spirit Chi professionals with Myth 3 phase had the most battle prowess in top factions. During Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's quick expansion, they also needed to steadily increase their power. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had many experts with phase that were stuck at Pinnacle Myth 2. If the Li family could not trade for law crystals with Lin Yuan this time, it was unlikely that they would have the chance to in the future. While Lin Yuan was flipping through the Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's catalog, he noticed that special resources that the first elder had mentioned were unique avian-type phase that Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had specially nurtured. These avian-type phase had been nurtured to Diamond X/Legend, and any would be able to fulfill Lin Yuan's need for an avian-type fae. If this was in the past, Lin Yuan would have immediately decided to trade for them. But he now had Blackie, which could fly as fast as the divine travel Black Swallow ever since it had evolved to Gold/Fantasy. It was enough to meet Lin Yuan's needs. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not need a few avian-type phase for the Fey carriage that he wanted to build. But it was also unnecessary for Lin Yuan to produce 12 law crystals to trade for 12 avian-type phase that he could use for the Fey carriage. He had pure spirit chi that not even Class 5 creation masters could create. It would not be difficult for him to nurture a new type of avian-type Fey. The avian-type phase that he nurtured using the pure spirit chi would be even better than those nurtured by Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Just when Lin Yuan was about to say that he did not find anything that he wanted and suggest that the Li family use a large amount of law crystal fragments to trade when his gaze stopped on the last page of the catalog. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly in his heart. If he could trade for this with Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, he would be able to bring one of his ideas to life as well as save himself decades of hard work. Lin Yuan reached out and pointed at a normal-looking zigzag-shaped green grass and asked the first elder, "Was this muscle hyperthymesia grass child rammet nurtured from the ortet? What's the difference between the effects of the child rammets and ortet? It says here that you have 5 child rammets. What does the Li family usually do with it?" The first elder was stunned by the onslaught of Lin Yuan's questions. When Lin Yuan had reached the last page of the catalog, the first elder's heart plunged. He did not expect Lin Yuan to be interested in the muscle hyperthymesia grass. However, the first elder was unclear on what Lin Yuan meant. He did not know if Lin Yuan had asked casually or if he was prepared to use the law crystals to exchange for the muscle hyperthymesia grass child rammets. If so, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would benefit greatly. Although the muscle hyperthymesia grass was the foundation of avian-type phase sense of direction that Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine used when nurturing avian-type phase, all the muscle hyperthymesia grass in the catalog had been separated from the ortet. Although they had the same effects as the ortet, they did not have the ortet's abilities. Thus, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would have gained 2 law crystals for almost nothing if Lin Yuan wanted to trade for the muscle hyperthymesia grass. The first elder cleared his throat and said truthfully, "The muscle hyperthymesia grass child rammets are usually planted in a sealed-off space and can release a special fragrance. The bodies of life forms that smell this fragrance gain an incredible memory and can memorize complicated movements and directions." The first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine paused momentarily before he said, "However, the muscle hyperthymesia grass fragrance is also extremely poisonous and can seriously damage the muscles in a body. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine uses it with extreme care. Otherwise, one wrong move and the avian fae nurtured with it would be poisoned to death." A troubled look came over the first elder's face. He talked about the muscle hyperthymesia grass with slight terror, and it was clear that he hated it as much as he loved it. After avian-type faes are born, they are triggered using residues of the muscle hyperthymesia grass scent to give them the ability to memorize complicated flight routes perfectly. It also enables them to produce specific responses after they hear the name of particular locations. Our Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine has learned a lot after the deaths of countless precious avian-type faes. Lin Yuan nodded as he listened to the first elder's explanation, which signaled for the first elder to continue speaking. Normally, the first elder would never reveal Dark Cloud's bird shrine's secrets and the management strategy of the faction's expansion. But there were no unpleasant individuals here. Long Tu was already well aware of Dark Cloud's bird shrine's situation. As the Moon Empress disciple and the person who provided Dark Cloud's bird shrine with so many golden lotus brocade pearls, Lin Yuan was allowed access to these secrets. After a moment of silence, the first elder said, "When using the muscle hyperthymesia grass, Dark Cloud's bird shrine noticed that the avian-type phase with fewer impurities in their bodies can better hold up against the muscle hyperthymesia grass scent. After countless experiments, we confirmed this after using the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots when a main phoenix species Fae was about to be successfully nurtured." The first elder could not help but sigh. The main phoenix species Fae was like the main dragon species Fae and was the most elite species of its bloodline. The main phoenix species phase of lesser quality would definitely be able to become myth breed phase as long as the phase did not die halfway. The main phoenix species phase of higher quality had the potential to become creation breed phase. This move to rush the success shook Dark Cloud's bird shrine's roots. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard the first elder's sigh. "Why?" asked Lin Yuan. The scent of the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots was nearly 10,000 times more effective than the main plant. If the scent from the main plant could enable avian-type phase to accurately remember routes and react to directions, a spirit chi professional could use the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots to memorize the slightest movement and battle strategy. The moment of memorization would be more vivid in the spirit chi professional's mind than all the battle strategies and movements that they had painstakingly memorized beforehand. From the moment the main phoenix species Fae was born, the body could be tempered to remove all impurities. According to Dark Cloud's bird shrine's research, the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots should be harmless to main phoenix species phase. The first elder responded in a flat tone. "We didn't expect that the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots would affect the soul. The muscle hyperthymesia grass could only be used on phase with a pure soul." Lin Yuan's heart lit up. The first time he had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was to clear out all the impurities in his body and evolve his genetic model. The second time he had used it, he realized that he had two souls in his mind. Coincidentally, the Moon Empress had prepared twice the amount of suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar for him. The honey made from suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia could cleanse the soul. After consuming the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar twice, the impurities in his soul had been cleansed without his consent. This meant that Lin Yuan would be immune to the effects of both the scent of the muscle hyperthymesia grass and its roots. Luckily, Lin Yuan had seen the muscle hyperthymesia grass in the Li family's treasure collection catalog. If he waited till after he allowed the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the myth 3 vicious poison law crystal and his body became resistant to poison, the effectiveness of the muscle hyperthymesia would drop by half. After all, the muscle hyperthymesia grass effects were directed at the toxins in the body and were considered poison-type damage. When Blackie had evolved to fantasy breed and gained spirit essence explosion, he pondered ways to use spirit essence explosion. Lin Yuan had secretly tried injecting half of his spiritual power into his fist to unleash the might of spirit essence explosion. He had realized that when this strike landed against the radium walls of the Mother of Bloodbath's training room, he could cause a small mark. Although spirit essence explosion used explosive spirit chi to cause damage, the mark left on the radium wall meant that a full-powered attack would carry the full power of a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fei. But as compared to a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fei, Lin Yuan's body was not built as sturdily, nor was it as agile. Lin Yuan could not evolve the body he had. The genetic model of humans placed humans as the most intelligent life form. By forming contracts with Fays and battling with others, humans could use spiritual power, willpower, and exceptional senses to create the best way of living. But if a person tried to strengthen their body using many spiritual ingredients, there would only be two outcomes. One was that the body would be unable to hold up, and the organs would shut down, leading to death. The other outcome would be that the body would reach a maximum level that was about the same as a pinnacle gold Fae. Currently, the bodies of Thearch-class experts were about as strong as pinnacle gold phase. But Thearch-class experts could circulate their spiritual power to create spirit chi vortexes that they could use to protect themselves. Since he could not do anything about his physical body, Lin Yuan's only option was to make himself more agile. No matter how he thought about it, Lin Yuan felt that Chu Xiai had great foresight. Although Chu Xiai had only been learning some basic fencing tricks in the last 6 months, she had become acquainted with fencing. Chu Xiai sometimes used fencing to defend or attack during battle. If Lin Yuan wanted to use the muscle hyperthymesia grass, he could not just learn how to fence. Since Lin Yuan had transmigrated but still kept his memories from his previous life, he was no different from an original member of this world. The history books about the Radiance Federation covered almost 2 million years of history. 5,500 years ago, before Spirit Chi had appeared, humans had gained many combat skills. These combat skills were the jewels of human intelligence that had been passed down through the generations. After the Spirit Chi awakening, Spirit Chi professionals had started battling with Fays that they had formed contracts with and set aside their old combat skills. In fact, many of the combat skills had been lost to time. Still, the Hidden Moon Pavilion's 67th to 82nd levels were filled with key battle skills and martial arts knowledge. This knowledge had been stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion, but almost no one retrieved and studied them. However, Lin Yuan wanted this knowledge. If he could combine all the martial arts skills, he would be able to form a powerful weapon when he paired them with Spirit Essence Explosion. This weapon would significantly raise both Lin Yuan's attack and defense capabilities. That said, it was not easy to learn all 15 levels of knowledge. It would take slow and hard training. After enough training in combat skills, the body's muscles would be able to react on instinct. To achieve this level of combat skills, Lin Yuan needed to train for at least a decade. But now, with just 2 blades of muscle hyperthymesia grass, Lin Yuan was confident that his body would be able to grasp the knowledge from all 15 levels. His muscles would be able to absorb all 15 levels worth of combat skills, and he would be able to choose the best method to fight against his enemies. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say that he was willing to use the 2 law crystals to trade for 2 muscle hyperthymesia grass, the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine said, "If you would like the muscle hyperthymesia grass, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine can give you 2 blades. We really hope to be able to trade for the law crystals with you this time." Lin Yuan was slightly shocked, but he immediately realized that the muscle hyperthymesia grass was not valuable to Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. It was just like how he could easily nurture the golden lotus brocade pearls. Although he planned on using 2 law crystals to trade for 2 blades of muscle hyperthymesia grass, now that the first elder had said what he said, Lin Yuan did not need to use the 2 law crystals. However, Lin Yuan still gave the first elder what he wanted and tossed the 2 law crystals to the first elder before saying, "The muscle hyperthymesia grass is useful to me, and I can't take them for nothing. Let's trade 2 blades of muscle hyperthymesia grass for 1 law crystal." The Li family can use law source crystal fragments to trade for the other law crystal. You can decide how many law source crystal fragments are worth the 1 law crystal and use this rate for future trades. The first elder looked delighted when he heard Lin Yuan talk about future trades. This opportunity was incredibly important to Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. The first elder planned on discussing with the other main members of the Li family how many law source crystals should be traded for the law crystal. He also wanted to ask for Li Xian's opinion. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's biggest issue was that they lacked a Thearch-class expert. However, they did have 4 Pinnacle Myth 3 experts. If they could obtain more law crystals from Lin Yuan in the future, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would not have to worry about not having a Thearch-class expert. With a Thearch-class expert, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would be able to truly hold their heads up high in front of other top factions. They would not need to depend on dominating the avian-type Fey market or always lower themselves before others. This thought excited the first elder the more he thought about it, and he decided that he would first store away the law crystals that they obtained this time. They would not be used on the Pinnacle Suzerain/Myth 2 phase. He would wait until they had accumulated 10 law crystals before allowing the head of the family's main Fey, a Pinnacle Suzerain/Myth 3 main Phoenix species Fey, to try to see if it could overcome the trial of world creation to become a creation breed Fey. "My lord, rest assured, We'll definitely offer you an amount of law-source crystal fragments that you'll be happy with. I will dispatch young Master Xian to deliver them to you, said the first elder. Li Xian froze when he heard the way that the first elder addressed him. The first elder would always address him by his name or Little Xian when he was in a good mood. He had never called Li Xian young Master Xian. This meant that Li Xian's position in his family had been acknowledged as a genuine young master of the young generation. The first elder was the second in command in Dark Cloud's bird shrine behind Li Xian's grandfather. With the first elder's approval, it was possible for Li Xian to immediately become the young leader when he returned home. Li Xian looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes, and there was an ocean of gratitude and sincerity in his gaze. After Lin Yuan settled the trades with Long Tu and the first elder, they left. Lin Yuan, Long Tao, and Li Xian went to the House of Enviable Fragrance to have a meal together. Lin Yuan found out why Long Tao and Li Xian had appeared at the Fey Observer Association together during the meal. It was because Black had rejected Long Tao's invitation. Hence, he had decided to invite Li Xian, a support-type spirit chi professional, to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team. Long Tao had planned on allowing Chun Hongfeng to become a member of the main team. Unexpectedly, after Chu Xiai had defeated Chun Hongfeng at the All-Star match, he insisted on staying in the reserve team and training for a few more years. He would only join the main team after increasing his power. This gave Long Tao a big headache because of next year's All-Star match. After the meal, Lin Yuan returned to the mansion and saw Duan He accompanying Listen back to the mansion. Lin Yuan rushed to Lin Yuan and gave him a diamond Fey storage box, and said, "Young master, this is the earnings from the past week's auction of the luxury items." Listen held the diamond Fey storage box, his heart unable to rest at ease. The earnings that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had gained from the sale of luxury goods in the past week had already exceeded the amount of money that they had when they were at their prime in Indigo Azure City. It still did not feel real to Listen that he had earned such an immense fortune on his own. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he checked through the diamond Fey storage box that Listen had handed him. He had only provided Listen with spirit craftsmen from Hu Quan's Heavenly Craft Pavilion and some completely jade-textured wood fragments that had been stored away as garbage. Lin Yuan had also given Listen some high-class luxury resources such as completely jade-textured wooden planks and heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with external layers. Hu Quan did not trust his subordinate class 3 spirit craftsmen to create these luxury goods. However, Hu Quan had been busy with the construction of submerged Flood Dragon Lake and the basement and was unable to create high-class luxury goods. Hence, Listen had been generating value out of the return from faraway mansion's garbage. As he looked at the small pile of Radiance dollars in the Diamond Fey storage box, Lin Yuan estimated that Listen had increased the value of the luxury goods by 50%. This was Listen's talent as a top businessman. Lin Yuan gave Listen a thumbs up and said, "Listen, you're truly a genius at business." As Sky City expanded, Lin Yuan became busier and busier. Lin Yuan used to pay some amount of attention to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's progress. But now he had totally taken his hands off. Thus, Lin Yuan did not suggest anything regarding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development. Yet, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had already progressed past Lin Yuan's expectations. Listen was excited by Lin Yuan's praise. The weariness in his face dispersed and was replaced by passionate inspiration. Listen had been working tirelessly for the past 2 months, and he slept only a maximum of 5 hours each night. He had never forgotten about how Lin Yuan had started warring with the Zheng family because of him and how he had caused the death of 2 Emperor-class experts outside Indigo Azure City. Listen's power was not strong, so all he could do was create more value for Lin Yuan by properly managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. He had now proven himself to Lin Yuan for the first time. After receiving Lin Yuan's praise, he felt that all he had done over the last 2 months had been worth it. Soon, Listen watched as Lin Yuan returned the Diamond Fey storage box to him and said, "You should never keep Radiance dollars in a Diamond Fey storage box when you're expanding a faction. Take this hard-earned money of yours and use it as you see fit." Our deal was that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would become a rising faction within half a year. But I think that you can make the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into a business conglomerate. You might even be able to dominate a specific market with your own capabilities. With Sky City supporting you, you don't need to worry about lacking power. Whether the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can earn a solid position amongst the 50 major factions will be up to you. Lin's eyes widened. He never imagined that Lin Yuan would have such high hopes for him. With all of Lin Yuan's hopes for him, Lin suddenly saw an even wider and more exhilarating path open up ahead of him. Lin Yuan had said all that to Lin because he felt that Lin was capable, and because he had been inspired by the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shine's talk about the expansion of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. He stood next to Lin Yuan and watched his gaze. He suddenly felt that he respected Lin Yuan more and more. It was not just Lin Yuan's patterns or his determination in the face of his opponents that made he respect him. It was because of the 24 hot spring snails that Lin Yuan had evolved for the Indigo Azure Guard. After receiving compensation from the Indigo Azure Guard captain, almost every hot spring snail's exclusive skill had become suitable for battle. This meant that Lin Yuan had evolved the hot spring snails to elite/epic. This showed that Lin Yuan had a light that could illuminate the entire Radiance Federation in his heart. As the disciple of the Moon Empress, the Radiance Federation was blessed to have such a light. He firmly believed that this light in Lin Yuan would be able to shine even brighter in the future. He solemnly took out a platinum phase storage box and gave it to Lin Yuan as he said, "Young master, there are 500 hot spring snails and 1,500 law source crystals in this phase storage box. The Indigo Azure Guard captain asked me to ask you for another deal." Lin Yuan received the platinum phase storage box from Hu Quan and replied, "No problem. The current dimensional rift has reached its tail end. This is its most active and dangerous period. I will try my best to evolve the hot spring snails quickly enough for them to be used in battle. Although the hot spring snails are good at healing external injuries, they cannot replenish vitality well. For this deal, I will give the Indigo Azure Guard 30 bronze/epic quality jasmine lilies that will be able to work alongside the hot spring snails to replenish the Indigo Azure Guard's vitality." It was becoming increasingly easy for Lin Yuan to nurture high-quality bronze phase. But now that he had brocade zither to nurture golden lotus brocade pearls, he no longer needed to nurture high-quality bronze phase to trade for law crystals. Lin Yuan only needed 50 golden lotus brocade pearls to trade for 1,500 law source crystals. It would only take brocade zither 2 days to produce 50 golden lotus brocade pearls. Even though Lin Yuan was now a B-rank spirit chi professional, it would still take him close to 4 days to evolve 500 bronze/epic phase. But as long as it was the Indigo Azure Guard who was approaching him, Lin Yuan would not reject him because he knew that his extra work would have a direct connection to the life of an Indigo Azure Guard. He would be saving noble lives while earning resources at the same time. The 30 bronze/epic jasmine lilies were a gesture on Lin Yuan's part that was outside of the deal. He hoped that the noble lives that had to face disaster would be able to remain safe. When he heard what Lin Yuan said, tears welled up in his eyes. He was born and bred in Indigo Azure City, but he was also a citizen of the Radiance Federation. However, it was difficult for him to imagine that Lin Yuan would be willing to gift 30 bronze/epic jasmine lilies to Indigo Azure City to help them defend against the dimensional rift. 30 bronze/epic jasmine lilies made up a small fortune. Calculating in terms of Radiance dollars, Lin Yuan had provided Indigo Azure City with 100 million Radiance dollars worth of aid. Lin Yuan returned to his room with the platinum phase storage box and went into the Spirit Lock spatial zone to start evolving the hot spring snails. The moment Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he realized that he still had an important matter to attend to, which was talking to Chimey about the matter regarding the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess. Lin Yuan had never realized that Chimey, which had been by his side, would develop an idea like this. It had actually been live-streaming since they were back at the Spirit Lifeform store. When Chimey had started live-streaming, Lin Yuan remembered that he had only given Genius and Chimey Star Web cards for a few days. It was not easy to start a live stream on Star Web. It would have been impossible with Chimey's intelligence level at that time. This meant that Chimey had to have had Genius help in order to start live streaming as Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Lin Yuan suddenly realized why he always saw Chimey and Genius huddling together secretly. They would stick together in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree branches even when they were in the spirit lock spatial zone. They had to be studying how to live stream on Star Web. The moment Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he saw the wind speed rapid antelope organizing the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan fed the wind speed rapid antelope a wind type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl every 2 days, and its powers had evolved from Gold I to Gold 7. Its quality had been evolved from flawless to legend. After experiencing the pure wind-type world cleansing and being constantly nourished by pure spirit chi, the wind-speed rapid antelope's fur had transformed from khaki to white. Many light green patterns that were similar to that on the Celestine elemental shellfish had appeared on the wind-speed rapid antelope's fur. These patterns were the product of the extremely high concentration of wind-type elements in the wind-speed rapid antelope. Lin Yuan had saved the wind-speed rapid antelope from its serious injuries and was completely different now. The initially hornless wind-speed rapid antelope now had 2 round bumps growing out of its forehead. Felt like the protruding of 2 bones. Lin Yuan knew that this was a sign that the wind-speed rapid antelope's degenerated horns had started to grow out again. When its real horns started to grow out, the wind-speed rapid antelope's genetic model would transform and change it into an utterly new fey. The wind-speed rapid antelope's intelligence used to be that of a 9-year-old child, and it had been uncomfortable even after being taken care of in the spirit lock spatial zone. But the current wind-speed rapid antelope was no longer only as smart as a child. It was now as smart as a youth of about 13 years old. The wind-speed rapid antelope had become accustomed to manipulating the flow of wind to sort heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with different external layers into different wooden boxes. Lin Yuan stroked the wind-speed rapid antelope's head and fed it 2 wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Since the wind-speed rapid antelope was talented at using wind elements, it would be a good idea to nurture the wind-speed rapid antelope. After some thinking, Lin Yuan said to the wind-speed rapid antelope, "Once you evolve, I'll give you your own name. From now on, you can eat wind-type elemental pearls whenever you feel that the wind element in your body has decreased." The wind-speed rapid antelope was happy to hear that, but it remembered the 2 bones that were growing out of its head and decided not to use its head to bump Lin Yuan's leg. Instead, it licked Lin Yuan's hand. Silver Corona, Brocade Zither, and the sacred sword-wielding queen were busy. Brocade Zither was busy nurturing golden lotus brocade pearls, while Silver Corona was absorbing spotted coral, and the sacred sword-wielding queen was absorbing law source crystals. Lin Yuan had been in the spirit lock spatial zone for almost 5 minutes, but neither Chimey nor Genius had approached him. Since Chimey live-streamed for 4 to 5 hours daily, it should already know about how the GIF had dropped. Lin Yuan thought about the shocking list of the top 100 contributing fans that he had seen in the information that when you had provided him about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Chimey had earned almost 400 million radiance dollars from contributions, excluding the cut that Star Web removed. Although Lin Yuan had provided 30 bronze/epic jasmine lilies to Indigo Azure City for free, healing type fays were generally more expensive, and 30 bronze/epic jasmine lilies could have easily fetched 2 billion. Compared to the 2 billion radiance dollars he had just given away, Chimey's 400 million radiance dollars did not seem much. However, the comparison was based on perspective. If this was 1 year ago when they were back in the Xia region, Chimey's 400 million could have bought the entire Xia region. 400 million was a gigantic sum when it was earned through live streaming. Chimey had always been by his side, and he had always given it the best. It ate platinum celery vine and stayed in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chimey basically did not need to worry about money. Thus, Lin Yuan was truly afraid that Chimey would use this 400 million to pick up bad habits on Star Web. Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power and shot out thousands of black feathers from the amber button-shaped source sand. The feathers joined together on Lin Yuan's back and became 6 black wings. He gently flapped the wings, flew up to the branches of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, and heard Genius murmuring, "Chimey, you have to tell Yuan about this because you've been greatly influenced by Yuan's identity as black. As long as you're honest with him, he definitely won't blame you." Genius words eased Lin Yuan. Genius and Chimey were not just partners that Lin Yuan had formed contracts with. They were like children that Lin Yuan had watched grow up. Genius was mature now. Lin Yuan heard Chimey chirp out a response, and he was shocked by what it said. Chimey spoke with urgency and fear. You know that I live stream on Star Web. I like to sing and wanted to earn enough money so that Yuan and the rest could have a plate of red braised meat each, and no one would have to share. But I didn't know that by the time I started receiving contributions, you and Yuan would already be able to eat red braised meat whenever you wanted. I was going to tell Yuan when I surprised him with a gift box. How was I supposed to anticipate that the gift would drop during the competition? Before Genius replied, Chimey went on to say, I chose the beauty department when I was setting up my live streaming room. Yuan will definitely blame me when he finds out. After all, I'm a bird and not a girl. Just after Chimey finished speaking, it heard a familiar and clear voice in the depths of its soul. Now that you've evolved to fantasy breed, you'll look like any other girl when you change into human form. You're already fantasy 3. Don't you have the confidence to evolve to myth 2? Lin Yuan's obvious words of comfort that lacked any tone of reprimand made Chimey hurriedly fly into Lin Yuan's arms, where it started to sob sadly. Chimey had been hiding its live streaming from Lin Yuan, and this had brought it a lot of stress. Lin Yuan sighed and touched Chimey's head with the pad of his finger. When he heard the conversation between Genius and Chimey, he already knew everything about Chimey's live streaming and that it had not picked up any bad habits. However, he did not understand why Chimey would be so scared of his reaction. If Lin Yuan had found out about Chimey's hobby of live streaming on Star Web, he would immediately have helped Chimey to set up an account on Star Web. Naturally, he would support all of Chimey's hobbies. But if he had helped Chimey to set up the account, he would not have allowed it to join the beauty department. Lin Yuan suddenly thought back to a memorable item on the Dark Clouds Bird Shrine's treasure collection catalog, the Spirit Bodhi fruit. The Spirit Bodhi fruit only grew on the Spirit Bodhi tree after decades of standing against the elements. The Spirit Bodhi fruit was useless to Spirit Chi professionals, but it could allow fantasy breed phase to gain human form that they should only be capable of changing into when they reached Myth 2. The Spirit Bodhi fruit was a spiritual ingredient that was completely useless, but its utter uselessness caused Lin Yuan to remember it. The Spirit Bodhi fruit was a consumable that would decide on the time of the transformation according to the fantasy breed phase quality. Chimey was now fantasy 3. Every additional level would amount to an hour of transformation time, so Chimey would be able to take human form for about 3 hours. Since such an incident had occurred, it was necessary for Chimey to step in to personally settle the issue. Chimey only stopped crying after Lin Yuan stroked its head for a while. Lin Yuan asked Chimey, "What are you going to do now that your gift dropped during your live stream?" The worry in Chimey's eyes had disappeared, but its gaze darkened after it heard Lin Yuan's question. A moment later, Chimey replied, "How about I stop live streaming on Star Web from now on?" Chimey's stubbornness made Lin Yuan smile. Chimey had been so certain, yet it was running away at such a time. However, Lin Yuan would always spoil the phase he had contracted. "Chimey, I'll be able to obtain 1 Spirit Bodhi fruit, which should be able to allow you to transform into a human for 3 hours given that you're currently Fantasy 3. You can use the human form to settle the issue of the gift dropping." Although Star Web doesn't have a rule forbidding phase from live streaming on Star Web, hiding behind a GIF gives a slight sense of trickery. As such, you will have to reveal the fact that you're a Fae while in human form, said Lin Yuan seriously. Lin Yuan's words made the twinkle return to Chimey's eyes. When Lin Yuan noticed the gleam in Chimey's eyes, he felt that it was even more radiant than a twilight rune. Chimey flapped its wings enthusiastically and flew several rounds around the spirit-locked spatial zone before it stopped in front of Lin Yuan and said hopefully, "Really, Yuan?" Lin Yuan jokingly rolled his eyes and replied, "When have I ever lied?" Chimey happily flew around the spirit-locked spatial zone a few more times before landing in front of Lin Yuan and asking, "Can I still block my face with a GIF from now on? I want to remove it when I finally evolve to Myth 2. I want to hold a concert." This was the first time that Chimey had revealed its dreams to Lin Yuan, who smiled and replied, "You lazy bug. You better work hard at evolving your power on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Don't forget to save a seat in the front row for me when you hold your concert." Chimy's eyes shone as it said, "The front row will be reserved for you, Genius, Red Thorn, the Source Sand, the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and the rest. Everyone else will have to go to the second row." Chimy's response floored Lin Yuan because it meant that the front row would become a meeting of animals. It was likely that Red Thorn would trumpet to give Chimy a rhythm when Chimy was singing. Lin Yuan was stunned by this thought and suddenly remembered that the other phase would be able to change forms alongside Chimy by the time it reached Myth 2. Hence, it was highly possible that they would be able to sit at the front row of Chimy's concert. Lin Yuan, Chimy, and Genius sat in the boughs of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and chatted. The atmosphere was calm and pleasant. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered Chimy mentioning a surprise box and asked, "If a surprise box from Star Web contains more than 100,000 Radiance dollars, they can be revoked after sending a complaint to the officials." "Chimy, you should complain. You earned the money with your talent and should get to decide how to use it. However, I don't want you to spend it frivolously. I hope you'll use it to do meaningful things." Chimy nodded, but it was not focused on what Lin Yuan had said at all. It was too hopeful and curious about how beautiful it would look in human form. Bei Su woke up amongst the pile of rocks he had built to be his hideout. He immediately picked up on faint scraping sounds outside. When Bei Su heard these noises, all the hair on his body stood on end. The scraping sounds were an urgent warning in the grotto continent. It was the sound of a colony of knife twist-line centipedes. The knife twist-line centipedes were not considered phase. Their only means of attack was using their knife-like mouths. If the knife twist-line centipede accidentally bit an adult, they would be immediately trampled to death. All of Bei Su's hair had stood on end because of a legend that came to his mind. The knife twist-line centipede did not like to feed on flesh. It liked to eat metal-type spiritual ingredients. According to legend, subterranean dimensional rifts opened up wherever a knife twist-line centipede colony appeared. A subterranean dimensional rift would definitely spell death for the people in the grotto continent who did not have phase. When Bei Su thought back to the fae that Lin Yuan had given him during the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting, a black figure lunged at Bei Su's face, and he almost jumped out of his skin. Bei Su refocused his eyes through the dim light and realized that the black figure was a palm-sized bat. Bei Su was delighted by Lin Yuan's fae and felt that he had finally become a spirit chi professional. But immediately after, Bei Su fell into despair. Even if he formed a contract with this fae, could he really take on the sea of lifeforms that flooded out of the subterranean dimensional rift with this new fae of his and live to tell the tale? Some knife twist-line centipedes had already started to crawl through the cracks in the rocks. Bei Su shakily circulated his spiritual energy and formed a contract with the bat species fae in his hand. After he formed the contract, his eyes widened. He had only requested for a fae from Lin Yuan, so he did not expect to be given such a strong fae. Intense gratitude shone in Bei Su's eyes, mixed with surprise and hope, as he sensed the sharp shadow bat's abilities. Bei Su finally knew why Lin Yuan had told him that he could do it. With the sharp shadow bat, the rock insect curse would no longer dictate his life. After Bei Su formed a contract with the sharp shadow bat, he noticed through the spiritual energy connecting him to the sharp shadow bat that there was a black ring with bat patterns and 2 crystal bottles of spirit fluid on the ground. Bei Su, who had been mining for his entire life, knew how rare faes were in the grotto continent. He did not know how to use the black bat-shaped ring and 2 bottles of spirit fluid on the ground. However, he was certain that they were part of the surprise that Lin Yuan had mentioned. He carefully picked up the black ring and spirit fluid before standing up amongst the rocks to instruct the sharp shadow bat to kill the knife twist-line centipedes that were crawling in through the cracks. As he looked at the corpses of the knife twist-line centipedes on the ground, Bei Su summoned his willpower rune. Unexpectedly, his sharp shadow bat charged toward his willpower rune. Bei Su's mouth gaped wider and wider, and saliva even dripped out. In spite of his befuddlement, he noticed that his sharp shadow bat was growing larger. Bei Su was utterly confused about the sharp shadow bat's transformation, but he knew that his willpower rune had disappeared after the sharp shadow bat became larger. When he sensed the sharp shadow bat's new power, he felt that he would even be able to fight his way through a Class 1 subterranean dimensional rift. If Lin Yuan had an all-seeing eye, he would have spat out a fountain of blood when he saw Bei Su's situation. Actually, Lin Yuan had forgotten that Bei Su would be completely unaware of how to use the diamond Fey storage box and spirit fluid. The items he had given Bei Su to increase his power became burdens he needed to protect when he brought them along with him. Due to Bei Su's rock insect curse, he did not know anything about Fey grades and qualities or the relationship between willpower runes and fantasy breed Feys, which was common knowledge in the Radiance Federation. Bei Su would not even know how blessed he was now that the sharp shadow bat had accidentally triggered its emperor bloodline and transformed into the monarch dark bat. Bei Su would definitely be able to survive in the Grotto continent with the bronze X/fantasy I monarch dark bat. Meanwhile, Lin woke up on her soft bed. Her heart pounded the moment she woke up. She did not dare to open her eyes despite knowing that she was now able to see clearly. After a moment, she opened her eyes to a small crack. Lin saw a familiar yet foreign world through this crack, and everything that she saw was inexplicably beautiful and real. All of the colors, shapes, and details were unclear to Lin as of now. This world had immediately mystified Lin. Warm tears flowed out of the corner of her eyes and slid down her face. The moment the tears flowed out, a stunning smile broke out on Lin's face. This smile was the epitome of tears of happiness. There was some noise at the door of Lin's room, and it was clear that someone was afraid of making noise and disturbing Lin as they walked on the carpet. Lin's mother walked through the door. She had wanted to give Lin a blanket, and she was surprised to find Lin already awake. The moment she saw Lin, Guanda was stunned. She realized that not only had azure leopard-shaped patterns appeared on the left side of Lin's face, but white lion-shaped patterns that were slightly smaller than the leopard-shaped ones had appeared on the right side of Lin's face as well. Since she was from a Class 5 family, Guanda could remain emotionless even in the most extreme situations. But when she saw the patterns on Lin's face, her body started to tremble uncontrollably. Guanda had always seen her daughter's life as a miserable one. But even though Lin was blind, Guanda felt that Lin was the luckiest person in the world. She did not expect that Lin would be able to unlock the family's most precious spirit white lion spirit patterns and Guan family's azure cloud leopard spirit patterns at the same time after one afternoon nap. Guanda had always hidden Lin away from the world because she wanted Lin's sightless world to be calm and peaceful. But now that Lin had awakened the azure cloud leopard and spirit white lion spirit patterns, she could freely move around the Guan family's azure cloud leopard and spirit white lion's mystic realms. 11 of the 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation had younger generations that could inherit Azure inheritance beast patterns. However, none of the Guan family's younger generation had gained the Azure inheritance beast patterns, resulting in the Guan family's influence weakening amongst the 12 Class 5 families. But now, the Guan family's beast pattern had finally appeared. Moreover, the Guan family's beast pattern had appeared alongside the family's beast pattern. The two families' beast patterns strengthened each other, and Lin was now the most revered member of the Azure Federation's younger generation. This thought made the corners of Guanda's eyes grow damp. At that moment, a pair of hands gently wiped the corners of Guanda's eyes, and a pleasant voice full of worry said, "Mom, why are you crying?" Guanda was about to instinctively deny that she had been crying. By the time her reaction caught up to her, Guanda asked Lin incredulously, Lin, you can see clearly?" Lin nodded and replied, "Mom, I can see the world as clearly as anyone else now." Now that she could see this beautiful world clearly, Lin felt like she had been given a new lease of life. Lin Yuan, who was evolving phase in the spirit lock spatial zone, would never have anticipated that the Lin, who he was afraid would not be able to fully regain her sight due to the lack of vitality, was about to become a flourishing Azure envoy. The past few days had been the busiest in Lin Yuan's life. Although he had worked equally hard before, he had left the Spirit Lock spatial zone multiple times to collect the Law Source crystal sent by Long Tao and Li Xian besides nurturing phase. Lin Yuan had formed a triangular long-term working relationship with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Thus, both families had expressed their sincerity to Lin Yuan. Coiling Dragon's Valley had dispatched Long Tao to deliver 12,540 Law Source crystals, as well as the suzerain/myth-3 vicious poison law crystal, to Lin Yuan. The vicious poison law crystal was the first suzerain/myth-3 law crystal that Lin Yuan had obtained. Law crystals from myth-3 phase were twice as strong as those from myth-2 phase. The stronger the Fae was when it was still alive, the brighter the cracks in the law crystal. Lin Yuan carefully studied the brightness of the vicious poison law crystal and checked it with true data. He was sure that the vicious poison law crystal had come from a suzerain 9/myth-3 aquamarine scales sky-swallowing python. Li Xian from Dark Cloud's bird shrine had delivered 6,210 law source crystals and a brocade box of law crystal fragments. There were also the 2 blades of muscle hyperthymesia grass that Lin Yuan had been looking forward to. When Li Xian arrived, Lin Yuan took the chance to discuss the trade of spirit Bodhi fruits. Eventually, Li Xian returned to Dark Cloud's bird shrine's mansion in the royal capital and took the spirit Bodhi fruit from the first elder to give to Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan wanted a consumable like the spirit Bodhi fruit, which did not have any special meaning, Li Xian was more than willing to give it to him to express his thanks. Lin Yuan wanted to give Li Xian a golden lotus brocade pearl, but he was shocked by Li Xian's insistent refusal. Hence, Lin Yuan kept Li Xian's gesture in his heart. Lin Yuan opened the brocade box that Li Xian gave him in the spirit lock spatial zone and saw that it was half filled with law crystal fragments. When he tried to grab them, his hand could not pick them all up. Other than the law crystal fragments in his hands, there was still a quarter of the total number of law crystal fragments left in the brocade box. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction at the large number of law crystal fragments. Besides the quality of the law crystal fragments, the quantity had already surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed this box of law crystal fragments, it would be able to repay Lin Yuan's efforts by 20 times, and a more complex world would be created on its skirt. These transactions had allowed Lin Yuan to earn a windfall. Once he checked the quality of the law crystal fragments, he realized that most of them came from different myth breed phase. The laws were very complicated, but the types were not all unorthodox. Every type of law crystal was generally widely applicable, and it was clear that the Li family had chosen them after careful consideration. This was great for Lin Yuan. Even though Lin Yuan possessed a large number of law source crystals, he could not nurture them all into worlds. These messy laws could be used in the astronomical parliament star spirit seat or allow Lin Yuan to gain a limited resistance to their element, which would increase Lin Yuan's power in a way. Lin Yuan gave the spirit Bodhi fruit to Chime and told it to decide for itself when it wanted to use it. He assumed that Chime would be eager to eat the spirit Bodhi fruit and start live-streaming as Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess on Star Web. Unexpectedly, Chime looked troubled after it received the spirit Bodhi fruit. It carefully hid the spirit Bodhi fruit in the nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and chirped to Lin Yuan in genius. Yuan, genius, do you think that I'll look good in human form? Yuan, do you think that I should wear my own clothes or buy a new set when I'm live-streaming in human form? Genius, can I hug you when I'm live-streaming in human form? I want to stroke a cat like Yuan does. Chime's troubling questions made Genius and Lin Yuan look at each other. Both were rendered speechless. They could not help but sigh to themselves and wonder if the world of avian-type young girls was as complicated as it seemed. Chime's last question dazed Genius. It never thought that the Chime that it regarded as its good friend would have the evil idea of wanting to stroke it during the live stream. It'll be humiliating if I end up purring in front of so many people on the live stream. After Lin Yuan nurtured Phase for a few days, he realized that the troubled Chime had no intention of live streaming. He was not worried about when Chime wanted to live stream. He gave the 18,780 law source crystals to the sacred sword-wielding queen that was dizzy with happiness. The sacred sword-wielding queen already had over 800 law source crystals and could eat to its heart's content. But when it saw the 18,780 law source crystals that Lin Yuan had given it, the sacred sword-wielding queen was stunned. The sacred sword-wielding queen stuck out its fingers as it started to make mental calculations. Given its current rate of absorbing law source crystals, it would take it close to a month of continuous absorption to absorb all the law source crystals. Eating was a source of joy, and every meal was just an increment of joy. the sacred sword-wielding queen would be able to experience the joy of continuous eating. This was peak bliss for this sacred source lifeform. It was too incredible that it had a contactor that would feed it continuously. The sacred sword-wielding queen suddenly felt as though it had grown up in a short period. It locked its fingers together and stretched, and a pair of bony hands appeared in front of it. The hands were holding a dark green gem. Lin Yuan could not help but be amused by the sacred sword-wielding queen's expression, and he felt that if it was not a sacred source lifeform that took human form, it would be a hamster species fae based on its personality. It was just as obsessed and took as much joy from eating. This thought rendered Lin Yuan speechless in a second. He seemed to be just as possessive and liked to hoard like hamsters. Lin Yuan had always raised the sacred sword-wielding queen like it was his daughter. Lin Yuan thought, "It really is true what they say, like father like daughter." This thought made Lin Yuan even more speechless than he already was. The sacred sword-wielding queen peered at the Myth-3 vicious poison law crystal, and its mouth twitched slightly. As a sacred source lifeform, it felt that law source crystals were more suited to its taste. With the feast of law source crystals, the Myth-3 law crystal was just a small snack to it. The sacred sword-wielding queen felt a little troubled by Lin Yuan's speechless expression. It felt that it should acquire more knowledge about laws such as the Enlightenment Law, as they would make Lin Yuan smarter when they were applied to him through the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Lin Yuan did not know what the sacred sword-wielding queen was thinking. If he did, he would probably have rolled his eyes at it. Hold on to this vicious poison law first, but don't absorb it. Do it in a few days when I tell you to do so, said Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen nodded. Without Lin Yuan's order, it would not even bother to absorb the law crystal when it had law source crystals. Took out a huge leather sack and gave it to Lin Yuan. The leather sack was filled with fingernail-sized law crystals that came from a day's worth of the sacred sword-wielding queen tempering the law source crystals. Lin Yuan took the sack so that he could give it to Endless Summer to accelerate its increase in power. In 4 days, Lin Yuan worked overtime and managed to evolve the 400 hot spring snails. He had once again evolved the hot spring snails to Elite/Epic before he chose from their 3 possible exclusive skills and finally evolved them to Bronze X/Epic. As for the 30 jasmine lilies that he would gift to Indigo Azure City, he obtained 30 bronze low-quality jasmine lilies with abilities that strongly leaned toward healing from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Jasmine lilies with abilities that strongly leaned toward healing were rare. The abilities allowed the jasmine lily to trigger the vitality in its body and allow it to inject vitality into its target through its flower head. The one-time injection of a large amount of vitality would result in unnecessary depletion of vitality. But this ability would be effective in emergency situations and raise the target's vitality to its maximum in the shortest amount of time. This exclusive skill was extremely suited for emergency situations during battles in the wild. It could significantly reduce severe injuries and save lives. Now that he had settled both the hot spring snails and jasmine lilies, Lin Yuan stretched. He turned and said to Genius, "Genius, have you memorized the basic fighting strategies and moves from Star Web?" Genius meowed and replied in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I've memorized all the basic fighting strategies and moves from Star Web and organized them into a system. However, there's really a lot of them, and it was difficult to search for all of them." Lin Yuan patted Genius' head. During the last few days, while he had been nurturing Phase, Genius had been searching through the entire Star Web for comprehensive combat skills and fighting strategies. It had really been hard on Genius. Lin Yuan took the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots that he had prepared in advance out of the amber button-shaped Phase storage box. He had sorted them out at the mountain behind the mansion after he received the muscle hyperthymesia grass child ramets. The scent of the muscle hyperthymesia grass would lose its effectiveness because many people in the mansion had drunk the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. However, there were many Phase that were uncleansed in the mansion. Thus, the scent of the muscle hyperthymesia grass would greatly affect the Phase in the mansion. Lin Yuan did not want the lake full of angelfish of bliss to die. He placed one of the muscle hyperthymesia grass roots in his mouth and fought against the bitterness to swallow it. Since his body and soul had already been cleansed, he did not feel any discomfort. Nonetheless, all the cells in his muscles were triggered. Genius meowed and used connected tails to connect itself and Lin Yuan. The system of all the fighting skills and moves that Genius had spent the last few days memorizing from Star Web was transferred to Lin Yuan's brain. In a flash, Lin Yuan accepted the sea of knowledge from Genius, and it was imprinted in his brain. In his state of hyper-memory, his muscles memorized all the combat skills and fighting styles that were stored in his brain. In half an hour, his muscles memorized all the combat skills and fighting styles that were available on Star Web. He would be able to use the information in his muscles to apply the combat skills while he was defending and attacking. Lin Yuan had been a complete greenhorn to martial arts, but he could now be called a master of martial arts. He felt that this seemingly coincidental achievement was actually a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. The fact that one's body and soul had to be cleansed by the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar from Radiant Moon Palace would already be an insurmountable obstacle for most people. Secondly, the muscle hyperthymesia grass that was unique to the Li family was also required, and Dark Cloud's bird shrine had to give their approval before the muscle hyperthymesia grass could be obtained. If Lin Yuan had not been able to produce golden lotus brocade pearls and law crystals, he might not have received the muscle hyperthymesia grass from the Li family even though he was the Moon Empress. The third factor was Genius connected tails. Compared to the other two factors, the third factor was the hardest. Genius had transformed into the beast that connects everything when it evolved to fantasy breed and opened up the path for the 100 Questions beasts. The strength of connected tails did not just lie in its ability to transfer knowledge, but that Genius could memorize all the knowledge in the world. Without the unique Genius, even if a person was able to fulfill the first two requirements, they would not be able to learn all the combat skills and fighting strategies within half an hour. After Lin Yuan was out of the state of hypermemory, he suddenly felt his perspective on the world shift. The change in his muscles led Lin Yuan to feel that his body had become tens of times more agile. He immediately instructed the source sand to change into a grain of sand and to toss gravel at him every 10 seconds. Lin Yuan would never be able to avoid this rate of gravel being thrown at him in the past, but his body started to move on instinct now. He turned and dodged the rapid rain of gravel in a charismatic series of movements. This made a sense of thrill course through Lin Yuan's veins. This speed of reaction to attacks was exactly what Lin Yuan wanted. Although his body had not been improved, the increase in combat skills and fighting styles were enough for Lin Yuan to utilize Spirit Essence Explosion perfectly. Even Thearch-class experts found defense to be the most difficult during a battle. However, Lin Yuan could now pair the combat skills and fighting strategies with Spirit Essence Explosion to make up for this weakness. Yet, Lin Yuan was still unsatisfied. He stored away 100 of the over 120 golden lotus brocade pearls that Brocade Zither had nurtured into a diamond phase storage box before he picked up Genius and headed to Radiant Moon Palace. While on the way to Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan contacted Duan He and arranged to meet him at a restaurant in the Radiant Moon Palace. He gave the sack of law crystals for Endless Summer and the phase for the Indigo Azure Guard to Duan He. In the past, Lin Yuan would have kept away the batch of phase for Indigo Azure City for 2 months before giving it to Duan He to prevent anyone from being shocked by the Creation Master resources that he possessed. But now, Lin Yuan had already decided to reveal his identity as the disciple of the Moon Empress. Hence, Duan He would only be shocked but not think anything was strange about how he had prepared 400 bronze/epic hot spring snails and 30 bronze/epic jasmine lilies in an hour. Lin Yuan knew that there was a war room in the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure trove that contained a large number of spirit fluids. There were close to 10,000 bottles of each kind of spirit fluid. The lowest quality of any of these spirit fluids would be able to produce a bronze/epic Fae. The Class 5 spirit fluids in the war room could create bronze/legend phase in a second or enable phase that were stuck at Diamond X/Fantasy V to evolve to suzerain and undergo the world cleansing. After he gave Duan He the items, Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle node to transport himself to the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance. He ran into the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon, and Cold Moon walking out of the palace when he arrived. Lin Yuan hurriedly ran up to greet them. He bowed, and Mystic Moon and Cold Moon said, "Good day, young lord." Lin Yuan greeted them in return. He did not expect Mystic Moon to be back from the outskirts so soon. However, he felt that Mystic Moon was different from before. Now, a terrifying aura seeped out of Mystic Moon's body intermittently. Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress mentioning that Mystic Moon was a fae. It seemed that Mystic Moon had just evolved, and his body was still not accustomed to controlling his new power. A warm smile appeared on the Moon Empress's face when she saw Lin Yuan, and she walked up to him to adjust his collar. While she was doing so, she noticed the flowing cloud beeswax pendant hanging around his neck, and her smile widened. Shock flashed across Cold Moon's eyes when she saw Lin Yuan. News of the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl that appeared in the Royal Capital's Fae Observer Association had spread throughout the Royal Capital. It had also attracted the attention of the Class 5 Creation Masters Chef Supreme and Bamboo Monarch. More than 30 factions had come to Leaning Moon Mountain to see the Moon Empress and ask for a Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl. Cold Moon knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Moon Empress and that it was the single-handed work of Lin Yuan. This meant that the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl, which could change the style of Creation Master factions, was Lin Yuan's unique secret. Cold Moon had always been certain of Lin Yuan's power as a combat-class spirit chi professional, but she never expected that his power as a Creation Master would increase so exponentially in the short period of 6 months. Although she had never seen the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl for herself and could not be sure if it was as amazing as the rumors said, it had to be very special for so many factions to visit Leaning Moon Mountain because of it. It was not something that any Creation Master could nurture. Cold Moon watched as Lin Yuan handed a cloud-shaped diamond face storage box to the Moon Empress. This stunned Cold Moon. She was not alone, as even the Moon Empress and the recently returned Mystic Moon were astonished. Mystic Moon was slightly confused. It has always been the Moon Empress who does everything she can to give things to Young Lord. Since when did Young Lord start giving things to the Moon Empress? The Moon Empress was about to instinctively reject Lin Yuan, but when she saw the seriousness in his face and thought about how he would feel if she did reject him, she reached out her hand to receive the cloud-shaped Fae storage box. She looked inside the Fae storage box, and her expression changed from surprise to a happy smile. The happy smile then changed to pride and amazement. The Moon Empress never expected her disciple to have grown so much. She immediately knew what to do with the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls that were in the Diamond Fae storage box. She saw this gift from Lin Yuan as an extremely precious treasure, and an odd feeling came over her. It was like the apple of her eye that she had painstakingly polished had finally grown up and no longer needed her as much. This stubborn young man in front of her not only rejected her help but was also starting to repay her. This was the first time that the Moon Empress was experiencing such a feeling. The mixture of shock and pride made her feel like she had just successfully passed on her flame to a new spark. The Moon Empress beamed at Lin Yuan and said, "I really like what's inside this Diamond Fae storage box. I'm headed to Midnight Palace with Cold Moon and Mystic Moon now. Why don't you accompany me to the Moon Stable?" Neither Mystic Moon nor Cold Moon knew what was in the Fae storage box that Lin Yuan had given the Moon Empress. But when he heard that the Moon Empress wanted to bring Lin Yuan to the Moon Stable, Mystic Moon's eyes lit up because he knew that she was going to give Lin Yuan the Fae carriage that she had put a lot of effort into preparing for him. Mystic Moon could not help but gulp when he thought of the Fae carriage that the Moon Empress had prepared for Lin Yuan. He could not help but think about how the Moon Empress looked while she was preparing the Fae carriage for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately moved to the Moon Empress side to escort her as he said, "Let's go, Master. I'll accompany you." Lin Yuan had always had access to every nook and cranny of the Radiant Moon Palace and could even freely walk in and out of Moonbeam Corridor. The Moon Empress had even built a breeding room for Lin Yuan in Moonbeam Corridor. After Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress held their question-and-answer session, he would go to his breeding room in Moonbeam Corridor to organize all the information he had gained. The first time that Lin Yuan had seen the interior of the breeding room, he had blown an internal raspberry. All the walls in the breeding room were embedded with enormous transparent spirit wood. Even Class 4 Creation Masters had to work non-stop for about a decade to gather enough resources to buy a fist-sized transparent spirit wood. Transparent spirit wood was highly beneficial for Creation Masters as it could increase the purity of spirit chi. This luxury good might be useless to Lin Yuan, but this interior element was evidence of the Moon Empress' affection for him. Although Lin Yuan was extremely familiar with the Radiant Moon Palace, he had not explored the entire Leaning Moon Mountain. He only traveled between the Radiant Moon Palace and the pavilion where he stayed, as well as where Chu Xiai stayed. The Moon Stable was where the Fey carriages were kept, and Lin Yuan had never been there before. But when he had seen Li Xian and Long Tu's Fey carriages, Lin Yuan found himself liking Fey carriages more and more. It made Lin Yuan ponder over what kind of Fey carriage he should create for himself. The choice of what kind of Fey carriage to create was not an easy one. Firstly, he needed to think about what kind of protection he should use to cover his Fey carriage. There were also the blocking qualities that the interior needed to have and the strength of the Feys that would be used to pull the carriage. Lastly, there was the charisma factor to consider. All of these considerations needed separate contemplation, and Lin Yuan was currently at a loss. Thus, he was curious about the Fey carriages that were in Leaning Moon Mountain's moon stable. As he walked alongside the Moon Empress and admired the scenery around Leaning Moon Mountain and the rare Feys that were all around, Lin Yuan was rather pleased. Some time had passed since New Year's. There was warmth in the cold as winter shifted to early spring. The early spring in Leaning Moon Mountain was full of the fragrance of flowers that when breathed in, it could make a person feel like their spirit was being soothed. When they arrived at the moon stable, Lin Yuan saw two large figures dressed in moon-colored long robes. They were 3 meters tall each, and Lin Yuan was certain that they were not human spirit chi professionals. They had to be giant Feys. The two giant figures knelt when they saw the Moon Empress and nodded at Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan realized that they did not greet Cold Moon or Mystic Moon in any way. Go pull out the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage. The both of you will be coming with me to Midnight Palace, said the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan found the Moon Empress' words to be strange as Feys always pulled Fey carriages. So why did the Moon Empress tell these two enormous figures dressed in moon-colored long robes to pull out the Fey carriage? Suddenly, Lin Yuan froze, and his head snapped back to look at the enormous figures, which lifted their heads and let out a sound similar to that of snake species Feys. The sound did not have the same cruel ferocity that snake species Feys let out. Instead, it was filled with an odd tone of magic. When the two enormous figures cried out, Lin Yuan noticed that there were two faces below their moon-colored long robes. Shortly after, one of the figures shot into the sky and turned into a giant snake that was almost a kilometer long. The other figure was not far behind as it turned into a light green giant snake that was also about a kilometer long. Lin Yuan's nostrils contracted as he used true data to check on the white and light green giant snakes. When Lin Yuan used true data to check the white and light green giant snakes, he realized that a similar situation had arisen when he checked Auntie Zhang's terror rabbit when it was in a near-death state. He could not see any information about the two giant snakes' attributes on true data. All he could see were their 4 exclusive skills. This made Lin Yuan aware that they were creation breed phase. 2 energy chains appeared out of the two giant snakes' heads and pulled open the moon stable's heavy doors. The moon stable trembled when the light green and white energy chains entered through the doors. A pagoda-shaped structure with moon drawings all over it emerged from the moon stable. All the moon drawings had moonbeam stones embedded in them and made the pagoda-shaped structure appear like a chilly sky in the heavens. After the light green and white energy chain tossed the pagoda-shaped structure to the sky, the energy in the giant snakes started to pour forth. Dorsal fins appeared on the smooth back of the snakes, while 2 large wings appeared on the front half of their bodies. The wings were as translucent as fish fins, and the sky shimmered as the wings were flapped. When Lin Yuan saw the wings, he immediately knew that these 2 creation breed snake species phase had the flying serpent bloodline, which was a branched-out bloodline of snake species phase. As for the eliteness of the bloodline, the flying serpent bloodline was as elite as the main dragon species and main phoenix species bloodlines. The flying serpent bloodline could actually suppress most main dragon species and main phoenix species phase. Lin Yuan watched as both snakes lifted the back halves of their bodies and started to twist around and formed a secure base that supported the moonbeam treasure pagoda that was still connected to the light green and white energy chains. The dorsal fins on the snakes turned outward and looked like 2 blooming lotuses. When Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress Fey carriage, he gained a completely new understanding of what Fey carriages were. The Moon Empress said to Lin Yuan, "This freezing Moon Pagoda carriage is the Radiant Moon Palace's emblem. If you ever need to use the Radiant Moon Palace's name to do anything, just let White Moon and Light Green Moon know. You have just as much authority as me in Leaning Moon Mountain." Lin Yuan immediately realized that the Moon Empress was telling him that he could ride this freezing Moon Pagoda carriage. However, he felt extremely pressured to sit in the Fey carriage pulled by these two creation breed Feys. The Moon Empress handed a diamond Fey storage box to Lin Yuan, who quickly reached out his hand to receive it. After he received the Fey storage box, the Moon Empress said, "Even if you don't need to represent the Radiant Moon Palace, you'll still need your own Fey carriage. See if any of the Feys in this Fey storage box are suitable to pull your Fey carriage." Lin Yuan was about to look through the Fey storage box when the Moon Empress chuckled and said, "Summon out all the Feys from inside the Fey storage box." As such, Lin Yuan did as the Moon Empress said instead of using his spiritual energy to look through the Fey storage box. Shortly after, 12 fist-sized balls of water appeared in the air next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could not help but be taken aback by the balls of water. Mystic Moon's eyes widened when he saw the 12 balls of water that Lin Yuan had summoned. Mystic Moon had been the one to tell the Moon Empress to prepare a Fey carriage for Lin Yuan, but the Moon Empress had prepared too many items for Lin Yuan. If Mystic Moon had not mentioned the Fey carriage to the Moon Empress, she would have come up with more ways to strengthen Lin Yuan's foundation and give him more items that would protect his life. However, Mystic Moon was confused because the Moon Empress had not given Lin Yuan the Fey carriage that she had prepared for him. But when Mystic Moon took a closer look at the 12 balls of water, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never expected the Moon Empress to give moving source water to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw the 12 balls of water, the sacred sword-wielding queen that had been consuming law source crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone started to move. The sacred source-wielding queen's movements were much stronger than when Lin Yuan had first obtained the law source crystals. It was similar to when Red Thorn had discovered the source seed. Soon, Lin Yuan's mouth started to twitch. The sacred source-wielding queen was moving so erratically because it wanted to eat the 12 balls of water. Given the sacred source-wielding queen's reaction, Lin Yuan knew that the 12 balls of water would not be able to evolve it like the source seed did for Red Thorn. Actually, the 12 balls of water would increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's growth more than the law source crystals would. There was even a chance that the sacred sword-wielding queen would immediately mature from child to adult after it absorbed the 12 balls of water and would allow the queen form and sacred sword form to unlock second abilities. Lin Yuan learned through his communication with the sacred sword-wielding queen what the 12 balls of water were. However, it was because he knew what the 12 balls of water were that he would never give them to the sacred sword-wielding queen as much as they would increase its power. While Lin Yuan was processing his shock about the 12 balls of water, the Moon Empress said, "In the event of the death of a sacred source lifeform's contractor, a 7-stars sacred source lifeform can use shooting stars to regress to its child states to survive as long as it did not form a marrow contract with its contractor. As you know, a Class 5 Creation Master can make a 5-stars sacred source lifeform's shell into a weapon. When using the pure law power in law crystals, the laws in a dead sacred source lifeform can be extracted and nurtured. The 12 balls of water that you see before you are the sacred source lifeforms that a person from an independent federation had contracted. This person's sacred source lifeform was 9 stars and was close to perfection. But since there was no marrow contract and the person fell out with the sacred source lifeform, he couldn't fully cooperate with the sacred source lifeform, nor could the sacred source lifeform be evolved to perfection. I sublimated the person using Totem Moon, and I also later killed the sacred source lifeform that escaped. These 12 balls of water are the products of the laws that were in the sacred source lifeform moving source water." Cold Moon and Mystic Moon breathed in deeply. They did not expect the Moon Empress to tell Lin Yuan about what had happened a decade ago at such a moment. Since the Moon Empress was willing to talk about this incident, it meant that she had made her peace with it. Lin Yuan listened to the Moon Empress with wide eyes. It had been increasingly difficult to evolve his sacred sword-wielding queen from 1 star to 2 stars. He had used so many law source crystals that it almost seemed to be for naught. Although he did not know how the moving source water increased its stars, it had to be difficult given that it was a sacred source lifeform. The sacred sword-wielding queen sensed special water element energy in the 12 balls of water. Hence, the moving source water should be a kind of water element type sacred source lifeform. However, Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Didn't Master say she was giving me a fey carriage? Why is she giving me these 12 balls of water? True Data still could not check these 12 balls of water because it stated that they were water residue instead of living phase. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed the Moon Empress aura shift, and she tossed 12 blue crystals into the 12 balls of water. When the Moon Empress saw the way that Lin Yuan was looking at the 12 balls of water, she said gently, "You've already formed a contract with a sacred source life form. These fays nurtured from the residue of a sacred source lifeform will require you and your sacred source lifeform to form a contract through your soul together. These 12 balls of water will be useful to you no matter how you choose to nurture them in the future." Lin Yuan's heart was still racing from when he used True Data to check on the 12 balls of water. The 12 balls of water had limitless potential and could be nurtured in almost countless directions. When they were nurtured, they could be supreme weapons or incredible shields. He also thought that they could be nurtured with strategic intentions. As he looked into the Moon Empress eyes, Lin Yuan stored the 12 balls of water back into the diamond Fey storage box and wore the Fey storage box as a ring around his finger. Mystic Moon caught the Moon Empress shooting a look at him, and he hastily coughed and said, "Moon Empress, these Feys might not be suitable for pulling a Fey carriage. Why don't you prepare some that are more suitable for young lord?" The Moon Empress quickly handed Lin Yuan another platinum Fey storage box and shot an appreciative look at Mystic Moon. "My disciple, you don't have to worry about the moving source water. You can take your time to nurture them. But Mystic Moon is right in that these Feys are not suitable for pulling a Fey carriage. Take a look inside this platinum Fey storage box and see if the Feys inside are better for pulling your Fey carriage." Thanks to the Moon Empress expression, Lin Yuan immediately knew that she was trying to come up with a way to give him something. Lin Yuan did not even try to reject her, and immediately received the platinum Fey storage box this time. He had been staunchly against receiving anything from the Moon Empress and insistent on forging his own path instead of relying on her, not because he felt that he could not take anything from her. It was almost a done deal that Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to evolve to creation breed, and he had proved himself for the first time by giving the Moon Empress the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl. Now that he had laid out his own path for himself, he would no longer reject anything from the Moon Empress because he believed that he would one day be able to help the Moon Empress like she was helping him. When she saw that Lin Yuan was not returning something to her like he used to do, the Moon Empress' cold expression, due to returning feelings from the incident she had just recounted, immediately softened. Lin Yuan looked inside the Platinum Fey storage box and saw 12 Platinum V/Fantasy V Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies inside. Lin Yuan instantly wondered if using butterflies to pull a carriage would attract too much attention. Still, Lin Yuan immediately brushed off his concern. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies would only be about as large as a palm even when they reached Diamond X/Fantasy V and would not be able to pull a Fey carriage. However, the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were undeniably valuable. Lin Yuan would never have been able to nurture the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly on his own. As a Soul-type Fey, the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly needed to absorb a large amount of Soul-type spiritual ingredients when it was still a caterpillar in order to strengthen the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly's soul. After it absorbed a large amount of Soul-type spiritual ingredients and became a cocoon, the cocoon needed to grow in an environment with concentrated spirit chi. Lin Yuan would be able to fulfill the second requirement and would even be able to do it better, but he was helpless against the first requirement. The only soul-type spiritual ingredient that Lin Yuan had was the roasted cold snow pine resin. He had a fair amount of the cold snow pine resin, but it was not enough to feed the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly's caterpillar for 3 days. It was clear how much soul-type spiritual ingredients the Moon Empress had used to nurture the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. Even a small amount of a soul-type spiritual ingredient was priceless. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly was the second most beautiful butterfly species Fey. the first being the blue light goddess butterfly. Both the sky fragrance beauty butterfly and blue light goddess butterfly were not adept at attacking. However, the sky fragrance beauty butterfly was extremely skilled at releasing cherry blossom petal-shaped scales to cover and block information from being transferred in a certain area. It was also different from the blue light goddess butterfly that solely relied on its looks. Since the sky fragrance beauty butterfly was a soul-type fae, it had the innate ability to trap souls. The sky fragrance beauty butterfly could trap the souls of faes that were weaker than its own. The stronger the fae's soul, the shorter time that the sky fragrance beauty butterfly would be able to trap it. While trapping the soul, the sky fragrance beauty butterfly could manipulate the fae's body as it pleased. After a fae had its soul trapped by the sky fragrance beauty butterfly once, the fae's soul would become very resistant to the sky fragrance beauty butterfly's soul trapping. Hence, it was difficult for the sky fragrance beauty butterfly to control the same fae twice. However, the special quality of the sky fragrance beauty butterfly's soul trapping was that it could trap insect species faes with weaker souls forever. The insect species faes whose souls had been permanently trapped by the sky fragrance beauty butterfly were like men that a beautiful woman hypnotized, as they were equally willing to sacrifice everything they had for the sky fragrance beauty butterfly. As the sky fragrance beauty butterfly's soul became stronger, it would have better options and could order the insects whose souls it had trapped to kill themselves to remove their souls from entrapment. This would free up the sky fragrance beauty butterfly to control another target. With this thought, Lin Yuan came to a decision. The Diamond X/Fantasy V Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly's forceful entrapment of insect species phase would even be effective on Suzerain/Myth I insect species phase. Insect species lifeforms included more than just insect species phase, as they also included alien insects. Many high-grade alien insects had imposing appearances, but their souls were weaker than insect species phase of the same level. It was as easy for the Diamond X/Fantasy V Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly to control a Suzerain/Myth I fae as it was to control a Class 7 alien insect. It would even be as easy for the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly to control a Suzerain/Myth II fae as it was to control a Class 8 alien insect. Lin Yuan badly wanted the Class 8 alien insect Emperor Armored Martial God insect. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect highly resembled a transformer that was wearing an insect's armor and would change its form into different weapons when it was fighting. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect could rely on its sharp and strong armor to overcome most Myth II faes that had comprehended laws. Normally, alien insects had lower combat power than other dimensional lifeforms, but the Emperor Armored Martial God insect was different. It could use its armor and overwhelming strength to fight against the Scythe Bone Horn Demon, one of the Class 8 devious devils. It might even win against the Scythe Bone Horn Demon if it attacked first. It was just like the heart-penetrating Iron Lion's position amongst the alien insects of the same grade. If the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies could be used to control 12 Emperor Armored Martial God insects and the carriage of the Fae carriage was decorated in a clean and sharp metal style, the combination would be extremely dazzling. Unfortunately, as dazzling as it would look, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to obtain the Emperor Armored Martial God insects as they only appeared in Class 4 and above alien insect dimensional rifts. Although insects usually lived in colonies, the Emperor Armored Martial God insect was a lone wolf through and through. It spent its life killing and fighting. Even if a large number of Class 8 alien insects poured out with the insect tide that emerged from a dimensional rift, there might not be the Emperor Armored Martial God insect amongst them. After all, other Class 8 alien insects could pour out of Class 4 alien insect dimensional rifts other than the Emperor Armored Martial God insect. When one was in need of nothing, such things often fell into their laps. But when one went out of their way to search for something specific, it was always nowhere to be found. Even if Lin Yuan managed to control a Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift and stood watch over the dimensional hub to wait for the waves of insects that poured out, he might not catch a glimpse of the Emperor Armored Martial God insect even if he waited for months. Moreover, Lin Yuan's current power was not strong enough to explore a Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift. Although the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly was a Diamond X/Fantasy V fae, its strength lay in trapping the souls of other faes. The inside of an alien insect dimensional rift would be a playground for the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies as they could all control the soul of a strong alien insect. If they did not want to control a single insect species lifeform, they could easily use their souls to control an entire insectide. However, the sky fragrance beauty butterfly would only be able to change targets once the fae it was currently trapping died. If something went wrong with the sky fragrance beauty butterfly's trapping of an alien insect, or it encountered a stronger alien insect, and did not have the time to kill the alien insect it was currently trapping, the weak and valuable sky fragrance beauty butterfly could die in the class 4-dimensional rift. Naturally, Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. Suddenly, a light bulb appeared above Lin Yuan's head. He thought back to when Long Tu had mentioned that the Long family controlled several class 4-dimensional rifts and had collected a mountain of law source crystals while they were nurturing dragon species phase in the class 4-dimensional rifts. Different law source crystals appeared in different high-grade dimensional lifeforms. High-grade alien insects that had similar power to myth breed phase created law source crystals that had the unique aura of alien insects and could be separated easily. A third of the over 10,000 law source crystals that Long Tao had brought him came from alien insects. This meant that there were many alien insects in the class 4-dimensional rifts that the Long family controlled. The Long family did not have much use for high-grade alien insects other than nurturing dragon species phase. As such, there was no reason for the Long family to reject him if he asked to trade for living Emperor armored martial god insects. Lin Yuan felt that it was highly likely that his idea of riding on a fey carriage pulled by 12 Emperor armored martial god insects would come to fruition. Lin Yuan wanted the Emperor armored martial god insect so badly because he had seen a field guide on the wall of Lan Qin's fey observation room. The picture on the wall depicted the Emperor armored martial god insect with its armor moving backward and forming 3 complicated armor sets on its back. The 3 armor sets were in the process of opening and looked like 3 sets of wings. The Emperor armored martial god insect looked like an undefeated 6-winged angel of carnage. The Emperor armored martial god insect's combat power was enough to protect the fey carriage and increase its safety. After all, the best defense was the immediate destruction of enemies. Lin Yuan raised his head to smile at the Moon Empress, revealing a row of pearly teeth. "Master, I really like the sky fragrance beauty butterflies." The Moon Empress' mood improved greatly when she heard what Lin Yuan said, and she felt the joy of a master being able to look after her disciple. After the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan talked for a while more, she left with Mystic Moon and Cold Moon and entered the Moonbeam Treasure Pagoda that was being pulled by the white and light green giant snakes. As Lin Yuan watched the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage disappear in the distance, he turned to head toward the hidden Moon Pavilion so that he could record all the combat skills and fighting strategies from the 72nd to the 87th floor. The combat skills and fighting strategies recorded in the Hidden Moon Pavilion could not be compared to the public ones that were available on StarWeb. All the combat skills and fighting strategies recorded in the Hidden Moon Pavilion had been passed down from before the era of the Spirit Chi Awakening. When the Spirit Chi Awakening had come, many of the combat skills and fighting strategies were lost to time. There was no other place in the world besides the Hidden Moon Pavilion that had collected such a comprehensive set of combat skills and fighting strategies. Lin Yuan went to the 72nd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion without encountering any issues and summoned Genius. Lin Yuan said, "Genius, we should try our best to record all 15 floors worth of combat skills and fighting strategies by the end of today." Genius looked at the hundreds of shelves stacked full of ancient tomes and meowed as it said, "I can memorize things quickly, but I can't read these books as quickly." Genius felt that his little paws would not be able to flip through 20 books in one day, much less hundreds. Lin Yuan massaged Genius' head and took a star web card out of a box on one of the shelves. Although all the information in the Hidden Moon Pavilion was presented in books, a backup set had also been stored on StarWeb. Genius' eyes lit up when it saw the StarWeb card and said in a childlike voice, "Even if there are 10 times more mines of information on StarWeb, I would only need half an hour to memorize and organize all of it." Lin Yuan and Genius started taking out all the StarWeb cards on the shelves. Genius logged onto StarWeb and rapidly memorized all the combat skills and fighting strategies in the books. After Genius memorized all 15 floors worth of information, Lin Yuan used the muscle hyperthymesia grass again. Every muscle in Lin Yuan's body went into a hypermemory state to memorize all the combat skills and fighting strategies that had been recorded in the 15 floors worth of books with genius-connected tales. Lin Yuan recovered from the hypermemory state and clenched his fist half an hour later. Lin Yuan activated Blackie's spirit essence explosion, and a ball of blustering spirit chi appeared on top of Lin Yuan's fist. He realized that after learning all the complicated combat skills and fighting strategies, the muscles in his body had such fine control that it was almost magical. This allowed Lin Yuan's control of spirit essence explosion to increase even further. The muscles and spirit chi in the body supported each other. Lin Yuan had finally perfectly combined the power of spirit essence explosion with his own, and this would allow him to use spirit essence explosion freely during battle to produce the greatest explosive damage. Lin Yuan's trump card for victory at the Guard Yi Banquet's martial arts stage would be this. When Lin Yuan was about to return to the mansion, Lu Jie, who had been staying at the spirit guard's land, opened his eyes. The first thing that Lu Jie saw was Night Leaning Moon, who had been standing guard over him. Lu Jie hurriedly said, "Master, my insect queen has finished consuming the 7 insect species carcinoma phase and used its genes to recreate them. I can now control the 7 insect species carcinoma phase as I please." Lu Jie could not help but sigh in amazement. He had really been granted a huge blessing after crossing an insurmountable obstacle. The insect queen that Lin Yuan had saved had mutated in an advantageous direction after absorbing the Blade Queen Bee's spiritual poison. It had actually gained all of the Blade Queen Bee's abilities and could control the blade worms. However, the blade worms that the insect queen controlled were different from those that the Blade Queen Bee had controlled. Blade worm was just a blanket term. The insect queen could control any insect species carcinoma fae with this spiritual poison, even the Blade Queen Bee. A carcinoma fae like the Blade Queen Bee would be described as a disastrous entity on any battleground, and the insect queen had gained control of 8 types of such disastrous entities. Night Leaning Moon nodded. The shawl hid her face, but it was apparent from her gaze that she was in awe of Lu Jie's growth. "The plan that I mentioned to you can finally be carried out. This insect queen has created 7 insect species carcinoma phase, and including the Blade Queen Bee, you now have 8 insect species carcinoma phase under your control. However, this is just a start. Over millennia, especially during the spirit chi thinning period, the spirit guards had collected over 1,000 types of insect species carcinoma phase. When your insect queen gains more spiritual power, I'll pick some insect species carcinoma phase for you. From now on, you can use the insect queen to control more insect species carcinoma phase and use each of them as a unique weapon. Your insect queen will become an arsenal that stores these weapons. But you should only use your sacred source life form as your weapon of last resort." Lu Jie smiled and nodded as he replied, "Don't worry, Master. I will do my best during the Guard Yi Banquet's martial stage. I wasn't the one who wanted to hold the art stage, and martial arts stage. Those old fellows are the ones who want to see what the younger generation of the top factions is capable of. The prize for the art stage is an island whale that's about to hatch," said Night Leaning Moon. When he heard what the prize for the art stage was, Lu Jie's heart skipped a beat because he never expected an island whale that was about to hatch to be the prize. Even a strategic class like the island whale would be paraded around in public, and it was clear how stiff the competition for the art stage was. As the parallel to the art stage, the martial stage's prize was not any less impressive. Lu Jie did not have to guess what the prize for the martial arts stage, which was even more prestigious than the art stage and martial stage, was as Night Leaning Moon continued. "The prize for the martial stage is the chance to create a custom-made weapon. The sacred source life form that will be used to make the weapon will be at least 4 stars, but not more than 6 stars, and will be sponsored by the Bamboo Monarch. As for the martial arts stage's prize, it will be a sacred source life form and the Order of Radiant Light." Lu Jie inhaled sharply, and he could not help but exclaim, "The Order of Radiant Light?" The prizes for the martial stage and art stage had already astonished Lu Jie, but it was nothing compared to how he felt about the Order of Radiant Light. Lu Jie felt that the Order of Radiant Light was even more valuable than a sacred source life form. This was not because it could increase a person's power like a sacred source life form could. The Order of Radiant Light was an order made from metal spiritual ingredients and did not have any uses on its own. However, it had exceptional symbolism because it was linked to Radiance Envoys. Radiance Envoys were not only chosen from the Radiance 100 sequence but also people who held the Order of Radiant Light. From the 5 members of the previous generation, the people from the next generation who had the Order of Radiant Light were given the right to apply to be a Radiance Envoy. The Order of Radiant Light came from the Imperial Court, and every generation of Radiance Envoys would have 10 Orders of Radiant Light that were to be given out to them. 9 out of the 10 Order of Radiant Lights had been given out to the current generation of potential Radiance Envoys within the last 5 years. The Order of Radiant Light that was going to be given out to the champion of the Guard Banquet's martial arts stage would be the 10th and last one. This meant that the champion of the martial arts stage had the chance to become a Radiance Envoy. There was more than one advantage to obtaining an Order of Radiant Light. Even if the person who had an Order of Radiant Light did not end up becoming a Radiance Envoy, they would be able to join an exclusive 10-member group that would protect the 5 Radiance Envoys known as the Radiance Riders team. When Lu Jie had found out that there would be a martial arts stage at the Guard Yi Banquet, he had instinctively thought of Lin Yuan. Among all the people that Lu Jie knew, Lin Yuan was the most impressive creation master and combat class spirit chi professional. However, he also felt that the Guard Yi Banquet was being held too early. If the Guard Yi Banquet was held 1 year later, both the Order of Radiant Light and Sacred Source Lifeform would be all but Lin Yuan's. This year, Lin Yuan had already decided to try out for the Radiance 100 sequence. Given Lin Yuan's power, it would be easy for him to be accepted as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Before the Radiance Envoy selection, the top 10 sequences of the Radiance 100 sequence would have the chance to become Radiance Envoys. At that point, none of the Radiance 100 sequences would be hiding their power, and they would definitely engage in a ferocious battle with each other. This would cause the sequence to be thrown into chaos. Previous Radiance Envoy selections had had a point accumulation examination style, and the top 5 applicants with the highest points would become Radiance Envoys. If the Order of Radiant Light was not used and one became eligible for the Radiance Envoy selection by being one of the top 10 sequences of the Radiance 100 sequence, the Order of Radiant Light would be equivalent to 100 points at the start of the Radiance Envoy selection. This would give all who had the Order of Radiant Light a leg up. It would be too much of a waste if Lin Yuan missed this opportunity. Since Lu Jie no longer needed Night Leaning Moon to watch over him, she prepared to leave the Spirit Guard's land to head toward Midnight Palace. Given that Night Leaning Moon was the organizer of the Guard Yi Banquet, she was already late. Although there were still a few days before the Guard Yi Banquet, today was the day to discuss and make preparations. By now, even Chef Supreme, who was always last to arrive, should have already reached Midnight Palace. Just as Night Leaning Moon was turning to leave, Lu Jie called out to stop her. She turned back to Lu Jie, who said, "Master, I want to wear the Spirit Guard's standard mask during the Guard Yi Banquet." A look of shock crossed Night Leaning Moon's face. The Guard Yi Banquet was supposed to be for Lu Jie to declare his identity and let everyone know whose disciple he was. Thus, if he wore a mask at such an event, half the meaning of holding the Guard Yi Banquet would be gone. Nonetheless, Night Leaning Moon could tell that Lu Jie was not asking a question or making a request. The moment Lu Jie and let the first words pass his lips, he became determined. Night Leaning Moon asked Lu Jie in confusion, "Why?" The Spirit Guard's standard mask was a special mask that the Spirit Guards wore during missions to prevent enemies from getting a good look at their appearance. It covered almost every inch of skin on the face. The inner side of the Spirit Guard's standard mask also had the skin of the sound shark that could alter voices. If Lu Jie wore the Spirit Guard's standard mask, even those who were extremely familiar with his voice would not be able to tell that it was him. Hence, Night Leaning Moon was extremely curious about Lu Jie's reason for wanting to do so. Lu Jie gently placed his hand on the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. When she saw this action, Night Leaning Moon immediately understood what Lu Jie was thinking. "Master, I'm Lin Yuan's retainer knight, and he will be participating in the Guard Yi Banquet. I don't want to attract more attention than him before he reveals his identity." Lu Jie's words were simple, but they gave Night Leaning Moon a feeling like she had just traveled through time. "The Moon Empress and I were just like this. All I wanted was to quietly stand behind her and protect her. But she didn't choose me. She chose Mystic Moon. My disciple is luckier than me. Night leaning Moon sighed and said simply, "Okay." She turned, walked out of the door, and disappeared like a mass of eternal night into the blazing afternoon light. When Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, there was nothing he had to attend to. There was no news from Condensed Fairy Orchard or the Seabliss clan. Although they still had a trade agreement, not even Sun Ningxiang was contacting Lin Yuan as often as before. Since Condensed Fairy Orchard was a top faction, they would have to be in attendance at the Guard Yi banquet. There were only 3 main members left in the Sun family. Given that Sun Ningxiang needed the Bronze/Legend Muscle Growth Camellia, her grandmother's injuries would definitely prevent her from traveling to the royal capital to attend the Guard Yi banquet. Sun Ningxiang's brother was still young and oblivious. Thus, Sun Ningxiang should be attending the Guard Yi banquet on her own. Since wolves were currently circling Condensed Fairy Orchard, she would certainly have a hard time at the Guard Yi banquet. Lin Yuan had a business deal that he wanted to propose to Sun Ningxiang at the Guard Yi banquet as the disciple of the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had yet to contact the Long family to ask about the Emperor-armored martial god insects. He had not even properly studied the sky fragrance beauty butterflies and 12 balls of water that came from the dead moving source water. Lin Yuan decided to push these matters until after the Guard Yi banquet. But the Astronomical Parliament's weekly parliamentary meetings still took place. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu could be more relaxed about this parliamentary meeting. The 7-day interval between the parliamentary meetings was very short, and a person like Yin Lin with her impressive background might have many things to do in a week. But to Bei Su, a week would just fly by. He might not even be able to completely acclimatize to the sharp shadow bat within a week. In this parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu would not be talking as much as before. Instead, they would be listening to Yin Lin and Bei Su talk about the joys of their new lives and the things they had experienced in the past week. Before Yin Lin and Bei Su formed contracts with the North-South constellation seats, they were not considered members of the Astronomical Parliament. Hence, as the contractor of the Leo throne, Lin Yuan could check their willpowers. But they were now members of the Astronomical Parliament because they had formed contracts with the Andromeda and Perseus North-South constellation seats. As a sign of respect, Lin Yuan could no longer check on their willpowers. It gave Lin Yuan and Wen Yu great joy to listen to what had transpired in Yin Lin and Bei Su's lives in the past week. Yin Lin's experiences over the last week had been like a dream, and she was like a princess in a fairy tale that had just woken up from a curse. She had become her most radiant self the moment she woke up and started her life as a real princess. Yin Lin also told Lin Yuan about how she had awakened the beast patterns. She was sure that her awakening of the Spirit White Lion and Azure Cloud Leopard beast patterns had something to do with Lin Yuan. Although she did not know what Lin Yuan had done to give her sight, she knew that this strength could help her to awaken the dormant beast patterns inside her. Lin Yuan was extremely shocked by Yin Lin's description of the beast patterns, and he did not expect Yin Lin to have 2 kinds of Fey bloodlines in her. When Fays reached Myth 2, they could change into human form and start families with human spirit chi professionals. Since their offspring could awaken beast patterns, Yin Lin's ancestors had to be creation breed Fays. However, Fey bloodlines were always dominating, and the bloodline of different Fays countered each other. It was just like how Chaime's original bloodline had definitely viciously fought against the Luan species bloodline when Chaime evolved. Thus, it was rare for a situation like Yin Lin's where 2 beast patterns emerged to occur. The awakening of 2 different beast patterns meant that 2 different creation breed phase bloodlines had been unlocked. Although spirit chi professionals had weak bodies that could not sustain the power of both beast patterns in their bodies, they would be able to apply the beast patterns onto their contracted phase that were the same species of the beast patterns bloodlines and improve the phase growth. Yin Lin had opened her eyes and her talent at the same time, and her road would be extremely smooth from now on. As the system, Lin Yuan had found a prime main character. He would no longer need to be worried much about Yin Lin from now on. But for Bei Su, the more Lin Yuan listened to his experiences, the more he felt that something was wrong. Finally, Lin Yuan knew where the problem lay. Bei Su carried the diamond Fey storage box and 2 bottles of spirit fluid all the time in the perilous subterranean world, but he did not use any of the items. This action was so silly that it was a little cute. However, Lin Yuan could not explain such simple common knowledge to Bei Su with words. This common knowledge was picked up naturally and slowly in life. If Lin Yuan tried to explain it to Bei Su, it would be like he was teaching a baby. There were many things that had to be explained from the beginning. If Bei Su was given an explanation based on one item, he might be even more confused. Even if he tried to teach Bei Su, one use half-an-hour limit that she was able to sustain the astronomical parliament for would not even be close to enough. It was likely that it would take Bei Su 6 months to pick up all the general knowledge. Left without any choice, Lin Yuan could only use a few laws to bring over some books with basic knowledge Fey grades and qualities, willpower runes, diamond Fey storage boxes and their uses, the relationship between spirit chi professionals, Feys and creation masters. It took a fair amount of laws for Lin Yuan to transfer over these books. It was really true that the most valuable thing in the world was knowledge. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary to provide Bei Su with this knowledge. A person who wanted to fight to be at the top was not afraid of hardship but of being oblivious. Lin Yuan wanted to remove Bei Su's wall of obliviousness by enabling him to understand this basic knowledge. A few more days passed in the blink of an eye and the Guard Yi banquet was upon them. The sacred sword-wielding queen had tried its best to absorb all the energy in the law source crystals and generated a pile of law crystals. The number of law crystals produced filled up a sack and Lin Yuan sent them all to Endless Summer so it could evolve to Pinnacle Myth 3. But even after evolving to Pinnacle Myth 3 and absorbing a large number of law crystals with pure law power, Endless Summer still had not evolved to Creation Breed. The pit that separated Myth 3 and Creation Breed phase had trapped countless Feys and it was extremely difficult to overcome. Lin Yuan had already provided Endless Summer with more law crystals than he had originally expected. But since he had such a large amount of law source crystals that could support Endless Summer's use of them, all Lin Yuan had to do was continuously provide Endless Summer with law crystals to help it cross the pit. Besides providing pure law crystals, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had accumulated so many laws that the world it depicted was almost real. Lin Yuan breathed in deeply and thought to himself, Endless Summer hasn't evolved to Creation Breed before the Guard Yi banquet as per my expectation. I wonder if the Dark Death Law on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt will be able to successfully transform to Dark Death World before the Guard Yi banquet? Lin Yuan ordered the sacred sword-wielding Queen, inject all the law source energy that you absorbed into the Myth 3 Dark Death Law. When Lin Yuan issued the order to the sacred sword-wielding Queen, his face was full of austerity rather than confidence. As Endless Summer used up more and more law crystals, it told Lin Yuan that although it had already anticipated an extremely high obstacle to cross in the evolution from Myth Breed to Creation Breed, it had still underestimated the difficulty. Although it had not been long since Endless Summer had evolved to Myth 3, its foundation was much weaker than veteran Myth 3 phase. However, Endless Summer's double cores allowed it to make up for its deficiency. Given its talent, Endless Summer only had to keep accumulating resources, and it would eventually have enough to overcome the trial of world creation and evolve into Creation Breed. The talented Endless Summer had already used up close to 3,000 of Lin Yuan's law crystals over the last few days, and more than 4,000 if the previous law crystals were also included. Even with the sea of law crystals being invested in it, Endless Summer still did not show any sign of a breakthrough to Creation Breed. Using Endless Summer's example as a base, it would take much longer than Lin Yuan anticipated for the Dark Death Law on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt to transform into the Dark Death World. This thought caused Lin Yuan's mood to plunge. The art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage at the Guard Yi banquet only allowed one person to participate in one event. Without Dark Death World, even if Lin Yuan had surpassed martial arts experts using the muscle hyperthymesia grass and could produce the same amount of damage as a Diamond X/Fantasy V-Fey using Spirit Essence Explosion, he could not confidently say that he would be able to emerge victorious at the martial arts stage. If the Dark Death Law did not transform into the Dark Death World before the Guard Yi banquet, Lin Yuan decided he would give up on the martial arts stage and set his sights on the art stage instead. However, Lin Yuan would still have to take a gamble if he wanted to win the art stage. If the art stage coincidentally involved the evolution of Fey grades, Lin Yuan would be helpless. Although the Guard Ye Banquet's art stage would definitely provide an undisturbed environment for the Creation Masters to concoct spirit fluids, Creation Masters could also use their phase as support while they were concocting the spirit fluids. This meant that Lin Yuan could still bring along Genius. Even though Genius could use its spiritual power to concoct Grade 3 spirit fluids, it still had not mastered how to use its soul to concoct Grade 4 spirit fluids. The younger generation in the Radiance Federation had to be people who were below 30 years old. This meant that all the Creation Masters from top factions who were below 30 years old could participate in the art stage. It might be difficult to become a Class 4 Creation Master before 30, but it was possible to become a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. Long Tao was only 26 years old, but he was already a Class 3 Creation Master. Given his talent, it was almost guaranteed that he would become a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master before he was 30 years old. The younger generation of Creation Masters from other top factions was definitely not more talented than Long Tao, but they could be equally talented. In this battle of the great Genius ability as a Class 3 Creation Master was far from being impressive. Moreover, both Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme had disciples who were within the age group and had higher power than Long Tao. Lin Yuan felt the pressure on his shoulders grow heavier. The sacred sword-wielding queen had stopped absorbing the law source crystals ever since it received Lin Yuan's order. As it sensed the power from over 4,000 law source crystals that it had absorbed, the sacred sword-wielding queen felt eagerness rise up within it. The main way for the sacred sword-wielding queen to increase its stars was to absorb the law power inside law source crystals, and use the source-type power inside to strengthen the laws on its skirt. The sacred source-wielding queen had absorbed so much source power, but Lin Yuan had told it not to use any of it, meaning that its stars had yet to increase. It would take a large amount of source-type power to evolve the Dark Death Law. This would also increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's power and stars. The source-type power from the sacred source-wielding queen's skirt had spread throughout its entire body and caused its pale skin to glow. The highest area of the world depicted on the skirt was made out of the Dark Death Law and Dead Dream Law. These two different dark-type laws formed the cloudy dark sky that was full of withered death and perplexity on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. At this moment, the Night Calamity Crow formed from the Dark Death Law in the vivid world on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt was tangled up with the source-type power. The source-type power continuously poured into the Night Calamity Crow's body and caused the aura in its body to expand. This caused a change in the status between the Dream-Eating Bat and Night Calamity Crow. Instead of both competing on equal ground, the Night Calamity Crow was hunting while the Dream-Eating Bat was running. As the Night Calamity Crow continued to grow stronger with the increasing amount of source-type power in its body, the Dream-Eating Bat that was formed from the Dead Dream Law dared not fight back even as it was attacked. The Dream-Eating Bat had no choice but to fly down toward the sea. Time passed, and the sacred sword-wielding queen continued to use the source-type power it had accumulated. With every passing minute, the power from about 50 source-type crystals was used and injected into the Night Calamity Crow that had been formed from the Dark Death Law. An hour passed and the source-type power from over 3,000 law source crystals resulted in the Night Calamity Crow's aura rising to its peak. The Night Calamity Crow was like a strong balloon, and the source-type power was the air. This balloon could no longer take any more air. Lin Yuan knew that he just needed to inject more source-type power into the Night Calamity Crow to enable it to cross over that seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Once it crossed the obstacle, the Night Calamity Crow would become the Dark Death World. After he sensed the Dark Death Law's situation, Lin Yuan ordered the sacred sword-wielding queen, inject the source-type power from 500 law source crystals into the Dark Death Law. The sacred sword-wielding queen hesitated before saying, "Master, I think the Dark Death Law has already reached its limit. I think the source-type power from another few hundred law source crystals won't cause the Dark Death Law to change into Dark Death World." Lin Yuan said firmly in a low voice, "Just use the source-type power from 500 law source crystals." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before saying, "Actually, just go ahead and use the source-type power from 700 law source crystals." He could not help but think of his conversation with Endless Summer. According to Endless Summer, laws did not need to absorb more power to transform into worlds. Endless Summer needed a large number of law crystals not because it needed to strengthen its Enlightenment law but because it needed the pure law power to act as an energy source for the Enlightenment law so that it could tear away from its mold to open the door to creation breed. Since it needed a breakthrough, the more power it had, the higher chance of success it would have. Lin Yuan equated this to flushing a toilet. If a toilet was clogged, not even pouring in hundreds of cups of water individually would help to unclog it. But if 500 cups worth of water were poured in together, the high volume of fast-flowing water would likely be able to unclog the toilet. After the sacred sword-wielding queen received Lin Yuan's orders and understood his intention, it stopped hesitating and combined the source-type power from 700 law source crystals to inject it into the night calamity crow that was formed from the dark death law. The influx of such a large amount of source-type power caused the night calamity crow's body to expand. When the night calamity crow's body expanded to its limit, it exploded into pieces that flew out in every direction. Dark shadows appeared where the pieces landed and formed endless darkness. The darkness stacked together and formed a dark world full of murder. This world spread out like ink in water, and it seemed to be consuming every inch of the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. The sacred sword-wielding queen closed its eyes and started to sway its skirt. The other laws and willpowers in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt lunged toward the dark death world, but seemed to be missing a layer of metaverse that prevented the dark death world from expanding. Rather, this made it easier for the dark death world to absorb them. Just as the dark death world was about to refine these laws and willpowers, the sacred sword-wielding queen removed its crown and tossed it into the world in the skirt. An enormous crown that took up almost the entire sky in the world in the skirt appeared. The crown spun around and radiated with limitless power that pulled the dark death world into the foreground. As the crown absorbed the newly transformed dark death world, it became a large and pure black gem that embedded itself in one of the notches on the crown. The black gem was so pure that it was transparent, and one look would be enough to see the swirling world full of death that was inside. A small black crow appeared at the center of the dark death world and flapped around like it was the heart of the dark death world. When Lin Yuan saw this, he knew that the Myth 3 Dark Death Law had successfully transformed into the dark death world. The price had been the source-type power from 3,700 law source crystals. The sacred source-wielding queen stars had also increased from 1 star to 2 stars after the dark death law evolved to dark death world. Lin Yuan was delighted yet slightly crestfallen by the sacred sword-wielding queen's evolution to 2 stars. He had been keeping track of the law source crystals and law crystal fragments that the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen had only taken 1 month to increase its stars, it had used up almost 500 grams of law crystal fragments and 5,000 law source crystals. Luckily, Lin Yuan had brocade zither to continuously produce golden lotus brocade pearls. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's phase that produced heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would have to work to the bone to produce enough elemental pearls for the sacred source-wielding queen to increase its stars. Lin Yuan had been full of confidence that his 16,000 law source crystals would be enough to sustain the sacred sword-wielding queen for some time and enable it to evolve to 4 stars and gain a second ability. However, he was only left with about 10,000 law source crystals. It would be difficult for the sacred source-wielding queen to evolve to 3 stars using only these. But at least the Dark Death Law had evolved to the Dark Death World and met one of Lin Yuan's expectations. The sacred sword-wielding queen was holding up its crown and peering closely at the black gem. It looked a lot like Endless Summer when it had just bought new accessories. Lin Yuan stared at the sacred sword-wielding queen, who still showed no sign of placing the crown back on its head after 10 minutes. He could not help but let out a sigh. Lin Yuan did not know how other sacred source life forms were nurtured, but the process of using so many law source crystals and law crystal fragments to evolve the sacred sword-wielding queen felt like an expensive dress-up game to him. He did not interrupt the sacred sword-wielding queen's admiration of the dark death world. Instead, he sensed the dark death world through his soul. Joy and excitement broke out on Lin Yuan's face. From the power of the Dark Death Law, Lin Yuan knew why it was difficult for Myth Breed Phase to evolve to Creation Breed Phase and why Creation Breed Phase were so much stronger than Myth Breed Phase. It was because Creation Breeds attained the ability of worlds that could not be compared to the power of laws. Lin Yuan tested the power of the Dark Death world, and a terrifyingly intimidating power rose from his body. It was like the domination of a dark world. He had noticed that the laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt could not produce the special strengths in the phase like how Endless Summer's enlightenment law could enlighten a plant every 5 years. The mother of Bloodbath's blood law could extract essence blood from other phase without the help of creation masters. These were all special abilities of laws. Now, the Dark Death world had also given Lin Yuan a new ability, the ability to wither. The power to wither was aimed at plant-type phase. When the Dark Death power was applied onto plant-type phase, it would cause the plant-type phase to rapidly wither and wilt. The ability to wither that came from the Dark Death world was not very important to Lin Yuan, but it was still better to have it than to not have it. Lin Yuan sensed the Dark Death world and noticed that the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred sword form could use the Dark Death world to attack like it did with other laws. There was also an additional line that was something of an ability that appeared under the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred sword form. This ability was formed from the Dark Death world. Sword form, Dark Death world Night Crow Wither attack. Inject all the power from the Dark Death world into the sacred sword. The sacred sword's blade will change into 28 Night Crows with Dark Death power. The contractor can attack with the sacred sword 28 times. If the attacks are launched consecutively, every attack will have an additional withering effect. Every 14 layers of withering effects will be released toward the target, and the 56 withering effects from the 28 consecutive attacks will cause the target to truly start withering. When he saw the new information about Dark Crow Wither attack, Lin Yuan asked the sacred sword-wielding queen, "What does the new sword form that appeared under the sacred sword form mean?" "Master, every time I gain a new world now, a new sword form will appear under the sacred sword form. They are different from the attacks that come from law power. Although they are utilized in the same manner, the sword forms that represent the world power need to be recharged with world power each time they are used. However, the sword form can trigger the effects of the world power and will be much stronger than if the world power itself was used. Unfortunately, the sword form is very challenging. Very strong combat skills and fighting strategies are required to use the sword form," replied the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan looked eager and excited after hearing what the sacred sword-wielding queen said. When it came to combat skills and fighting strategies, Lin Yuan knew that there were always more talented people out there, but he highly doubted that any of them could beat him. If even he could not use the sword form consecutively, it would be unlikely that anyone else would be able to. The sacred sword-wielding queen's sword form might as well have been made for him specifically. Lin Yuan asked the sacred sword-wielding queen, "After each use of the Dark Crow Wither attack, how long does it take for the Dark Death world's energy to be replenished?" The sacred sword-wielding queen twiddled its fingers before saying, "If you don't replenish the source-type power with law source crystals, it'll take a month for the Dark Death world's energy to be replenished naturally. If law source crystals are used, it'll take 4 weeks to be replenished." Lin Yuan's expression seemed to be asking, "Are you kidding me? What was the difference between 4 weeks and a month?" 4 weeks added up to 28 days, while a month was 30 days. The use of source-type power only shortened the time by 2 days and seemed insignificant amongst the 30 days. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan asked the sacred sword-wielding queen, "How much source-type power is needed?" A pained expression came over the sacred sword-wielding queen as it said, "Master, the 2-day difference requires the source-type power from 600 law source crystals." Lin Yuan immediately decided that he would never use source-type power to replenish the Dark Death world's energy. He did have any other complete laws that could evolve into worlds. With so many extra laws, Lin Yuan might as well nurture more law worlds to increase the number of sword forms. With more sword forms, the time for replenishment for each sword form would be shortened in a way. Since the sword form had such a long interval between each use, the enthusiastic Lin Yuan decided not to test out the Dark Crow Wither attack once and to use it only when necessary. Through the information on true data, Lin Yuan noticed that the sacred sword-wielding queen's sacred source type did not mention dark type/mixed type. Sacred source name: Sacred sword-wielding queen, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 2 stars, sacred source type, dark, Main/mixed abilities. Queen form: 1. Queen's skirt hem. Able to absorb the willpower runes from the bodies of dead phase or source-type items. The willpower runes or law runes from myth breed phase law crystals will be carved on the queen's skirt. The law crystals which have their laws absorbed will become law crystals that possess pure law power. Sacred sword form: 1. Blade of sacred sword. When the spirit chi in the body is depleted, the blade will pierce the skirt hem to unleash all the laws and willpower stored within. Sword form: Dark Death World Night Crow Wither attack. Inject all the power from the Dark Death World into the sacred sword. The sacred sword's blade will change into 28 night crows with dark death power. The contractor can attack with the sacred sword 28 times. If the attacks are launched consecutively, every attack will have an additional withering effect. Every 14 layers of withering effects will be released towards the target, and the 56 withering effects from the 28 consecutive attacks will cause the target to truly start withering. The change in the data only appeared after the Dark Death Law evolved to Dark Death World. The Law World type determined the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's Sacred Source type. Since mixed type was mentioned, it meant that the more sacred source types could appear as the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen acquired more Law Worlds. Could also mean that other types could replace Dark type. Lin Yuan checked the time and realized that it was already 6 a.m. There were only 12 hours to go before Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were supposed to go to the Guard Yi banquet. Lin Yuan did not plan on being idle during the 12 hours. He planned on using the time to improve himself. He first told the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen to absorb the Myth 3 Vicious Poison Law Crystal. Since the Dark Death Law had transformed into the Dark Death World and was embedded as a gem on the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's skirt, the Night Calamity Crow had disappeared from the world in the skirt. Now, the dream-eating bat made from the Dead Dream Law would be at the top of the pecking order. Unfortunately, an enormous python covered in verdant green scales appeared in the sky before the dream-eating bat could enjoy being at the top. This enormous python with green scales was the aquamarine scales sky-swallowing python from which the vicious poison law crystal had come. As the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the vicious poison law, the aquamarine scales sky-swallowing python's body started to become more solid. Once the sacred sword-wielding queen finished absorbing the vicious poison law, the aquamarine scales sky-swallowing python let out a roar before charging toward the flying dream-eating bat. It clashed with the dream-eating bat a few times, but since the dream-eating bat and aquamarine scales sky-swallowing python were both about Myth 3, they could not gain the upper hand against each other. The fight did not seem to be coming to an end, so the aquamarine scales sky-swallowing python flew to the ground to rule over the land and sea while the dream-eating bat ruled over the sky. This caused the phase on land and sea made from willpowers and laws to tremble in fear. Lin Yuan was extremely curious about what changes would take place to the sacred sword-wielding queen once it finished absorbing the vicious poison law. Any time that a law in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had dominating power, the world in the skirt would undergo tremendous changes. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the vicious poison law, Lin Yuan's resistance against poison was raised significantly. With the Myth 3 Vicious Poison Law applied on Lin Yuan's body, he could drink the venom of a normal/platinum poison-type Fae, and his body would not be damaged in any way. However, he might not be as safe if it was the venom of a platinum/fantasy poison-type Fae. After all, some of the venom of platinum/fantasy poison-type Faes contain spiritual poison or soul poison. The vicious poison law would not be able to protect Lin Yuan from spiritual poison or soul poison. Still, the resistance to poison that the vicious poison law provided Lin Yuan would allow him to not have to be so cautious when he fought against high-grade poison-type Faes. Even if an attack landed on him, Lin Yuan's life would not be in any immediate danger. Lin Yuan ordered the sacred sword-wielding queen to inject the rest of the source-type energy in its body into the cold flames law, which could provide Lin Yuan with resistance against both fire and ice. Although the Cold Flames Law was of lower quality than the other two complete laws, it took precedence over the Dead Dream Law and Vicious Poison Law. There was still about 800 Law Source Crystals worth of Source-type energy left in the Sacred Source-wielding Queen's skirt after the Dark Death Law evolved to the Dark Death World. It was much easier to evolve a law than it was to transform it into a world. Only about 400 law source crystals were required to evolve the Myth 2 Cold Flames law to Myth 3. The sacred source-wielding queen injected source-type energy into the Cold Flames law and quickly evolved it to Myth 3. The remaining source-type energy enabled the Cold Flames law to evolve to Pinnacle Myth 3. While the Cold Flames law was evolving, the cold snow pine in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt started to grow rapidly. The flourishing pine branches extended outward like the spine of a dragon and quickly grew to take up a third of the dream-eating bat's territory. The Cold Flames aura spread throughout the world on the skirt like a song of fire and ice and deterred even the aquamarine scale sky-swallowing python that was about to rest on the branches of the cold snow pine. The world in the skirt changed from equal jurisdiction between the dream-eating bat and aquamarine scale sky-swallowing python to 3 combating forces between the dream-eating bat, aquamarine scale sky-swallowing python, and cold snow pine. The phase formed from the shattered laws and willpowers joined the 3 camps and immediately breathed more life into the world in the skirt. Lin Yuan was about to test his resistance to fire and ice by asking Chu Ci to use the burning sunflower to burn him. Thus, he checked the time and realized that 12 hours had passed unknowingly. There were only 12 minutes left till he and Lu Jie were supposed to head off. He hurriedly left the spirit-lock spatial zone and changed into elegant but not overly attention-grabbing blue and white spirit chi clothes before leaving his room. Lin Yuan walked downstairs and saw Wen Yu, the mother of Bloodbath, and Chu Ci sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. There were 2 brocade boxes on the table in front of the water rhinoceros leather sofa. One of the boxes was moon-colored with apricot patterns and moon images, while the other was ink-colored with the patterns of hundreds of ferocious beasts. The beasts seemed to be lurking in the darkness and were ready to pounce at any moment. Lin Yuan was confused when he did not see Lu Jie downstairs. He was already late by only coming downstairs 12 minutes in advance. Could the always punctual Lu Jie have forgotten the time? Lu Jie was going to be the main character in the Guard Yi banquet. While Lin Yuan was thinking, he heard the faint sound of the door closing and soon saw Lu Jie appear on the stairs behind him. When Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "I was testing the Insect Queen's new combat style in the training room. I had only intended on training for a while, but the time got away from me, and I ended up being late." Lin Yuan realized that he and Lu Jie had encountered the same situation. Although the time was tight, they could still make it to Midnight Palace if they rushed. When you saw Lin Yuan and Lu Jie come down together and hastily said, "Young Master, Big Brother Lu, Master and the Spirit Guards left, and right-hand men sent over 2 sets of clothes. They said that the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi had sent them over specially, so that the both of you can put them on before the Guard Yi banquet started." When you placed the moon-colored brocade box into Lin Yuan's hands and the ink-colored brocade box into Lu Jie's hands, Chu Ci bounded up to them with curiosity and asked, "Lin Yuan, Big Brother Lu, what kind of clothes are in the boxes?" When Lin Yuan heard the way Chu Ci called Lu Jie, he could not help but think, "She calls Lu Jie Big Brother Lu but calls her actual brother by his given name." However, he was already used to this. After so many years together, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci had already found the most comfortable way to interact with each other. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie opened their brocade boxes and were almost blinded by the shining clothes inside. Using true data, Lin Yuan found out that more than 900 types of spiritual materials were on the clothes inside the box. The return from faraway mansion's submerged flood dragon lake, basement, and main building were all decorated opulently. But even if the entire return from faraway mansion was sold, it would not even be worth one of the sleeves of the clothes inside the box. The mother of Bloodbath peered inside the boxes and exclaimed, "The Moonbeam Coronation and Night Clear Water Coronation costume. Shouldn't the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi be the ones to wear the Moonbeam Coronation costume and Night Clear Water during an event like the Guard Yi banquet?" The mother of Bloodbath had always known that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress's disciple, but it was only when the Spirit Guard's right and left-hand men arrived that the mother of Bloodbath realized that Lu Jie was the Spirit Guard chief's disciple. While the mother of Bloodbath was surprised about Lu Jie's new identity, it always felt that both Lu Jie and Lin Yuan kept an extremely low profile. The mother of Bloodbath carefully studied the clothes that it had identified as the Moonbeam Coronation costume and Night Clear Water Coronation costume. A moment later, it became certain that its identification had been wrong. They were just clothes made specifically for Lin Yuan and Lu Jie that were made out of the same materials as the Moonbeam coronation costume and Night Clear Water coronation costume. These two sets of clothes did not have the patterns that signified the authority of the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi. Other than this, the clothes were identical to the Moonbeam coronation costume and Night Clear Water costume. It was no wonder that the mother of Bloodbath had initially identified them to be so. Even when you, who used to be a spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace, wrongly assumed Lin Yuan's brocade box clothes to be the Moonbeam coronation costume. When they heard what the mother of Bloodbath said, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie looked at each other. The clothes in the brocade box were so decked out and intricate that it would not be convenient to wear them to compete in the stages. Luckily, the Guard Yi banquet only took place after the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage. He could change into the clothes that his master had sent him after the competition was over. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie stored the clothes away in diamond brocade boxes and bade farewell to Wen Yu, Chu Ci, and the mother of Bloodbath before they left the return from faraway mansion and headed to the Midnight Palace. Lin Yuan was going to declare his identity at the Guard Yi banquet, but he was in no rush to add on the title of the Moon Empress disciple. The Guard Yi banquet would be Lin Yuan's chance to interact with the younger generation of top factions. Even the Zheng family and Miao family, who were his enemies, would be in attendance. There was no chance of him showing mercy as he crushed his enemies. Beautiful paintings hung on the walls in a lovely house. The gems embedded in precious weapons placed around the house sparkled, and the bamboo garden outside jutted elegantly from the ground. Inside Langya Pavilion, a woman's head was lowered as she touched a stem of purple bamboo. With her gaze lowered, her rose-like face had a guilty expression, and it was clear that the defined life earring that hung from her ear had lost its brilliance. At that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside her door. When the woman turned to look toward the door, she saw a short-haired middle-aged woman with a face that said she had experienced her fair share of life walk in and say, "Master, from my investigation, I discovered that the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master from Connected Beast Park, who will be attending the Guard Yi banquet, is Miao Qi." The woman with the guilty expression frowned, and a predatory aura rose from her body. There are so many members of Connected Beast Park's older generation that can participate in the Guard Yi banquet. Yet they choose Miao Qi out of all of them. They're clearly targeting me. The short-haired middle-aged woman lowered her head, her eyelid twitching as she thought. I knew uttering Miao Qi's name would spell trouble. Master gets angry every time she hears Miao Qi's name. But it's no wonder she reacts like that. Lord Bamboo Monarch adored Master for so long, and she rejected him every time because she thought that her life was cursed. Miao Qi took advantage of the situation to put on a nice act in front of Lord Bamboo Monarch while publicly provoking Master. She even said that Master and Lord Bamboo Monarch could never end up together. This caused Master to forget her place and agree to be together with Bamboo Monarch, which led to him being wrapped up in bad luck. Master is still troubled over this, but Miao Qi chose such a time to appear at the Guard Yi banquet. Miao Qi is a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Could she be planning to do something at the Guard Yi banquet? If so, Master might end up doing something in retaliation. While the short-haired middle-aged woman was deep in thought, Wang Fuxiang said, "Ah Jing, go and pick a few nice clothes out of those that the Bamboo Monarch gave me. You'll be taking my place, representing Langya Pavilion at the meeting." Ah Jing lifted her head and asked Wang Fuxiang in surprise, "Master, don't tell me you're going to." Wang Fuxiang gnashed her teeth and hissed before Ah Jing could finish speaking. "I didn't want to make a spectacle at the Guard Yi banquet because there are already enough rumors flying around me. But since Miao Qi wants to humiliate me at the Guard Yi banquet publicly, she has crossed the line. Hee. Since she's bent on humiliating me, I'll launch an attack that they will need 2 generations to fend off." Ah Jing was about to urge Wang Fuxiang to calm down, but she remembered that Wang Fuxiang could never calm down about such matters. "Master, Lord Bamboo Monarch said that he likes your purple clothes best. I will bring over the purple clothes that were a gift from Lord Bamboo Monarch," said Ah Jing hurriedly. Ah Jing hurried off to retrieve the purple clothes that were a gift from the Bamboo Monarch out of Wang Fuxiang's almost 1,000 sets of clothes. Luckily, her master only had close to 1,000 sets of clothes. If there were any more, Jing probably would not be able to find the purple clothes before the Guard banquet started. At the same time, Jing felt bad for Wang Fuxiang. Her master was a romantic, but fate had cursed her to only be able to experience facades of love. If not for Lord Bamboo Monarch's strong powers and that he was a Class 5 creation master that could concoct spirit fluids to counter the bad luck, Wang Fuxiang could have killed him with one kiss. Wang Fuxiang lowered her head again after Jing left and gently caressed the purple bamboo. A single teardrop fell from her eye and splashed onto the leaf of the purple bamboo. It was as though the bamboo leaf could not bear for the teardrop to fall as it gently held the drop up and allowed it to slide down the stem where the tear was finally hidden in the roots. "If only I could tear myself away from this bad luck," murmured Wang Fuxiang. A look of inexplicable bitterness appeared on Wang Fuxiang's face. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie arrived at the Midnight Palace. The Midnight Palace was different from the Radiant Moon Palace as the Midnight Palace was situated in the royal capital. The beast head forest surrounded the Midnight Palace, and all the beast heads were carved from stone. The combination of the over 10,000 stone-carved beast heads with the night irises that covered the floor of the forest made the area surrounding the Midnight Palace look like a piece of night juxtapositioned against the daytime. It was already after 6 p.m., and the sky was only beginning to darken. But as he walked into Beast Head Forest, Lin Yuan felt that he was walking through an illuminated path in the dead of night. The stone-carved beast heads' mouths had a glowing gem inside each of them. The light from the glowing gems was different from sunlight, and the night irises could not absorb the light from the gems at all. This was why the light from the gems could illuminate the path through the Beast Head Forest to the Midnight Palace. As he walked along the path in Beast Head Forest, Lin Yuan realized that there were many people around him, their auras exuding elitism as they were dressed in spirit chi clothes. There were normally no attendants in the Midnight Palace. Thus, the people with the lowest status that would appear at the Midnight Palace came from the veteran factions, while those of a higher status came from the top factions. The people of the highest status were the true big shots that could almost be called royalty. The grades of the stone-carved phase heads are becoming higher. These phase are already diamond grade. "If we walk forward more, we should be out of the Beast Head Forest," said Lu Jie. Lu Jie could not help but sneer. "Who designed Master's Beast Head Forest? Why does it feel like we're walking through a fey graveyard?" Lin Yuan nodded instinctively. But a moment later, he looked at Lu Jie in shock due to how Lu Jie looked when he was complaining and why Lu Jie was not complimenting his master's residence instead. After they walked out of the Beast Head Forest, Lin Yuan was met with another stunning sight. The entire Midnight Palace was built from stone and exuded a stern and rough beauty. The pillars and beams had various spirit beasts carved on them. Lin Yuan peered at the carvings on the pillars and beams and noticed that there were no dragon species phase. Did Chief Guard Yi not like dragon species phase? Or was there some special reason? Since the Guard Yi banquet started at midnight, the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage took place beforehand. Those who came to attend the Guard Yi banquet could choose not to participate or watch the competition. Lu Jie was the main character of the Guard Yi banquet, so it was slightly late for him to arrive at the Guard Yi banquet at 6 p.m. But it was just the right time for the veteran factions and top factions. At that moment, the leaders and disciples of the veteran and top factions who came to attend the Guard Yi banquet simultaneously held their breaths. They noticed an elderly man with average features dressed in a black robe standing at the entrance of the Midnight Palace. However, this elderly man was not average in the eyes of the veteran factions and top factions. This elderly man was Lordess Knight Leaning Moon's right-hand man, Lord Zwaming. From Lord Zwaming's straight posture and how his hands were behind his back, he seemed to be waiting for someone. The younger generation of the veteran factions and top factions did not think much about it, but the leaders immediately started to ponder. Who was so important that Lord Zwaming would stand out here waiting for them? Those who were considered royalty should have arrived at the Midnight Palace a few days ago. This meant that it was highly possible that Lord Zwaming was waiting for someone from the younger generation. Meanwhile, Sun Ningxiang had just stepped out of the Beast Head Forest. Although she felt unbelievably melancholic, she kept her expression calm and unbothered. When Condensed Fairy Orchard had received the invitation for the Guard Yi banquet, Sun Ningxiang had anticipated that she would run into Connected Beast Park. Besides Connected Beast Park, who intended to subsume Condensed Fairy Orchard, there were other top factions who could also be after Condensed Fairy Orchard. Sun Ningxiang hated the feeling of being hunted, but she could not avoid the situation because there was no one else in the Sun family who could attend the Guard Yi banquet. However, there was a hint of hopefulness laced into the melancholy. After her grandmother had received the legend muscle growth camellia from Sky City, the decaying of her muscles had slowed. This significantly reduced the amount of stress on her grandmother. Her grandmother usually used spirit chi to counter the decaying of her muscles. Now that she had the legend muscle growth camellia to counter the decaying of her muscles, the addition of the spirit chi led to new muscles starting to grow. Her grandmother used to only have a year to live, but the new muscle growth would allow her to live for 2 more years without any problems as long as she did not do anything that would lead to a soul injury. Sun Ningxiang started to make silent plans. Given their plethora of Creation Master resources, there's no way that Sky City will not have received an invitation to the Guard Yi banquet. Although Condensed Fairy Orchard only had a trading relationship with Sky City, Sun Ningxiang was still incredibly grateful to Sky City and that strange mask-wearing young man. Given Condensed Fairy Orchard's perilous situation, Sky City was the only faction that not only did not take advantage of Condensed Fairy Orchard, but was even willing to help them. While Sun Ningxiang was deep in thought, she caught sight of 2 figures walking ahead of her. The sight of these 2 figures made Sun Ningxiang's eyes narrow. Sun Ningxiang watched as the 2 tall and well-proportioned men climbed the stone steps up to the Midnight Palace. One of the men was dressed in purple clothes with bamboo embroidery. The other man was dressed in a crimson half-armor that was full of scratches. The man in purple clothes had bushy eyebrows and looked extremely handsome. There was a ghost of a smile that played on his lips. The other man dressed in crimson half-armor had deep-set eyes and a grim face. However, the mole on the tip of his nose made the solemn man look obedient and an easy target. A smile appeared on Zhuo Ming's face, and he welcomed the man in purple and the man in crimson half-armor as he said, "Lord Gulang, Lord Zhongzhe, Lord Bamboo Monarch, and Lord Chef Supreme are still in a meeting. If you don't want to be bothered by the noise, I can lead you to the Night Words Pavilion to have some refreshments, or to the training room next to the Night Rain Pavilion to wait for the competition to start." When Gu Lang heard what Zhuo Ming said, he bowed respectfully. Zhongzhe nodded at Zhuo Ming and coolly greeted him. Since his master, the Bamboo Monarch, was still in a meeting and after he had peered around at the younger generation of the top factions, he thought to himself that he would be able to get a good look at the action from outside the palace. He was about to say that he would prefer to wait for the competition to begin when he heard Zhongzhe say, "Senior Zhuo Ming, please lead the way. Gu Lang and I can make use of the training room to spar for a bit." Gu Lang and Zhongzhe were old friends, and he knew Zhongzhe well. Zhongzhe had almost killed a path protector and was obsessive about fighting. If he sparred with Zhongzhe in the training room and Zhongzhe got too into it, Gu Lang might not be able to use any of his secret weapons during the martial arts stage. He was about to reject Zhongzhe when he felt Zhongzhe's hand land on his shoulder and Zhongzhe's eyes boring into his own with a wild gaze. "Don't worry, Zhongzhe. Master has given me some special training. He taught me how to control my emotions during battle. We'll limit our sparring so as to not affect our performance during the competition. Let's fight properly on the martial arts stage," said Zhongzhe. Gu Lang shot a look of suspicion at Zhongzhe. Gu Lang felt that Zhongzhe's assurance was unreliable when he saw the overwhelming wild look in Zhongzhe's eyes. But since Zhongzhe had urged him repeatedly, Gu Lang could not say no. He decided to forget about watching the action and went with Zhongzhe to the training room to spar for a few rounds. Zhuo Ming led Zhongzhe and Gu Lang through the Shadow Knight corridor that the other veteran factions and top factions were not allowed to access and brought them to the Night Words Pavilion. Sun Ningxiang noticed that Zhuo Ming had turned back to look around. This made Sun Ningxiang raise her eyebrow in surprise. Zhuo Ming was the chief guard's right-hand man and did not hesitate in his actions. Since he turned back after leading Gu Lang and Zhongzhe to the Night Words Pavilion, it meant that they were not the people that he had been waiting for. Although the people he was waiting for had yet to arrive, He could not ignore Gu Lang and Zhongzai's status and knew that he had to attend to them. This meant that the people that Zhuo Ming was actually waiting for had to be extremely influential. The chief guard was holding the guard Yi banquet because of her disciple, and there were rumors that the Moon Empress had also accepted a disciple. It was probable that Zhuo Ming was actually waiting for his young lord and the Moon Empress disciple. Sun Ningxiang kept her gaze locked on Zhuo Ming and realized that he had stopped sweeping the crowd once he spotted someone. When Sun Ningxiang hurriedly followed his gaze, her eyes landed on a man wearing a standard spirit guard's mask. She saw the masked man shake his head lightly when he saw Zhuo Ming looking at him. Zhuo Ming turned back and went back to leading the way for Zhongzai and Gu Lang. Almost every person's attention was on Gu Lang and Zhongzai. They were the apples of Lord Chef Supreme and Lord Bamboo Monarch's eyes, and they were not seen publicly on a regular basis. Many women from the veteran factions and top factions leered after Gu Lang and Zhongzai. If not for their fear of offending such elite individuals, those women would have stampeded the two men. However, Sun Ningxiang was not paying attention to the two men at all. When she had noticed Zhuo Ming's actions, her gaze remained locked on Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. The people who could signal to Zhuo Ming with only a shake of their head could only be Chief Guard Yi or Chief Guard Ye's disciple. Zhuo Ming was loyal to Chief Guard Yi and represented her will. Not even Chef Supreme or the Bamboo Monarch could order Zhuo Yi around. Thus, after some thinking, Sun Ningxiang became certain of who the man wearing the standard spirit guard's mask was. As for Lin Yuan, who was beside Lu Jie, Sun Ningxiang found his figure slightly familiar, and her gaze lingered on him. She was sure that Lin Yuan was not one of the younger generation members from the top factions but could not be certain of who he was. Since she could not ascertain who he was, Sun Ningxiang decided to disregard him and inhaled deeply as she started to climb the steps to the Midnight Palace. She steeled herself for the spectacle that she was about to create. With so many willpowers and laws applied to his body, Lin Yuan's senses were exceptionally sharp. Hence, he had noticed Sun Ningxiang's eyes on him. He smiled when she saw her and turned to say to Lu Jie, "Big brother Lu, why don't we stay outside the Midnight Palace before the martial arts stage begins?" Lu Jie nodded and issued a curt agreement. He placed his hand on where the Creation Master crest usually was. Due to the Guard Yi banquet and a request from Lin Yuan, Lu Jie had removed the Creation Master crest. From Lu Jie's understanding of Lin Yuan, the latter was not one who liked to gawk. Hence, he had to have his reasons for wanting to stay outside the Midnight Palace. This motive had to have something to do with Sky City's expansion, but Lu Jie was not familiar with the faction society. He had not been analyzing Sky City's expansion like he used to. Instead, he had been spending all his time outside of training working on the White Cloth Followers plan. Since he would not be able to help Lin Yuan with anything later outside the palace, Lu Jie decided to perform his role as Lin Yuan's shield and sword to protect him during the Guard Yi banquet. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan followed Sun Ningxiang through the stone pillars to enter the area outside of the Midnight Palace. Lin Yuan knew about Condensed Fairy Orchard's dangerous situation, but he did not expect someone to jump Sun Ningxiang the moment she stepped foot into the area outside the Midnight Palace. Every faction that participated in the Guard Yi banquet wore clothes that had icons of their factions. It was rare to see someone like Lin Yuan whose clothes did not have the icons of any factions. Lin Yuan recognized who the two men in front of the Sun Ningxiang were from the icons on their spirit chi clothes. These two men had very similar appearances and had distinctive noses and eyebrows. Lin Yuan could tell that they were either brothers or cousins from their appearances. But given the way they stood, it seemed that the two similar-looking young men had completely different status rankings. Lin Yuan could not help but touch his chin. The show is starting so quickly. The main character has also stepped onto the stage. That's quick. The two men standing in front of Sun Ningxiang and the man that Sun Ningxiang had bumped into were wearing purple spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan had seen the purple spirit chi clothes before. It was Connected Beast Park's famous Standard 100 Beasts New Sprouts uniform. The full collar of sprouts on the man's 100 Beasts New Sprouts uniform indicated that the man was one of the main members of the Miao family's younger generation of direct descendants. The young man next to the man wearing the 100 Beasts New Sprouts uniform was wearing a standard Creation Master uniform. The man's Creation Master long robes had a small zheng written on the collar. From the information about the Zheng family that when you had collected, it was clear that this young man was the second young master of the Zheng family with whom Lin Yuan was currently feuding. The area outside the Midnight Palace had different arches, and the various leaders of the veteran factions and top factions headed into the palace while the younger generation remained outside to mingle. Thus, the young man wearing the 100 Beasts' new Sprouts uniform did not bother to filter his speech. Hehe, Sun Ningxiang. You've been avoiding me and the discussion about the collaboration between Connected Beast Park and Condensed Fairy Orchard. Now that we're standing face to face, I don't think you can avoid me anymore. He whistled softly and looked extremely cavalier. Most of the younger generation that remained outside the Midnight Palace had come to make connections. After all, there were not many chances for the younger generation of major factions to gather. However, some of them came to join in the excitement. When they saw a commotion occurring, many disciples of veteran factions rushed up. It was rare to be able to see the direct descendants of top factions being made fun of. Lin Yuan saw that one of the people who had rushed up to join the crowd was the young master of the Sea Bliss clan, Qi Haitao. Lin Yuan had thought to himself that the show's main character had appeared, but now, the supporting characters had also appeared. Sun Ningxiang watched the throngs of disciples from veteran factions and some direct descendants of top factions who wanted to gawk at the commotion approaching her. She breathed in deeply and said, Miao Zhua, Condensed Fairy Orchard has always conducted ourselves by our principles. If anyone sincerely wants to work with us, we definitely won't say no. Miao Zhua's face fell. Although Sun Ningxiang had been indirect about it, her words clearly meant to say that Condensed Fairy Orchard had been avoiding a discussion because Connected Beast Park was not sincere about wanting to work with Condensed Fairy Orchard. When it came to such matters, people usually kept their actual feelings to themselves instead of saying so directly. By saying it directly, Sun Ningxiang had announced that Connected Beast Park was not sincere when it came to their collaborations. With so many disciples from veteran factions and top factions around, Sun Ningxiang's words had shot a hole in Connected Beast Park's public reliability. Just as Miao Zhua was about to launch a rebuttal, Sun Ningxiang continued, I, Sun Ningxiang, am the head of Condensed Fairy Orchard. I'm the leader of an elite faction. You are just one of the more favored members of the Miao family's younger generation. Can you decide on the direction in which Connected Beast Park will progress from now on? Or can you decide how Connected Beast Park's creation master resources are allocated? If not, what right do you have to stand before me to discuss a collaboration? Your father should be the one to seek me out for negotiation personally. Sun Ningxiang's words made Miao Zhua's expression darken tremendously. He glared fiercely at Sun Ningxiang and sneered. As a faction, Condensed Fairy Orchard is on its last legs. You can't even compare to veteran factions at this point. You, Sun Ningxiang sternly cut in before Miao Zhua could finish speaking. She sharply swept her surroundings before exclaiming, Did you just say that my Condensed Fairy Orchard can't even compare to a veteran faction? With so many people from veteran factions here, you can ask any of them. See if any of them dare to say that their faction is stronger than Condensed Fairy Orchard. Or why don't you ask if the Zheng family thinks of themselves as more powerful than the Sun family? Sun Ningxiang had turned her charisma to the maximum and was firmly standing toe-to-toe against Miao Zhua. But while she spoke, Sun Ningxiang's fist remained clenched as tightly as a vice as she willed herself to maintain the charisma she was exuding. If she allowed her charisma to weaken, the top factions that were watching would think that she was incapable and Condensed Fairy Orchard would be in even greater danger. At that moment, Miao Zhua felt that Sun Ningxiang had cornered him. After all, Condensed Fairy Orchard still had a Thearch-class expert, which was why Connected Beast Park had not dared to come down strongly on Condensed Fairy Orchard. Condensed Fairy Orchard would remain above veteran factions regardless of what happened to them with a Thearch-class expert. Miao Zhua was not stupid enough to drag his cousin Zheng Kaiyuan down with him in such a situation. Miao Zhua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the only person standing around the commotion who did not have an obvious icon on his body. Miao Zhua asked him, That boy over there, which do you think is stronger? Connected Beast Park or Condensed Fairy Orchard? Miao Zhua's words made everyone's gaze focus on Lin Yuan. Many people were shocked when they got a clear look at his face. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had walked behind Sun Ningxiang, and Miao Zhua immediately targeted her when she stepped into the area outside the Midnight Palace. Thus, no one had paid attention to Lin Yuan, who was behind her. Lin Yuan's performance had been brilliant at the All-Star match, since he had defeated a member of Savage Snake Guild Club's main team without even summoning any phase. He had become the hot topic of discussion on StarWeb. The disciples of veteran factions and top factions of similar age to Lin Yuan had recognized Lin Yuan. Many of them had even tried to find out information about him previously. However, their investigations came up with nothing. It was as though Lin Yuan had materialized out of thin air. This created even more curiosity surrounding him. In this era where power equated to resources, even if a spirit chi professional was exceptionally talented, there were many fays available to form contracts with, and it was easy for them to comprehend willpower runes. But without sufficient resources, a spirit chi professional would never be able to become strong. This meant that Lin Yuan had to be sitting on a mountain of resources. This was proved by Lin Yuan's right to appear at the Guard Yi banquet. When he saw Miao Zhua pointing at him, a look of amusement appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Almost all the main characters had entered the stage, but he had not had the chance to go up yet. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to enter the stage as well, but now, without him having to lift a finger, Miao Zhua had offered him that opportunity. Sun Ningxiang looked at Lin Yuan and the masked Lu Jie. Strong, tense energy radiated from Sun Ningxiang. Since Lin Yuan had come with the man wearing the Spirit Guard standard mask, it meant that they were friends. No matter what Lin Yuan's identity was, Miao Zhua had also dragged in the masked man by singling Lin Yuan out. It was not strange that a commotion had broken out between the younger generation of disciples at the Guard Yi banquet. But if the main character of the Guard Yi banquet was involved as well, it would be a huge mistake. Sun Ningxiang's grandmother had gotten on the wrong side of Chief Guard Yi by killing 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. If Chief Guard Yi tried to assign blame for this ruckus, the Miao family's Thearch class experts could ask for forgiveness on Miao Zhua's behalf. But her grandmother was still in no shape to make a public appearance. Otherwise, Condensed Fairy Orchard's biggest secret would be exposed. The Condensed Fairy Orchard that she was fighting to keep afloat was about to be torn to pieces by the other factions. Sun Ningxiang felt that her charisma was waning at that thought. At that moment, the clear voice of a young man sounded out. Naturally, there aren't any veteran factions that can compete with Condensed Fairy Orchard. Otherwise, they would have already been promoted to elite factions. Veteran factions are not idiots, and they care about their reputation. They definitely would prefer not to be compared so casually. This voice stunned Miao Zhua, Sun Ningxiang, Zhang Kaiyuan, and the rest of the gawkers from the veteran factions and top factions. They started looking at him strangely, and more people joined the crowd. A discerning person would have noticed that Miao Zhua had purposely chosen a person without any icons on their body. This was so that he would not offend and start a feud with any veteran faction. Moreover, when Miao Zhua spoke, he turned Sun Ningxiang's words and changed the comparison from Condensed Fairy Orchard and veteran factions to between Connected Beast Park and Condensed Fairy Orchard. At their prime, Condensed Fairy Orchard had no need to be fearful of Connected Beast Park, as both factions ranked amongst the top 20 of the 50 top factions. However, Condensed Fairy Orchard had used up almost all of their Creation Master resources, and they were close to dropping out from the ranks of top factions. It was now impossible for them to compete with Connected Beast Park. Connected Beast Park's role had led to an increase in their Creation Master resources, and the general consensus was that Connected Beast Park had slightly more influence than other top factions. But Miao Zhua would never have expected that the person he picked not only did not respond to his line of questioning but even responded to the question that he had been trying to avoid. Additionally, the person he had picked had even strangely brought up that veteran factions would prefer not to be casually compared. Now, it seemed as though Miao Zhua was disrespecting veteran factions and was about to lead to a feud with them. Miao Zhua's blood boiled. Miao Zhua would have grabbed Lin Yuan's collar and slapped him if they were not outside the Midnight Palace. It was a simple question. How dare he be so disrespectful? Miao Zhua had to be considerate of Sun Ningxiang, but for someone who was not even wearing any icons, Miao Zhua did not plan on being cordial. He looked at Lin Yuan and said in a low voice, "Since you're aware that veteran factions care about their reputation, you should be aware that Connected Beast Park cares about our reputation even more." Miao Zhua watched at the young man who looked in a certain direction and said in a voice that was neither rushed nor slow, "It seems that Connected Beast Park isn't doing a very good job of taking care of your reputation. Even the veteran factions that you spoke lightly of aren't showing you respect. Some of them have presented the violation of contracts to the spirit guards. As much as Connected Beast Park cares about your reputation, you'll probably still have to cough up a hefty sum." Miao Zhua followed Lin Yuan's gaze, and his eyes landed on Qi Haitao. When he saw Qi Haitao, Miao Zhua saw red. Miao Zhua's anger scared Qi Haitao. The dispute between the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park was an insult to Connected Beast Park. The Sea Bliss clan had spent a large sum to form a collaboration with the Five the Arch Soldiers. The Five the Arch Soldiers had bought several islands with Sea Bliss clan support, and they were in charge of ensuring the safety of the Sea Bliss clan members and their business on the island. Connected Beast Park could not lay a hand on the Sea Bliss clan with the Five the Arch Soldiers around. Hence, the Sea Bliss clan was still able to receive an invitation to appear at the Guard Yi banquet as one of the veteran factions. Miao Zhua looked at Qi Haitao and said coldly, "Instead of holing up in your islands, is the Sea Bliss clan here at the Guard Yi banquet to try to strike up some collaborations for Creation Master resources?" Although Miao Zhua's expression was hard, his tone was level, and he also retracted some of his malicious aura while he spoke. But everyone present could sense his menacing intention from his level tone and knew that the commotion had turned into a fight from the moment the young man mentioned Qi Haitao. When he saw Miao Zhua's reaction, a satisfied gleam appeared in Lin Yuan's eye. Now, after being incited by Lin Yuan, Qi Haitao had no choice but to perform on stage. Lin Yuan did not do this to force the Sea Bliss clan to enter the fight to exert pressure on the Miao family because the Sea Bliss clan was incapable of doing so. He did this to trigger the fight and to cause the Sea Bliss clan to feel more pressure from Connected Beast Park. The stronger the pressure that the Sea Bliss clan felt, the more pressed they would be to work with Sky City and the more urged they would be to inject resources into the nurturing of the Angelfish of Bliss. This would enable Lin Yuan's action of buying up all the Aurora pollen in the market to leave a bigger impact. A spark of courage flickered to life in Sun Ningxiang while she listened to the young man speak. This led to her gaining control of her waning charisma. She had felt that Lin Yuan seemed familiar when she saw him outside the Midnight Palace. Later, she realized that he was the young man she had seen at the All-Star match. However, doubt crept up in Sun Ningxiang. She had seen the All-Star match, but it was not enough for her to gain a sense of familiarity from him. She had definitely met this young man by the name of Lin Yuan before. When she heard what Lin Yuan had said, Sun Ningxiang suddenly felt that Lin Yuan's voice was extremely similar to that of the young man from Sky City. Their physiques were also very similar. While Sun Ningxiang studied Lin Yuan's chin, she started to form a mental image. She tried to imagine that strange mask on Lin Yuan's face and compared her memory of the young man from Sky City with this new image of a mask-wearing Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang's eyes lit up because both were a perfect copy of each other. Although doppelgangers existed, it was absurd for two people to have the same appearance and the same voice. Sky City had clashed with Connected Beast Park because of Condensed Fairy Orchard, and Connected Beast Park had tried to make a move on Sky City several times already. If this young man was really a member of Sky City, it made sense why he would be targeting Connected Beast Park. Sun Ningxiang was an expert at analyzing speech. The first time she was at Sky City and was negotiating a deal, she noticed animosity between the mask-wearing youth and the Sea Bliss clan. It would explain why Lin Yuan was pulling Qi Haitao into the fray now. One point of contention could be a coincidence, but if every point of contention and evidence pointed in the same direction, that direction was highly likely to be accurate. Sun Ningxiang instinctively took a step toward Lin Yuan and calmed herself to observe and decide her next move. Qi Haitao knew that he was in trouble now that Miao Zhua had called him out. Since the Sea Bliss clan had taken the contract to the spirit guards to request compensation from Connected Beast Park, it was inevitable that they were burning the bridge between them and Connected Beast Park. Given that there was no way out and it would be useless to pretend to be meek because it would only result in humiliation, Qi Haitao steeled himself and looked Miao Zhua in the eye as he said, The Sea Bliss clan has always conducted business by the book. It was Connected Beast Park that violated the contract first. All we want is some compensation. As for Creation Master resources, we have no need for them. After partnering with Sky City, we're filled to the brim with Creation Master resources. But you were right about collaborations. After increasing our stock of Angelfish of Bliss, we'll start holding auctions. If any faction wants to work with us and establish trade deals, they can approach me directly. Chi Haitao spoke loudly and was basically advertising for the Sea Bliss clan in an attempt to pull in a partnership. Connected Beast Park was pressuring the Sea Bliss clan, and many factions that they had worked with in the past had pulled away from them after being warned by Connected Beast Park. They had all but cut off all communication with the Sea Bliss clan. Chi Haitao would have been very conscious of this serious loss in connections in the past. But even though there were no factions who were currently on friendly terms with the Sea Bliss clan, as long as the Sea Bliss clan could maintain their collaboration with Sky City, their expansion could proceed as normal. After all, the Sea Bliss clan had dominated the market on Angelfish of Bliss. Although spiritual-type phase were rare, there were many of them in the Radiance Federation. If one had spiritual-type phase, the fish coats of Angelfish of Bliss would be required. Thus, now that they had settled their Creation Master resource issues, the Sea Bliss clan did not need to be afraid of Connected Beast Park's pressure of their loss in connections. Naturally, Chi Haitao's words added fuel to the fire of Miaoju's rage. Miaoju's gaze snapped to Lin Yuan, and he looked Lin Yuan and Chi Haitao over before saying, "There's still some time before the martial stage begins. How about the three of us have some fun at the combat ground there according to the rules of the martial stage?" The Gawkers knew that Miaojua could no longer hold himself back and was making a move. The martial stage's rules stated that as long as the opponent was not killed, any attacks could be launched until the other party admitted defeat. When the martial stage officially began, there would definitely be some experts who would try to control themselves and not cause their opponents serious injuries while still gaining the upper hand for themselves. If they agreed to Miaoju's proposition, he would definitely fight as savagely as he could. The people who were looking around did hope that the fight that Miaojua proposed would take place. The scuffles between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan were old news, and the crowd was barely interested in them. However, they were extremely curious to find out what Lin Yuan's true powers were. Since Miaojua was one of the favored main disciples, he was definitely more powerful than Meng Su. Given that Miaojua was a B-rank spirit chi professional, he should have already used Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds to roll his phase grades. This meant that Miaoju's strongest Fae had reached Diamond/Fantasy. Lin Yuan would have to summon the Fae that he had kept hidden at the All-Star match in a fight with Miaojua. At that moment, Zhang Kaiyuan reached out to tug at Miaojua and whispered, "My mother said that you've been by grandfather's side for the last few months, increasing your Creation Master powers. She said you're a stone's throw away from becoming a Class 4 Creation Master. You might not be aware, but this young man was the one who injured one of the main members from our cousin's guild club." Miaojua frowned slightly. He had shut himself off for a few months and had rushed to the royal capital directly after without checking Star Web. He liked to read through the posts and had heard of Lin Yuan. However, he had not watched the All-Star match and had not seen how Lin Yuan looked. Otherwise, he would not have singled out Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and wrapped Lin Yuan in a bear hug. Gao Feng looked at Lin Yuan and said, "I sent you a few messages, but you didn't reply. It turns out you've started some trouble here." Gao Feng naturally took his place by Lin Yuan's side and frowned at Miaojua as he said, "Miaojua, Lin Yuan is my brother. If you want to come after him, I'll consider it a personal insult." It was clear from Gao Feng's actions that he was extremely close to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have immediately inserted himself between Lin Yuan and Miaojua and stood by Lin Yuan's side. Gao Feng's actions warmed Lin Yuan's heart. When Lin Yuan interacted with others, he was sincere with anyone that he was certain was his friend or family. Gao Feng's actions proved that he had been genuine when he called Lin Yuan his brother. Gao Feng truly regarded Lin Yuan as his brother in his heart. Otherwise, Gao Feng would not have stood by Lin Yuan against a top faction that was ranked even higher than the Gao family. Gao Feng did not know that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. The top and veteran factions were all shocked by Gao Feng's sudden appearance. They could not help but think, "It's never been heard of that there was any dispute between the Gao family and the Miao family." However, it was clear from Gao Feng's familiarity with Lin Yuan that the latter had to be of high status. The younger generation of the top 50 factions that were present more or less knew each other. Yet none of them had heard of Lin Yuan. Miao's brow furrowed even tighter after Gao Feng's sudden appearance. He wondered whether Gao Feng had stood up for Lin Yuan because of Condensed Fairy Orchard. But now that he had clashed against two top factions, a veteran faction and the unknown Lin Yuan, Miaozhua could not back out. At that moment, two voices sounded out from near Lin Yuan. Miaozhua was extremely familiar with one of the voices, and it was one that disgusted him to no end. Long Tao and Li Xian walked up to Lin Yuan and greeted him in a friendly manner. Apparently, they were good friends with Lin Yuan. Numerous gawking veteran factions' disciples let out gasps of shock. They felt that it was already rare that someone like Lin Yuan was friends with someone like Gao Feng, who was the disciple of a top faction. But it was even more astonishing that Lin Yuan was friends with Long Tao and Li Xian as well. From Gao Feng's reaction, it was clear that he was not close to Long Tao and Li Xian. This meant that Lin Yuan had not been introduced to Long Tao and Li Xian through Gao Feng. Li Xian aside, although Dark Cloud's bird shrine had expanded quickly, they still had no Thearch-class experts and were considered a lower-middle top faction. However, Long Tao was different because he was the sole direct descendant of Coiling Dragon's Valley and held the title of Young Leader. Just like Gao Feng, Long Tao's words could be considered to represent the wishes of his faction. Not only was Long Tao the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley, but he was also sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence. Long Tao always had a sharp tongue, and many disciples of top factions had been disgusted by him before. He did not care about them. Yet, he was now naturally placing his hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder, and everyone present was utterly bowled over in shock. Moreover, Li Xian was looking at Lin Yuan with obvious gratitude. This added a thicker shroud of mystery around Lin Yuan. Since Long Tao and Li Xian had approached him, Lin Yuan knew that unless Miaozhua was stupid, this commotion would be coming to an end. Lin Yuan let out a breath. Although he had used Connected Beast Park to pressure the Seabliss clan, Lin Yuan's plan would have lost some of its interest without this commotion. After greeting Lin Yuan, Li Xian looked at Miaozhua and said coldly, "If you come after Lin Yuan, you'll have to deal with me too." Although Li Xian spoke simply, he had an extremely imposing manner. Next, Long Tao took over and said, "I heard that Master Miao Qi invited you specially. If she finds out that you're causing trouble here and angering people who you can't afford to anger, will she regret bringing you and replace you with Miao Zhu or Miao He instead? Frankly, they are much stronger than you." When he heard what Long Tao and Li Xian said, Miaozhua's face turned pale, and he scoffed while silently comforting himself. Long Tao is such a big mouth. He forced his anger down and pointed at Qi Haitao as he said, "Qi Haitao, we'll settle things after the Gargi banquet." Next, Miaozhua pointed at Lin Yuan and was about to address him when a shadowy figure that seemed to be wrapped in a soul shot toward Miaozhua's finger that was jutting toward Lin Yuan. When the shadowy figure made contact with the finger, Miaozhua's fingers started to tangle around his hand. With his hand and fingers tangled together, a crisp crack whipped through the air, followed by blood-curdling sounds of grinding. The insufferably arrogant Miaozhua let out an ear-splitting howl of pain. With the fingers wrapped together, any force exerted on them would lead to excruciating pain. Miaozhua's fingers were forcefully pushed against his palm and formed a helix. From the way Miaozhua's hand looked, people with sharp eyes would have known that the bones had to be broken. It was impossible for the bones to bend to such a severe curve. When Miaozhua let out his agonizing wail of pain, dreamy cloud-like orchid petals landed on Miaozhua's shoulder. An elegant praying mantis with orchid petal-shaped raptorial legs shrouded in strange shadows appeared on Miaozhua's neck. The small and charming praying mantis looked to only be about 7 or 8 centimeters long, but it radiated powerful soul energy. The praying mantis gently sucked on Miaozhua's neck, and it seemed as though something was pulled out of Miaozhua's body. Miaozhua stopped wailing in pain as the new pain from his soul was so acute that he could only spasm silently. A faint golden light lit up around Miaoju's body, and the figure that was being pulled out of his body slowly returned back into him. Before the small praying mantis started fighting against the golden light, the praying mantis' raptorial legs sliced across the golden light and cut off a piece of it. After the praying mantis happily absorbed the piece of light it had cut off, it turned into an orchid petal and landed on Lu Jie's shoulder. When the small praying mantis attacked Miaojue, Lin Yuan used true data to check on it. Fey name: Orchid Petal Knife Mantis, Dead Soul Demon Insect, Fey species, Demon Insect Species / Flightless Insect Species, Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10, Fey type, Soul, Fey quality. Legend. Abilities: Soul Suck. Suck the soul that is hiding in the target's mind out of its body. Parasitic Soul Dead Seed. Leave a soul seed in the living creature's mind that will combine with the soul. When the target dies, the target soul can be absorbed through the parasite, leaving the body empty to be possessed. Exploding Soul Dead Bullets. Trigger a mutation in the target's body. When the target's empty body is possessed, it will explode, and the pieces will be spread out as seeds. Demon Soul Training. Absorb the target's soul to increase the strength of its own soul. After completely possessing the target's body and gaining full control of it, the strength of the soul will determine the power of the target's body. Dead Soul Fairy. A low soul noise will be produced that can be used to control the soul of the target. Strong soul tremors will destabilize the target's soul, making it easier to be absorbed. Soul Jade Attachment. When the soul power explodes, the soul will turn into jade that, when shattered, will result in a soul attack that is stronger than the original strength of the soul. The shattered jade will turn into soul mist that will surround all the living creatures in an area, and a soul seed will be implanted in all the living creatures. Exclusive skill. Dead Soul Immortality. When the body is killed, and there is no soul seed to utilize, the dead soul demon insect's soul will leave the body and float around in a designated space. After enough deaths occur in the designated space, the dead soul demon insect soul will absorb the dead souls and come back to life. Lin Yuan nodded slightly when he saw the orchid petal knife mantis or dead soul demon insect's true data. After Lu Jie's insect queen mutation, Lin Yuan had not had the chance to spar with Lu Jie. But Lin Yuan had seen the insect queen's true data and knew that it could use the spiritual poison from the blade queen bee to control other insect species phase. Due to the insect queen's characteristics, Lu Jie had been unable to form contracts with other phase, and it caused him to lack variety during combat. Now that the insect queen had gained the blade queen bee's spiritual poison, Lu Jie had overcome this limitation. The insect queen was now like a contractor that could use the blade queen bee's spiritual poison to form contracts with insect species phase. However, the insect queen could not form contracts with insect species phase that had greater spiritual power than it did. Otherwise, the insect queen would experience recoil and die. As such, Lu Jie could instruct the insect queen to contract tens of insect species phase without problems. As a spiritual type, fairy type, source type life form, the insect queen had a stronger spirit than regular phase and source type life forms. But compared to regular insect species phase, insect species carcinoma phase were undoubtedly a better choice for Lu Jie because of their messy spirits. In spite of this dead soul demon insect's exceptionally strong soul, it still had weaker spiritual power than the insect queen's flesh-mincing blade insects. If Lu Jie was not the chief spirit guard's disciple, even if Lin Yuan had figured out that insect species carcinoma phase were the best choice for the insect queen to contract, he would not have been able to find any. Lin Yuan's only carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower, had been obtained through a coincidence. The spirit guards controlled carcinoma phase strictly. Lu Jie had always been upfront about his growth with Lin Yuan and had never forgotten about his position as Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie already had 8 extremely strong insect species carcinoma phase under his control, and every kind had the potential to generate a disaster. The orchid petal knife mantis was an insect species carcinoma fey that the insect queen had taken control of. The orchid petal knife mantis had used soul suck on Miaojue, and the golden light should have been an item that Miaojue's seniors had given him to protect his soul. But after being attacked by the Diamond X/Legend Dead Soul Demon Insect, the item could not fully protect Miaojue. Hence, Miaojue's soul had still been injured. Everything had taken place in the blink of an eye. Everyone present, including Long Tao, Li Xian, and Gao Feng, were dumbfounded by Lu Jie's sudden attack. No one expected that someone would dare to make a move right outside the Midnight Palace. When Lu Jie made his move, he did not seem to care at all that Miaozhua had the support of Connected Beast Park or that they were currently at the Midnight Palace. Although Long Tao and Li Xian knew who Lin Yuan was, it was not appropriate for him to make a move right outside the Midnight Palace. The Midnight Palace belonged to Chief Guard Yi, and it was essentially her home. Even if Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, it was extremely disrespectful for him to attack right outside Chief Guard Ye's home. However, Lin Yuan had not been the one to make a move. Instead, the man wearing the standard Spirit Guard mask that was standing next to Lin Yuan had done it. Neither Long Tao nor Li Xian was dumb. They shared a look and made a guess who the man wearing the standing Spirit Guard mask was. However, those who did not know who Lin Yuan was did not share their thoughts. Qi Haitao, who had been embroiled in the middle of the fight, started to tremble and called Lu Jie an idiot to himself. The issue had already passed, but Miaozhua had growled that they would settle their issue after the Guard Yi banquet. This was a slap across Qi Haitao's face. The experts from the Archsoldiers were stationed outside the Midnight Palace to protect him, so they would stop Miaozhua if he launched an attack against him. After all, the Sea Bliss clan had used a large number of resources to buy the Archsoldiers' protection. Qi Haitao had already prepared himself to be hit, but he did not expect the new incident to develop in the blink of an eye. He glared fiercely at Lu Jie and fought the urge to lunge at him and scream, "How dare you make a move right outside the Midnight Moon Palace? Know your place." Including Sun Ningxiang, everyone involved was doomed. Normally, a person should have fainted after receiving a soul injury, but Miaozhua managed to stay conscious thanks to the item that protected his soul. Miaozhua, whose face was as white as a sheet, croaked to the dazed Zhang Kaiyuan, "Help me up." Zhang Kaiyuan regained his senses, pulled Miaozhua up from the ground, and whispered, "Let's go into the palace to find Master." Now that Miaozhua's soul was injured, Zhang Kaiyuan was a mess. As the Zhang family's second young master, Zhang Kaiyuan was used to being arrogant. However, the lowest-ranked people present were still from veteran factions. Zhang Kaiyuan's haughtiness as the second young master of the Zhang family had all but dissipated. Miaozhua ignored Zhang Kaiyuan and glared ferociously at Lu Jie. Even at this moment, he asked, "How dare you attack me?" When Miaozhua felt the bone-crushing pain of his soul injury, he was confused. He already had to control and suppress himself because of where he was, so how could this person be so daring? How could he have actually launched an attack? Did he have a death wish? Miaozhua had already been looking for a segue to extract himself from the situation. So how did he still end up getting attacked? Lu Jie looked like a stoic bodyguard standing next to Lin Yuan. Due to the voice-altering effects of the Spirit Guard's standard mask, Lu Jie's voice sounded rather strange. However, this strange voice still carried significant determination and severity. Lu Jie's words made everyone present inhale sharply. "You should not have pointed at his nose. Next time, you'll lose your life." Miaozhua was slightly stunned by how ludicrous Lu Jie's response was. If anyone else had said this to him at any other place, he would have gone after their life in retaliation. But they were at the Midnight Palace. The disciples of veteran and top factions were astonished by Lu Jie's response, and many cursed in amazement. It seemed insane to them that Lu Jie did not care that they were at the Midnight Palace at all. At that moment, two figures appeared behind Miaozhua, and one of them coldly snapped at Lu Jie. "How dare you act this way in the Midnight Palace? Although there are no spirit attendants here, Chief Guard Ye's right and left-hand managers are still present." The other figure checked Miaozhua's injury and was about to summon a Fey to heal Miaozhua's hand when he remembered that he was at the Midnight Palace and stopped himself. It was against regulations to summon Feys at the Midnight Palace without permission, even if it was just a healing-type Fey. Miaozhua weakly nodded at the two figures, and Zhang Kaiyuan anxiously greeted them. One of the figures nodded in response to Zhang Kaiyuan while the other completely ignored him. Long Tao said to the man who had spoken, "Du Shua, Fang He, It's not always good to stick your nose into others' business. Don't end up falling after sticking your head out too far. Du Shua was Furnace Stone Metal's main disciple. Furnace Stone Metal was also one of the top 10 factions amongst the top 50 factions, just like the Long family. They had a large store of metal spiritual ingredients and always operated in a low-profile manner. Fang He was from Four Beast territory. Although Four Beast territory could not compare to the Long family, they still had an enormous store of beast resources. When it came to power, Four Beast territory was much stronger than Dark Cloud's bird shrine. Long Tao had heard that Du Shua was close with Fang He, and they were basically joined at the hip. However, he did not know what relationship Du Shua had with Miaozhua. But from the way that Du Shua and Fang He were standing behind Miaozhua, it seemed that Furnace Stone Metal and Four Beast territory were about to start working with Connected Beast Park. Long Tao felt that Du Shua and Fang He were extremely unlucky. If Lin Yuan announced his identity, Du Shua and Fang He would be severely reprimanded by their seniors because they had helped Miaozhua. But if Four Beast territory and Furnace Stone Metal were working with Connected Beast Park, it was worth considering the repercussions of this commotion. Du Shua's face fell when he heard what Long Tao said, and he retorted contemptuously, "Long Tao, you better watch yourself." Du Shua proceeded to ignore Long Tao and said to Lu Jie in derision, "Impulsivity comes with a price. You better consider carefully if you'll be able to afford this price." Lu Jie took a step forward and said to Du Shua in a low voice, "With nasty guests, there's nothing I can't handle in my own house." At first, Lu Jie's words did not trigger any reaction. But when everyone present read in between the lines of Lu Jie's words, they realized who this standard spirit guard's mask-wearing man that had just called the Midnight Palace his house was. He could only be Night Leaning Moon's disciple. No one else would dare to pretend to be Chief Guard Ye's disciple right in the Midnight Palace. Li Xian and Long Tao had already made a guess, but they still looked shocked and could not help but steal glances at Lu Jie. Gao Feng had been about to seek out his father to ask Chief Guard Yi for forgiveness on behalf of Lin Yuan, but his jaw fell open now. He did not expect the main character of the Guard Yi banquet to be standing right next to him, yet he had been none the wiser. Gao Feng also looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Not only had Lin Yuan traveled with the disciple of Chief Guard Ye's disciple, but Chief Guard Ye's disciple had even stood up for Lin Yuan. Just who was Lin Yuan? In spite of Gao Feng's bewildered state of mind, he realized that Lin Yuan was completely different from who he initially thought he was. The people that were gawking at Lu Jie were looking at him differently now that they knew who he was. None of the disciples of the veteran or top factions expected that someone they initially thought was too brave for his own good was actually a dragon in disguise. Most of the people's attention was focused on Lu Jie as they tried to come up with a way to strike up a connection with him. There were also some people that were still gawking in spite of their shock. However, they were now gawking at Miaozhua, Du Shua and Fang He. The injury that Chief Guard Ye's disciple had inflicted on Miaozhua could not even be brought up at this point. Chief Guard Ye's disciple had called Miaozhua a nasty guest, and everyone was thinking about what this term would entail. Usually, nasty guests were chased out. If Miaozhua was kicked out of the Guard Yi banquet, it might affect the Miao family's main representative, Master Miao Qi. Du Shua and Fang He, who had spoken up for Miaozhua, were as pale as ghosts now that they knew who Lu Jie was, and they took large steps to put distance between themselves and Miaozhua. The relationship between Furnace Stone Metal and Four Beasts territory was very similar to the one between Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Furnace Stone Metal had been supporting Four Beasts territory just like what Coiling Dragon's Valley had been doing for Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Du Shua and Fang He also shared a similar relationship to that of Long Tao and Li Xian. In fact, Du Shua and Fang He were much closer because Fang He had grown up in Furnace Stone Metal. Ever since they were children, Fang He had been playing with Du Shua. Du Shua contracted phase that excelled at attacking while Fang He followed behind him to heal him when needed. The two of them were even closer than real brothers. Furnace Stone Metal had discovered a secret when they ventured into a subterranean dimensional rift and needed a large amount of Creation Master resources. Hence, they had approached Connected Beast Park with the intention of working together. However, the transaction was so large that both parties had yet to come to an agreement. During this time, when all the top factions were gathered in the royal capital, Du Shua and Fong he had secretly met up with Miao Zhua. Miao Zhua could not be described as their friend, but they had helped him so that Connected Beast Park would be more compromising during their business negotiations. A bitter smile spread across Du Shua's face. He had been the one to warn Lu Jie about having to pay the price, but now he was the one who would have to pay it. Not even karma worked this fast. Now that they had been dragged into the mess, Du Shua and Fong He's eyes were full of resentment for Miao Zhua. They felt that Miao Zhua was a small fry, yet he had well and truly affronted Chief Guard Ye's disciple. When he thought of his strict seniors back home, Du Shua instinctively placed his hand on his backside. He prayed that the two globes of flesh would not be beaten too badly by his father, so that he would not have to trouble Fong He to heal him. A fierce pressure swept across the area outside the Midnight Palace, and that felt like a floating flame in the frigid night. With his sole injury, Miao Zhua could not hold himself steady against the pressure even with Zhang Kaiyuan supporting him and collapsed on the ground. The pressure stopped short in front of Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. A man with average features walked out to the area outside the Midnight Palace, his face ashen. Du Shua cursed under his breath. The Spirit Guard's right-hand manager had a much better temperament than the left-hand manager. The left-hand manager had always been in charge of managing the Spirit Guard's Sin cleansing pool and could be called the Demon King of the Spirit Guards. If the left-hand manager came to settle the commotion, it would spell trouble for Du Shua and the rest. There was even a chance of his seniors inside the palace being affected. The left-hand manager was merciless. It would be fine if only he was tossed out of the Midnight Palace, but it would be utterly humiliating if his seniors were chased out alongside him. Although Du Shua was the only son, he had a feeling that his father would beat him to death, then have another son to take Du Shua's place if they were tossed out of the Midnight Palace because of Du Shua. Miao Zhua thought that he had fainted and died after being struck by the pressure. However, the pressure had tightly grabbed hold of his soul and kept his consciousness awake under excruciating pain. As a creation master, Miao Zhua was immediately in despair. He knew that the left-hand manager had used law world power to quake his soul. If it were his previous soul injury, he would be fine if his aunt immediately used spiritual ingredients to heal him. But now that the law world power had shaken up his soul, his injured soul was chipped away. This was irreversible damage. Ashes appeared before Miao Zhua's eyes, and he knew that he would never be able to become a Class 4 creation master. The irreversible damage to his soul meant that he would never be able to use the power of his soul to concoct spirit fluids. The pinnacle Class 3 creation master Miao Zhua knew that his life was finished. The left-hand manager walked up to Lu Jie and bowed to him. The crowd found the left-hand manager's show of respect to be odd because he was not standing directly in front of Lu Jie, but rather between Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. It was confusing whether he was bowing to Lu Jie or Lin Yuan. Realization dawned on Long Tao and Li Xian. Sun Ningxiang, who had already guessed Lu Jie's identity, looked both shocked and confused. While she contemplated her doubts, the other disciples of the veteran and top factions were also wondering what was going on. Zhuo Ming was an important person. Even in their prime, Sun Ningxiang's grandfather still needed a month's notice before visiting Zhuo Ming. Even then, the meeting was not guaranteed. Important people always cared about their reputation. Since the man wearing the standard Spirit Guard's mask was Chief Guard Ye's disciple, it was only right that Zhuo Ming bowed to him. But if Zhuo Ming only wanted to bow to Lu Jie, he could have stood directly in front of Lu Jie. He would definitely not have stood between Lu Jie and Lin Yuan like he was doing now. Since Zhuo Ming was facing Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, the others could only see Zhuo Ming's back and not his face. The people present had all lowered their heads because of Zhuo Ming's arrival and his terrifying aura. None of them dared to gaze upon Zhuo Ming's face. But when Sun Ningxiang saw the way Zhuo Ming was standing, she lifted her gaze to glance at Zhuo Ming's expression. She realized that he had nodded almost imperceptibly at Lin Yuan. This meant that Zhuo Ming had not stood in the wrong position and was genuinely bowing to Lin Yuan. It proved that Zhuo Ming held Lin Yuan in the same regard as he did the disciple of Chief Guard Yi. From Lin Yuan's physique, his chin's curve, speech style, charisma, and voice, Sun Ningxiang had already ascertained that he was that strange mask-wearing young man from Sky City. She knew that there was more to his identity than a mere member of Sky City. Lin Yuan had to be of similar status to Lu Jie. Sun Ningxiang thought back to Lin Yuan's bottomless well of creation master resources, and she suddenly recalled the rumor she had heard about the Moon Empress also accepting a disciple and that the disciple was likely to make an appearance at the Guard Yi banquet. All the doubts that Sun Ningxiang had about Sky City and Lin Yuan's identity cleared. She had initially entertained the possibility that there could be a Class 5 creation master supporting Sky City. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to evolve Fey qualities so quickly. But now, she knew that she had been wrong. A new Class 5 creation master couldn't appear out of nowhere so easily. If it was so easy for Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters to break through to Class 5, there wouldn't still only be 3 Class 5 creation masters in the Radiance Federation after so many years. Although Sun Ningxiang could not be certain that she was right about Lin Yuan's identity, she felt that she was likely to be right. Her shock aside, Sun Ningxiang felt her tightly wounded heart start to relax. Regardless of whether or not Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, his position gave him the right to receive a nod of greeting from Zhuoming. Condensed Fairy Orchard and Sky City were working closely. All she needed to do was to cling on to him, and Condensed Fairy Orchard would quickly be able to replenish their lack of creation master resources. However, it was not enough for her to just cling to Lin Yuan. She also needed to deepen the relationship between Condensed Fairy Orchard and Sky City. It was even fine if Condensed Fairy Orchard relied on Sky City for its expansion. It was only in such a situation that Lin Yuan would be willing to help Condensed Fairy Orchard in the event of an overwhelmingly dangerous circumstance. Over the years, as Sun Ningxiang continued to hold up Condensed Fairy Orchard on her own, it had become harder with time. With a lack of creation master resources and strong combat power, it would be impossible for a top faction to maintain its influence. It was becoming harder for Condensed Fairy Orchard to maintain their domination of some plant-type Fey markets. Otherwise, the Miao family would not have brazenly schemed against Condensed Fairy Orchard and attempted to consume them under the pretense of collaboration. When she saw Lin Yuan's resolute and calm expression, Sun Ningxiang felt that she could consider leaving the fate of Condensed Fairy Orchard in his hands. Before any further speculation took place, Zhuoming said to Lu Jie apologetically, "Young liege, I didn't expect there to be people here who dare to disregard the rules and offend you. They are supposed to have come to the Guard Yi banquet to celebrate you, yet they disrespect you. Please advise me on how I should handle them." Zhuoming's gaze did not go anywhere near the ghostly pale Miaozhua, Zhang Kaiyuan, Du Shuo, Fang He and Qi Haitao. It was as though they were specks of dust on his shoe that were not worth paying a hint of attention to. Once Lu Jie issued his order, they would be ejected without hesitation. Rage boiled within Zhuoming. Before Lu Jie had used the Insect Queen to create a sea of insects that defended Cold Frost City for half an hour before becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. By the time the Spirit Guards arrived, Lu Jie had fainted and had been unaware of how many citizens and Spirit Chi professionals he had protected. Although Zhuoming had not been the one to lead the team to aid Cold Frost City, he had gained respect for Lu Jie because of this matter. Not even the guard envoys would be able to stand up to an invincible enemy like Lu Jie had done. When Zhuoming had heard that Chief Guard Yi had accepted Lu Jie as her disciple, he had immediately acknowledged Lu Jie. After spending time together, Zhuoming had completely accepted Lu Jie as his junior. He felt that he understood Lu Jie's character well and that Lu Jie was extremely amicable. It was not easy to stir up Lu Jie's ire. Before the Guard Yi banquet began, Zhuoming was in charge of the area outside the Midnight Palace, while the right-hand manager was in charge of the area inside the Midnight Palace. He had just been called away to accompany Zhongzhe and Gu Lang to the Night Words Pavilion, and someone had dared to anger Lu Jie in his absence. It was unforgivable. A fresh batch of sin-cleansing weeping willows from the sin-cleansing pool had been nurtured but had yet to be bathed in blood. Zhuoming felt that this newly nurtured batch of sin-cleansing weeping willows could teach these people, who had broken the Midnight Palace's rules and insulted his young liege, a lesson they would never forget. Du Shuo yanked Fang He's hand and lowered his head. He felt that his impulsivity had burdened Fang He. Otherwise, Fang He's peaceful nature would not have let him involve himself with Miaozhua's issues. If the right-hand manager had been the one to come to settle the scuffle, Du Shuo might have dared to argue. However, if he uttered one wrong word in front of Zhuo it would only lead to worse consequences. Lu Jie's words made Du Shuo abruptly snap his head up. Uncle Zhuo, it's not that serious. I just don't want that person lying on the floor to appear at the Guard Yi banquet. Lu Jie was not a wicked person and did not even care about the disrespectful way that Du Shuo had just spoken to him. However, he would not spare anyone who pointed at Lin Yuan insultingly, because it not only violated his duty as a retainer knight but also trampled on his faith. As long as it concerned Lin Yuan's pride and Lu Jie's faith, Lu Jie would sacrifice his life at any time, any place, and no matter who it was in front of him. Lu Jie, who had been rescued by Lin Yuan and had been by his side all this time, knew what consequences awaited Miao Zhuo if he was tossed out of the Midnight Palace. However, he refused to go easy on Miao Zhuo. This was Lu Jie's determination. Zhuo was already boiling with rage and had already decided to use the new batch of sin, cleansing weeping willows to teach these people who had insulted Lu Jie a lesson. But after he heard what Lu Jie said, Zhuo paused for a moment before smiling in resignation. Why would someone who was willing to stand up in the face of a disaster bother with a few words of disrespect? Despite gaining a status almost akin to royalty, Lu Jie's character was unchanged. Naturally, Zhuo would not act against Lu Jie's virtuous character. Then, it shall be done as you said, young liege. Zhuo gaze flew to Du Shuo, Fang He, Qi Haitao, Zhang Kaiyuan, and the disciples of the veteran and top factions who were standing nearby and barked, "Thanks to the kindness of young liege, all of you are saved from repenting under the sin-cleansing weeping willows." Usually, outsiders aren't allowed to enter the Midnight Palace, but the Guard Yi banquet is being held to celebrate young liege. Do not forget the manners imparted on you by your elders. If you cautious elders find out that you've slighted young liege, it won't be me who you'll be receiving punishment from. Your elders will drag you to the sin-cleansing pool themselves. Zhuo words caused shivers to go up the spines of everyone present, and the disciples of veteran and top factions who were standing slightly closer to Miao Zhuo felt a streak of terror shoot through their veins. We're innocent. All we did was stand a bit nearer, so we could get a better look at the action. But Zhuo gaze made the gawkers feel as though they had participated in the commotion. From the rumors surrounding Zhuo, it was possible that those people who were only guilty of standing slightly nearer to Miao Zhuo could have also been punished. The people who had not participated in the commotion looked at Lu Jie with respect and extreme gratitude. They also looked at the fallen Miao Zhuo with disgust and hate. Many of them were cursing Miao Zhuo to themselves. "It's all your fault. I was almost locked up in the sin-cleansing pool. After spending one night under the sin-cleansing weeping willows, one would still have to spend 5 years in recuperation, and that was if they survived the night. 5 years were far too precious for everyone present. Not every top and veteran faction was like the Gao family, the Long family, or the Seabliss clan. Many of the younger generation of disciples of veteran and top factions had around 5 or 6 direct descendants. Those who were chosen to attend the Guard Yi banquet were the favored disciples. But if Zhuo punished them, their position in the faction would plunge precipitously. If they had to spend another 5 years recuperating, they would never be able to make a comeback. Du Shuo held Fang He's hands tightly. Fang He subtly signaled to Du Shuo, and they turned to Lu Jie together to bow to him and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Du Shuo and Fang He's words were like a prompt, after which the people present started to echo their words of thanks toward Lu Jie. Zhuo had arrived in time to hear what Du Shuo had said to Lu Jie. Even if Lu Jie had said to let Du Shuo go, Zhuo had planned on teaching Du Shuo a good lesson later on. But now that Du Shuo seemed to understand the situation, Zhuo decided not to cause trouble for Furnace Stone Metal. With everyone's gazes on him and thanking him, Lu Jie did not react. Instead, he said, "Let the person on the floor be an example. I hope no one makes the same mistake of pointing at Lin Yuan in a similar manner again." Lu Jie's words shifted the attention onto Lin Yuan. Ever since Zhuo bowed, the crowd had been guessing about Lin Yuan's identity. Zhuo stretched out his hand, and the spiritual power that flowed from his palm plucked Miao Zhuo from the ground like a rag doll. Zhuo disappeared from the area outside the Midnight Palace in a flash and reappeared in front of an enormous snakehead in Beast Head Forest. The moment Zhu Ming's feet touched the ground, the snake came to life and turned into a giant 8-meter-long python. Zhu Ming said to the giant python, "Old gang, this fellow crossed young liege. Drag him to the sin-cleansing pool for me, and some people from Connected Beast Park will collect him later." A look of hostility came over the giant python. Shortly after, it seemed as though all the beast heads in Beast Head Forest were coming to life as Old Gang said in a raspy voice. "Someone actually crossed someone as nice as young liege, and in the Midnight Palace on top of it. Apparently, the Meow family has a 3rd Thearch class expert this year. It looks like Connected Beast Park is thriving." Zhu Ming's unassuming face had been cold, but he rolled his eyes when he heard what Old Gang said. "Old Gang, stop making this about combat power. Even if the Meow family had 100 Thearch class experts, they wouldn't dare to disrespect Lourdes Chiefguard. The person leading the Meow family at the Guard Yi banquet is Miao Qi. I wonder if Miao Qi is actually stupid or if the Meow family really has such intentions. Lord Bamboo Monarch is horrible at rejecting women. I heard Yuja say that Lanya Pavilion had not intended on attending the Guard Yi banquet, but word was just received that they have already arrived inside the palace." Old Gang was clearly not paying attention to Zhu Ming and was looking at him with slight vexation. Zhu Ming, who was usually stoic, was always nosy when he was with friends. Old Gang did not respond to Zhu Ming. If that person from Langya Pavilion was really here, the matter was serious. Lord Bamboo Monarch was in deep trouble. If trouble broke out in the Midnight Palace, no one could do anything about it unless Lourdes Chiefguard stepped in personally. Given Lourdes Chiefguard's temperament, she would definitely stay out of such matters. Old Gang glanced at the unconscious Miaozhua and said to Zhu Ming, "Summon the Soul Song Zither Bird and check on this boy's soul. Why did he have to get on the wrong side of young liege? Even if his soul is injured severely, he'll wake up after being whipped by the sin-cleansing weeping willows. Let me see how many sin-cleansing weeping willows I should use to teach this boy a lesson." Zhu Ming shot a look of annoyance at Old Gang. It could have just asked directly instead of questioning how many sin-cleansing weeping willows it would need to teach Miaozhua a lesson. Given the state of Miaozhua's soul injury, it would not be able to survive 2 days under one sin-cleansing weeping willow. But frankly, Zhu Ming was also curious about what had gotten the well-mannered Lu Jie so furious. An avian-type fae with a zither-like tail and beautiful colorful crystal feathers was summoned with a wave of Zhu Ming's hand. There was nothing special about the bird's body, and its white down feathers had no shine to them. However, the beautiful colorful crystal feathers that grew on the bird's zither-like tail looked like multicolored gems on a pipa. The Soul Song Zither Bird moved its tail feathers, and a strange and ear-piercing tune was played. A look of anguish appeared on Miaozhua's face, and Zhu Ming used the song to check on the state of Miaozhua's soul. Only Night Leaning Moon knew that Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Although Night Leaning Moon did not purposely hide that Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer, she also did not tell Zhu Ming about it. Thus, Zhu Ming was confused as to why Lu Jie was so protective of Lin Yuan. Lu Jie's anger was solely because Lin Yuan had been insulted by Miaozhua. Cold sweat started to drip down Zhu Ming's back. Luckily, Cold Moon and Mystic Moon had accompanied the Moon Empress to the main area inside the Midnight Palace for a meeting. Otherwise, if Cold Moon or Mystic Moon found out that their young lord had been insulted, Miaozhua would face consequences that were 10 times more severe. The Guard Yi banquet would not be able to proceed as planned. Since Miaozhua had not just insulted Lu Jie but also the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord, Zhu Ming said to Old Gang, "You don't have to send Miaozhua to the sin-cleansing pool. Just take him to Connected Beast Park's residence in Circle Beast City, and tell his grandfather that our young liege put his grandson in this state because he had insulted the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord. He can decide for himself what happens to his grandson." Old Gang was slightly surprised as it did not expect the boy on the ground to also have implicated the Radiant Moon Palace. This was an extremely serious issue. The giant python swallowed Miaozhua and disappeared in a flash. At that moment, Yuja's forehead broke out in a sweat. Even when he was facing powerful dimensional lifeforms or surrounded by a sea of dimensional lifeforms, he had never experienced the emotions that he was feeling now. He did not know what to do in the situation he was currently in and dared not act rashly. All the truly important people were in a meeting in the main area of the Midnight Palace, while the people in the inner area of the Midnight Palace were from top factions and veteran factions. After winning a game of scissors-paper-stone with Zhuoming, Yuzha had chosen to manage the inner area of the Midnight Palace because he thought it would be an easier task. However, he did not expect that person from Langya Pavilion, who had initially rejected the invitation, had decided to attend in the end. A woman dressed in traditional purple clothes with beautiful purplish-gold bamboo patterns and golden peony embroidery was standing at the entrance to the inner area of the Midnight Palace. She had demure features and pearls that seemed to encapsulate life adorned her earrings. A string of pearls with the color of dreamy clouds hung around her neck. It was the appearance of this woman that had led to sweat breaking out on Yuzha's forehead. The fashionable woman stole everyone's attention from the moment she arrived. Previously, the people from veteran factions saw Wang Fuxiang as only the mysterious owner of Langya Pavilion. There were only a few top factions that knew about Wang Fuxiang and Lord Bamboo Monarch. Ever since Lord Bamboo Monarch had been stained with bad luck and stopped creating law crystals for the major factions, the secret between Wang Fuxiang and Lord Bamboo Monarch had been blown out into the open. Even the people from veteran factions knew. Now that the secret was exposed, even the top factions dared not look down on Wang Fuxiang. Whether it was real or feigned, the leaders of the top factions were all looking at Wang Fuxiang with respect. Their eyes also looked toward someone else dressed in purple. This set of purple clothes that Miao Qi was wearing had 2 red trees with red fruits embroidered on them. There were some faint images of bamboo next to the red trees. The leaders of the top factions started to grow nervous. What good could come from Wang Fuxiang and Miao Qi clashing against each other? They did not imagine that the day would come where they could gawk at the Bamboo Monarch. Long Tu, who was sitting with Li Jun, checked the time. The meeting that was happening in the main area of the Midnight Palace should have ended by now. He wondered what expression Lord Bamboo Monarch would have when he came and saw Wang Fuxiang and Miao Qi. However, this was Lord Bamboo Monarch's personal matter, and it would be up to him to handle the issue. At that moment, a woman pushed a middle-aged man out of his seat and walked toward Wang Fuxiang. The middle-aged man was distractedly eating a piece of steamed Gyakuro date shortcake, while the woman furiously pulled his ear and said, "Li Chonglin, all you do is eat. You eat wherever you go. Come with me to greet Sister Xiang now." Li Chonglin hurriedly stuffed the rest of the Gyakuro date shortcake into his mouth and said in a meek voice to the woman pulling him by his ear, "Ying, you were the one who said that this Gyakuro date shortcake tasted pretty good. I wanted to see if I can figure out how it's made, so I can make it for you back home." On top of his meek and sad tone, Li Chonglin deliberately blinked a few times at the woman. The woman did not buy it and spat. "That was how I was tricked by you all those years ago. If you hadn't blinked at me like that, I wouldn't have run away with you 20 years ago. Don't bother trying this with me. Let's go." A clever-looking chubby man overheard the woman's words and thought, "Thank God I'm smart. Nothing good can come out from senior brother and junior sister being together. Nothing beats how comfortable I am running the Spirit Food Pavilion. Women are the scariest creatures. They can never make me as happy as an iron wok can." When he heard what his wife said, Li Chonglin's mouth twitched. "How is it the same? I only blinked this time, but I also pouted 20 years ago." But when he heard that his wife wanted to chat with Wang Fuxiang and even addressed her as Sister Xiang, Li Chonglin felt slightly uncomfortable. Wang Fuxiang was at least 70 years old, while his wife was not even 40 years old yet. She should be calling Wang Fuxiang Auntie Xiang. But when they approached Wang Fuxiang, Li Chonglin still addressed her as Sister Xiang while thinking, "I'll probably get beat up if I call her Auntie Xiang. On the other hand, calling her Sister Xiang makes it seem like I'm of the same generation as the Bamboo Monarch. This feeling is pretty good." Li Chonglin immediately proceeded to call Wang Fuxiang Sister Xiang a few more times. Zhang Yingying immediately knew that Li Chonglin was up to something and quickly pinched his side. She had heard from her father that the Bamboo Monarch had been courting Wang Fuxiang. If not for Wang Fuxiang's predicament, she would have become the Purple Bamboo Forest's mistress long ago. Before Zhang Yingying eloped with Li Chonglin, she was the princess of the Kitchen Fragrance Pavilion and often visited Langya Pavilion to buy accessories. She had met Wang Fuxiang 20 years ago when she was still a young girl. If not for the advice she had received from Wang Fuxiang at that time, Zhang Yingying would never have eloped with Li Chonglin. It could be said that Wang Fuxiang had been Zhang Yingying and Li Chonglin's matchmaker. However, Zhang Yingying had never told Li Chonglin about this. Not even Wang Fuxiang knew that her words would have such a big influence on Zhang Yingying. Zhang Yingying greeted Wang Fuxiang in a friendly manner. When Wang Fuxiang saw Zhang Yingying, her ashen face broke out into a bright smile. Her smile was so stunning that it was as though a flurry of cherry blossoms had floated into the Midnight Palace's inner area. A look of nostalgia came over Wang Fuxiang, but her face quickly fell as she said to Zhang Yingying, "Sister Ying, I need to attend to something. I'll catch up with you soon." Wang Fuxiang strode toward Miao Qi, who was trying her best to put on a strong front. No one knew better than Miao Qi what the relationship between Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch was. Hence, the pinnacle Class 4 creation master Miao Qi was panicking. When she thought of Wang Fuxiang's bad luck and its impact on the Bamboo Monarch, Miao Qi immediately regained her composure. Wang Fuxiang trod lightly, and when her skirt swayed, the peony petals seemed to fall onto the floor of the bamboo forest. She approached Miao Qi calmly, and Miao Qi felt a hint of shame. No matter what reasons there were, she definitely had less moral ground to stand on than Wang Fuxiang. Despite being a Class 4 creation master or that she was a part of Connected Beast Park, Miao Qi could not start arguing with Wang Fuxiang. It was not because Wang Fuxiang's Langya Pavilion had a mountain of resources. When it came to resources, the Miao family still had more than Langya Pavilion. Miao Qi was afraid because of the adoration that Wang Fuxiang received from the Bamboo Monarch. Miao Qi could not move freely with Wang Fuxiang around, as the latter had the right to gain the respect of everyone here. Thus, Miao Qi could only strike first for Wang Fuxiang's weak spots. Do you know that after being trapped by your bad luck, Lord Bamboo Monarch can't even create law crystals anymore? Miao Qi's words caused everyone's gazes to shift. It was because of Wang Fuxiang that many people were rejected when they asked the Bamboo Monarch to create law crystals for them. A sweet yet stern voice sounded before the crowd could speculate further. Fu Wenju was affected by me and is now trapped by my bad luck. You're right about that. Miao Qi was delighted by Wang Fuxiang's admittance, and she was about to continue hitting Wang Fuxiang's weak spots when the latter went on to say, "But no matter what, I'm a citizen of the Radiance Federation. If Fu Wenju has become a powerless Class 5 creation master because of my bad luck, I'm willing to give up my life. His bad luck will be gone after my death." The leaders of top factions who had negative opinions on Wang Fuxiang now looked at her in astonishment. They did not expect the sweet Wang Fuxiang to be so steel-willed that she would even say that she was willing to die to remove Lord Bamboo Monarch's bad luck. Fu Wenju was Bamboo Monarch's name, and no one, not even Lord Chef Supreme's daughter Zhang Yingying, would dare to call him by it. Since Wang Fuxiang was willing to die for the Bamboo Monarch, she definitely respected him. This meant that their relationship had progressed to a certain extent. Miao Qi did not expect that Wang Fuxiang would rebuke her even after she struck first. If it was anyone else, Miao Qi would have replied mockingly, "It's easy to talk about death, but not everyone has the courage to go through with it." However, Miao Qi would not dare to say that now. If she really did say it and Wang Fuxiang ended up dead, Bamboo Monarch would certainly come after her. He would also go after Connected Beast Park. While Miao Qi was trying to come up with a way to turn the tables on Wang Fuxiang, the latter said, "Banquets have their own rules. You should be aware of that since you're from a top faction, right?" Wang Fuxiang looked around at the people before saying, "One of the rules of the Gargi banquet is that no one's clothes or accessories can have snake or snake-like patterns. Every guest has to follow this rule. But besides this special rule, have you forgotten about the other rule of this banquet?" Miao Qi's expression changed. At that moment, an elegant man took a deep breath and walked through the crowd to Wang Fuxiang. He bowed and said, "Hello, master." Xiachun had seen Wang Fuxiang but did not intend on greeting her. As the Bamboo Monarch's first disciple, Xiachun knew that the Bamboo Monarch had been courting Wang Fuxiang. But as the Bamboo Monarch's disciple and because the Bamboo Monarch's bad luck had come from Wang Fuxiang, Xiachun, who viewed the bamboo monarch as a father, did not like Wang Fuxiang. Moreover, Wang Fuxiang had been coming up with ways to reject the bamboo monarch and never agreed to be together with him. If Wang Fuxiang denied him when Xiachen called her master, she would not be embarrassing Xiachen but the bamboo monarch. However, Xiachen knew his master well and knew that he had to stand up for Wang Fuxiang no matter what. It was his duty as a disciple. The way Xiachen addressed Wang Fuxiang caused a big reaction in the crowd. Even Long Tu and Li Zhen looked shocked. Xiachen had always been solemn and helped the bamboo monarch to manage the purple bamboo forest. Now, Xiachen's words had essentially branded Wang Fuxiang. He was basically announcing that Wang Fuxiang was the mistress of the purple bamboo forest. Xiachen's appearance made Miao Qi's sour countenance drain of color. Before Wang Fuxiang responded, Xiachen went on to say, "There are a total of 18 coronation costumes in the Radiance Federation, 13 of which belong to the royal family. The remaining 5 belong to the 5 Radiance envoys. Every coronation costume has unique patterns that represent the owner's identity and authority. For example, Chief Guard Ye's night clear water coronation costume has a body of clear water at night that represents the eternal night. I believe everyone is aware of this. Thus, no one wears clothes with patterns similar to the night clear water coronation costume at banquets like the Guard Yi banquet. Moreover, as a show of respect to Chief Guard Yi, no one tries to recreate the Night Cloud's 100 Beasts patterns on the night clear water coronation costume. In fact, everyone stays clear of it." Xiachen's words made Miao Qi's face turn even paler. Every single leader of veteran and top factions looked absolutely astonished. They all knew why Xiachen was mentioning this. Initially, they thought that Xiachen had appeared to brand Wang Fuxiang with her identity as the mistress of the purple bamboo forest. No one expected that Xiachen would go on to help Wang Fuxiang fight against Miao Qi. This move made Miao Qi seem extremely insolent. Xiachen stole a look at Wang Fuxiang and noticed that she did not seem to be rejecting the title he had given her. With his worries rested, Xiachen continued. "Master's coronation costume is the bamboo perch coronation costume, and the patterns are called the purple bamboo coronation patterns. Miao Qi, are those purple bamboo embroidered behind the 2 goji trees on your purple spirit Qi clothes?" At this point, Xiachen felt that he had laid good groundwork for Wang Fuxiang and stepped back behind her. This action made everyone see it as him acknowledging Wang Fuxiang as his elder. Otherwise, the first disciple of the bamboo monarch who managed the purple bamboo forest would not have to act in such a humble manner in front of Wang Fuxiang. Wang Fuxiang felt uncomfortable when Xiachen called her master, but she was comforted by what he did for her. When she had decided to attend the Guard Yi banquet, she had settled on the status of her relationship with the bamboo monarch. She was now ready to face the feelings between her and the bamboo monarch. She was already old and was no bouncing young girl. It was extremely difficult to find a real relationship. The bamboo monarch had also said that he would find a way to remove her bad luck and had definitely brought up this issue with the other members of royalty to ask for a solution. Wang Fuxiang's mind was set. If she could not find a way to remove her bad luck, she would happily sacrifice her life for the bamboo monarch. She was going to wear her favorite jewelry and jump into the bamboo monarch's arms. If she died for him, he would definitely remember her for the rest of his life. Now that her troubles had cleared, Wang Fuxiang had accepted Xiachen calling her master. She put on a charming smile, turned to the deathly pale Miao Qi who looked pathetic in comparison, and said, "Fu Wenju gave me this set of clothes." The large patch of purple bamboo embroidery below the yellow peony patterns used the gold thread from golden therak bamboo. It's the same thread used in the embroidery on Fu Wenju's bamboo perch coronation costume is made from. Miao Qi, the faint bamboo stitched on your clothes are so detailed that they're also made from the gold thread from the golden therak bamboo. You must have spent a tidy sum on this set of clothes. You actually managed to find myth-breed golden therak bamboo and extract gold thread from it to embroider purple bamboo that is so similar to those on the purple bamboo coronation costume. Did Fu Wenju give you permission to copy the purple bamboo coronation costume? Or do you hold the coronation patterns in such low regard that you are fine with casually recreating the coronation patterns on the spirit Qi clothes that you wear to the Guard Yi banquet? Miao Qi lowered her head, and not a peep was heard from her. She was well and truly humiliated. As a Class 4 creation master that also came from Connected Beast Park, she even received respect from top factions. Even the leaders of veteran factions had to lower their heads in front of her. Yet she was now a public joke. She never expected Wang Fuxiang to attend the Guard Yi banquet. It had been a secret that she was the one representing the Miao family at the Guard Yi banquet, and the decision had only been made after the Miao family had discovered that Wang Fuxiang had rejected the invitation to the Guard Yi banquet. Miao Qi knew that if not for Wang Fuxiang, Xiachen would never have bothered with her. Miao Qi was at a complete loss for words. She dared not take on the crime of disrespecting the coronation patterns. She had put a lot of effort and money into the spirit Qi clothes that she was wearing. She had done this to make herself seem more esteemed, but it had backfired on her instead. The meeting that was taking place in the main area of the Midnight Palace was about to end. In order to prevent further commotion from taking place in the inner area of the Midnight Palace, Yuzha quickly walked up to Wang Fuxiang and bowed to her before saying, "Lordess, the meeting in the main area is about to end. Miao Qi has broken the Guard Yi banquet's rules by disrespecting the coronation patterns. I will eject her from the premises so the Guard Yi banquet can proceed smoothly. I will inform the leader of the Miao family of this incident and ensure that they make it up to you." Although Yuzha knew about Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch, he did not have to address her as Lordess. Since Xiachen had branded Wang Fuxiang with the title of the Mistress of the Purple Bamboo Forest, Yuzha now had to address her as Lordess even though Bamboo Monarch had not personally confirmed Wang Fuxiang's identity. Yuzha felt that Miao Qi deserved the consequences she was facing. The Bamboo Monarch would certainly learn about this incident. He had already been irked by Miao Qi's repeated attempts to court him as well as Connected Beast Park's hinting. Even if the Bamboo Monarch decided to look upon this incident of Miao Qi insulting Wang Fuxiang kindly, he would still end up unleashing his fury on Connected Beast Park. Wang Fuxiang was not an unreasonable person, and she had to have her reason for targeting Miao Qi. There was no way that Wang Fuxiang would rebuke Yuzha, and she never intended to disrupt the Guard Yi banquet in the first place. "Sorry for the inconvenience, Manager Yu," said Wang Fuxiang. Wang Fuxiang turned and walked toward Zhang Yingying, so they could talk and catch up. Xiachen followed behind Wang Fuxiang. At that moment, Li Chonglin met Xiachen's eyes. Li Chonglin casually winked at Xiachen, and the latter immediately flushed as he suppressed his anger. "Damn Li Chonglin, how are you still so annoying as a middle-aged man?" Xiachen purposely turned his head away from Li Chonglin. When he saw Li Chonglin, Xiachen could not help but think back to when they were children, and Li Chonglin had shaved Xiachen's head before ordering him to use his spiritual power to fry an egg on his head. Li Chonglin had even complained that Xiachen's spirit qi was so weak that the egg did not taste good. What a bully! Regardless, Miao Qi was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, so Yuzha did not use force on her. Miao Qi followed Yuzha out of the Midnight Palace through a special tunnel. As they walked, Miao Qi tried to strike up a conversation with Yuzha several times, but he did not entertain her at all. Miao Qi thought, "It's already a done deal that I'm being chased out of the Guard Yi banquet. I'll inevitably be punished when I return home. I can only hope that Miaozhua does well and wins one of the top 3 positions at the art stage. At least that'll earn Connected Beast Park some glory." She thought back to the advice she had given Miaozhua and felt that he should have no problem winning one of the top 3 spots at the art stage since he had the item she had given him. The main events of the Guard Yi banquet were the martial stage and martial arts stage. Most creation masters had impressive fighting abilities. Thus, most people who even had a shadow of a chance would choose to participate in the martial arts stage to prove themselves. The younger generation without creation master powers but had strong fighting abilities would participate in the martial stage. As a result, the art stage became the weakest of the 3 stages. Miaozhua was already a pinnacle class 3 creation master. The precious item that his father had given him to protect his soul could also enable the soul to be used in the concoction of spirit fluids for a short amount of time. A look of ease came over Miao Qi's face. After Zuming picked up the unconscious Miaozhua and left the Midnight Palace, Gao Feng patted Lin Yuan's shoulder forcefully and said, "Damn, Lin Yuan, what's up with you? Why didn't you tell me about your identity?" Gao Feng's actions made Long Tao, Li Xian, and Lu Jie's eyelids twitch. Lu Jie would have made another move if anyone else had hit Lin Yuan's shoulder so forcefully. However, Lu Jie knew about the relationship between Gao Feng and Lin Yuan. Whenever Gao Feng was with Lin Yuan, he would slap Lin Yuan's shoulder constantly. Lin Yuan laughed and said, "You didn't ask." Lin Yuan really liked Gao Feng's true personality as he was always forthright and straightforward. Even when Gao Feng called him, Lin Yuan would listen to Gao Feng complain about the expansion of his faction and the things that happened in his life with a vexed face. However, he was never bored because of how honest Gao Feng was. Frankly, Lin Yuan had not intended on revealing his identity to Gao Feng, and the latter also had not asked. When Gao Feng heard what Lin Yuan said, he rolled his eyes in a way that seemed to say, "I want to know now. Tell me now." Lin Yuan looked around and pointed at an empty area not far off and said, "Why don't we sit there and chat? We can have something to eat too." By the time Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had arrived, it was already 6 p.m., and they had not had time to have dinner. Lin Yuan was starting to get hungry. Soon, Lu Jie would have to participate in the martial stage and Lin Yuan the art stage. They could not participate in such serious competitions on empty stomachs. Long Tao, Li Xian, Lu Jie, Gao Feng, and Lin Yuan walked to the empty area. Everyone around wanted to follow the group but dared not take a step. They had all seen what had happened to Miaozhua, and taking a step forward now might be seen as an insult that would result in them also being thrown out. Sun Ningxiang walked up to Lin Yuan and whispered into his ear, "Hello, we meet again. I didn't expect you to look so young without your mask." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Ningxiang's expression of certainty. He was about to deny what she said, but said instead, "Why don't we go over there to chat?" Sun Ningxiang's eyes lit up. The group consisting of Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Long Tao, Li Xian, and Gao Feng was the most elite one currently standing outside the Midnight Palace. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, while Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple. The two disciples of royalty and the two sole descendants of top factions were destined to take over their families, while Li Xian was the favored oldest son of Dark Cloud's bird shrine. Any casual acquaintance made with this group would bring great benefits for Condensed Fairy Orchard. One of these people might have the item that would heal her grandmother's injuries. By the time they arrived at the empty area, Li Xian and Long Tao had already informed Gao Feng of Lin Yuan's identity. However, Gao Feng did not look at Lin Yuan any differently. He just felt as though he was in a dream. His brother was so amazing. But now, Gao Feng knew how Lin Yuan was able to produce bronze/epic phase and nurture spotted coral jades that could only be nurtured by pinnacle class 4 creation masters so easily. After chatting for a while, in the name of his identity as Chief Guard Ye's disciple, Lu Jie became acquainted with Long Tao, who he already knew, Gao Feng, and Li Xian. This introduction to someone you already knew based on a new identity felt exceedingly odd. As he thought of Lin Yuan's 3 distinct identities, Lu Jie suddenly realized why Lin Yuan found it fun. Sun Ningxiang was not out of place with the 5 men and quickly joined in their conversations. She even established a collaboration with Li Xian and Long Tao. Dark Cloud's bird shrine nurtured avian-type phase while Coiling Dragon's Valley nurtured dragon species phase. Both factions required plant-type phase either as fertilizers or spiritual ingredients. It would also greatly benefit Dark Cloud's bird shrine and Coiling Dragon's Valley to collaborate with Condensed Fairy Orchard. While talking to Sun Ningxiang, Gao Feng also decided to work with her privately. Gao Feng could provide a sea region for Condensed Fairy Orchard to expand their aquatic plant-type Fey cultivation, while Condensed Fairy Orchard would supply all the plant-type phase needed to nurture Gao Feng's aquatic phase. With 3 collaborations secured and a significant expansion in Condensed Fairy Orchard's business, Sun Ningxiang was over the moon. She felt that being by Lin Yuan's side was almost too incredible as she seemed to have endless benefits as long as she was with him. Lin Yuan suddenly thought back to what Wenyu had discovered in her investigation into the Aurora pollen. She had found that Condensed Fairy Orchard produced 40% of the Aurora pollen on the market. Hence, Lin Yuan said to Sun Ningxiang, "Sun Ningxiang, has your Aurora pollen matured yet this year?" Sun Ningxiang nodded and replied, "The Aurora pollen will be at its cheapest in another 2 or 3 months, and when the greatest amount will be harvested." While she spoke, She remembered the collaboration between Lin Yuan and the Sea Bliss clan. Sun Ningxiang had noticed Lin Yuan's hostility toward the Sea Bliss clan and thought about the Aurora pollen. Thus, she had stopped Condensed Fairy Orchard's external sale of Aurora pollen. She had also started to collect Aurora pollen from the over 10,000 stores in the 36 major cities at a steady rate. This led to a tightening of the supply of Aurora pollen on the market. In response to this, Sun Ningxiang had injected a large amount of Aurora pollen into the market whenever the price was about to inflate significantly. If Sun Ningxiang stopped providing Aurora pollen to the market, the almost empty supply of Aurora pollen in the market would immediately lead to high inflation. Sun Ningxiang had done all this for Lin Yuan as a small gesture. Lin Yuan had intended to ask Sun Ningxiang to reduce the supply of Aurora pollen she provided to the market. He would compensate Condensed Fairy Orchard for the losses they incurred from the loss of sales. He did not expect Sun Ningxiang to have come to such a decision after overhearing the conversation between him and the Sea Bliss clan. Now, Sun Ningxiang had become the weapon that would deliver the final blow to the Sea Bliss clan. Sun Ningxiang already controlled 40% of the market on Aurora pollen, and now that she was buying up the remaining 60%, they already controlled about 70% of the market. Lin Yuan could use the trading of flower brocade pearls to obtain the remainder. Aurora pollen, which already existed in small supply on the market, had now almost been sucked dry from the market. Soon, the positive image of Aurora pollen would be ruined, and its price would skyrocket. At that point, the Sea Bliss clan would be doomed. Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang exchanged knowing looks that sealed the fate of the Sea Bliss clan. Lin Yuan looked at Long Tao and asked, "Big Brother Long, is it possible to get 8 Emperor Armored Martial God insects from the 4-dimensional rifts under Coiling Dragon Valley's control?" Lin Yuan did not have an immediate answer. Instead, he said, "I'll go and ask." Long Tao called his elder that was in charge of the dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan had to have his reasons for mentioning the Emperor Armored Martial God insects. Thus, Long Tao could not make casual promises. After talking to his elder, Long Tao said to Lin Yuan, "There are some complete Emperor Armored Martial God insect corpses in storage, as well as law source crystals that were extracted from the bodies of Emperor Armored Martial God insects." Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. He could not use corpses to pull his fey carriage. Although Lin Yuan needed law source crystals, there was no difference between the law source crystals from the bodies of Emperor Armored Martial God insects and other Class 8-dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan wanted living Emperor Armored Martial God insects. He asked Long Tao seriously, "Is it possible for me to get 12 living Emperor Armored Martial God insects from Coiling Dragon's Valley?" Long Tao's mouth fell open as he tried to figure out why Lin Yuan needed living Emperor Armored Martial God insects. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect was Coiling Dragon's Valley's most disliked Class 8 alien insect. Their fighting power was too strong, and a pinnacle Emperor-class expert was always needed to deal with the Emperor Armored Martial God insect. This wasted a significant amount of Coiling Dragon's Valley's top expert resources. Even dead, the Emperor Armored Martial God insect's armor was extremely solid and could not be used as a metal-type spiritual ingredient. Its flesh was also so tough that even dragon species fays had indigestion after eating it. When expelled as waste, the flesh still maintained its form. There was a chance for Coiling Dragon's Valley to obtain the living Emperor Armored Martial God insects that Lin Yuan wanted. Since there was a chance for him to encounter them, there was no reason for Long Tao to reject Lin Yuan. "It is possible to get our hands on the living Emperor Armored Martial God insects, but I can't be sure when they'll appear." A troubled look came over Long Tao's face. Although the Emperor Armored Martial God insect did appear in the Class 4 alien insect dimensional rifts that Coiling Dragon's Valley controlled, and pinnacle Emperor-class experts could kill the Emperor Armored Martial God insects, these insects excelled at fighting and inflicting damage. It was impossible to control living Emperor Armored Martial God insects for long. Not even pinnacle Emperor-class experts could guarantee that the Emperor Armored Martial God insects they were controlling would remain unharmed. Thearch-class experts were required in order to capture a complete and unharmed Emperor Armored Martial God insect. Long Tao's grandfather was a Thearch-class expert. Still, it was inappropriate for his grandfather to go into a dimensional rift to capture the Emperor Armored Martial God insect just for Lin Yuan. Hence, Long Tao said pragmatically, It's difficult to capture a living emperor-armored martial god insect. Will injured ones do? Lin Yuan shook his head and said, Big Brother Long, if it's convenient, can you notify me when you encounter the emperor-armored martial god insect in a Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift? I'll immediately send someone to capture it. Lin Yuan felt that although Endless Summer had not transformed into a creation breed before the Guard banquet as per his expectation, it should be able to evolve to creation breed within the next few days if he continued to provide it with law crystals. Endless Summer had comprehended the Enlightenment law that could control the mind. Thus, when the Enlightenment law turned into the Enlightenment world, the creation Endless Summer would be able to control the Emperor-armored martial god insect easily and bring it back to the return from faraway mansion. From Lin Yuan's words, Long Tao felt that there was more to Lin Yuan than just being the Moon Empress disciple. Although Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he should not be able to order Thearch-class experts around casually. But from the way Lin Yuan spoke, it was clear that he could order Thearch-class experts around easily. Whether this was because the Moon Empress showered love on Lin Yuan or because Lin Yuan himself wielded the power of Thearch-class experts, it was absolutely astonishing. When Gao Feng had heard Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang talking about Aurora pollen, he thought back to his conversation with Lin Yuan about buying up all the Aurora pollen on the market. At that time, Gao Feng had been confused by what Lin Yuan meant, but he had to have had his reasons for talking about it. Hence, Gao Feng had also bought up a significant amount of Aurora pollen. Now that Gao Feng had the spotted coral jade Lin Yuan had given him, he could nurture the angelfish of bliss in water of better quality, and would require a high amount of Aurora pollen. However, Gao Feng did not expect there would be such serious implications to him buying up Aurora pollen. Gao Feng could not help but think back to his phone call with Lin Yuan, where they had talked about getting back at the Sea Bliss clan. Gao Feng had been enraged ever since he was kicked out of the Sea Bliss clan's private territory on Star Web. The role of Gao Feng's private faction overlapped with that of the Sea Bliss clan. If he ended up fighting with the Sea Bliss clan, it would not be easy for him because he did not rely much on the Gao family's resources. But his word of passing to Lin Yuan had resulted in Lin Yuan helping him to fight against the Sea Bliss clan. This touched Gao Feng, and he took out the diamond Fey storage box he had prepared and gave it to Lin Yuan. Brother, here are the 4 Titan giant boas that you wanted. My elders discovered that besides the benefits I told you about, the Titan giant boa also has powerful fighting abilities underwater, almost twice as strong than when it fights on land. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up in delight when he heard what Gao Feng said. Lin Yuan intended for Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Xianing, and Lu Pinru to contract the Titan giant boas. The stronger the Titan giant boas were, the better it was for the 4 of them. It would also increase the power of the Dome Guild Club's reserve team. The improved underwater fighting abilities raised the Titan giant boa's value. Gao Feng must have had invested a fair amount of effort to obtain the 4 Titan giant boas from his family. Lin Yuan handed Gao Feng a diamond Fey storage box. Compared to the square platinum Fey storage box, the diamond Fey storage box could be made into a variety of accessories to increase its convenience of use. Hence, Lin Yuan had ordered a large batch of diamond Fey storage boxes from Ostrich Logistics. Nowadays, Lin Yuan chose to use diamond Fey storage boxes to carry goods whenever he was trading a large number of goods. Lin Yuan said to Gao Feng, "This is what we agreed on." When Gao Feng looked inside the Fey storage box, he discovered that besides the spotted coral jade that he and Lin Yuan had agreed on, there were also 2 jade-textured wooden planks and a heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl with an external layer. Gao Feng knew that this was Lin Yuan's compensation to him. When Gao Feng had learned that Lin Yuan needed the Titan giant boas, he had immediately called his grandfather. During the call, his family had already discovered the Titan giant boa's underwater fighting abilities, and it took a lot of convincing for his grandfather to let the Titan giant boas go. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's compensation was too high. In spite of the Titan giant boa's underwater fighting abilities, the combined value of the 4 Titan giant boas were only worth 1 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl with an external layer. The other 2 jade-textured wooden planks were an unwarranted gift from Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan had prepared these before he found out about the Titan giant boa's underwater fighting abilities. At that moment, It hit Gao Feng again how thorough Lin Yuan was. Gao Feng was a sensitive person. He wanted to drag Lin Yuan away immediately to have a few cups of wine. But he was unsure if Lin Yuan wanted to participate in the competitions. Hence, he gave up on the inclination to drink. Instead, he picked up a snack from the tea tray and bit into the soft confection. His mouth was flooded with a deliciously sweet and sour taste. Gao Feng felt as though he had been transported to another world as he exclaimed excitedly, "These snacks are so yummy. It looks like something that's made at the Spirit Food Pavilion, but it tastes so much better." The group had been busy talking from the moment they sat down and had not had time to eat. But after hearing Gao Feng's exclamation, the group picked up a piece of the snack that Gao Feng had complimented. When Lin Yuan bit into it, he felt as though an entire lychee grove had exploded in his mouth, and every tooth in his mouth had become a lychee tree. His saliva flowed continuously, spurred on by the sweetness and sourness. But as delicious as it was, it did not impress Lin Yuan to a great extent. Due to his connection to Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li, Lin Yuan had been eating Kitchen Fragrance Palace quality food ever since he was young. The secret recipes of Kitchen Fragrance Palace could not be compared to the dishes made by the Kitchen Fragrance Pavilion. As difficult as those days had been, Lin Yuan's palate had been significantly elevated by Uncle Li's cooking skills. Afterward, Lin Yuan had moved on to eat Lu Jie's cooking. Now that he was accustomed to Lu Jie's cooking, Lin Yuan did not find anything special about the Spirit Food Pavilion's food. Long Tao, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang all found the snack to be delicious. Although the three of them had already had dinner, this snack had whetted their appetites anew. The Kitchen Fragrance Palace made all the refreshments in the Gargi banquet after Lord Chef Supreme arrived at the Midnight Palace. Otherwise, Chief Guard Yi had not intended on serving snacks at all. She had only prepared some fruits. "The snack you guys just ate is called Lychee Husband," explained Lu Jie. Lin Yuan did not think anything of Lu Jie's explanation until he heard the name Lychee Husband, and he raised his eyebrow. He found the name strange. Gao Feng continued to pop Lychee Husbands into his mouth as he looked at Lu Jie curiously. Lu Jie coughed and said, "Before I came, Master allowed me to look at the itinerary for the Gargi banquet. I also got to take a look at the list of refreshments. Apparently, red lychees from platinum crystal clear lychee trees were used to make these lychee husbands. The red lychees are dried over a strange flame, then marinated in the sap of the crystal clear lychee tree for a year before it's used as filling in the lychee husbands. Rumor has it that Lord Chef Supreme's only daughter was the one who named this snack. She felt that the sweet and sour taste was like a kiss from a husband, and the softness of the wrapping is to represent the tenderness of the moment." Lin Yuan thought back to Auntie Zhang, who would bring the terror rabbit along with her every day as she did laundry. He did not expect her to be such a romantic when she was young. Gao Feng's hand halted as it was about to place another lychee husband in his mouth, and a strange feeling came over him. It was no secret that Chef Supreme's only daughter had married his first disciple. Since he had eaten about 10 pieces of lychee husbands, did that mean that he had kissed Chef Supreme's first disciple about 10 times? All of a sudden, Gao Feng lost all appetite for this snack. When he thought about how his father was forcing him to participate in the martial stage, Gao Feng felt that he led an extremely difficult life. He looked at Lin Yuan and lamented, "Are any of you participating in the martial stage? At least, I'll be able to surrender if I face off against any of you." Gao Feng knew that besides him, every person who stepped onto the martial stage wanted to show off their power. He would only be in for a beating if he participated in the martial stage. There was one rule to the martial stage that Gao Feng simply did not understand, which was that the person who wanted to surrender could only truly admit defeat with the victor's agreement. Otherwise, the fight would have to go on until the emergency helper stepped in. This was too disadvantageous for Gao Feng. Luckily, one was completely out of the Guard Yi Banquet's competitions after a single loss. This meant that Gao Feng only needed to endure one beating. "I'm participating in the martial arts stage while the young liege is participating in the martial stage," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke naturally, but Lu Jie's expression turned into one of embarrassed shock. Lu Jie never expected that the day would come where Lin Yuan would address him as young liege. On the other hand, If Lin Yuan called him by any other name while he wore this mask, it would expose his identity. Lu Jie hastily coughed and said, "I'm not a creation master, so I'm participating in the martial stage. I want to see if the prize for the art stage will be announced before the competitions begin. If the prize for the art stage is decent, I'll participate in that instead of the martial art stage," said Long Tao. While Long Tao was speaking, his gaze remained solemn. He understood that the Guard Yi banquet was not his chance to prove his power to the other disciples of top factions. Although he was sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence, he continued to hide his power. If those two people were serious, there was no chance of him lasting more than a minute. Since he had had the chance to fight against them at the Radiant Sacred Hall, the proud Long Tao had truly realized that there were always more powerful people somewhere. It had been announced in advance that the prize for the martial arts stage was a sacred source life form, but the prizes for the arts stage and martial stage had yet to be announced. Hence, Long Tao decided to hold off his decision until he saw the prizes. The prize for the art stage is a recently hatched island whale, while the prize for the martial stage is the opportunity to receive a custom-made weapon from Lord Bamboo Monarch, said Lu Jie. Lu Jie left out that the prize for the martial arts stage was also an Order of Radiant Light. Lu Jie still hoped that the Order of Radiant Light would end up in Lin Yuan's hands, and his wish for the Guard Yi banquet to take place a year later had crossed his mind more than once. Lu Jie's words led Long Tao to make a decision. If so, I shall participate in the arts stage. The island whale that was the prize for the art stage could not compare with the value of a sacred source life form. Hence, there had to be many people who would choose to participate in the martial stage because of the sacred source life form. As such, the competition for the art stage would not be as stiff, and most importantly, those two people should be competing in the martial arts stage. Long Tao asked Lin Yuan in a low voice, "Brother, have you heard of Gu Lang and Zhongzhe?" Lin Yuan shook his head. So Lu Jie started to explain. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang are Lord Chef Supreme and Lord Bamboo Monarch's youngest disciples, respectively. They will be the strongest participants in the martial arts stage. Lin Yuan noted the names. Only 13 people in the Radiance Federation could be deemed royalty, and 11 of them already had disciples. Lord Cicada Song and Lord Iron Prison were the only ones left without a disciple, and they usually stayed in the imperial court. Meanwhile, the other members of royalty had disciples that were already older than 30 years old. There were only 4 disciples of the members of royalty who could still be considered a part of the younger generation. The 4 were Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Lord Chef Supreme's youngest disciple, and Lord Bamboo Monarch's youngest disciple. Lin Yuan had seen them as his biggest competitors in the martial arts stage from the beginning. He had insisted on evolving the Dark Death Law to Dark Death World before the Guard Yi banquet because of these two people. Neither Li Xian nor Sun Ningxiang planned on participating in any of the stages. Li Xian was a support-type spirit qi professional like Gao Feng and was not a creation master. Hence, there was no point in him participating. Sun Ningxiang had forced herself to attend the Guard Yi banquet. Even if she was confident in her powers, she did not plan on making any big waves at such competitions while Condensed Fairy Orchard was still in such a precarious situation. Now that Gao Feng knew what the group had in mind for the rest of the night, his expression immediately turned sour. There would be innumerable people participating in the martial stage, and it was impossible for him to face off against Lu Jie right from the beginning. At that moment, Gao Feng felt that he was not his father's biological son. He had to have been picked up from a trash can. For the sake of the competition later on, the group ate the snacks other than the lychee husband while they chatted. Suddenly, 12 chimes sounded from deep inside the Midnight Palace. Lin Yuan checked the time and realized that it was already 9 p.m. This was the time that the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage was set to begin. At that moment, 6 lights hanging from the ceiling of the Midnight Palace were extinguished, and the area outside the Midnight Palace lit up. A blazing white flame wrapped in a transparent crystal lit up in the center of a suspended ceiling in the area outside the Midnight Palace. The moment the white flames ignited, the area outside the Midnight Palace seemed to turn white. Lin Yuan realized that although the white flames did give the semblance of sunlight, it was not blinding. Rather, overwhelming energy could be sensed from the white flames. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the white flames and discovered that it was a top-grade blazing sun strange flame. The strange top-grade strange flame came from Class 5 abyss dimensional rifts, but it did not appear in every one. Once the strange flame reached top grade, it became priceless. Every top-grade strange flame was extremely precious, and there was mostly only one of each kind. It seemed too luxurious to use such a precious item as a hanging light to illuminate the area outside the Midnight Palace. Lin Yuan caught sight of Zhuo Ming walking nearer with a man that had an odd expression walking alongside him. The man looked as though he had just heard something unbelievable and was trying his best to compose himself. Yuzha had just sent Miao Qi back to the Miao family's residence, but he did not expect to see that Miao Zhua had already arrived before them. Had everyone from Connected Beast Park gone crazy? Why did they all start trouble at the Guard Yi banquet? Not even the young one knew not to cross the line. After Yuzha returned, he sought out Zhuo Ming and found out why Miao Zhua had just been sent away. This was when he realized that both aunt and nephew were out of their minds. Zhuo Ming coughed when he saw the crowd of young people and said, "Next, the art stage, martial stage, and martial art stage are about to begin in that order. Both the art stage and martial art stage involve creation master powers and will take place in the breeding rooms that have been cleaned out. Since the concoction of spirit fluids is special and cannot be exposed to outsiders, only the final results will be considered. As for the martial stage and martial arts stage that involve combat-type spirit chi professionals, the competitions will take place in the palace in front of the members of royalty and your elders. When the Midnight Palace had been constructed, the area outside the palace was built lower. After the blazing sun strange flame was ignited, the walls made of radix crystal would become one-directionally transparent where everyone inside the palace would be able to see out into the area outside the palace but not vice versa. The disciples of top and veteran factions who were confident in themselves all intended on participating in either the art stage, martial stage, or martial arts stage. The disciples of veteran factions wanted to prove themselves to earn the approval of their elders and for the sake of their faction. If the disciples of veteran factions could prove that they had incredible talent and strong powers, it would be indicative of the veteran faction's potential for the next few decades. Such veteran factions always received support from top factions. It was for this reason that Coiling Dragon's Valley supported Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and Furnace Stone Metal supported Four Beasts territory. Both Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and Four Beasts territory were veteran factions that had gained the support of Coiling Dragon's Valley and Furnace Stone Metal a few decades ago because of the strength of their younger generation. All of the veteran factions present were gunning for the same result. Meanwhile, the disciples of top factions only had one goal: to prove themselves to their elders to secure their positions. They would be using their own power to demonstrate their faction's strength and honor. There was also the rumor that one of the members of royalty was looking to accept a disciple. Regardless of whether the rumor was true, the younger generation of the veteran and top factions present were all set on performing to the best of their abilities. What if the rumor was true? All of them hoped to be noticed by that member of royalty. If they really became the disciple of a member of royalty, their status would be elevated to the same level as Chief Guard Ye's disciple. The young man wearing the standard Spirit Guard's mask was the best example. All the disciples that were outside the Midnight Palace knew that if they became the disciple of a member of royalty, their lives would be changed forever. It was said that one opportunity did not guarantee success, but this was exactly what would happen when one became the disciple of a member of royalty. At that moment, in a room with walls made of diamond radium and numerous black crystals embedded in them, a man dressed in purple clothes with purple bamboo embroidered on it was panting raggedly. The man was usually charismatic, but he was clenching his jaw and yelling with wide eyes, "Zhongzhe, are you mad? If you use that move, does that mean that you don't want to fight in the martial arts stage anymore?" Gu Lang felt that he had been an idiot to believe Zhongzhe, the battle fanatic, when he said that they would only be sparring. Initially, when they clashed, Gu Lang felt that everything had been normal. But the moment he had slightly gained the upper hand, Zhongzhe started to instruct his Fei and unleashed a huge attack. At that point, Gu Lang could not stop Zhongzhe, so he could only use his defensive Fei to sustain the damage from the attack. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Although Gu Lang was a combat class spirit chi professional, he chose to fight in a series of waves. After sending out waves of attacks, the phase that he had contracted needed a period of time to heal before they could fight again. This technique could allow Gu Lang to inflict the greatest damage, but it was only sustainable for a short time. Due to this technique of sending out waves of attacks, Gu Lang had been able to defeat Zhongzhe in battle. A crazy glint appeared in Zhongzhe's eyes as he said, "I was going to use my year's worth of training to show you how you won't overcome me like in the past. But I did not expect you to have grown so quickly." Zhongzhe ordered his Fiery Sky Ho. Fiery Sky Ho. Use Strange Fire 8 Refinement. The small adorable orange palm-sized mouse on Zhongzhe's shoulder started to squeak, and hard golden fur started to grow out of its back. It was then set alight with 8 colored flames. When Gu Lang heard the order that Zhongzhe issued to the Fiery Sky Ho, he had a bad feeling and waved his hand to summon all the black figures that covered the training room. Gu Lang sighed to himself and murmured, "Cuttlefish of days past. Use old days degeneration and flood cage." With Gu Lang's order, several large tentacles appeared out of the giant black figure. Each tentacle manipulated water elements in the air and formed heavy water, which was even harder than metal. The black heavy water formed pillars of water that crisscrossed each other to form a prison. However, the prison was not meant for Zhongzhe but closed around Gu Lang instead. The Fiery Sky Ho spat out 8 balls of flames that contained 8 different burning characteristics. Every flame was a high-grade strange flame that came from Class 4-dimensional rifts. The 8 high-grade strange flames turned the Night Word's pavilion into a scorching steamer. Additionally, Zhongzhe stretched out his hand to touch the 8 high-grade strange flames. The moment he touched the high-grade strange flames, the center of Zhongzhe's palms turned crimson, and the color spread to cover the light from the right high-grade strange flames and the glow of the half-armor that Zhongzhe was wearing. When Gu Lang saw the crimson color, he could not help but roar in rage. "Zhongzhe, we agreed not to use our sacred source lifeforms. If you use it with me now, what will you use to fight against the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciples at the martial arts stage later on?" While Gu Lang was speaking, a green image lifted from his collar. The green image changed rapidly, and just when it was about to become an enormous tree, 12 chimes sounded out from the Midnight Palace. The 12 chimes caused both Gu Lang and Zhongzhe to freeze. During a fight, Gu Lang's words were far from enough to get through to Zhongzhe, who was too engrossed in the adrenaline of the fight. However, the 12 chimes were able to wake him up. The crimson color retracted back to Zhongzhe's palm, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 high-grade strange flames were swallowed by the Fiery Sky Ho. A look of embarrassment and awkwardness came over Zhongzhe as he said to Gu Lang, "I'm sorry, Gu Lang. I lost control again. Thankfully, the 12 chimes woke me up." Zhongzhe was always stoic, and his current smile of awkwardness made him look slightly childish. Gu Lang rolled his eyes dramatically. "I'll be dead before I spar with you again. Even if I remain single forever, I will never spar with you again. Sparring with others brings us closer, but sparring with you might cost me my life." It was easy enough for Zhongzhe to remove his imposing power, but it was not so easy for Gu Lang. In the fight against Zhongzhe, both of Gu Lang's phase had used up their spiritual power. The Cuttlefish of days past had used Old Days Degeneration and Flood Cage, and the Flood Cage was now fully formed. Gu Lang wanted to use the Flood Cage to protect himself against the Fiery Sky Ho's Strange Fire 8 refinement. Now that the Strange 8 Fire refinement was gone, Gu Lang needed to instruct the Cuttlefish of days past to use its spiritual power to remove the heavy water. Worst of all, Gu Lang had used his Sacred Source lifeform after he saw Zhongzhe using his. Once Gu Lang's Sacred Source lifeform used its power, it could not be retracted. Even if Gu Lang did not unleash his Sacred Source lifeform's power now, the Sacred Source lifeform would fall into a state of slumber within an hour and needed to accumulate enough energy to be able to unleash its power again. The art stage and martial stage couldn't be completed within an hour. Gu Lang felt that he had been doomed by Zhongzhe. If he participated in the martial arts stage now, he was still confident of beating the disciples of the veteran and top factions, but he did not know the strength of the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciples. He could not say with confidence that he would be able to gain victory over them. Although he had heard from the bamboo monarch that the Moon Empress had not had her disciple for more than a year, and that her disciple was a young man, and that Chief Guard Yi had only accepted her disciple 2 months ago, Gu Lang could no longer use his sacred source life form, which was his biggest secret weapon at the Guard Yi banquet. Regardless of the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciples' powers, Zhongzhe was now the most likely victor of the martial arts stage. If he did not know Zhongzhe as well as he did and that Zhongzhe would go all out while sparring, Gu Lang might have wondered if Zhongzhe had been luring him into a trap. When he saw Zhongzhe's apologetic expression, Gu Lang fought the urge to hit Zhongzhe and instructed the Cuttlefish of Days Past to remove the flood cage. Gu Lang sighed and said, "I'll participate in the art stage later on. Let's go." After the 12 chimes, the art stage and martial arts stage should be starting soon. When the martial arts stage begins, you better not jump onto the stage immediately. Although your spiritual power is replenished after every fight, your fiery sky hosts strange flames cannot be replenished according to the rules of the martial arts stage. Combat class Spirit Chi professionals contracted more phase as their power increased, and the process of evolution for their phase became increasingly complicated as well. Although Fey battles used spiritual power, some elements needed time to be replenished after each use. Gu Lang was such an example. Thus, Gu Lang could not help but issue this warning to Zhongzhe, the combat fanatic. Zhongzhe felt guilty when he heard Gu Lang say that he was going to participate in the art stage instead. He knew that Gu Lang had to give up on the chance to participate in the martial arts stage because of him. Hence, Zhongzhe said, "Big brother Gu Lang, if I win the martial arts stage, I'll give you the sacred source life form and order of radiant light." Gu Lang's mouth twitched. Zhongzhe's words meant that he had only heard the first half of what Gu Lang had said, while the latter half had flown clean over his head. Gu Lang was slightly older than Zhongzhe, but the latter did not usually address him as big brother. When he heard Zhongzhe call him big brother, Gu Lang felt that having such a simple-minded younger brother was not so bad. Gu Lang walked ahead and said, "Let's go. I don't want the sacred source life form or the order of radiant light even if you win. You can just make me 360 plates of food using Kitchen Fragrance Palace's secret recipes." Zhongzhe looked slightly put off, but he soon gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure, no problem. However, there are some dishes amongst the 360 that I'm not very familiar with yet. I'll go and learn from Master before I make them for you." The Kitchen Fragrance Palace's 360 dishes were the essence of their cooking techniques. They consisted of 120 snacks, 120 vegetable dishes, and 120 banquet-style dishes. Naturally, Zhongzhe had learned how to make the dishes as Chef Supreme's youngest disciple. In fact, Chef Supreme's creation master techniques lay in the 360 dishes. However, Zhongzhe had always focused on his Spirit Chi professional skills and was not familiar with over 10 of the 120 banquet-style dishes. He needed Chef Supreme's coaching to be able to produce those dishes. A strange look came over Gu Lang's face, and he felt that Zhongzhe was rather magnanimous. The martial arts stage would have more than just the disciples of the veteran and top factions participating. A slight lapse in concentration could result in a downfall. However, Gu Lang did not give any more advice to Zhongzhe. If Zhongzhe truly met his downfall, it would be considered a milestone in his life. Moreover, if Zhongzhe's life remained smooth sailing, Gu Lang's advice would be for nothing. After the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage began, the disciples outside the Midnight Palace started to build up their concentration. The truly nervous people were the leaders of the veteran and top factions who had just met with 12 members of royalty. At that moment, there were 13 seats positioned in an arc in the inner area of the Midnight Palace. 12 of those seats had an extremely distinct figure sitting on them. The seat in the middle was empty, but there was a mobile phone on it. The mobile phone was in video call mode and was placed in the center of the seat. The person on the other end of the video call would clearly see what was happening outside the Midnight Palace through the radix crystal wall. This scene seemed slightly comical to the people watching. However, none of the veteran and top faction leaders dared to look at the mobile phone directly. At that moment, a calm voice said from the phone, "Sia, Leaning Moon, I haven't had the chance to meet your disciples yet. How powerful are they?" Night Leaning Moon replied, "He's strong, but the stages are not appropriate for my disciple to display his true power." The voice from the phone sounded hopeful and said, "Then I'll have to pay close attention." A tone of doubt entered the voice on the phone who said, "Sia, I remember that you accepted your disciple 6 months earlier than Leaning Moon did. You've been hiding him away all this time, but you should be letting him go public for the competition, right?" The Moon Empress's face was calm and haughty, but she felt troubled. The question posed to her put her in a dilemma because she did not know how to go about describing Lin Yuan's power. The Moon Empress felt that she was failing as a master. Although she knew that Lin Yuan had constantly been working hard, she had no clue to what extent his power had risen. She coughed and said, "My disciple is strong." The Moon Empress did not elaborate further. She wanted to take Lin Yuan with her to the Guard banquet and debut him to the public. Thus, she had not told him much about the art stage, and martial arts stage. Lin Yuan was only 18 years old, and she felt that it was unfair for him to fight against 27 or 28-year-olds. The person on the other end of the phone coughed lightly. He was surprised that the Moon Empress had not taken the opportunity to brag about her disciple. This year, the prize for the martial arts stage is the Order of Radiant Light. I've already handed it to Leaning Moon. Since this is a prize for the Guard banquet, Leaning Moon should present it. The voice on the other end of the call sounded calm, but it stirred the leaders of the veteran and top factions leaders. Previously, it was only announced that a sacred source lifeform would be part of the prize for the martial arts stage, and this was already enough to drive people crazy with yearning. But no one imagined that on top of the sacred source lifeform, there would be the even more precious Order of Radiant Light as well. At that moment, everyone hoped that their younger generation of disciples would be able to win the martial arts stage. However, they all knew that it was not so easy to win the martial arts stage. The Moon Empress, Chief Guard Yi, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch's disciples were the most likely candidates to be the victor for the martial arts stage. The gleam in the eyes of the leaders of veteran and top factions darkened slightly. At that moment, the calm voice on the other end of the call said, "Cicada Song, you were intending on choosing a disciple at the Guard banquet. Are you still planning on doing so?" A man seated on one of the 13 seats with a smiling face and eyes that retained joy even in his rest state said, "You might not be aware, but not only am I still planning on doing so, but even Iron Prison wants to accept a disciple now that he knows I'm doing so." The man with the smiling face glanced at a man with an austere and stony face seated beside him. Cicada Song felt like Iron Prison was just a copycat. When I said I wasn't going to accept disciples, he didn't accept any either. But now that I want to, he immediately wants to accept a disciple too. As he looked at Iron Prison's grumpy expression, Cicada Song felt that it would be torture to become Iron Prison's disciple. The man with smiling eyes did not know that his words had immediately caused the eyes of the leaders of the veteran and top factions behind him to light up with excitement. There had been rumors that Cicada Song was intending on accepting a disciple, but now the rumors were proven true. Moreover, it was even discovered that Iron Prison was also going to be choosing a disciple at the Guard banquet. Although it was unknown what their criteria for accepting disciples were, the chances for the various families' disciples to become the disciples of the 2 members of royalty had risen significantly. It was all but certain that the Order of Radiant Light would fall into the hands of either the Moon Empress, Chief Guard Yi, Chef Supreme, or the Bamboo Monarch's disciples. The other disciples might as well not compete at all. But now that there was the chance to become the disciple of one of the members of royalty, the current disciples of the members of royalty were automatically excluded. After all, it was impossible for 2 members of royalty to teach the same disciple because it would be seen as snatching each other's disciples. Hence, these 2 spots were available for the disciples of the veteran and top factions. If any of the disciples of the veteran and top factions could become either Lord Cicada Song or Lord Iron Prison's disciple, they would have just as much chance as the current disciples of the members of royalty to fight for future orders of Radiant Light is whenever the opportunity arose. With the attention of the entire Midnight Palace on him, Zhuoming announced the rules of the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage's rules and prizes. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard Zhuoming mention the prizes for the art stage and martial stage. The prizes for the champion of the art stage and martial stage were just as Lu Jie had said, while the prizes for the second and third place were clearly inferior to that of the first place. Nonetheless, the crowd was extremely interested. When the prize for the martial arts stage was announced, the crowd was stirred into an uproar. The mentioning of the Order of Radiant Light made Gu Lang look depressed. He was not a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Although he had obtained an Order of Radiant Light before, there was no limit to how many a person could have. Gu Lang had the chance to try out to become a Radiance Envoy with his Order of Radiant Light. However, another Order of Radiant Light would undoubtedly increase his chances of becoming a Radiance Envoy. Gu Lang and Zhong Zhe became the center of attention the moment they stepped into the area outside the Midnight Palace. As elite as Lu Jie's status was as chief guard Ye's disciple and Lin Yuan's identity was shrouded in mystery, they had stolen the attention of the crowd for almost 3 hours. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Long Tao, and the rest had also noticed Gu Lang and Zhong Zhe. Long Tao said to Lin Yuan, "The one in purple with purple bamboo embroidery on his clothes is named Gu Lang. He's Lord Bamboo Monarch's youngest disciple. The one in the scratched-up half-armor is named Zhong Zhe. He's Chef Supreme's youngest disciple." While Long Tao was introducing the two of them to Lin Yuan, the latter started to look at Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang with suspicion. For some reason, Lin Yuan felt that there was a strange sacred source lifeform aura radiating from the two of them, as though they had just recently used sacred source lifeforms. At the same time, Lin Yuan was flooded with excitement. He had not felt this fervent passion in a while. The last time he had this feeling was in the fight with Chun Hongfeng before he had even ascended the celestial stairway. As a combat class spirit chi professional in a healing type spirit chi professional skin, Lin Yuan was naturally impulsive. Impulsive people love to fight. Although he had already fought once at the All-Star match, he had dominated that match from start to end, and it had not excited him at all. But now, Lin Yuan felt like he was finally about to have a good fight. As Yuzha watched the crowd, he said, "Now that everyone is here, there's no need to register for the art stage, martial stage, or martial arts stage. All of you should know that you can only participate in one of the stages. Those who are participating in the art stage can come with me to the breeding room to choose your topic and nurture a fae accordingly." Although every person's topic is different, the topics were all chosen by the Moon Empress and Lord Bamboo Monarch. All topics have a similar difficulty level and will test your powers as a creation master. The person who comes out of the breeding room first shall be the champion. The art stage will end once the top 3 exit the breeding room. Yuzha walked toward a long corridor, followed by the disciples of veteran and top factions who were going to participate in the art stage. Long Tao also stood up to follow. Lin Yuan, Li Xian, Lu Jie, Gao Feng, and Sun Ningxiang gave him some words of motivation before he left. Long Tao also seemed to be full of confidence. Although Long Tao had strong fighting abilities, he had more confidence in his creation master abilities. He knew that even though his creation master education could not compare to that of Lin Yuan, Zhong Zhe, or Gu Lang, his level was still above the other disciples of top factions. Coiling Dragon's Valley's creation master skills were only below that of the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. Not even the disciples of the members of royalty who had been learning creation master skills since they were young could compare to Long Tao. As the only direct descendant of Coiling Dragon's Valley, his family had invested countless resources into his creation master education. Long Tao's self-confidence had taken a hit after he failed to become the Moon Empress's disciple at Leaning Moon Mountain. After returning to Coiling Dragon's Valley, he had basically locked himself away to increase his creation master powers, with the exception of participating in the S tournament. Now, Long Tao had realized that he could use a small portion of his soul to concoct spirit fluids when he was in optimum condition. He knew that he was approaching the gate to cross over to Class 4 Creation Master territory. After a few more years of hard work, he would definitely become an impressive Class 4 Creation Master. The Guard Yi banquet with all the veteran and top factions present was sure to be an incredible event. The top 50 factions had been invited as expected, but the veteran factions had to fight to secure one of the 100 spots available to them. The bar for attendance to the Guard Yi banquet was just too high. Hence, there were not many young disciples outside the Midnight Palace. There were the 4 disciples of the members of royalty, 50 disciples of top factions, and 100 disciples of veteran factions, making up 154 younger disciples in total that were standing outside the Midnight Palace. Most of the disciples chosen to represent the veteran and top factions had creation master skills, and it could be said that the area outside the Midnight Palace had the highest concentration of young creation masters. Nonetheless, creation master was a rare profession, and only about half of the young disciples in attendance had creation master skills. Due to the phenomenal prize of the martial arts stage, Long Tao estimated that there would only be a maximum of 30 people participating in the art stage, as there would be at least 40 disciples who would be mustering up the courage to try their hand at the martial arts stage. While he was thinking, Long Tao inhaled sharply when he looked toward Yuzha. His reaction was due to seeing Gu Lang, who was also walking behind Yuzha. Gu Lang's actions shocked Long Tao and the other disciples of veteran and top factions who were participating in the art stage. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Lang warily. He even caught sight of a faint hint of confusion crossing Yuzha's face, indicating that even Yuzha had not expected Gu Lang to participate in the art stage. All of Long Tao's confidence abruptly shattered. The second prize for the art stage was an island whale that had not been nurtured by spirit chi and pure water element yet, while the third prize was the electric crystal turtle. The electric crystal turtle could grow electric crystals on its shell after absorbing enough electricity from storm clouds. Although electric crystals did not have equally as pure elemental energy as heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, they could have a purity of about 75%. Most importantly, the electric crystal turtle did not need to use creation master resources to grow electric crystals on its shell. All it needed was to find storm clouds. As such, the crystal electric turtle was essentially a fountain of resources that did not require much maintenance. However, Long Tao knew that not even 5 electric crystal turtles could compare to the island whale that had yet to be nurtured by spirit chi and pure water element. The distance in value between the first place and second place prize was even further than that between the second place and third place prize. Although they were both island whales, the second place prize of an island whale that had yet to be nurtured by spirit chi and pure water element required a significant amount of creation master resources as compared to the first place prize of an island whale that was about to hatch. Even Coiling Dragon's Valley would have difficulty producing the creation master resources that the island whale would require. An old saying had been repeated amongst top factions and veteran factions. It's not that impressive to have an unhatched island whale. It's only impressive if you can hatch it. Even veteran factions that had a wealth of resources required decades to hatch one island whale. The moment he saw Gu Lang, Long Tao gave up all thoughts of becoming the champion. Although he had given up on the first place, he was going to do everything in his power to attain second place. Coiling Dragon's Valley would be able to hatch the island whale that veteran factions were unable to. Despite already having a hatched island whale, the unhatched island whale was a strategic resource in itself. Coiling Dragon's Valley could even use the island whale as leverage to trade for resources that they needed with other veteran factions. Initially, Long Tao had been gunning for champion. But now, he could only strive for second place. The disciples of veteran and top factions who had been aiming for second and third place looked as though they had just eaten bitter gourd. Their expressions had soured considerably. All of them knew that trying to compete with the power of a Class 5 Creation Master's disciple was the epitome of stupidity. On the other side of the radix wall, the bamboo monarch looked at Gu Lang with his brows furrowed. He did not understand what his ever-steady disciple was doing. Given his understanding of his youngest disciple, he should be participating in the martial arts stage. A long time had passed since he accepted Gu Lang as his disciple. All the other 11 members of royalty who were present, as well as the one of the other end of the video call, had all seen Gu Lang. Even the Moon Empress turned to look at Bamboo Monarch when she saw Gu Lang heading off to participate in the art stage. Chef Supreme, who had only intended on spectating, glanced at his youngest disciple. When he saw the expression on Zhongzhe's face, Chef Supreme froze. He had an inkling of why Gu Lang was participating in the art stage instead. Although he felt that his guess was most likely right, he did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Bamboo Monarch, Kitchen Fragrance Palace doesn't have the item that you said could break your bad luck. However, I do have 1 bottle of 100 Prosperity wine left. During winter, I collected the snow from plum blossoms and used the flower buds from 100 types of prosperity flower type phase and tempered them. This bottle has been sealed for almost 40 years. The prosperity inside might not be enough to remove your bad luck, but it can suppress it for some time. Before Chef Supreme sat down, he had already studied Wang Fuxiang's body condition. He had put a lot of effort into making the 100 prosperity wine, but after sensing how troublesome her bad luck was, he could not be certain how long the 100 prosperity wine would be able to suppress the bad luck. Wang Fuxiang was standing behind the bamboo monarch. A look of delight came over her when she heard what he said. When the members of royalty arrived at the Midnight Palace's inner area, Wang Fuxiang had sensed their eyes linger on her for a moment. The Moon Empress had looked at her for the longest time. Wang Fuxiang could not pester the bamboo monarch and ask him if he had found the solution to her problem under such circumstances. She had spent every minute and second of her long life trying to find a way to break her bad luck. Wang Fuxiang knew the condition of her bad luck well. After all, not even the Class 5 Creation Master Bamboo Monarch could break his bad luck and was affected by it. Thus, Wang Fuxiang did not have much hope that her bad luck could be broken. When she had decided to be together with Bamboo Monarch, Wang Fuxiang had accepted her eventual death. After she heard Chef Supreme say that the 100 prosperity wine could suppress her bad luck for some time, Wang Fuxiang felt that she had just received a miracle. If her bad luck was suppressed, she would be able to live with the Bamboo Monarch normally for some time. Wang Fuxiang thought, "It would be great if the 100 prosperity wine could suppress my bad luck for a year. I might be able to have a child during that time." The Bamboo Monarch had been confused about his youngest disciple's decision. But now that he heard what Chef Supreme said, his attention had been completely diverted. Just as the Bamboo Monarch was about to thank Chef Supreme, the Moon Empress shot him a frowning look. Wang Fuxiang had been born with bad luck. Not even wine made from 1,000 types of prosperity beasts could counter her bad luck for long, much less the 100 prosperity wine. It would only be effective for 2 months at most. The Moon Empress could also produce the 100 prosperity wine, but her bad luck became stronger each time it was countered. Next time, it would become even harder to suppress it. She felt that Chef Supreme's idea would be like bandaging a bullet hole and would not be able to solve the problem fully. Now, the Moon Empress only wanted to watch. She did not care about who won the art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage. Soon, Lin Yuan would change into the clothes she had prepared for him and take his seat by her side. At that time, she would officially announce Lin Yuan's identity and tell the world who Zhao Xie's disciple was. Thus, she found the competition between young people rather boring. Yuzha said to the young disciples behind him, "Okay, if no one else intends to participate in the art stage, the final number of participants shall be fixed at 25. Yuzha started to walk into the long corridor. Gaofeng watched as Long Tao disappeared into the long corridor behind Yuzha and turned to say to Lin Yuan, "I can't believe the art stage is so boring. Lin Yuan, you must be a creation master since you're participating in the martial arts stage. Do you think it's fair that everyone has a different topic?" Lin Yuan paused to think before replying, "If they're testing creation master skills, this method of competition is fair." Before the art stage took place, Lin Yuan did not know that the competition would be carried out in such a way. This method of competition was extremely advantageous to Lin Yuan because the picking of topics allowed Lin Yuan to avoid his issue of evolving Fey grades. However, he was unsure if the arts portion of the martial arts stage would be carried out in the same manner. Before Gaofeng could nod his head at Lin Yuan's words, Swimming said, "The art stage will not end immediately, but the martial stage will begin now." Swimming pointed at a large empty area in the center of the area outside the palace and said, "The martial arts stage will be held here, and I will be the emergency helper. I will gauge the strength of each attack to judge if the other party will be able to handle it. If the attack is too much for the opponent to handle, I will step in to end the fight to ensure every participant's safety. If you would like to participate in the martial stage, please follow me." Gaofeng was still nodding and was about to ask Lin Yuan more about the art stage, but all his rising questions evaporated in his throat upon hearing what Swimming said. He did not expect the art stage and martial stage to take place concurrently. It looked like he was about to receive a good beating soon. Gao Feng only hoped that his beating would not be too severe. It would be humiliating if he ended up being beaten black and blue. Moreover, there was a chance that he would be receiving a second beating when he returned home. Gao Feng stood up unsteadily and felt a hand land on his shoulder. A deep voice said into Gao Feng's ear, "Don't be scared. If you can't hold on during the fight, just shake your head gently at Uncle Zhua." Gao Feng turned to see that Lu Jie had stood up as well. Lu Jie was the center of attention. When Lu Jie stood up and placed his hand on Gao Feng's shoulder, the unassuming Gao Feng also ended up in the spotlight. Gao Feng felt that Lu Jie was his savior, and he knew that Lu Jie had given Zhu Ming a heads up to help Gao Feng. Gao Feng had a boisterous personality, so he patted Lu Jie's shoulder without much thought and pulled Lu Jie closer to him. Lu Jie allowed himself to be pulled and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gao Feng. The picture that Gao Feng and Lu Jie painted of two buddies caused the blood of the people outside the palace to boil. The crowd remembered that Gao Feng and Chief Guard Ye's disciple did not seem to know each other. Yet now they were acting like actual brothers. The young disciples who had wanted to join the group but could not muster the courage to do so regretted their timidness now. Even if they failed to join the group and could not stand side by side with Chief Guard Ye's disciple like Gao Feng was going now, just being able to say a few words to Chief Guard Ye's disciple would have earned them their elder's favor and allowed them to climb to a higher position in their family. A square-faced man was staring at Gao Feng from inside the Midnight Palace. He frowned when he saw Gao Feng standing and smiling. The square-faced man was Gao Feng's father, Gao Pei. Gao Pei sighed and said, "It looks like I've been too lenient with Gao Feng." Although Gao Pei did not think that Gao Feng had any hope of being accepted as the disciple of one of the members of royalty, Gao Feng was still his only son who would eventually inherit the Gao family. It was now imperative to leave a good impression on the 13 members of royalty. As Gao Pei looked at Gao Feng, he felt that all the advice he had given Gao Feng back home had been for naught. While Gao Pei moped, Night Leaning Moon said, "The one wearing the standard spirit guard's mask is my disciple." Night Leaning Moon smiled under her veil as she looked at Lu Jie. It had only been 2 months since Night Leaning Moon accepted Lu Jie as her disciple. In the last 2 months, Night Leaning Moon had been consistently helping Lu Jie to increase his power. She had not been a master for long and had not had time to pay attention to Lu Jie's life yet, so she did not know who his friends were. She only knew that Lu Jie cared considerably for Lin Yuan and that he cared to the extent of it being his faith. Now that she saw him with other people of his age, Night Leaning Moon felt rather happy. Night Leaning Moon knew that Lu Jie had spent 3 years in a dark place. At least now, looking at him, she knew that his personality had not atrophied due to that dark time. Although she rarely spoke, Night Leaning Moon said to the people behind her, "The boy with my disciple should be one of your sons, right? I look forward to seeing his performance in the martial stage." Gao Pei had been thinking of how he should teach Gao Feng a good lesson so that he would remember not to be so smiley all the time. But now that he knew that the person that was standing beside his son was Chief Guard Ye's disciple, Gao Pei's heart started to beat wildly. He blinked as he screamed internally, "That's my son. Good job." However, Gao Pei was confused because he had never heard Gao Feng mention that he was acquainted with Chief Guard Ye's disciple. Given his son's personality, he should have constantly been yapping about it. Before Gao Pei could express his joy, he heard what Chief Guard Ye had said next. Her words troubled Gao Pei. He had insisted on his son participating in the martial stage because he wanted Gao Feng to know that his team of Feis had serious limitations. When they were at home, Gao Pei would tell Gao Feng about the issue with his team of Feis multiple times. However, he could never win in an argument with his son. Thus, he had wanted Gao Feng to participate in the martial stage to get a good taste of the weakness that came from his limitations. He should be proud that his son had been mentioned by Chief Guard Yi, who also said that she was looking forward to his performance. However, Gao Pei's expression was becoming increasingly unnatural. "What kind of performance will my son put on?" Chief Guard Ye's words had placed the limelight on Gao Feng. When Gao Feng stepped up to the platform and was beaten to a pulp, all the hopes that Chief Guard Ye had pinned on him would be dashed. While Gao Pei was wrapped up in his concerns, Gao Feng and Lu Jie had arrived behind Zhuo Ming. Lu Jie walked up to Zhuo Ming and whispered something, to which Zhuo Ming nodded and said, "There are a total of 75 participants for the martial stage. If no one else is joining, I shall announce the martial stage's rules. The martial stage will be starting now." Zhongzhe already knew that Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple. As Zhongzhe gazed at Lu Jie, he looked eager to launch into battle and took a step forward. But soon, he awkwardly hit the back of his head and told himself not to be impulsive. If he participated in the martial stage, he would not be able to participate in the martial arts stage. Since no one else stepped forward, Zhuo Ming said, "Then the martial stage shall officially begin. I will choose a person to stand on the martial stage, and the rest can choose to challenge whenever they please. When everyone has used their chance to challenge a fight, the martial stage will come to an end. The last person standing on the martial stage will be the victor, while the second and third place will be decided based on the number of consecutive wins." When the younger generation of disciples heard what Zhuo Ming said, their expressions shifted. The rules for the martial stage were slightly unusual. The last person standing would be the victor, while the second and third place would be decided based on the number of consecutive wins. This meant that one should enter the stage later to ensure that they would not tire themselves out in previous fights. The disciples of veteran and top factions that were present knew how strong each other was as well as what abilities their phase had. Hence, anyone standing on the martial stage would become a living target that would be easily kicked off the stage by a new challenger. As such, the real question was when was the right time to enter the martial stage. While the others were contemplating when they should step onto the stage, Gao Feng was swimming in delight. He felt that as long as he waited till Lu Jie stepped onto the stage, he could just surrender. There was no way that Lu Jie would reject his surrender, and he could save himself a beating. While Gao Feng was dancing internally with joy, a gust of wind dragged him away. By the time he came to his senses, he had found himself on the martial stage. Gao Feng stood at the center of the martial stage with a look of utter dumbfoundedness. He had panicked slightly when the gust of wind had dragged him. But now that he stood at the center of the stage, it finally hit him what had happened. Zhuo Ming had chosen him to be the first person to enter the martial stage. Gao Feng's previous delight had turned into intense anxiousness that caused his face to scrunch together, and he almost cried out in despair. Lu Jie looked at Gao Feng standing awkwardly on the stage and blinked his eyes. He had only told Zhuo Ming a simple line. "Uncle Zhuo, if Gao Feng nods at you and surrenders, just take it as he's forfeiting and let him exit the stage." Lu Jie's instruction should not have any issues, but that was before he learned about the martial stage's rules. When Zhuo Ming analyzed the meaning behind Lu Jie's words, he knew that Gao Feng was not strong. If so, he could not understand why Gao Feng would participate in the martial stage. But since Lu Jie had intentionally brought it up, Zhuo Ming would do his best to see the task through. The rules of the martial stage made it so that those who entered the stage later would be stronger. Thus, Zhuo Ming wanted Gao Feng to be the first to enter, so that he could win a few battles despite his lack of power. When he saw Lu Jie looking at him, Zhuo Ming shot him a smile and nodded. Lu Jie would have facepalmed if he was not wearing the standard spirit guard's mask. As he looked at the stunned Gao Feng on stage, Lu Jie decided to be the first to step up to challenge Gao Feng. He would be able to lead Gao Feng to demonstrate his maximum power. Lu Jie knew that Gao Feng was purely a support-type spirit chi professional. When Gao Feng used up all his support-type phase, it would seem reasonable for him to surrender. Lu Jie did not intend on summoning the Insect Queen in the martial stage because it would evolve, activating the Sea of Insects and going into full battle mode. If he fought in such a way, there would be no point in him wearing the standard Spirit Guard's mask. It would be easy for others to identify him through the Insect Queen and Sea of Insects. Although there was more than one fairy-type source-type lifeform like the Insect Queen in existence, it was impossible for two Insect Queens to have the same abilities. Lu Jie had intended on using the Insect Queen's new power of controlling Carcinoma phase to fight in the martial stage to test his power as the final weapon. The Carcinoma phase would only have the greatest effect after several fights on the martial stage. If his spiritual power could be replenished after every fight in the martial stage, it would not be difficult for him to fight consecutive battles. He was not afraid even if someone discovered during a fight that he could control carcinoma phase through the insect queen because he had only shown one of the 8 dead soul demon insects during the confrontation with Miaozhua. Just as Lu Jie was about to step up to the martial stage, someone else beat him to it. Lu Jie became nervous for Gao Feng. Zuoming did not know what Lu Jie was thinking. When Zuoming saw someone step up to the martial stage, he said, "Let the first stage of the martial stage begin. The rules of the fight shall be the same as those on Starweb's Celestial Stairway. Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals and support-type Spirit Chi professionals can move back and summon phase first." Gao Feng hurriedly said, "I'm a support-type Spirit Chi professional. I would like to put some distance between us." Gao Feng moved backward as he took a deep breath. He faced the chubby man in front of him with a look of resolution. Although he did not want to get beaten up on the martial stage, now that he was here, he was not going to be a sitting duck. He did not know who the chubby man was, but judging from the icon on his Spirit Chi clothes, Gao Feng knew that he was not a disciple of a top faction. The thought of him, a disciple of a top faction, getting beat up by the disciple of a veteran faction made Gao Feng determined to lose with dignity. The most dignified way to lose was to prove his worth on the martial stage. Gao Feng waved his hand, and 2 large light green lilies bloomed by his feet. The 2 large light green lilies spurted spirit liquid like fountains, and the entire martial stage was enveloped in a large amount of Spirit Chi. Although the Spirit Chi did not increase the concentration of Spirit Chi on the martial stage, it did kick up a gust of Spirit Chi. At that moment, a large hibiscus bloomed in front of the 2 lilies. The hibiscus produced a breeze that molded the 2 fountains of spirit liquid into threads that became a current of Spirit Chi which circled above the hibiscus. Suddenly, the Spirit Chi that was flowing in all directions retracted and gathered in front of Gao Feng. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the phase that Gao Feng had summoned. The breeze hibiscus was Gao Feng's original phase, but the 2 spirit fountain lilies had been traded from Lin Yuan for the floating island whale and 3 young elemental shellfish. Gao Feng had also obtained a yellow spring lily from Lin Yuan that he had not summoned yet. He had told Lin Yuan about the 2 willpower runes that he had comprehended. The breeze hibiscus was Platinum 7/Fantasy 2. Neither of the spirit spring lilies was fantasy breed, but they were Silver X/Legend. Since their grades had not evolved, Gao Feng must be suppressing their grades on purpose. It was likely that Gao Feng wanted to evolve them to fantasy breed. There was no other reason to suppress their grades. This meant that the yellow spring lily had to already be fantasy breed. When Lin Yuan checked on the phase that Gao Feng had summoned, all the younger generation disciples outside the Midnight Palace had "Are you kidding me?" look on their faces. Although the 3 phase that Gao Feng had summoned were not weak, they lacked fighting power. Gao Feng was not planning on killing his opponent's phase by oversupplying them with spiritual power, right? Even if Gao Feng had lost his mind, that plan would never work. When a Fei was full of spiritual power, abilities that replenished Spirit Chi would not work on it. This was common sense, and there was no way that Gao Feng was unaware of it. Thus, his actions were confusing the rest of the young disciples. Even the top and veteran faction leaders inside the Midnight Palace turned to look at Gao Pei when they saw what Gao Feng was doing. Night Leaning Moon looked at Gao Feng on the martial stage with amusement. She had said that she was looking forward to Gao Feng's performance on the martial stage, but he was demonstrating purely support-type abilities, and she could not see a way to make use of them. Gao Feng raised his hand and was about to summon the yellow spring lily when his hand stopped. The yellow spring lily was his secret weapon. He had not even told his father that he had contracted the yellow spring lily, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided not to display the yellow spring lily on the martial stage. It would have been fine if the yellow spring lily could save him from his miserable situation, but as it stood, summoning the yellow spring lily would not increase his chances of winning in the slightest. At that moment, the grumpy-looking iron prison glanced at Cicada Song and said, "You also contracted 2 of the 3 phase that boy is using. It seems like you're fated." Cicada Song did not react to Iron Prison's words and shook his head slightly. Cicada Song was a support-type Spirit Chi professional. In fact, he was the ultimate softcore support-type Spirit Chi professional. But when he saw the phase that Gao Feng had summoned, he felt that Gao Feng was not smart. To be the best softcore support-type spirit chi professional, one had to be soft while strategic in a way that would best make up for the softness. It was only possible to be a softcore support-type spirit chi professional if one had an irreplaceable strategic plan. Cicada Song had not responded to Iron Prison's words, but the leaders of top and veteran factions behind them were all stirred up. Out of the 12 members of royalty and elderly person on the other end of the phone, Iron Prison and Cicada Song were the two that attracted the most attention from the leaders due to their intention to accept disciples. With the word, fated, the crowd immediately started to guess. However, Gao Pei did not have a hint of happiness on his face. He had always been displeased with the path that Gao Feng had chosen. He was not impressed by the phase that Gao Feng had summoned, and he did not think that his son would catch the eye of Cicada Song. The corner of Zhuo Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Gao Feng, and he stole a glance at Lu Jie. When he saw the phase that Gao Feng summoned, Zhuo Ming knew that his actions that came out of good intentions had ended up backfiring. The chubby man standing opposite Gao Feng was delighted when he saw the phase that Gao Feng had summoned and stepped forward with a broad grin on his face. Wang En was participating in the martial stage to prove himself to his elders and give him a leg up over his siblings back home. He had decided to step up to challenge Gao Feng first because he knew that Gao Feng was a support-type spirit chi professional. However, he had not known what phase Gao Feng had contracted, and it was only now that he discovered that Gao Feng was one of the rare softcore support-type spirit chi professionals. Now, Gao Feng was completely at his mercy, and Wang En could use the power of Gao Feng's 3 flowers. Wang En waved his hand with a loud chuckle and summoned the 4 phase he had contracted. Since he had been chosen to attend the Guard Yi banquet, Wang En had to have some tricks up his sleeves. The strongest Fae he summoned was the Platinum 9/Fantasy Eye Blizzard Tongue Shellfish. The second most powerful was the Platinum 4/Fantasy Eye Glacier Submerged Shark. The remaining 2 Faes were Silver X/Legend, just like Gao Feng's Spirit Spring Lilies. The Faes that Wang En had summoned were much stronger than those that Gao Feng had summoned. Wang En knew that he had to come out the gate running and use all his power in one attack if he wanted to leave the best impression of himself. With Zhuo Ming around as the emergency helper, Wang En did not have to hold back at all. He did not need to be afraid that his attack would injure Gao Feng. Lin Yuan's expression changed when he saw the phase that Wang En had summoned. Wang En's Fae of the highest level was the Platinum 9/Fantasy Eye Blizzard Tongue Shellfish. However, the strongest Fae was the Platinum 4/Fantasy Eye Glacier Submerged Shark. The Glacier Submerged Shark was an extremely rare deep-sea Fae, and was the rarest shark species Fae that existed in the North Deep Seas. The explosion of frigid air expunged from the Glacier Submerged Shark could instantly form a glacier. Moreover, the Glacier Submerged Shark that Wang En had contracted had impressive exclusive skills. The first exclusive skill was Bite of Ice Layer, which allowed the Glacier Submerged Shark to hide under a layer of ice and use all the power in its body to shatter the ice. The second exclusive skill was Ravenous Frigidity, which allowed the Glacier Submerged Shark to consume the cold chi from other ice-type phase to increase its own attacking strength. When Lin Yuan saw these 2 exclusive skills, he knew that the Glacier Submerged Shark could fight above its grade. Although Bite of Ice Layer would use all the power in the Glacier Submerged Shark's body for one attack, Faes that could fight above their grade had extremely great potential. At that moment, Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, because he saw the Platinum 9/Fantasy Eye Blizzard Tongue Shellfish open its shell to reveal its soft flesh. Wang En instructed the Platinum 4/Fantasy Eye Glacier Submerged Shark to use Ravenous Frigidity to bite the Blizzard Tongue Shellfish's flesh. Lin Yuan suddenly understood what Wang En was trying to do. Wang En wanted the Glacier Submerged Shark to consume the Blizzard Tongue Shellfish's flesh before releasing the strongest blow of Bite of Ice Layer. The people present were all going to go all the way in order to display their powers without regret. However, Wang En's actions were going overboard. This was not Star Web, and the Glacier Submerged Shark could do real damage to the Blizzard Tongue Shellfish by eating it. Wang En was being extremely cruel to his Fae. Lin Yuan would never be so barbaric to his Faes. Wang En's actions were meant to secure victory. From the way Wang En did not even blink before he ordered the Glacier Submerged Shark to eat the Blizzard Tongue Shellfish, it was clear that this was not the first time that it was happening. Wang En only stopped the glacier-submerged shark from eating when the blizzard-tongue shellfish entered a near-death state. Gao Feng frowned when he saw what Wang En did. He did not like the way that Wang En was treating his phase, but at the same time, a gleam appeared in Gao Feng's eyes. "Glacier-submerged shark, use bite of ice layer," yelled Wang En. The moment Wang En issued his order, the entire martial stage was covered in a layer of hard ice. The glacier-submerged shark dove under the ice, and shadows appeared under the ice. It seemed as though the shadow would break through the ice at any time and launch a lethal attack on Gao Feng. Zhuoming was also ready to protect Gao Feng, feeling that the first match of the martial stage was all but settled. Just as the shadow under the ice sped toward Gao Feng, the latter waved his hand and whispered, "Yellow spring lily, use soul-washing spring soup and yellow spring change." Gao Feng's orders made Zhuoming hesitate. When Zhuoming scrutinized the battle settings, he decided against stepping in to save Gao Feng. The thunderous sound of ice cracking rang out, and an icy mist enveloped Gao Feng, hiding him from view. After the ice mist dispersed, the crowd saw that Wang En's glacier-submerged shark had collided with the blizzard-tongue shellfish. Since the bite of ice layer had used all the energy in the glacier-submerged shark, it was now completely devoid of fighting power. There were two huge punctures in the glacier-submerged shark that was lying on the ground, and it was clear that the punctures had come from the blizzard-tongue shellfish's two sword-like protrusions. The blizzard-tongue shellfish had also been heavily injured. Its shell had been reduced to pieces after the glacier-submerged shark chomped on it, exposing the flesh inside. However, the Platinum 9/Fantasy Eye blizzard-tongue shellfish managed to survive because it was born with strong defensive abilities and was of a higher grade than the glacier-submerged shark. Now that the blizzard-tongue shellfish's flesh was exposed, Gao Feng's four flowers emerged. Gao Feng was covered in the blizzard-tongue shellfish's secretions and looked rather pathetic, but he did not stop there. He ordered the barely surviving blizzard-tongue shellfish to use cold ice snow spikes on the 2 silver X/Legend by Gao Feng's feet. At that moment, Wang En was frozen in shock by the recent development. He did not understand how the blizzard-tongue shellfish had recovered and why it was protecting Gao Feng. With only the 2 silver X/Legend phase, there was no way that Wang En could defend himself against the cold ice snow spikes. Zhuoming appeared on the martial stage in a flash and broke apart the cold ice snow spikes before looking at the withered yellow lily in Gao Feng's arms in amazement. For the first match, the incumbent participant wins. Gao Feng now has one consecutive win. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the yellow spring lily that Gao Feng had suddenly summoned to turn the tables of the fight. Fei name: Yellow spring lily, Fei species. Pink core species/lily species, Fei grade. Platinum, 5 out of 10. Fei type, wood. Fei quality. Fantasy eye. Abilities: core heart fragrance. The petals will release a strong fragrance that will turn into spirit chi and replenish the depleted spirit chi when absorbed by the target. Full of pollen. The pollen in the center of the petal will absorb spirit chi daily, and the pollen full of spiritual power can be released to increase the power of an ability. Yellow spring eye. A yellow spring eye will be applied to a target, and the yellow spring lily will transfer spiritual power to the target through the yellow spring eye to replenish the target's spiritual power. Yellow spring change. When a target with a yellow spring eye applied on it is in a near-death state, the yellow spring eye will enter the target's body and sacrifice itself to completely heal the Fey. Parasite revival. When all the spiritual power in the yellow spring lily is used up, it will turn into a seed that can be planted in a Fey of a similar type. It will absorb the spiritual power from the Fey to recover itself. Exclusive skill. Enter spirit plant. The roots will wrap around another plant of the same type to extract a large amount of spiritual power that can be transferred to the petals to increase the effectiveness of the abilities. Wash soul spring soup. The yellow spring lily can revive and control a Fey in a near-death state through the soul-washing abilities in its pollen. The effects will last till the Fey re-enters a near-death state. Lin Yuan could not help but hit his thigh when he saw the yellow spring lily's true data. The exclusive skills that the yellow spring lily had obtained after evolving to fantasy breed were too fantastic. When Gao Feng had first obtained the yellow spring lily, it had been bronze X/epic. As such, Lin Yuan knew about the Yellow Spring Lily's exclusive skill Enter Spirit plant. However, he did not expect that Wash Soul Spring Soup would allow the Yellow Spring Lily not only to revive phase of the same side from a near-death state but opponent phase as well. It was also able to control the opponent's phase in the process. As long as he had the Yellow Spring Lily, Gao Feng was an extremely capable softcore support-type Spirit Chi professional. Gao Feng checked his hands, and a beam spread across his face. First, he waved at Lu Jie before waving to Lin Yuan and screaming, "I actually won!" The person who was the surest of Gao Feng's loss had been Gao Pei because he did not know that Gao Feng had the Platinum V/Fantasy I Yellow Spring Lily. While Gao Pei was consumed with shock, Cicada Song looked at Iron Prison. His smiling eyes were also carrying a different emotion. "You're right. This boy is rather fated with me." While the man with smiling eyes spoke, he tapped the armrest of his chair. Iron Prison, who knew Cicada Song well, could immediately tell that Cicada Song was overjoyed. Cicada Song's words made the leaders of the top and veteran factions look at Gao Pei with astonishment and envy. Gao Pei's shock was now mixed with unspeakable elation. Although Cicada Song was always smiling and there seemed to be a constant gleam of happiness in his eye, he seemed very unapproachable to the top faction's leaders. When Iron Prison had said that Gao Feng seemed fated with Cicada Song, Gao Pei had almost scoffed. Fathers knew their sons best. Gao Pei felt that no one could know Gao Feng better than he did. However, Gao Feng had summoned a fae that not even his father was familiar with. Gao Pei felt that he needed to give Gao Feng a good beating when they returned home. This brat was actually hiding something from his own father. Suddenly, Gao Pei looked stunned. He thought back to several months ago when Gao Feng had said that he wanted to use some of the family's resources to trade for a bronze/epic fae that he could contract. He had taken an island whale that could not be hatched and 3 young elemental shellfish. When he had asked Gao Feng a few days later what fae he had obtained, Gao Feng had summoned the 2 spirit spring lilies, and Gao Pei had slapped him. At that time, Gao Feng seemed to have more to say to Gao Pei but had been interrupted by Gao Pei's beating. Now Gao Pei felt awkward. Nonetheless, Gao Pei straightened his back and smiled in response to the looks of envy that the top and veteran faction leaders were shooting at him. Gao Pei was already used to receiving looks of envy from veteran factions. However, the Gao family had always been in the lower ranks of the top factions, and it had only been in recent years that they had expanded into deep-sea resources and started to climb up the ranks. Thus, the top 20 leaders of top factions never paid much attention to him. Now, as he basked in their looks of envy, Gao Pei felt that his son was incredible. Of course, all of Gao Feng's skills were thanks to his father. Although Night Leaning Moon had said that she was looking forward to Gao Feng's performance, she had not expected Gao Feng to truly surprise her. Night Leaning Moon praised Gao Feng by saying, "No hubris or rush," and he caught the best opportunity. If he receives proper training, he can definitely become a top softcore support-type Spirit Chi professional. She looked at Cicada Song while she spoke. She seemed to be recommending Gao Feng to Cicada Song. Before Cicada Song could respond, the Moon Empress, who hardly spoke, said, "The breeze hibiscus gathers Spirit Chi, while the Spirit Spring Lilies are the fountains for the Spirit Chi. The Yellow Spring Lily is the main weapon that increases the team's mistake tolerance. This team of phase forms a basic phase system. Cicada Song, if you train him properly, even if he doesn't become a Radiance Envoy, it's very likely that he could become one of the 10 Radiance Knights." The Moon Empress's words stunned everyone present, including Cicada Song. Cicada Song did not understand why the cold and distant Moon Empress was complimenting Gao Feng. Gao Feng had potential and Cicada Song had a good impression of him as well. However, Cicada Song did not think that Gao Feng was good enough to warrant a compliment from the Moon Empress. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress words made Cicada Song think. All of the 5 Radiance Envoys had to be extremely well-rounded combat-class Spirit Chi professionals. A softcore support-type Spirit Chi professional like Gao Feng would never be able to become a Radiance Envoy no matter how strong he became. However, the Radiance Knights did not need to be as well-rounded. If Gao Feng could contract a suitable sacred source life form, it was not impossible for him to become a Radiance Knight in the future. Gao Pei was now the center of envy in the Midnight Palace. There had already been 3 members of royalty who had praised his son. These compliments about his potential were seen as more valuable than compliments about power. The other veteran and top factions were slightly disappointed. They had been happy that the 2 royalty members were intending to accept disciples. But after one fight on the martial stage, one of the spots seemed to have been taken up. The Moon Empress watched as Gao Feng waved at Lin Yuan, and she could not help but smile warmly. She had said what she said because the Yellow Spring Lily's exclusive skills did have strategic significance, but also because she knew that Gao Feng was Lin Yuan's friend. The Moon Empress had been one of the latest amongst the members of royalty to accept a disciple. Moreover, her disciple was the youngest amongst all the members of royalty's disciples. Thus, Lin Yuan was at a disadvantage when he fought against the others. Apparently, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were a team. If Gao Feng could become Cicada Song's disciple, he would become another member of Lin Yuan's team. The more members of the team with impactful influence, the more power Lin Yuan would have. Hence, the Moon Empress had said what she said with Lin Yuan's future in mind. But in the end, it was up to Cicada Song whether he was going to accept Gao Feng as his disciple or not. Gao Feng was still overwhelmed with the joy from his victory. The other young disciples participating in the martial stage were eager to jump onto the stage to crush Gao Feng under their feet. However, it was still too early to enter the stage, and they were afraid of being kicked off in the next fight after defeating Gao Feng. None of them were idiots. Once someone demonstrated strong powers, no one weaker would dare to step up onto the stage. After Zhuo Ming instructed a person wearing the standard Spirit Guard's uniform to replenish Gao Feng's spiritual power, Zhuo Ming announced, "The next challenger can now step up." Lu Jie stepped onto the stage with one step. Gao Feng was extremely touched to see Lu Jie step onto the stage because he knew that Lu Jie was doing so to save Gao Feng a beating. Gao Feng felt a great sense of relief. Luckily, during his conversation with Lu Jie, he had heard that the latter needed to fight a few fights before his battle formation could be fully formed. Otherwise, Gao Feng would have blamed himself if Lu Jie was kicked off the Martia stage early on because of him. Zhuo Ming was surprised to see Lu Jie enter, but it did not hold him back from announcing the start of the second fight. He felt that the chief guard must have helped Lu Jie to increase his power after accepting him as her disciple. Hence, his power had to be on another level from when he was just a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Zhuo Ming was really looking forward to seeing the young liege display his power. After Lu Jie entered the martial stage, many of the participants let out gasps of shock. His identity had been revealed during the confrontation with Miao Zhua. Now that he was entering the second fight, the other participants felt that all hope was lost. Gao Feng did not immediately give up and surrender. Since Lu Jie said he needed a few fights to build his formation, Gao Feng would help him lay the groundwork. Naturally, Gao Feng did not voice his intentions out loud. Instead, he blinked at Lu Jie and said, "Give me a few minutes to recover myself." He blinked at Lu Jie again before bending down to plant the breeze hibiscus and spirit spring lilies in the ground. Next, he said to the slightly wilted yellow spring lily, "Yellow spring lily, use parasite revival." After Gao Feng issued his order, the yellow spring lily wilted even more before it turned into a seed and fell beside one of the spirit spring lilies. The seed planted itself in the spirit spring lily's head and started to absorb the spirit spring lily's spiritual power. A healthy sprout grew from the yellow spring lily's seed. Shortly after, Gao Feng instructed the breeze hibiscus to manipulate the spirit qi released by the other spirit spring lily and direct the spirit qi into the spirit spring lily that had the yellow spring lily's seed planted in it. When the breeze hibiscus's spirit qi was about to reach the end, the newly grown yellow spring lily separated from the spirit spring lily's leaf. Unbeknownst to Gao Feng, he had just demonstrated his potential to Cicada Song again. Gao Feng's spirit spring lilies were only Silver X/Legend. But if their power was raised, the yellow spring lily might even produce flower buds when its seed was planted on one of the spirit spring lilies. If the yellow spring lily produced flower buds, it indicated that it had recovered to peak condition and would be able to use yellow spring change again. The yellow spring lily was a fey that could increase a team's mistake tolerance and was a very important strategic factor. Now that Gao Feng had proved that he could increase his team's mistake tolerance as well as strategic advantage, Cicada Song's look of hesitation vanished and was replaced with his usual smile. With his heart at ease, he started to watch the martial stage for the pure enjoyment of it. When Lu Jie had seen Gao Feng wink at him, he immediately understood what Gao Feng was trying to do. Frankly, Lu Jie did not need to build his formation now because he was extremely confident in his powers. Nonetheless, since Gao Feng wanted to do this for him, Lu Jie was not going to waste the chance that Gao Feng was offering him. Lu Jie gave a thumbs up, and 30 shield ladybugs landed on the martial stage. As Lin Yuan watched the fight unfold, he managed to get a sense of the level of power that Lu Jie had attained. Given that the shield ladybugs that Lu Jie had summoned had already reached Diamond X, Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie could now roll grades. As such, the Insect Queen must have reached Diamond X, which was a level that was only available to B-rank Spirit Chi professionals. However, Lin Yuan could not check what level of fantasy breed the Insect Queen was now because a dimensional light moth was flitting above Lu Jie's head. The dimensional light moth was one of the carcinoma phase that Lu Jie controlled. The dimensional light moth was also Diamond X/Legend, just like the Dead Soul Demon insect. This was the maximum level of carcinoma phase that the Insect Queen could currently control. The dimensional light moth ate dimensional walls and left dimensional rifts after its meals. If the dimensional light moth did not eat too much of the dimensional wall, it would create a class 1 dimensional rift. But if it ate uninhibitedly, it would likely lead to the opening of a class 3 dimensional rift. However, not even the dimensional light moth had enough room in its stomach to eat enough to create class 4 and class 5 dimensional rifts. The dimensional light moth was just as dangerous as the Dead Soul Demon insect that Lu Jie had summoned. Moreover, the dimensional light moth's abdomen was a mini-dimensional zone. Lu Jie's Insect Queen was hiding in the dimensional light moth at that very moment, and it would not be discovered as long as the dimensional light moth was not killed. Lu Jie's actions stunned most of the disciples who were watching him. It did seem astonishing for 30 Diamond X shield ladybugs to appear right in front of Lu Jie. Most people could contract 5 or 6 phase, and it seemed ridiculous for 30 phase to be summoned at once. The shield ladybug was a defense-type insect species Fey with little attacking power. Nonetheless, it was not easy to kill all the 30 shield ladybugs. However, Lu Jie did not seem to be done as an elegant and slender purplish-black bee appeared in Lu Jie's palm. "Blade Queen Bee, go produce blade worms," murmured Lu Jie. The Blade Queen Bee shot off toward the neatly lined-up shield ladybugs and stung the eye of each of the shield ladybugs. Less than a minute later, eggs were laid in all 30 shield ladybugs. The Blade Queen Bee weakly returned to Lu Jie's palm, and it looked like it was completely drained. All the disciples who were planning on participating in the martial arts stage had reached at least Class 3 Creation Master. Thus, they immediately recognized that both the Dimensional Light Moth and Blade Queen Bee were carcinoma phase. The sight of the Dimensional Light Moth and Blade Queen Bee made most people's hairs stand on end. Although the disciples of veteran and top factions were well experienced, they had never seen a Spirit Chi professional command carcinoma phase in battle. The Dimensional Light Moth and Blade Queen Bee Lu Jie had summoned on the martial stage along with the Dead Soul Demon insect meant that Lu Jie had at least 3 carcinoma phase. As such, Lu Jie's existence seemed to be a disaster in itself. However, the crowd could not understand how Lu Jie had obtained the 30 shield ladybugs. Lu Jie was clearly controlling them, or else there was no way that they would be lining up in front of Lu Jie military style like they were doing now. The 30 shield ladybug's shells had started to vibrate at an increasing pace. This vibrating movement made the goosebumps rise on the spectator's skin, but nothing strange seemed to be happening to the shield ladybugs. It was as though the vibrations were not directly happening to them. Suddenly, the heads of the 30 shield ladybugs cracked open like watermelons, and purplish-black worms with coarse fur crawled out. Almost immediately after, the 30 shield ladybugs all died. The worms that had crawled out of the shield ladybugs' bodies started to quickly consume the shield ladybugs' corpses. Less than 2 minutes later, the shield ladybugs, which were about as large as a table each, were completely eaten by the worms. When the worms were done eating, 30 startling cries erupted in unison. The bodies of the worms started to expand until each became 6 meters long, 2 meters tall, and 3 meters wide. They became blade worms that had black blades jutting from all over their bodies. Lin Yuan frowned because the blade worms that the Blade Queen Bee birthed from the bodies of other fays would be several grades weaker than the host fays had been. However, these blade worms that had grown from the shield ladybugs not only did not decrease in grade, but they became even more intimidating. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Blade Queen Bee resting on Lu Jie's palm. Fey name: Blade Queen Bee, Fey species. Stinging bee species/ancestral bee species. Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Insect species/spiritual type. Fey quality: Legend. Abilities: Flash wings. Flap the wings at the target while flashing away to dodge. Cursed bee venom. Every additional injection of poison into the enemy will increase the effectiveness of the curse. The cursed target will start to age, and the weakened skin will lower the target's defense. Merciful cry. The blade worms that heard the Blade Queen Bee's special sound will become bloodthirsty, and the protein in their bodies will rapidly turn into black blades to increase the blade worms' attacking power. Dissolution infection. The lethally injured blade worms will enter a state of dissolution and start releasing psychotoxins. The blade worms will double their power for 5 seconds and die immediately afterward. Faster hatching. Energy will be injected into eggs before they are planted in a target's body to quicken the hatching of the insects. Queen's true self. The queen will be subsumed into a blade worm, and the dormant fighting model inside the queen will be engaged into fighting mode. Exclusive skill. Vicious poison queen bee. Allow a batch of hatchlings to kill each other, and the final surviving hatchling that grows into the blade worm will not have a decreased grade. Lin Yuan could not help but let out a sigh of amazement. Once a carcinoma fey was nurtured by a spirit chi professional and left its previous messy state behind to gain intelligence and exclusive skills. It would become so terrifying that its wild versions would not be able to hold a candle to it. Lu Jie's insect queen was the leader of the insect colony, while the Blade Queen Bee was the general. Most of the Blade Queen Bee's abilities could increase the blade worm's combat power. Now, Lin Yuan also knew why the 30 blade worm's grades had not fallen. If Morbius was not still sleeping, Lin Yuan would have complained about the name of the Blade Queen Bee's exclusive skill to it. Vicious Poison Queen Bee sounded a little odd. The Blade Queen Bee could also use its psychotoxin to its full potential, and it enabled it to have a curse factor. Lin Yuan was most interested in the Queen's true self because it would give the Blade Queen Bee immense solo fighting power. He felt that it was similar to Chaime's radiant body. When he witnessed Lu Jie instantly building his battle formation and the 30 savage blade worms, Gao Feng could not help but gulp and retract his phase. Gao Feng turned to Zhuoming and said, "Lord Zhuoming, I admit defeat." Zhuoming did not find this strange at all, and allowed Gao Feng to exit the stage after getting a nod from Lu Jie. Gao Feng stepped off the stage, but no one dared to step up after seeing Lu Jie's formation. Everyone present knew that Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple, and the time was not right for them to unleash their full powers. Besides the 30 blade worms, Lu Jie had yet to summon the orchid petal knife mantis that the Dead Soul Demon insect controlled. The Dead Soul Demon insect was a carcinoma fey that could injure souls. Moreover, since Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple, it was impossible for him not to have contracted a sacred source life form. Thus, an interesting scene emerged. After 3 minutes, no one dared to step onto the martial stage to face Lu Jie. Zhuoming raised his head to look into the palace. It was clear that he was waiting for Night Leaning Moon to issue instructions. At that moment, the formal voice from the other end of the phone said, "Leaning Moon, your disciple has a really interesting combat style. It's raising my spirits. However, it won't do if no one steps up to challenge him." Night Leaning Moon nodded slightly. The art stage, martial stage, and martial arts stage were being held to witness the power of the disciples of top factions and veteran factions. If no one entered the stage, they could not see any display of abilities. Just as Night Leaning Moon was about to issue an instruction to Zhuoming, Iron Prison spoke first. Iron Prison circulated his spiritual power while speaking, causing his voice to travel through the radix crystal wall to reach the ears of the people outside the palace. "I'm not a creation master, and it would be a mistake for me to accept a creation master as my disciple. As such, I've decided to pick my disciple from the martial stage. Whoever beats Chief Guard Ye's disciple shall become my disciple. When Iron Prison projected his voice to the area outside the Midnight Palace using his spiritual power, Cicada Song's smile vanished. He turned to look at Iron Prison with an expression of speechlessness. Cicada Song had always wondered what was going on inside Iron Prison's head. Half a year ago, he had incited the Moon Empress to step in the area outside the royal capital because of a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Now, he announced that the person who could beat Night Leaning Moon's disciple would become his disciple. Cicada Song did not even know where to begin to criticize Iron Prison's impulsive actions. Given Cicada Song's understanding of Iron Prison, he knew that Iron Prison had no intention of going against Night Leaning Moon. However, others would see his simple-minded behavior as provoking Night Leaning Moon. How could the disciple that had been trained by Night Leaning Moon be so easily defeated? Cicada Song had nagged Iron Prison numerous times in vain to not be so impulsive and to think about the consequences before he acted. Unfortunately, Iron Prison would only nod while allowing Cicada's Song to go in from one ear and exit from the other. Night Leaning Moon was slightly kinder than the Moon Empress, but she was far from good-tempered. While Cicada Song was thinking, Night Leaning Moon coldly snapped, Iron Prison, I had no idea that you have such high expectations for accepting disciples. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't think you'll be able to find a disciple from the Guard Ye banquet after all. Night Leaning Moon raised an eyebrow and did not look at Iron Prison despite clearly addressing him. She was clearly derisive of Iron Prison. Night Leaning Moon did not think that someone like him who could not think before he spoke should not even be allowed into the Midnight Palace. However, he was a member of royalty, and she could not kick him out. Iron Prison was slightly stunned, and a wary look appeared on his grumpy countenance. He did not understand why Night Leaning Moon was suddenly targeting him. Usually, it was the Moon Empress who targeted him instead of Night Leaning Moon. When he heard Night Leaning Moon say that he would not be able to find a disciple from the Guard Ye banquet, Iron Prison replied without much thought, Since I'm intent on finding a disciple, there's no way I'll fail. Cicada Song kept his gaze locked on Iron Prison the entire time while he spoke. He knew that Iron Prison was not intentionally affronting Night Leaning Moon and was only providing a natural response to Night Leaning Moon. However, his words sounded like a provocation. Night Leaning Moon also knew about Iron Prison's flaws and usually spoke up for him in front of the Moon Empress. She normally would have ignored him, but she had only recently accepted her disciple. Yet, Iron Prison was calling him incapable, as though he would be defeated easily. It was despicable for Iron Prison to obtain a disciple from her disciple's defeat. Night Leaning Moon frowned to think before easing her brows and saying, If so, I would like to make a bet with you. If someone beats my disciple on the martial stage, I'll gift you a material worthy of creating a valuable weapon. It'll also be my congratulatory gift to you for accepting a disciple. However, if no one is able to defeat my disciple and you fail to find a disciple, you'll have to give me the disaster insect nest's body. Although Iron Prison did not have a shred of emotional intelligence, he now knew why Night Leaning Moon was targeting him. Alas, he also cared about his pride. If they were in an imperial court meeting, he might have given in because he would not have felt any shame in front of his friends. After all, he always gave in after clashing with the Moon Empress. Unfortunately, they were now in the presence of so many leaders of veteran and top factions. Thus, Iron Prison did not have it in him to give in this time. However, he was reluctant to part with the disaster insect nest's body. It would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he would be losing a 6-star sacred source lifeform material that could be made into a precious weapon. Iron Prison contemplated before saying, A bet has to be fair. Since you want to take the disaster insect nest's body from me, you'll also have to offer a material from a 6-star sacred source lifeform. Night Leaning Moon scoffed and nodded. With that, the bet was official. Cicada Song looked at Iron Prison and wondered if he was truly an idiot. The martial stage was not as prestigious as the martial arts stage, and Night Leaning Moon was definitely well aware of her disciple's powers. It would have been fine if Iron Prison had been the one to initiate the bet, but Night Leaning Moon had been the one to suggest it instead. Iron Prison must be recklessly fearless to accept such a bet. Iron Prison was wondering which fellow would be powerful enough to help him win his bet, when the Moon Empress said to him, "Iron Prison, since you're in a gambling mood, let me join in too. I heard that you recently gained a sacred source lifeform. How about using that as the stake for our bet?" The Moon Empress words made Iron Prison's face fall. The value of an uncontracted sacred source lifeform could not compare to that of a dead 6-star sacred source lifeform. A dead sacred source lifeform was still dead and could only provide value when it was made into a precious weapon. However, an uncontracted sacred source lifeform was like an empty canvas, and Iron Prison dared not use it as a stake. Additionally, he had only agreed to Night-Leaning Moon's bet because of his pride. As such, he could reject the Moon Empress bet without any qualms. Just as Iron Prison was about to reject her, the Moon Empress said, "I also know that you have 2 fays that are stuck at a certain level. If I lose, I can help them break through. I'll use my own resources to do so." The Moon Empress words unnerved Iron Prison. Although both Iron Prison and the Moon Empress were members of royalty, he would never say something so bold. The only people in the Radiance Federation that were bold enough to say such words were the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. Bamboo Monarch was trapped by a woman's bad luck now and could no longer say such words with confidence. At Iron Prison's level, his phase should have already formed a perfect combat system. Hence, if his 2 weakest phases could break through and transform, his entire system would become united. No matter how slim the chances were, Iron Prison could not reject this opportunity. Iron Prison knew that even if he approached Moon Empress for help and provided his own resources, she would normally never agree to help him evolve his phase. As simple-minded as he was, Iron Prison knew that the Moon Empress was annoyed by him. "It's a deal." All the veteran and top faction leaders behind the members of royalty shivered. Was this the world of the big shots? What a boring and unpretentious world. The stakes for casual bets turned out to be things like precious weapons and sacred source lifeforms. Veteran factions would never be able to get their hands on sacred source lifeforms, and only the strongest experts in the top factions had sacred source lifeforms. While Iron Prison, the Moon Empress, and Night-Leaning Moon were making their bets, the uncertain disciples participating in the martial stage were immediately motivated by Iron Prison's words. Lu Jie frowned slightly under his mask on the stage because he knew that a mad clamor to challenge him would soon ensue thanks to what Iron Prison had stated. However, he was not nervous about this. Rather, the chaos was exactly what he wanted. It was only through facing strong opponents that Lu Jie would be able to discover the true extent of his power. Shortly after, someone stepped onto the martial stage. Zhuo Ming immediately announced the start of the 3rd match. The 3rd person to enter the martial stage looked at the 30 ferocious blade worms in front of Lu Jie and felt that he had jumped the gun. However, Iron Prison's words had been an effective motivator for impulsion. The young man summoned his phase. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 3 tiger species phase that the young man had summoned. Tiger species phase had similar potential to dragon species phase, but compared to dragon species phase that had a variety of types, tiger species phase were much rarer. 2 of the 3 tiger species phase summoned by the young man had reached fantasy breed, and the strongest one had reached Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye. It was clear that he was much stronger than Wang En. In fact, he would even be able to beat 3 Wang Ans. Technically, the 3 tiger species phase were as strong as Lu Jie's 30 Diamond X blade worms. The Blade Queen Bee's vicious poison Queen Bee could prevent the blade worm's grades from falling, but every transformed Diamond X blade worm would become flawless quality. This meant that every Diamond X blade worm had the power of a Platinum 3/Fantasy Eye Fae. The moment the 3 tiger species phase were summoned, the 30 Platinum 3/Fantasy Eye blade worms immediately clashed against them. The Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye tiger species Fae was undoubtedly much stronger than Zhou Luo's Lava Dragon Lizard. However, the Lava Dragon Lizard was a defense-type Fae that relied on its armor to defend against the blade worm's attacks. Zhou Luo had been able to use the Lava Dragon Lizard to defeat so many blade worms because its ability Unbreakable Iron Bones allowed it to increase its defense after sustaining each attack, and because Lin Yuan had given Zhou Luo many Fire-type and Earth-type Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. These allowed Zhou Luo to use the pure elemental energy through the lava dragon lizard's shield regeneration to increase its endurance during battle. The tiger species phase were power offense type phase that had a relatively weak defense. Every time that the tiger's claws slashed toward the blade worms, the claws would shatter upon contact on the black blades protruding from the blade worms' bodies. Such damage was insignificant to the Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye tiger species phase. But because of the Blade Queen Bee's cursed bee venom, the tiger species phase were cursed by the psychotoxins every time damage was dealt to the blades. As he watched the battle unfold, Lu Jie waved his hand, and 5 more shield ladybugs emerged from the dimensional light moth's body. The shield ladybugs joined the battle to protect the blade worms against the tiger species phase attacks. The violent tiger species phase were slowly losing their edge to the insect colony. When Lu Jie instructed the Blade Queen Bee to use dissolution infection on a heavily injured blade worm that could no longer fight, a large amount of psychotoxins sprayed all over the tiger species phase. Under the burden of the psychotoxins and layers of curses, the tiger species phase bodies had started to weaken. Soon, the tiger species phase crashed to the ground under the blade worm's attacks. When the young man saw that his phase could no longer fight and had nothing else that would threaten Lu Jie, he chose to surrender. After the young man stepped off the martial stage, one of the blade worms was dead while 7 were lying on the ground in a severely injured state, and the remaining 22 had also sustained damage. The 5 shield ladybugs that had entered the battle at a later time had been torn to shreds by the sharp claws. Lu Jie was not frazzled after the battle and continued to stand calmly behind the blade worm. This scene excited the rest of the disciples of veteran and top factions who were participating in the martial stage. A few young men who Du Shuo led exchanged looks with each other. They had all witnessed the battle that had just concluded. Although the weaker disciples of veteran and top factions did not have the power to defeat Lu Jie, they could cause damage to Lu Jie's colony of blade worms. Judging from the state of Lu Jie's phase, the blade worm's injuries could not be healed by the Blade Queen Bee, and the latter would need a long time before it could produce eggs again. There would not be any more chances for the Blade Queen Bee to produce a second batch of eggs. Hence, an attrition battle was the best choice for defeating the blade worms. The young men that Du Shuo was leading dispersed and walked toward different participants. These young men came from a high-rank top faction, and they were quickly able to persuade the other participants of the martial stage to ally with them. The weaker participants stood no chance of beating Lu Jie, so they were the best choice of people to wear down the blade worms. The stronger participants would be able to step up to challenge any time to claim victory over Lu Jie. It had been easy to convince them because all of the strong young disciples wanted to be the disciple of a member of royalty. Most of the weaker disciples were from veteran factions and could be convinced as long as they were promised enough benefits for it to be a win-win situation. Zhuoming looked displeased when he noticed this but did not comment on it. Although they were clearly ganging up on Lu Jie like how a group of gamers would team up to beat a boss in a game, such actions were not against the martial stage's rules. As Chief Guard Ye's left-hand manager, Zhuoming had the tolerance that was befitting of his position. He could not go after the other disciples just because they were ganging up on Lu Jie. Soon, the disciples of veteran factions that had been on the fence started to muster their courage as, one by one, they stepped onto the martial stage. Lu Jie ordered the Blade Queen Bee to use Merciful Cry and Dissolution Infection on the blade worms on the ground that had not died but had lost all their fighting power. Usually, Lu Jie would have to use about 3 to 4 blade worms against each opponent. Now that he was faced with an endless stream of opponents, the number of blade worms dropped precipitously, and the eyes of the watching participants lit up. However, this did not hinder Lu Jie in the least. By the time he beat the 8th fighter, all 30 blade worms had died. The corpses of the blade worms littered the martial stage and made it look like the scene of a brutal massacre. When the 9th challenger stepped onto the martial stage, Lu Jie gave a thumbs up, and a black ball appeared by his feet. The ball looked like it was formed from a long insect that was currently in peristalsis. This shocked the participants who had just entered the martial stage and caused the hearts of the watching hopeful disciples of veteran factions to sink. When Zhuoming announced the start of the battle, Lu Jie lowered his head to say to the writhing black ball, "Use fluid hypha, long body split, degeneration control, and decaying bacteria, Lu Jie issued 4 commands in a row, and the black ball immediately spat out a large amount of purple fluids. The sticky purple fluid was like a living creature that also seemed to be able to stretch endlessly. In a second, the purple fluid covered the entire martial stage. Soon, numerous small black threads grew out of the thin, sticky layer. The black threads were like furry veins that transported the purple sticky fluid around. While the purple sticky fluid was stretching and expanding, it covered the dead blade worms and shield ladybugs. The 30 dead blade worms and shield ladybugs immediately started to change after the sticky fluid covered them, and the black threads tunneled into the bodies of the dead blade worms and shield ladybugs. A moment later, an armor made of the sticky purple fluid and black threads grew on the bodies of the blade worms and shield ladybugs. The armor made the bodies significantly larger. Next, black bubbles grew on the armor, and when popped, they formed fluid that looked like small flowers and emitted the stench of decay. At that moment, the writhing black ball by Lu Jie's feet disappeared while the 30 blade worms and 5 shield ladybugs shakily got to their feet and resumed their military-like line-up in front of Lu Jie. These terrifying and gruesome-looking blade worms and shield ladybugs were now much stronger than when they were alive. As such, Lu Jie's opponent did not even have the time to retaliate against the insect colony, and was kicked off the martial stage in a few minutes. The challenger that had just been kicked off the martial stage's phase was in a sorry state. The large, terrifying dragon species Fei barely had an uninjured patch of flesh on its body, and the wounds made by the blades were decaying. The 2 healing-type Spirit Chi professionals wearing the standard Spirit Guard's mask took a while before they managed to heal the decaying, terrifying dragon species Fei. At that moment, Du Shua, who was at the center of Lu Jie's opponents, said, "That's the Haifa tapeworm." Du Shua's words dashed all the challengers' hopes. The veteran and top faction disciples all knew what kind of Fei the Haifa tapeworm was. With the Haifa tapeworm in action now, the battle attrition plan had been reduced to a joke. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Haifa tapeworm. Fei name, Haifa tapeworm, Fei species, hooked mouth species/roundworm species, Fei grade, diamond, 10/10, Fei type, insect/dark, Fei quality, legend, abilities, fluid Haifa. A sticky fluid will be produced that can cover an area. The bacteria pockets in the sticky fluid will break apart quickly to form webs of Haifa. Long body split. The Haifa tapeworm will tunnel into the fluid Haifa and start to split itself. Each split section can be planted in any small insect. Degeneration control. Flesh that is dead due to bacterial infection will be covered in bacteria pockets that contain vicious poison. When the bacteria covers a degenerating surface, the tapeworms that have been created from the split sections can enter the dead host to control it. Decaying bacteria. The bodies of the hosts being manipulated will be covered in strong corrosive bacteria that will spread to the cells of healthy flesh that it comes into contact with and cause the cells of the healthy flesh to start to decay. Degenerating body integration. When a degenerating body is damaged, the ladybugs that are produced will sacrifice their body as nutrients to feed and integrate the bacteria. The tapeworms produced from the split sections will control the degenerated body. Double parasite. When in the presence of other parasitic-type life forms and insects, the degenerating body, bacteria, and tapeworms formed from split sections can be sacrificed to increase the parasitic-type life form's power. If the parasitic-type life form is injured, it can draw energy from the sacrificed entities to heal itself. Exclusive skill. Degenerating body's reproduction. The bacteria will alter the reproductive and gender cells in the degenerating body to allow the degenerating body to produce new creatures through splitting its sections. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and he felt that Lu Jie had yet to demonstrate the Haifa tapeworm's true power. Lu Jie looked down from the martial stage and spoke in a booming voice. "The next battle will involve my soul, and I won't be able to control my powers. Once you're hit, you'll still end up suffering even after being treated." A faint silhouette appeared on Lu Jie's shoulder. The flower-like silhouettes formed an elegant small orchid-shaped praying mantis. When the elegant small praying mantis appeared, the faces of the other participants of the martial stage fell. Lu Jie had already summoned 3 carcinoma phase during his fights, the dimensional light moth, blade queen bee, and Haifa tapeworm. However, from the earlier confrontation, the crowd already knew that the hypha tapeworm was actually the fourth carcinoma Fey that Lu Jie had revealed. During the confrontation, Lu Jie had revealed the Dead Soul Demon Insect, but he had yet to summon it during battle until now. The Dead Soul Demon Insect's attacks mainly targeted souls. Hence, it was extremely difficult to defend against its attacks. Not everyone could handle the pain of a soul injury. As such, the challengers who were about to launch an attrition battle now wanted to back out. The hypha tapeworm's appearance proved that it would be useless to try the tactic of an attrition battle to take down Lu Jie. The challengers assessed their own powers and determined that it would be a struggle for them to defeat the revived insect colony. Moreover, they did not know if Lu Jie still had other carcinoma Fays that he had yet to summon. The gazes of the remaining challengers of the martial stage were grim, while the disciples who planned on participating in the martial arts stage also had amazement in their eyes. The participants of the martial stage were mostly not creation masters. Those that were only class 2 at best. It would be difficult for them to use that level of power to check on the Diamond X/Legend hypha tapeworm. Meanwhile, the creation masters who were participating in the martial arts stage were all class 3 and above. Thus, they were able to check on the hypha tapeworm's abilities and exclusive skills. They realized that the hypha tapeworm's abilities could be used in conjunction with the Dead Soul Demon Insect to create a mutually supporting relationship. The Dead Soul Demon Insect was currently controlling the Orchid Petal Knife Mantis, but the Dead Soul Demon Insect had yet to bind itself to the Orchid Petal Knife Mantis body. In other words, the Orchid Petal Knife Mantis body was just a set of clothes for the Dead Soul Demon Insect that could be switched out at any time. The hypha tapeworm's double parasite allowed the Dead Soul Demon Insect to implant itself in any blade worm or shield ladybug that had been infected by bacteria. Additionally, the Dead Soul Demon Insect's parasitic Dead Soul seed allowed the Dead Soul Demon Insect to shuttle through every insect in the insect colony. During any clash during a battle, the Dead Soul Demon Insect would be able to materialize on a target at any time to suck out its soul. Moreover, there was no way to defend against the Dead Soul Demon Insect's exploding Dead Soul bullets. Even if the damage from the explosion could be defended against, it was likely that a soul seed could be implanted in the opponent Fey or even the Spirit Chi professional's brains. Since the Dead Soul Demon Insect was a carcinoma Fey, its potential to create terror could not be scoffed at. Once a soul seed was implanted in the brain, the lifeform's life would be in the Dead Soul Demon Insect's hands. Miaozhua may possess an item to protect his soul, but the Dead Soul Demon Insect's bite meant to suck out his soul had not been deterred at all. Clearly, the Dead Soul Demon Insect had a powerful grip on souls. None of the challengers wanted to end up with an injured soul like Miaozhua. Besides the Spirit Chi professionals who admitted that they could not beat Lu Jie's insect colony. Even those who had the power to fight against Lu Jie did not have anything to protect their souls. Thus, all their motivation was quashed, and they shriveled into despondence. Gao Feng walked to Lin Yuan's side after leaving the martial stage. When he saw Lu Jie's increasingly strong insect colony, he patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Lin Yuan, the young liege is way too powerful. I can't imagine anyone being able to defeat him." As he heard Gao Feng's tone of marvel, Lin Yuan smiled. He was glad for Lu Jie's increasing power. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie had 8 carcinoma Fays under his control, and he had already summoned half of them. Lu Jie had sealed off the Insect Queen's abilities from the beginning of the battles and hid it in the Dimensional Light Moth's body. He had only instructed the Insect Queen to produce the 30 shield ladybugs to act as the Blade Queen Bee's hosts for the blade worms. Later, he had instructed the Insect Queen to produce 5 shield ladybugs to increase the blade worm's defense. If Lu Jie released the Insect Queen and used it in conjunction with the hypha tapeworm and Dead Soul Demon Insect, his power would be multiplied to an unimaginable level even if the Blade Queen Bee could no longer produce eggs. The Insect Queen had reached Diamond X/Fantasy, and every insect-type Fey that it produced would be Diamond X/Flawless. Just the thought of a sea of Diamond X/Flawless insects was horrifying. However, Lin Yuan could not agree with what Gao Feng had said. As strong as Lu Jie was, he was not at an invincible level. If Lin Yuan stepped onto the martial stage, one blast of the Spirit Essence explosion would destroy Lu Jie's insect colony. Lin Yuan's use of spirit essence explosion only used a small amount of spirit qi and did not use up much spiritual power. The dead soul demon insect's attacks on the soul would also be useless on Lin Yuan because he had contracted a sacred source lifeform. The sacred source lifeforms that had formed marrow contracts with spirit qi professionals usually went on to live in the spirit qi professional's soul and acted as the best wall of defense for the soul. Moreover, Lin Yuan also had the myth 3 vicious poison law that could perfectly counter the hypha tapeworm's decaying bacteria. Lu Jie had not displayed his full power yet, and Lin Yuan did not know how strong Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform was. To determine who would win between Lu Jie and Lin Yuan, it would depend on whether Lu Jie was able to handle Lin Yuan's secret weapon, the Dark Death World's Night Crow Wither attack. While Gao Feng marveled at Lu Jie's power, he watched the reactions of the other challengers. Suddenly, a strange idea struck him. If Lu Jie continued to win and emerged as the final victor of the martial stage, Gao Feng would be able to win second place with his one win. Gao Feng could not help but start giggling with glee. It was impossible to surrender the chance to challenge the martial stage without fighting. Otherwise, Gao Feng would not have been so nervous in the beginning. The 10th challenger took one step onto the martial stage and surrendered without even summoning any phase. After admitting defeat, the 10th challenger looked anxiously at Lu Jie as though he was afraid that Lu Jie would not agree to the surrender. Lu Jie was not a cruel person, so he did not object to the surrender. Once the first challenger admitted defeat, a string of challengers clambered to step onto the stage to surrender as well. A total of 75 disciples of veteran and top factions were participating in the martial stage. After the wave of surrenders, less than 10 challengers were left. Among those who were left was Du Shuo, who had insulted Lu Jie but ended up being saved by Lu Jie. Du Shuo was like the head of the remaining challengers. Du Shuo took a deep breath as he looked at Lu Jie on stage and walked onto the martial stage. When Zhuo Ming saw Du Shuo step onto the stage, he scoffed and announced, "The 61st battle of the martial stage shall begin." Lu Jie had not had to move a muscle for the past 50 matches. All he had done was nod in agreement to the challengers' surrenders. This made Lu Jie feel like he was just standing on the stage like a silly block. Lu Jie was slightly taken aback when he saw his current opponent because he not only knew this opponent but also had a prior confrontation with him. As good-natured as Lu Jie was, and even though he had told Zhuo Ming not to do anything to Du Shuo, Lu Jie had still been left with a bad impression of Du Shuo. Just as he was about to instruct his insect colony to strike, Du Shuo shouted across the martial stage, "Young liege, please stay your hand. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to you. I should not have run my mouth and insulted you. You were kind enough to forgive me and did not punish me for my transgression. But I still feel that it's necessary for me to apologize to you." Du Shuo maintained his bow the entire time he was speaking and only lifted his head once he was done, with a look of sincerity in his eyes. He was truly grateful that Lu Jie had decided against punishing him. Otherwise, he would have already been chased out of the Midnight Palace. Moreover, Du Shuo also knew that the confrontation outside the Midnight Palace had taken place in front of many veteran and top factions. There was no way he could hide the incident, and his elders would eventually find out that he had spoken out of turn against Chief Guard Ye's disciple. Rather than waiting to receive punishment from his elders when they found out about his mistake, it was better for him to admit it now and take responsibility for the entire incident so as to not implicate Feng He. If he was lucky enough to receive Lu Jie's forgiveness, his punishment would be lighter when he returned to Furnace Stone Metal. Lu Jie's masked face was composed after he heard what Du Shuo said. "No problem. I didn't take the matter to heart, and there's nothing to forgive. I hope we'll have more opportunities to interact in the future." Du Shuo clenched his fists and looked at Lu Jie with gratitude. From Lu Jie's words, it was clear that Lu Jie did not hold any grudges about the confrontation. So it was as though the confrontation had never happened. Essentially, there would be no need for Du Shuo to receive punishment from his elders when he returned home. Lu Jie's last words had been an olive branch, meant to express his hope of turning from enemies to friends. However, Du Shuo knew that despite being a main member of one of the 10 top factions, his status was far below Lu Jie's. Du Shuo admired Lu Jie's magnanimity, and he thought back to how he had come up with the attrition battle tactic to gang up on Lu Jie. Young liege, I was planning on using the attrition battle tactic to attack your blade worm colony and reduce their numbers, but I didn't expect that your insect colony only grew stronger, said Du Shua awkwardly. Lu Jie gave a nonchalant smile. Without the attrition battle, he would not have been able to build his battle formation as easily as he had. Zhuo Ming had been annoyed when he noticed Du Shua and his peers persuading the other challengers to use the attrition battle tactic against Lu Jie. However, Zhuo Ming did not expect Du Shua to be so honest as to tell Lu Jie about the attrition battle tactic. This slightly changed the way that Zhuo Ming viewed Du Shua. At that moment, Zhuo Ming saw Gu Lang walking out of the long corridor leading to the art stage's location. Zhuo Ming was utterly astonished. He knew better than anyone how difficult the art stage was because he had checked through every topic being tested. The topics were meant to be tedious so as to test the creation master's overall skills, and none of the questions should be completed with ease. In order to ensure that the art stage and martial stage ended at the same time, the art stage's topics also necessitated a large final production quantity. The martial stage was about to end, but that was because Lu Jie had been the second person to enter the martial stage and had been dominating it since then. Moreover, 50 of the challengers had surrendered immediately, and it had only been half an hour since the martial stage began. This meant that Gu Lang had only taken half an hour to complete his topic for the art stage. This speed was unimaginable. No wonder Gu Lang was Lord Bamboo Monarch's disciple. The Bamboo Monarch did not look surprised at all to see Gu Lang finish the art stage first. Nonetheless, the Bamboo Monarch still felt it was a shame that Gu Lang was not participating in the martial arts stage. The Bamboo Monarch was the one who had set the rules for the martial arts stage, and he had made it so that it would be suitable for his disciples' fighting style of fighting with waves of attacks. Gu Lang made a beeline for Zhongzhe. When he saw the way that Zhongzhe was staring intensely at the martial stage, Gu Lang could not help but knock on Zhongzhe's half-armor. Gu Lang sighed when he realized that his knocking had not woken Zhongzhe up from his trance at all. Although Zhongzhe was strong, his battle fanaticism would likely be a disadvantage to him in the future. Gu Lang knew that he would not be able to change Zhongzhe's personality, but he truly hoped that someone who could would appear. Otherwise, the impulsive Zhongzhe would never be able to work in a team and would never be able to become a Radiance envoy. Everyone had noticed that Gu Lang had returned after completing the art stage. The disciples of veteran and top factions who were participating in the martial arts stage let out sighs of relief when they saw Gu Lang. Gu Lang's participation in the art stage was bad news for the other participants of that stage but a blessing to the participants of the martial arts stage. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Lang and thought, Long Tao should also be out soon. When they had been chatting, Long Tao had told Lin Yuan what his secret weapon as a creation master was. It was the dragon gall three-leafed insect that he had contracted when he was young. After consuming the gallbladder of a dragon species Fey, the dragon gall three-leafed would secrete oil that could increase the speed of spirit fluid concoction but could not increase the homogeneity of the spiritual ingredients. The dragon gall three-leafed insect was a great asset in such competitions. Long Tao was already a pinnacle class 3 creation master, but he could not compete with Gu Lang even with the dragon gall three-leafed insect. It was clear how strong Gu Lang was, evidence of the level that class 4 creation masters were at. Lin Yuan felt a stone of pressure land on his shoulders when he remembered that he was going to compete against Zhongzhe's creation master powers later. He knew that given his creation master powers, he would not be able to compete with a creation master even with genius helping him in various ways. As such, he would just have to try his luck to see if he would be able to pick a topic that was suitable for him. Du Shua had already summoned his phase on the martial stage, which were the Diamond 7/Fantasy 2 Radium Sea Lion and Diamond 3/Fantasy I Dragon Horned Blowfish. Du Shua had definitely contracted more than 2 phase, but any Fey below diamond grade would immediately be infected by the sticky fluid that the Haifa tapeworm released. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Radium Sea Lion and Dragon-Horned Blowfish and immediately knew why Du Shua had the courage to take on Lu Jie in a fight. Du Shua had also used the Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen to roll grades as it was impossible for someone his age to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. The Radium Sea Lion lived up to its name and spent its day eating radium. which even myth-breed phase could not make a scratch on. It took a long time to absorb the radium to increase its defense. Although the radium sea lion was a power offense type fae, it had a light layer of radium on its skin that provided it with greater defense than the other faes of the same grade had. Lin Yuan was more familiar with the dragon-horned blowfish. If the dragon-horned blowfish could evolve to myth-breed and unlock its ancient whale bloodline, there was a high chance that it could evolve into the jade gray whale. 3 laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt came from jade gray whales. The Diamond 7/Fantasy 2 Radium Sea Lion was undoubtedly stronger than the Diamond 3/Fantasy 2 Dragon-Horned Blowfish. However, Du Shua would be relying on the Dragon-Horned Blowfish's exclusive skill. Protection of water. By sacrificing its horn, the power of the bloodline within can call to water elements to create a protective layer that will protect a target from spiritual and soul attacks. While the protection of water was in effect, Du Shua would not have to worry about the dead soul demon insect's threat and could use brute strength to fight against the insect colony. When Lin Yuan was using true data to check, Du Shua loudly ordered, "Dragon-horned blowfish, use protection of water." The slightly gray dragon-horned blowfish turned into the color of the ocean, and its large horn turned from dark brown to brilliant gold. 2 gold and blue shields appeared around the horn, and one of the shields flew over to cover the radium sea lion that was charging toward the insect colony, while the other shield sheltered the dragon-horned blowfish and Du Shua. The dragon-horned blowfish focused on activating the protection of water, and Du Shua started instructing the radium sea lion during the battle. At that moment, the orchid petal knife mantis that was initially on Lu Jie's shoulder landed on his palm. The dead soul demon insect turned into a shadow of a soul and vanished without a trace from the orchid petal knife mantis body and went into either one of the blade worms or shield ladybugs. Lu Jie gave a thumbs up and said to the dimensional light moth, "Dimensional light moth, spit out all the shield ladybugs in your stomach." The dimensional light moth flew in front of the blade worms and shield ladybugs and contracted its abdomen once before releasing 10 shield ladybugs. The dimensional light moth contracted its abdomen 10 times in total, and 100 shield ladybugs immediately surrounded the charging radium sea lion, which halted its steps. This development stunned Du Shua, who felt that this method of defending using an insect colony seemed familiar. There were now a total of 135 shield ladybugs. He had no idea where these shield ladybugs came from. Although Lu Jie was not a creation master and did not know how protection of water worked, he had already ambushed the radium sea lion using the dead soul demon insect. The ambush had not been successful due to the radium sea lion's protective layer. Lu Jie looked crestfallen when he saw this. If the dead soul demon insect's attack was unsuccessful, Lu Jie would have to summon more insect species carcinoma phase or even the insect queen in order to defeat Du Shua. But with his abundance of combat experience, Lu Jie had noticed that a small portion of the dragon-horned blowfish's horn had turned into powder. Lu Jie smiled behind his mask and circulated the spiritual power in his body before issuing a final order to the insect colony. Haifa tapeworm, use double parasite. Dead soul demon insect, use demon soul training and exploding dead soul bullets. After Lu Jie issued his order, one of the blade worm's bodies expanded, and the black Haifa started to move wildly while intermittent soul shadows appeared around it. The blade worm that was transforming charged toward the radium sea lion and exploded right before it made contact with the radium sea lion. A flood of soul shadows lunged at the radium sea lion, but it seemed to be unbothered. However, the dragon-horned blowfish let out a wail of pain, and its golden horn became 10% shorter. Even without Lu Jie's continued orders, the battle proceeded. More blade worms underwent the same changes as they clashed against the radium sea lion. The shield ladybugs that were killed after they had surrounded the radium sea lion had been infected by the Haifa and rose to their feet once again. The continuous self-explosions gave Du Shua zero time to react. By the time Du Shua realized what was happening, the dragon-horned blowfish's horn was only 10% of its original length, and it looked as though it would be completely gone after one more attack. Du Shua hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat." When the last word left Du Shua's lips, the blade worms stopped short right in front of the radium sea lion, and the insect colony stopped fighting. The insect colony's chaos and sacrifice had secured another victory for Lu Jie. Du Shua had been thinking about becoming Iron Prison's disciple, but now that he had experienced Lu Jie's power firsthand, he gave up on that pipe dream. He called back the dragon-horned blowfish and radium sea lion, grinned at Lu Jie, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Young liege, your strength is astounding." Lu Jie did not reply. Instead, he looked down at his chest. After Du Shua stepped down from the martial stage, the remaining 9 participants of the martial stage looked relieved. The remaining 9 people realized how weak they were when they witnessed the battle between Du Shua and Lu Jie. Hence, they immediately gave up after stepping onto the martial stage. After the last person admitted defeat, Zuoming looked at Lu Jie with pride. Zuoming did not immediately announce Lu Jie as the winner of the martial stage, but everyone knew that the proud young man standing in the middle of an army of insects was the winner. All the disciples who were present either came from veteran factions or top factions. They were also the favorite disciples of their elders and usually saw themselves as above others. They were regarded with respect wherever they went and were accustomed to being waited on hand and foot. At that moment, the image of that invincible young man standing on the martial stage was burned into the hearts of all the other disciples and taught them the true meaning of what it took to be the disciple of a member of royalty. A blinding smile was under Night-Leaning Moon's black veil. This beam seemed out of place on her emotionless features, but it perfectly represented her current feelings. Although she already knew how powerful Lu Jie was, she was still happy that her disciple had emerged victorious on the martial stage. She was even happier than when she had achieved all that glory in her youth. Her smile slowly faded as she turned to say to Iron Prison, "Iron Prison, I will visit you after the end of the Gargi banquet to collect the disaster insect nest's body." Iron Prison's face looked as grumpy as ever, but his heart was aching. He had not managed to obtain a disciple. Moreover, as much as it made his head ache to give the disaster insect nest's body to Night-Leaning Moon, it was not much use to him anyway. It was likely that Night-Leaning Moon would give the disaster insect nest's body to her disciple because it would greatly benefit her disciple's insect species carcinoma phase. It would allow the insect species carcinoma phase to temporarily increase their power. However, losing the bet with the Moon Empress that involved the sacred source lifeform felt like a stab to Iron Prison's heart. Iron Prison usually resided in the imperial court and led the royal guards. Although he possessed overwhelming power, the royal guards belonged to the imperial court. Despite being a member of royalty, Iron Prison did not manage his own private faction and lacked the resources that the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, Chief Guard Yi, and that old man from Ostrich Logistics had. He had not even acquainted himself with the sacred source lifeform, yet it had now become the Moon Empress's property. Iron Prison turned to look at the Moon Empress suspiciously. He wondered if the Moon Empress had been gunning for his sacred source lifeform all along. If so, the Moon Empress would have used another method to take the sacred source lifeform from him even if they had not made a bet. "Thank you, Iron Prison. Please personally deliver the sacred source lifeform that I won to me at the Radiant Moon Palace after the Gargi banquet." Iron Prison furrowed his brow. "It's bad enough that I lost the sacred source lifeform. How dare the Moon Empress ask me to deliver it to the Radiant Moon Palace personally? She has crossed a line." Just as he was about to object, the Moon Empress looked at him with a complex gaze. "When you deliver the sacred source lifeform to the Radiant Moon Palace, I'll take a look at your stuck phase. However, you'll have to supply your own creation crystals." The Moon Empress turned her head away from Iron Prison. Her words made Iron Prison relax his brow as a look of disbelief came over his face. His expression of surprised delight made his grumpy face soften significantly. As the leader of the royal guards, Iron Prison had accumulated a lot of experiences. However, at that moment, he felt like an oblivious child and wondered if he was dreaming. Since when did the Moon Empress start to give him gifts of her own accord? Could she be acting? He had sought her out 8 years ago with creation crystals in hand and asked her to help his phase break through. But as he had been climbing the steps to the Radiant Moon Palace, brimming with sincerity, he was met with 4 moonbeam chains that chased him down Leaning Moon Mountain without even giving him the chance to reveal his intentions. Iron Prison's heart was aching, and it greatly displeased him that the Moon Empress had taken his sacred source life form. However, The Moon Empress was willing to look at his phase and had asked him to prepare creation crystals. This meant that the Moon Empress was willing to help his stuck phase break through. Compared to an increase in his own powers, losing one sacred source lifeform did not seem that important anymore. Iron Prison did not know how he exactly felt about the Moon Empress, but he did know that he was grateful to her. Behind the screen of the phone on the center seat of the 13 seats, an elderly man sat on a lounge chair in the imperial court. His calm expression turned into one of surprise when he heard what the Moon Empress said. But soon, the surprise turned into gladness. The Zhao Xie who had continued to do things her way even after becoming a Radiance envoy was now a master and was starting to take others' feelings into consideration. Although the elderly man had yet to see the Moon Empress disciple, he had heard from Cicada Song that the disciple's name was Lin Yuan. He also knew which disciple standing outside the Midnight Palace Lin Yuan was. The elderly man looked at Lin Yuan curiously to see what was so special about this young man that he had managed to subtly change the Moon Empress' personality and temperament. All the veteran and top faction leaders outside the Midnight Palace were disappointed. The martial stage had ended with Chief Guard Ye's disciple as the winner. The members of royalty's promises were gold, and Iron Prison would not be accepting any disciples from the Guard Yi banquet. All the veteran and top faction leaders looked at Gao Pei furiously. Gao Pei's son had received Night Leaning Moon's praise, the Moon Empress recommendation, and Cicada Song's admission that they were fated. Hence, it was all but certain that Gao Feng would become Cicada Song's disciple. At that moment, an excited voice suddenly shouted from the area outside the Midnight Palace, "Yay! I'm the second-place winner of the martial stage." All the surrendered challengers shared looks when they heard Gao Feng's voice. Those challengers did not want to congratulate Gao Feng at all, and they agreed that he had just been lucky. When Wang An heard Gao Feng's voice, he almost slapped himself. If only he had not been so eager to demonstrate his power, he would have been the second-place winner of the martial stage. Yuzha walked out from the area where the art stage was being held, followed by Long Tao and a girl with average features. The girl looked to be about 24 years old, just like Long Tao. She was holding a thick book and had a serious expression on her face. She looked like a nerd that had lost herself in her books. However, no one was looking down on this average-looking girl. The girl and Long Tao followed Yuzha out of the art stage, meaning that she and Yuzha had finished their topics and had passed the art stage. Along with Gu Lang, who had returned to the area outside the Midnight Palace some time ago, 3 people had already completed the art stage. This meant that the art stage was over. However, they did not know who between Long Tao and the average-looking girl had attained second and third place. After Yuzha led Long Tao and the average-looking girl out of the long corridor, the disciples of the veteran and top factions who had not managed to complete their topics walked out of the area where the art stage was being held with long faces. Once the art stage ended, the challengers who had yet to finish their topic lost their chance. Long Tao immediately saw Gu Lang smiling and chatting with Zhong Zhe when he stepped out of the long corridor. Long Tao's expression faltered, but he did not look surprised at all. He had already predicted early on that Gu Lang would finish before him, and he was anxious to find out how long it had taken Gu Lang to finish his topic for the art stage so that he could know how much it differed from his own time. Yuzha turned to walk towards Wu Ming after he led Long Tao and the average-looking girl to the area outside the Midnight Palace. Zhu Ming and Yuzha were only in charge of hosting the art stage and martial stage, but they did not have to announce the results. When the Guard Yi banquet started, the challengers who had won would receive the honor of personally receiving their prizes from Chief Guard Yi. The average-looking girl was about to find a place to sit to read the thick book she was carrying when Long Tao grabbed her hand. She was flustered and looked at Long Tao in confusion. Nonetheless, she stopped walking and remained standing by his side. Although she did not speak, her expression seemed to be asking Long Tao why he had stopped her. Gao Feng had been excitedly waiting for Long Tao to ask him what his topic for the art stage had been. The martial art stage would be carried out in the same way as the art stage and martial stage had been. The martial art stage was the combination of both the art stage and martial stage. Lin Yuan was going to participate in the martial art stage, and asking Long Tao about his topic would give Lin Yuan some sort of assurance. However, Gao Feng did not expect Long Tao to grab the girl's wrist. "Lin Yuan, Do you think Long Tao is interested in the girl who came out with him? Lin Yuan did not know how to respond and opted to touch the stray hair on the back of his head. When the almost unassuming Li Xian heard what Gao Feng said, he started to sputter and cough violently before saying, "Don't worry. There's no way that Long Tao would be interested in her." Li Xian sounded so certain because he knew Long Tao well. Long Tao had always placed emphasis on looks. One had to know that Li Xian had been a chubby child. His looks had only improved to an acceptable level when he was 6 years old, and it was only then that Long Tao started to play with him. Long Tao had always been strict about males' appearances, much less female. Although Long Tao was no longer as appearance-orientated as he used to be, there was no way that the professional Long Tao would discuss personal feelings during such an event. Hence, Long Tao had to have another reason for grabbing the girl's hand. Li Xian had a feeling that he knew why Long Tao had done so. When Gao Feng heard Li Xian's resolute response, he shot Li Xian a suspicious look and thought, "Is Li Xian jealous?" Before Gao Feng could ponder more on it, Li Xian said, "From the icon on the girl's clothes, she should be from the veteran faction Heal Spirit Treatment. Heal Spirit Treatment's road will be smooth sailing from now on." Heal Spirit Treatment was a veteran faction that had a creation master role, but they did not do business related to nurturing phase. They mainly focused on healing phase that had injured roots. Their decision on what direction of creation master role to take was wise as it had immense potential. But since Heal Spirit Treatment did not have any pinnacle class 4 creation masters, they lacked the power of strong creation masters that other veteran factions had. Thus, Heal Spirit Treatment had not expanded or improved themselves in almost 20 years. It had already been more than 10 years since Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine became a top faction. Ever since Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine was promoted to a top faction, they had been working with Coiling Dragon's Valley in equal capacities, where neither had to depend on each other. As such, Coiling Dragon's Valley could choose another veteran faction to support. Given this girl's creation master powers, Long Tao had acknowledged Heal Spirit Treatment's potential. Just like Li Xian had predicted, Long Tao issued an invitation to the girl. "On behalf of Coiling Dragon's Valley, I would like to officially invite Heal Spirit Treatment to come under our wing because I would like to work together to help Heal Spirit Treatment expand as quickly as possible." Long Tao had not spoken softly to ensure that the girl would be able to hear him clearly. Even most of the young disciples outside the Midnight Palace had heard everything that Long Tao had said. The disciples looked at the girl with average features with jealousy. Long Tao had done so to assert his authority and officially declare that Coiling Dragon's Valley wanted to support Heal Spirit Treatment. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard what Long Tao said, but she remembered that she did not have the authority to agree to Long Tao's invitation. She knew who Long Tao was. Although he was not the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley, he was sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence. As the only young direct descendant of Coiling Dragon's Valley, he had the authority to represent Coiling Dragon's Valley. However, the girl had many siblings back at Heal Spirit Treatment, and her elders had only selected her to participate in the Guard Yi banquet because of her exceptional creation master skills. She had only been hoping to catch the eye of a pinnacle class 4 creation master that would accept her as their disciple. But now, her talent had attracted the support of Coiling Dragon's Valley for her family. This was definitely better than if she had just found a pinnacle class 4 creation master to be her master. Unadulterated excitement bloomed on her face, making her average features seem almost charming. "I will need to inform the elders in my family of this. They are all inside the Midnight Palace. Is it possible to arrange a meeting between them and you after the Guard Yi banquet to discuss your proposal?" Long Tao smiled and replied, "Then let's exchange contact details. My father is the one leading Coiling Dragon's Valley at the Guard Yi banquet. I will contact you after the banquet." After exchanging contact details with the girl, Long Tao walked toward Lin Yuan. Long Tao had used the Dragon Gall 3-leafed insect during the art stage, which he had instructed to consume the secretions of a Fey with the main dragon species Fey bloodline. This allowed him to reach his maximum efficiency. Although everyone had chosen a different topic, Long Tao had been second to step out of the breeding room after completing his concoctions at maximum efficiency. Immediately after, he saw the girl follow right behind him. No matter what secret weapons the girl had, She had proven her talent as a creation master. It was natural for Long Tao to want her on his side with such talent. Supporting her veteran faction would also help Coiling Dragon's Valley increase its overall power. Long Tao arrived next to Lin Yuan and anxiously asked, "Brother, how long did that person take to complete the art stage?" Lin Yuan knew why Long Tao would ask this question. Hence, he had taken note of the time that Gu Lang had returned to the area outside the palace. Gu Lang finished the art stage in 24 minutes and 36 seconds. Long Tao looked utterly dumbfounded by Lin Yuan's response. At his maximum efficiency, he had taken 47 minutes and 2 seconds. Moreover, he had used half the heart of a Fey with main dragon species Fey bloodline. Gu Lang had taken about half the time that Long Tao had taken. This was a huge blow to Long Tao. Although he was happy that he had achieved second place in the art stage, he was leagues away from first place. Long Tao did not know how strong Lin Yuan was as a creation master, but he did know that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. There was no way that Lin Yuan would have weak creation master powers, and he had to have his own secret weapons. As he thought about how Lin Yuan was going to participate in the martial arts stage soon, Long Tao said in a low voice, "Brother, the topics for the art stage were drawn from the bronze beast head in front of the breeding room." Lord Ming checked through all the topics, and all spirit fluids in the participants' Fey storage boxes had to be handed to Lord Ming before we were allowed to enter the breeding rooms to look at our own topics. Next, we informed the spirit guard outside the breeding room of what our topic entailed and told him what materials we needed. My topic was to evolve 3 gold X freezing water white crocodiles to platinum grade. After listening to Long Tao's recounting, Lin Yuan immediately realized how difficult the art stage's topics were. It was not difficult for Class 3 creation masters to evolve gold phase to platinum. The issue was with the short time limit. If Lin Yuan had chosen that topic and instructed Genius to concoct the spirit fluids, it would only need 1 grade 3 freezing lake potion to evolve 3 pinnacle gold freezing water white crocodiles to platinum. However, it would take golden lotus brocade pearls at least 2 hours to concoct 1 bottle of freezing lake potion, even if it used golden lotus brocade pearls. If Lin Yuan used spirit chi crystals to evolve one of the gold X freezing water white crocodiles to platinum grade, he would need to use 10 of them. If he only used spirit chi crystals, he would require 30, and he did not have so many on hand. Thus, Lin Yuan would have to give up if he chose such a topic. At that moment, Yuzhe announced, "Since both the art stage and martial stage have officially come to an end, the martial arts stage shall begin now."